Chapter 101. Chung Tingyu lowered her head and looked at her reflection on the marble tiles. The color of her right eye was still unusually dark, and no matter how bright the light of the casino was, it could not shine into that eye. Chung Tingyu said politely, "I plan to repay the debt now. How can I do it?" The waiter seemed surprised and immediately persuaded her to give up the idea. The casino will not charge interest for the first loan of a novice. You really don't have to rush to repay it now. Chung Tingyu glanced at it. With a gentle but firm attitude, the casino's project is indeed very interesting. But I'm ready to leave. The waiter was silent for a while, and then laughed again. Then you don't have to rush to change money. You don't meet the conditions for leaving now. Chung Tingyu stared at the other party, and suddenly realized something. The waiter said that customers with negative chips could not leave the casino. But he did not guarantee that as long as she turned the chips into positive ones, she could leave the casino. The number of chips is not negative is only one of the conditions for leaving the casino. As for what other requirements must be met, the waiter dragged out his voice and said with a smile, "We can't tell guests about this kind of thing casually. Only the answers that you explore yourself are interesting enough." Chung Tingyu, who completed a project, was no longer a novice. The waiter in charge of guiding also quietly withdrew, and she wandered around the casino alone. 20 minutes passed. Chung Tingyu felt her limbs gradually getting heavy while walking in the casino hall. She stopped and leaned against a pillar in the hall, hoping to get a rest. A waiter holding a tray smiled and said, "Are you too bored?" "That's right. If you don't participate in casino projects for a long time, you will feel tired. An exciting gambling game will definitely help you get rid of the boring daily life." All the waiters here had the same plasticine face, even with Chung Tingyu's eyes. It took a while to observe before judging that this was not the employee who took her to the box just now. According to the other party's words, there are actually invisible restrictions in the casino. If customers do not participate in the gambling in time, their physical fitness will gradually decline. Chung Tingyu smiled. "I have to take a closer look and pick out some with a greater chance of winning." Her eyes swept through the casino, especially the customers of the casino, and her heart sank immediately. As an appraiser, Chung Tingyu can see other people's information. Even if she looks at the players, she can at least see their names. However, the customers of the entire casino are a group of people with only basic descriptions. She glanced over, and the information that emerged on the people around her was a simple description such as a wealthy gambler, a gambler with no extra money, and a gambler with heavy debts. There was no name, as if the customers around were not living people, but just a background crowd created to fit the atmosphere of the casino. "Waiter, have you not decided which gambling game you want to participate in?" "Chung Tingyu, someone told me before that there are many parts of the casino that can be explored." She approached the waiter and slipped a chip into his hand without leaving any trace. "Do you have any recommended projects?" The waiter hesitated for a moment, but chose to accept the chip. "If you want to know the situation of the casino, I do have a project to recommend." It took Chung Tingyu to a small table. Across the table, there sat a very old person. Her wrinkled skin drooped down, layer upon layer, as if the flesh and blood on her body had been dissolved by the years. Because of her thinness, her body looked particularly small. When she sat on the chair, she looked like a big shrimp with its back arched. The information displayed on this person was that he was an old man who had been in the casino for a long time, and perhaps had some guesses about the conditions for leaving. In addition, the old man also displayed a special status that he could control the points of his own dice. The old man squinted his eyes and smiled. "You are a newcomer. I only participate in dice rolling competitions here, and I don't participate in other gambling games. If you win, I can give you some information about the casino." "Chung Tingyu, are you comparing the size?" The old man shook his head, as if he was very happy. "Just comparing the size is too unskilled, and the casino won't let me do it." Her voice was a little vague, as if she was quite regretful. "I can only enrich the rules and increase the excitement of the gambling game." Chung Tingyu fully understood why the casino was unwilling to let this old man set up a gambling game for comparing the size. The other party was a person who could control his own points. If the rules of the game were too simple, the other participant in the gambling game would obviously be placed in an overly disadvantageous position. "So what are the rules?" The old man, "My game is called Strike 21. 2 sides compete. Each can throw 6 times, and finally add up the total points of the 6 times. The side closest to 21 will automatically win the game." As if worried that Chung Tingyu didn't understand, he explained it again in extra detail. "Suppose the results of my 6 throws are 3, 5, 1, 4, 23. A total of 18 points. And the results of your 6 throws are 3, 2, 4, 6, 23. A total of 20 points. Then you are the winner of this round. Chung Ting-yu said realistically, this is not much different from simply comparing the size. At most, he threw a few more times and added the points. She intuitively thought that there should be more content behind it. The old man, you are right. So I added a little more rules to it. She drew out 6 cards and placed them in front of Chung Ting-yu. Here are 2 settlement cards, 2 settlement rejection cards, and 2 flip cards. Each time you throw, you can choose to play a card or not. I will now introduce the effects of the 3 cards in detail. If you play a settlement card, and the other party does not play a settlement rejection card, then no matter how many times you throw, the current round of the game will end immediately and enter the settlement phase. For example, now is the second round. You play a settlement card. Your points in 2 rounds are 3 and 2. The total points are 5. And my points in 2 rounds are 3 and 5. The total points are 8. Then I am the winner of this round. Chung Ting-yu said slowly, you can choose to play cards when throwing if I understand correctly. Then when the participants play cards, they don't know the results of this round of throwing? The old man smiled happily. You have gradually understood the rules of the game. Before the points are revealed, we don't know whether the other party has chosen to play a card. Let me remind you that after discovering that the other party has played a settlement card, it is invalid to use the rejection settlement card. The 2 cards must be played at the same time to offset the effect. The old man said slowly, as for the flip card, the effect is also very interesting. It can flip the points of this round. For example, I threw 3 points, and you threw 5 points. If one of us uses a flip card, then the points of this round will eventually be 4 points for me, and 2 points for you. 3 points were flipped to 4 points, and 5 points were flipped to 2 points. According to this rule, 6 points and 1 point should also be able to flip each other. Old man, do you want to participate in the game? Then I need to remind you of 3 things. First, at least 5 chips need to be bet in each battle. First, we adopted a 5-game 3-win battle mode. That is, someone must win 3 games to end the battle. Third, after each throw, both sides can only see the other side's points, but not their own points. This rule is added by me to increase the fun of the game. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he felt the dark eyes of the young man opposite him turn around. The color of the other party's eyes was so dark that it seemed to be about to flow down from the eye sockets, making people feel particularly uncomfortable. Chung Ting-yu smiled. If it weren't for knowing that this old man had the ability to control the points of his own dice, the third rule would indeed add some fun. However, in the current situation, it became that the old man could know the opponent's points and control her own points. She knew the situation of both sides, but Chung Ting-yu could only see the old man's numbers. After realizing that she did not meet the criteria for leaving, Chung Ting-yu temporarily gave up on changing money. She originally had 22 chips on her, in addition to the chips with a face value of 2 that were just paid as a tip. She still had 20 chips left. Chung Ting-yu gently put down a chip with a face value of 5 and said, I plan to participate in the game. Even if her luck was really bad, and she lost 3 games in a row, she would still have 5 chips left to try her luck in other projects. The old man, oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to remind you just now. Since the name of the game is Strike 21, if someone is really lucky, and the points are exactly 21, they must receive some extra treatment if the points are 21 when the 2 sides win. The loser will lose double the chips. When the other party said the forgotten rule, Chung Ting-yu had already paid the chips, and sat down on the chair opposite. The old man looked at Chung Ting-yu's face carefully, but he could not see any anger and uneasiness of being deceived from the latter's face. In the end, the old man turned his eyes away, and stopped looking at the young man with black eyes. Chung Ting-yu, this is a very important rule. She even smiled. In this case, I have to adjust my fighting strategy. Chapter 102. The old man seemed to be trying to make his voice sound kind enough. Strike 21 allows early surrender. You can now have 30 seconds to prepare. Chung Ting-yu smiled. Okay. This is exactly what I need. She pressed her throat and coughed lightly. After all, my luck is not good at ordinary times. The old man narrowed his eyes, and felt a little nervous for some reason. If she could see Chung Ting-yu's palm, she would find that there was a small plastic box inside. This is a disposable ability vehicle with the ability of Wei Shigui's spell, as a dealer with the ability to control his own points. Before the game started, the old man could be considered to have one half of it. Chung Ting-yu felt that he also needed to add a little buff. However, She recalled her past experiences and felt that it might be easier to win a match with a certain chance of prediction than to compete with luck. Chung Tingyu, are you sure there are no unpublished rules? Old man, actually there is one more. She sighed and deliberately made a regretful attitude. Because you are a newcomer. There is a novice or a protection. If the points of both sides are the same, you win. Chung Tingyu's expression did not move. This is indeed a very good privilege. She was thinking if she was the opponent, how would she arrange the points of the 6 rounds of throwing? Chung Tingyu blinked lightly. The 30-second preparation time ended quickly. A thick dark green plush cloth suddenly rose between the two people sitting opposite the table, blocking all the surrounding light and sound, making it impossible for the two sides to judge the actions of the other person by hearing and vision. Chung Tingyu stared at the plush cloth. After a moment, a line of information appeared on it. The curtain that blocks peeping. Don't think about peeping through this cloth to see what others have prepared. Billion Casino will strictly, or as strictly as possible, eliminate all cheating. Yes, that's right. It's you. Me Tong. Chung Tingyu. She felt that her ability was not smart enough, at least the last sentence should be coded. Chung Tingyu didn't particularly regret that her vision could not penetrate the barrier. She chose a card and gently placed it on the table. This is a flip disc. After both sides were ready, the curtain disappeared as abruptly as it appeared. Chung Tingyu heard the sound of 2 dice turning, but she could only see the one on the opposite side. The dice stopped. In this round, both sides chose to play cards. A voice that sounded like a rubber man came from the table, which seemed to be the host function of the game Impact-21. The voice said cheerfully, the dealer chose the settlement card, and the other side chose the flip card. The old man looked at Chung Tingyu with a barely perceptible surprise on his face. Chung Tingyu said in a brisk tone, anyway, flipping the card doesn't have much effect. I want to try it out. She stared at the old man and said gently, you chose the settlement card, and I didn't choose to refuse the settlement, so the result of this round will be out immediately. Right, old man? It looks like it. She narrowed her cloudy eyes. Her expression looked a little scary. You are really a lucky person. The other party's compliment made Chung Tingyu couldn't help but smile. She originally thought that unless she really pissed off her neighbor one day, she would never hear similar comments from anyone. The host function of the game said in a shrill voice, the dealer threw 6 points, and the other side threw 3 points. Because there is a flip card on the field, the dealer's points flip to 1 point, and the other side's points flip to 4 points. Because there is a settlement card on the field, the remaining 5 throwing opportunities are cancelled and automatically enter the settlement link. 4 points are closer to 21 points. This lady won. Please collect your chips. In less than a minute, Chung Tingyu had 5 more chips in her hand. She looked at the old man on the other side and showed a reserved and humble look. Old man, are you a newcomer? Chung Tingyu, yes. I am a newcomer. The current situation is not beyond Chung Tingyu's expectations. Since the opponent can control his own points, the best solution is of course to throw all the points in the order of 6. 6. 6. 3. 11. In this way, if everything goes well, as long as the 4th round is carried out and the settlement card is used, the game can be won with a big advantage of 21 points. In the first 3 rounds, 6 is thrown. No matter which round the settlement is started, the old man will win. Of course, by the 3rd time, the opponent will probably realize something. So in the 4th round, the newcomer is likely to use the flip card. If the old man uses the settlement card, he will win the game with a number of 22 points. Or he may use the refusal settlement card to delay the number of throws by 1 round. In the game, even if you can control your own points, you can't throw 21 points in the gambling game 100%. Perhaps because he thinks that it is risky to fight for double chips. Or perhaps because he wants to improve efficiency. The opponent chooses to play the settlement card at the beginning. This is slightly beyond Chung Tingyu's expectations, but the result is better than she thought. She originally planned to use the flip card in the first game and the settlement card in the second game. In this way, the total points of the opponent's 2 throws would be 7 points. Normally, there is a 50% chance of winning the bet, and the result will be changed from relying on ability to relying on luck again. Chung Tingyu was not very worried about how bad her face was if she didn't have enough luck. She could make up for it with buffs. In addition to the disposable ability vehicle, she also brought an identity certificate with Wei Shigui's ability written on it, and began to seriously think about the possibility of getting some similar props from the screwdriver after leaving the copy. The old man stared at Chung Tingyu, and his turbid eyes made people involuntarily think of vultures. Because of her unhappiness, the skin on both sides of her cheeks drooped down more fiercely, like two towels hanging. The game's built-in host function was not affected by the emotions of the participants, and continued, "Let's start the second game now." The plush cloth appeared again, blocking Chung Tingyu's sight again. Although she just perfunctorily said a few words to the old man, Chung Tingyu knew very well that if she wanted to really win the game, she couldn't underestimate anyone. The opponent may have realized that Chung Tingyu had the ability to control the dice points. In this round, neither side chose to play a card. The voice of the game host sounded from her ears, and with the sound of the lone dice rolling, Chung Tingyu also saw the points on the old man's side. It was 1 point. If she still used the flip card just now, the opponent's 1 point would be turned into 6 points. If she chose the settlement card, she could directly win the game. The opponent was not completely confident about what kind of card Chung Tingyu would play. Chung Tingyu thought that if the old man wanted to accumulate as many points as possible and continue the bet to the next round, he would naturally throw out 6 points and play the refusal to settle card. At this time, she only needed to use the flip card, and she would have a high probability of winning this game. But if the old man had guessed this level and thought that Chung Tingyu would play the flip card, he would control the dice to throw out 1 point. Both sides were full of speculation and temptation. After another 10 seconds, both sides made a decision. The game host said slowly, "In this round, both sides chose to play cards. The dealer played a card to refuse settlement, and the other side also played a card to refuse settlement." What a coincidence. Chung Tingyu saw that the other side threw a 4. The effect of flipping the card can be avoided, as long as 3 or 4 is thrown every time. It doesn't matter whether it is flipped or not. It has been the second round. If the old man can throw 4 in the next 4 rounds, the final total points will be 21. If Chung Tingyu lets the game continue, she will lose twice the chips. But if she chooses to play the settlement card and terminate the subsequent throws, then the old man can also throw a 6 to increase the probability of winning. And her side does not seem to have much chance of winning. A thought flashed through her mind: does the opponent want the game to continue? Chung Tingyu can't see her own points, but the old man can. The old man chose to refuse to interrupt the card and delay it, which can also be understood as that if the game ends in the second round, the opponent is likely to lose. So the number Chung Tingyu threw out for the first time was probably one of 4, 5, and 6, and she herself tended to be 5. However, even if the old man kept throwing 4 points, it would be difficult for Chung Tingyu to lose twice the chips. The opponent had already used a card to refuse settlement, and Chung Tingyu still had 2 settlement cards in her hand. Since she noticed that the old man decided to throw 4, she would never continue the game to the 6th round. In order to ensure this, she needed to use 3 points and 2 settlement cards in the 3rd to 5th rounds. For the old man, Chung Tingyu currently has more than a 50% chance of using a settlement card. Then the opponent should throw 6 points. However, there is a risk here. The old man may not have thought that Chung Tingyu would think of this. Chung Tingyu felt that his brain was nesting dolls crazily. If the opponent predicted his prediction and threw 4 points, the game would continue. In the remaining 3 rounds, if the game ended in the 4th round, he would get 6 points at the bottom. And if it ended in the 5th round, he would get 7 points at the bottom. And if it ended in the 6th round, he would get 13 points at the bottom. The longer it dragged on, the more information the opponent had. Chung Tingyu pressed her forehead. She decided to take a risk. She was not a steady person. In the 3rd round, the dealer played the card of refusing to settle, and the other party played the card of flipping. The old man's points were indeed 6 points. After flipping, it became 1 point. In 3 throws, the old man got a total of 6 points. The two sides looked at each other. At this moment, they both knew what choices each other would make in the next round. 10 seconds later, game host, in the 4th round, the dealer did not play a card, and the other party played the card of settlement. Chung Tingyu saw the points of the opponent's dice. The opponent guessed that he was going to settle, and took the opportunity to throw 6 points. Game host, the dealer's 4 rounds of game points were 1 point, 4 points, 1 point, and 6 points, accumulating 12 points. The other side's 4 rounds of game points were 5 points, 3 points, 4 points, and 1 point, accumulating 13 points. The winner of this round is still the new lady, Chung Tingyu. She looked at the last point with a wooden expression. The median of 4 throws should be 14 points. The opponent got 12 points by strength, while Chung Tingyu's side was already the result of adding a buff. Chung Tingyu felt that if she really wanted to become a gambling god, it would be more likely that she would urge her neighbors to improve their spells as soon as possible. Game host, the third round. Close. Chung Ting-yu, please wait. Game host, Miss Newcomer. Did you encounter any problems? Chung Ting-yu looked at the old man. There are too many ones and sixes in the dealer's points, which is not normal. The old man's face, which was originally depressed because of losing 2 rounds, suddenly improved a little after hearing this. Since the other party has spoken, it proves that she can control the points. This advantage makes her very afraid. The old man said slowly, Billion Casino is a place that respects evidence. As long as there is no evidence, it is not considered cheating. Chung Ting-yu stared at the other party for a moment, and suddenly took out the lucky decision coin and smiled. In this case, I will throw a 6 in the next round. She shook the coin hanging on the rope and leaned back in the chair. I have no problem. Please continue. The thick plush cloth fell again. After a brief glance, the old man could not tell what prop Chung Ting-yu took out, but he could feel the strange and terrifying power on the coin. 10 seconds later. Game host, neither side chose to play this time. The rolling sound of the dice stopped. The old man looked at the 6 points thrown by Chung Ting-yu, and suddenly felt cold sweat on his forehead. So this newcomer also has props to control the points? She heard the young man opposite said gently, Next. It's still 6 points. Another 10 seconds. Game host, both sides chose to play this round. The dealer's card is a flip card, and the other side is also a flip card. Old man, considering that he can use flip cards, the old man deliberately threw 1 point. But he didn't expect the other party to play the same card as him. After 2 flips, 1 point is still 1 point. And 6 points are still 6 points. The old man looked at the opposite side, and the smile on the young man's face became brighter and brighter. The plush cloth rose, and the third 10 seconds later. Game host, only one party chose to play a card this round. Before he finished speaking, the old man suddenly looked up and stared at Chung Ting-yu. Game host, the dealer used the flip card, and the other side did not play a card. The old man saw that the dice number on the other side was 1. She originally rolled 6 points, but after a round of flipping, 6 points became 1 point, and the other side's 1 point became 6 points. Chung Ting-yu, I didn't say I would roll 6 points last time, he said politely. Okay. I respect my seniors. I will roll 3 points in the next round. The old man, if the other side finishes the game in the next round, it will win with a 21-point advantage. After the fourth 10 seconds. Game host, only one side played a card in this round. The dealer used the refusal to settle the card, and the other side did not play a card. The old man reached out and wiped the sweat from his cheek. She knew that the other side still had a flip card, so she didn't dare to play 6 or 1, and rolled 4 points. However, the opponent rolled 1 point. Chung Ting-yu said with a hint of apology, I'm so sorry. It seems I made some mistakes. Then he said, but next time, I will play the card of refusing settlement. The old man understood. This is because Chung Ting-yu can no longer lose. The old man has already used up 2 flip cards and 1 card of refusing settlement, while the other party has only used up 1 flip card. As long as Chung Ting-yu throws 1 point each of the next 2 times, she will definitely be able to collect 21 points. As for her, because the other party has left an extra flip card, she cannot ensure that the points can be collected to 21 points in the remaining 2 rounds. Even if she is lucky enough to collect 21 points, she will lose to the newcomer because both sides have the same points. The old man's voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat, and his tongue was so stiff that it seemed to be pressing a bitter piece of cactus. I give up. This is not an easy decision to make. The other party has won twice. If she chooses to give up now, she will end the game with a record of 0-3 and end in a miserable defeat. The game host made a summary speech. The dealer's 4 rounds of game points were 6 points. 1 point, 1 point, and 4 points, accumulating 12 points. The other side's 4 rounds of game points were 5 points, 4 points, 3 points, and 4 points, accumulating 16 points. Since the dealer admitted defeat, the winner of this round of the game is still the new lady. 5 games and 3 wins. Congratulations to the new lady, who won the final victory of Impact 21. The old man slowly raised his head. Confusion and realization flashed in his turbid eyes. And finally he hoarsely said, You are? Chung Ting-yu slightly raised the corner of his lips, and said slowly, Of course, I can't control the points of the dice. She only changed the visual effect of the game. The old man looked at the young man opposite, and gently raised his hand. as if something smooth like mercury was taken back into the other's sleeve. Chung Tingyu put the real curtain back into the mountaineering bag, took the 15 chips he won, and smiled. You promised to give me a message before. The old man did not speak immediately, and Chung Tingyu did not urge him. After all, she had no doubt that if the other party had a choice, he would definitely refuse to pay on the spot without hesitation. After a long while, the old woman finally spoke. Her eyes looked more and more cloudy, and the vitality of the whole person seemed to be sucked away by something. You want to leave the casino, right? There was a hint of venom in the slow voice. What I want to tell you is, don't think you can leave the casino after playing 1 or 2 more rounds. Even if you win all the next rounds, you are still far away. Chung Tingyu stared at the other party, and after a moment, he said, thank you for telling me. She wanted to communicate a few more words, but saw a rubber man in a vest coming over and taking away the old man's table. Chung Tingyu stepped forward. What are you doing? The waiter. Billion Casino has always been committed to creating the best entertainment experience for guests. We will regularly update the games in the casino. As for these games that are no longer interesting, of course they must be eliminated in time. Chung Tingyu wanted to say something else, but suddenly stopped. Looking over the waiter's body, she clearly saw that the shriveled skin on the old man's body was shaking gently, getting longer and longer, and finally sliding off his body bit by bit. 5 minutes later, a brand new rubber man walked out of the body that originally belonged to the old man. Chapter 103. Chung Tingyu. She felt that the way Billion Casino recruited employees was indeed very unique and could leave a deep impression on people. Chung Tingyu's eyes slowly passed over the new rubber man. In fact, she was able to win just now because the old man had the ability to control the points he threw. After identifying the opponent's special state, she made a bold judgment that the old man's understanding of the game Impact 21 might be very limited, because the opponent won too easily. 5 games and 3 wins, which means that as long as 6 settlement cards are played in the first game, 1 or 2 games can almost be secured. When the opponent determines the old man's ability and tries to use flip cards to control the appearance of extreme points, the old man can also win the game by throwing 4 or 3 points all the way. The opponent can be said to be a person who plays the game according to the template, and the old man actually has few templates available. Once Chung Tingyu disrupts the opponent's pace, the latter has no time to formulate a new set of point templates to deal with it. Chung Tingyu retracted his gaze, stepped back a few steps, and called a passing waiter. Waiter, is there anything I can do for you? Chung Tingyu, I have something to ask. Since there are chips, there should be a place to exchange them. Waiter, of course. There is a chip exchange office in the casino. Or you can ask any staff in the casino for an exchange. For the 2 options provided by the waiter, Chung Tingyu decided to go to the exchange office first. The exchange office is located on the 2nd floor of the casino. The 2nd floor is much quieter than the 1st floor. The doors of the exquisitely decorated rooms are tightly closed, and it is impossible to tell whether there are people inside. The waiter took Chung Tingyu to the window of the exchange office, where a rubber man was taking a nap. From its perfunctory work attitude, it can be seen that few customers will come here. Chung Tingyu called out 3 times in a row, and the rubber man sat up straight. You want to exchange chips? Let me explain in advance that every time you exchange, the casino will take 1% of it. The minimum will not be less than 1 chip, and the maximum will not be more than 1,000 chips. Please rest assured that we will not charge for just consulting. The rubber man employee searched in the drawer for a while, and finally handed Chung Tingyu a page of list. Your current number of chips is less than 100. And you can only choose the items here for exchange. Chung Tingyu took it and read the contents of the list with interest. First, currency. The first few lines are precious metals such as gold and silver. Chung Tingyu continued to read down, and his eyes stopped on a familiar term. That is F0631 city currency. The relevant exchange rate is 1 to 100. That is, 1 chip in the casino can be exchanged for 100 yuan. Further down, there are internal circulation coins of various large markets, with the exchange rate starting at least 500. There is also a line of information about screwdrivers in the middle. They seem to have something called internal employee coins. The exchange rate is 120, and there is a limit on the number. Only 10,000 yuan can be exchanged. Chung Tingyu looked carefully and saw the name of Endless City. The exchange rate was 110, and the remaining number was 3,000. In addition, there were some things on the list that Chung Tingyu was slightly concerned about. Endless City Guidebook, 500 chips/piece, only 3 copies left. F0631 City Center Residence Permit. 3,000 chips/piece, only 5 copies left. She looked slightly, then put the doubts that had just arisen in her mind, and then quickly skipped the currency content and hurried to find the item she wanted. 1 minute later, Chung Ting-yu looked up. Why is there no ability to increase luck or control points on it? She had clearly seen a similar buff in the Hope lottery pool before. The Rubber Man employee chuckled. What are you talking about? This kind of thing doesn't exist in the exchange office. It said, as a matter of course. If we really allow chips to be exchanged for good luck, it would be too unfair to new customers. Billion is a legitimate casino, and will try its best to eliminate all cheating. Chung Ting-yu, I saw it on the turntable outside before. The Rubber Man employee interrupted. I work at the exchange office, and I am only responsible for the exchange office. It said impatiently. If you have an item you want to exchange, choose it quickly. If not, don't stay here and waste our time. Chung Ting-yu stared at the Rubber Man in front of her and suddenly smiled. I was going to find a lucky buff as soon as possible, but now I think I can do other things. She took out the customer feedback form from her pocket, gently tapped the table. For example, your service attitude problem. The other party was not a close pupil, so he could not see the detailed description of this prop. If you are not satisfied with the service, you can try to fill out this opinion form, and there is a certain chance of getting feedback. But just from the name, you can feel a bit of bad atmosphere. The Rubber Man employee stared at the opinion form for a long time without moving his eyes away. His throat seemed to be strangled, and even his voice became sharp. And there was a sense of guilt. I don't remember Billion having this thing. Chung Ting-yu just looked at the Rubber Man employee leisurely throughout the whole process. The latter's face was distorted for a long time, but finally he gave in and showed a gesture of giving up. What a bad workday. The Rubber Man employee muttered. I'll tell you the news. You are not allowed to complain about me. Chung Ting-yu's voice was very gentle. Complaining about an employee who is considerate and willing to serve customers is a huge loss for the guests of Billion Casino. I believe everyone will make a choice that is beneficial to both parties. She looked at the Rubber Man, who bent the knife mark on his face that served as his mouth, and said slowly, You guessed it right. After all, we are a casino here, and there will always be something shady. Once the copy NPC breaks its own principles, it will quickly become a broken jar, just like humans. In addition to the first floor, the casino actually has an underground floor. According to the Rubber Man employee at the exchange office, some shady transactions often occur there. The Rubber Man looked her up and down and told her the truth. The situation inside may be beyond your expectations. And with the number of chips you have now, even if you go there, you can only watch the excitement. Chung Ting-yu nodded, and it was rare for her to agree with the other party. I think so too, she said. But in order to be prepared, I want to find out the general market of the goods on the underground first floor. After digging out the details of the underground trading market from the Rubber Man, Chung Ting-yu returned to the lobby on the first floor and then walked towards the gambling game in the field without hesitation. Since you want to accumulate chips quickly, you must make full use of your advantages. The first one she chose was to bet on size. Sick Bo is always a classic project in the casino. It is present in all literary and artistic works involving related places. Whether it is a movie, a TV series, or a novel, as long as there are characters entering the casino, 99% of them are used as the main activity content. The dealer will put 3 dice in an opaque container, shake them to find out the points, and then reveal them after the guests have placed their bets. 4 to 10 are small, 11 to 17 are big, and 3 and 18 are dealer wins. Although the guests crowded in front of the table have no names, they are also conscientiously devoted to the project in front of them. A middle-aged drunkard-looking guest was squeezed out by Chung Ting-yu and staggered a few steps before standing steady. He shook his head and sternly criticized, saying, People with bad luck should not squeeze others casually, which will squeeze out other people's gambling luck. Chung Ting-yu glanced at the middle-aged drunkard. His eyes stayed on him for a moment, and soon some information emerged. A drunkard with good luck, debts, easy to be fooled, and likes to vent his anger on others. Judging from the length of the prefix, even if the guests around are all dummies made by the casino to add atmosphere, the drunkard in front of him is the one who is particularly careful. Chung Ting-yu breathed a sigh of relief. The other party's judgment of her personal luck value was so accurate that she almost thought it was a passerby in the casino with a close pupil ability. She glanced at the situation on the gambling table, and at the same time reached out and gently patted the mountaineering bag since she stood beside the table. The position of the lucky decision coin has been sending waves of coolness, tempting the owner to use it. The dealer shook the dice regularly, stopped after 2 minutes, and stretched out his hand to the guests. Please place your bets. Chung Tingyu put his hands in his pockets and stared at the wooden barrel upside down on the table without blinking. The hand on the dice barrel. This is the hand of a casino dealer. Light and flexible, and can fully take on the responsibility of the dice table. Chung Tingyu. Her identification ability is good, but sometimes there will be deviations from the target. Chung Tingyu moved her eyes down a little, and this time, she finally did not identify the wrong information. The wooden barrel for dice in Billion Casino. This is a wooden barrel that finally succeeded after the persistent peeping of the pupils, which contains 3 dice, with the points on the top being 3, 4, and 6 respectively. Chung Tingyu decisively placed chips worth 20 on the big position on the table, and then closed her eyes peacefully. Her right eye has been abnormal for so long, and today it is finally worth the price. She turned her head and talked to the passers-by around her, regardless of whether the other party could understand. In fact, if my previous life trajectory had not been too law-abiding, I should have become rich by now. After thinking about it, Chung Tingyu felt that the reason why she didn't have enough money was not entirely because of her strong self-discipline, but also because there was no security environment in the outer city area. The middle-aged drunkard just now kept chattering. I don't think I've seen you before. Remember? Don't use too many chips for the first bet. Once you lose. Before he finished speaking, the dealer opened the wooden barrel. 3, 4, 6. Big. The middle-aged drunkard looked at Chung Tingyu with a wooden face, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, and the latter showed a low-key smile. Chung Tingyu thought that her luck did have a lot of things worth thinking about. Fortunately, players' bets were not all based on luck, but also on superpowers. The dealer continued to roll the dice, and Chung Tingyu acted like a gambling god throughout the whole process. In the next 4 times, she placed 30, 55, 70, and 100 chips in turn, without making any misjudgment. Now the number of chips, she has reached an astonishing 310. The dealer mechanically shook the dice, as if no matter how the situation on the table changed, it would not have any effect on it. The drunkard stood beside Chung Tingyu with a red face, and it seemed that he was completely convinced by the latter's gambling luck. No matter which side Chung Tingyu bet on, he would follow without objection. The drunkard surrounded by the aura of blind faith is not a person, but a representative of a group of people. After just a few gambling games, Chung Tingyu has already become a weather vane on the field. The dealer stopped shaking the dice. Chung Tingyu looked at the wooden barrel, and the points inside were 2, 3, 1. She directly took out 300 chips and put them on the small side. The onlookers, led by the drunkard, also took out chips to bet. The dealer's hand on the wooden barrel had entered the countdown to move away, but just when it was 1 or 2 seconds away from revealing the result, Chung Tingyu took the chips back without warning, but not all of them, but left 10 points on top. 2, 3, 1. Small. The dealer paused for a moment, then opened the lid of the wooden barrel. The result it announced was consistent with what Chung Tingyu had just seen. The drunkard was at a loss. Why do you want to reduce the chips? Chung Tingyu sighed. I don't want to, but I think it's time. When she interpreted the information of the people around her, she was wondering why there were 2 descriptions in the prefixes of the drunkard. Good luck and debts. Chung Tingyu has never forgotten the description she saw when she looked at the dealer's right hand. The appraisal news mentioned that the dealer can fully bear the responsibility of the dice table. This responsibility obviously cannot refer to being madly fleeced by customers. Chung Tingyu can see that the points in the wooden barrel are good, but what she sees is only the real-time points. Since the dealer has a pair of light and flexible hands, it should not be too difficult for the other party to cheat secretly while opening the lid. People who just entered the venue were very cautious and were unwilling to invest chips that would hurt themselves. The dealer patiently waited for a perfect opportunity to cheat. So after Chung Tingyu changed his mind, the dealer also stopped his tricks. It doesn't really matter if other gamblers take advantage of it. It has to keep the newcomer, so it can't arouse the customer's suspicion when the other party only bets 10 chips. A big loss will not only prevent people from letting go, but will make people reluctant to leave. If you lose 300 chips right after everything goes smoothly, it will be hard for anyone to let go. And you can't help but want to try again. There are too few people who can stop in time when they encounter losses. Even if the person notices that there is something wrong with the dice, he may not be willing to leave immediately. Not to mention that he won so smoothly before. If the dealer deliberately tempts him again, he may let the customer win a few more games. This is the danger of the casino. It's like a spider web, spreading out thin threads. tightly entangling the person in the future. The dealer whispered softly, "You are really suitable for this game." Its voice was full of regret. "Really not playing 2 more games? You have always had the upper hand. You can be bolder." When the voice fell, Chung Tingyu clearly felt his heartbeat. She was indeed too cautious before, which was not in line with her original adventurous style. After all, in the first few rounds, the dealer would most likely let the newcomer have a taste of sweetness. She could be bolder and put down more chips in one go. Of course, it is not too late to make new plans now. The dealer saw that the new young man closed his eyes and opened them again after about a minute. Chung Tingyu said gently, "Good luck will not always be with people." Her eyes swept over the other guests. Those nameless gamblers stood together, like carps hooked on the water by food, with their mouths wide open waiting for the feed that would fall at an unknown time. The drunkard looked at the new young man with his eyes open, still waiting blankly for the weather vane to make the next judgment. Chung Tingyu took a step away from the gambling table, and then another step back, and smiled at the dealer. "A qualified gambler needs to learn to stop and accept failure. Just like you who just lost hundreds of chips in a row." After saying the last words, Chung Tingyu turned around and walked towards the basement without hesitation. The information given to her by the exchange office staff was correct. This is a place that completely exceeds Chung Tingyu's imagination of the negative floor. If you want to go downstairs, you must first find an inconspicuous little door in the corner of the first floor. This door looks almost exactly the same as the wall. After pushing it open, it is pitch black inside, and you can't see anything. The staff at the exchange office reminded her at the time, "Don't be afraid. There are stairs inside. Just step on them directly. But it may be a bit steep." Chung Tingyu, who has excellent night vision, didn't take the words of the exchange office too seriously. It was not until she pushed open the door that she realized that there should be a force inside that could suppress the vision of the pupils. She walked up bravely. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. At the end, the stairs suddenly became flat, as if it had turned into a slide. When Chung Tingyu rolled down the stairs in a state close to free fall, she never thought that she would fall into a maze. Chung Tingyu brushed off the dirt on his clothes, stood up, and carefully observed the surrounding environment. At this moment, a line of information flowed into his mind in order to avoid being discovered. The organizer of the underground market decided to use a dangerous maze to hide his trading location. Chapter 104. The unique smell of wet soil permeates the gentle breeze. Chung Tingyu lowered her head. The green grass on the soil passed over her calves, like a green carpet. In the middle of the grass, there were oval mushrooms. When people passed by, the light of the mushrooms would become brighter, as if they were induction lights placed on the ground. After people left, they would slowly go out. The distance without mushroom lighting was like a monster with its mouth open wide, and nothing could be seen. Behind her, there stood a huge black stone, with the word "Start" painted on the surface of the stone with red paint. On both sides of the grass were flat walls that were out of tune with the environment, with large characters saying "No climbing in the maze." Chung Tingyu stared for a moment, and a line of prompts that only she could see emerged. "The wall of the maze, since this is a maze. Of course you can't go to the next area by climbing over the wall." In such a place, her eyes played a big role. Various hints almost came up in a line. Chung Tingyu even found a maze description specially dyed green from the bushes. According to the description above, the maze on the negative first floor can be regarded as a huge 6 by 6 coordinate axis. And the place where she landed was exactly 0, 0. There are 2 forks at 0, 0, leading to 1, 0, and 0, 1 respectively. In this coordinate axis, each integer coordinate point is a fork in the road, and the transaction point of the underground market is behind 6, 6. Not all coordinate points are unobstructed forks in the road. The instructions specifically mention that some roads will be blocked by black boulders, such as the fork in the road 1, 2. The place blocked by the black boulder is not passable. Chung Tingyu finished reading quickly. She could understand most of the content in the maze instructions, such as do not stay at the starting point for more than 3 minutes. After leaving the starting point, you are only allowed to stay at each fork for 10 seconds at most, and after walking through the number of grids, you can choose a new road. However, there were a few words that made her think for a while. Among them, the third line said before leaving 0, 0, "Please bring your insect repellent spray and pay attention to the dice points. Each action must walk the number of grids thrown in the same direction, unless you have reached the end of the road. Once you reach the end of the road, you can stop and choose a new road." when she saw the insect repellent spray. It was as if someone had put the location of the props into her mind. Chung Tingyu lowered her head and found a metal SHL spray bottle in the bushes. It was only the size of a palm, not very heavy, and seemed to have a very limited capacity. Billion Underground Market Special Insect Repellent Spray. Insect repellent spray specially prepared for customers, which can be used 10 times. Note, this is a maze full of grass, so of course there are bugs. Chung Tingyu stared at the insect repellent spray. Her eyesight was very good, and she could see the finest veins on the grass leaves, the particles of soil, and the tiny dewdrops on the mushrooms 1 meter away without getting close. But there were no bugs. Chung Tingyu suddenly felt her heart tighten slightly. She realized that this was because the 3-minute countdown was about to end, and she had to leave 0, 0, quickly. There were 2 roads in front of her. One was to go straight and go to 0, 1, and the other was to turn right and go to 1, 0. The brightness of the mushrooms was very limited. In those places shrouded in darkness, there was a kind of power that could suppress the pupils, making Chung Tingyu unable to see the smoothness of the road in the distance. Chung Tingyu decided to go straight first. She just took a step forward, and there was a clear dice sound coming from above. The string hidden in her heart was instantly tightened. Chung Tingyu was almost driven by intuition, concentrating all her strength on the soles of her feet, pushing hard on the ground, and the whole person immediately rushed out from 0, 0, as fast as an arrow from a bow. The wind with water vapor no longer had the slightest gentle feeling, and it whistled and hit Chung Tingyu's face, making her cheeks hurt. Chung Tingyu stepped on the mushrooms on the ground. If you look down from above, the trajectory of her actions almost dragged out a white light band. She raised her head with difficulty and looked in the direction where the dice sound came from. A 6-sided dice as white as human bone stopped steadily in the air, and the side facing Chung Tingyu showed 6 points. Chung Tingyu was directly below the dice, which meant that the side facing up at the moment was this round's points. 1 point. A sharp child's voice came from the dice, full of joy that made people's hearts chill. After announcing the number of squares Chung Tingyu needed to run, it said happily, "Guests, don't stop just to look at the dice. You will be caught up." Chung Tingyu actually realized it without the other party reminding her. She was still thinking about how the maze would ensure that guests must walk the specified number of squares after leaving the starting point. But at that moment just now, she finally understood completely. Something cold, slippery, and sticky like a large pool of fishy and wet fish eggs has approached her neck. What is behind her? At this moment, the pupils showed their natural advantage. If there were bystanders around, they would have seen that the deep black in Chung Tingyu's right eye was gently squirming, suddenly turning backwards, and then quickly turning back. She clearly saw that what was chasing her was actually the darkness itself. Chung Tingyu didn't see a trace of light behind her, but the fluorescence on the mushrooms disappeared too quickly, far exceeding the speed of extinguishing under normal circumstances. Those oval sensor lights were swallowed by some kind of power. She ran with all her might, like a sharp blade, cutting the wind in the maze in the middle. Although there was only a point length between 0, 0, and 0, 1, the distance was unusually far. Chung Tingyu ran for a quarter of an hour. When she finally stood at a new fork in the road, the darkness behind her retreated reluctantly like a wave hitting a dam. The 0, 1, fork in the road was not blocked. The 2 directions it could lead to, 0, 2, and 1, 1, were both shrouded in terrifying darkness. People exploring the maze could not stay at each fork in the road for more than 10 seconds. Her breathing was still steady, but her eyes were fixed because of the sound she heard. The sound of insects flapping their wings came from the front and the right. After a few seconds of flapping, it stopped without warning. All the roads that can be taken are dangerous. A thought just floated in Chung Tingyu's mind, and was quickly rejected by her. There is actually a relatively safe option at the moment, which is to turn around and return to the starting point. The 10 seconds were quickly consumed. Chung Tingyu seized all the spare time to recover her physical strength. When the time was up, she ran out from the fork in the road again. She did not turn around, since the maze gave her insect repellent spray. She had to go and see the situation of the insects before making plans. The child's voice sounded again. For points for this round, she ran quickly and took a glance at the dice above. Her figure was so fast that she almost turned into a gust of wind. The mushrooms on the ground lit up one by one as Chung Tingyu moved. During this period, she heard the sound of insect wings 3 times, each time closer to her than the last time. Another mushroom lit up, and Chung Tingyu finally saw the true face of the insect. It was a praying mantis. Chung Tingyu remembered an idiom called a mantis trying to stop a car. But when the mantis grew to a height of 3 meters, with small eyeballs, like rotten grapes protruding from its eyes, and a mouth like rotten meat with ferocious fangs, the car rushing towards the mantis became the more vulnerable and unlucky one. The mantis's forelimbs almost touched Chung Tingyu's scalp and swung over. At that moment, she felt that she was not facing a giant insect, but a giant insect corpse that could still move. Fortunately, this mantis was not good at running. After dodging the first attack, Chung Tingyu successfully opened up the distance between her and the opponent, hanging on the giant insect, and ran all the way to the 0-4 fork in the road. Her lungs were almost burning because of the running action just now. When Chung Tingyu arrived at the temporary destination, he realized one thing. The darkness that was everywhere in the maze would disappear when the player reached the fork in the road corresponding to the points. But the insects would not. The huge rotten mantis shook its wings and swung its forelimbs towards Chung Tingyu again. Chung Tingyu needed to rest. But judging from the mantis's appearance, it was obvious that she didn't intend to let her stay at the fork in the road. And being chased by this giant mantis was not the worst thing at the moment. Chung Tingyu clearly heard the rustling sound of tentacles rubbing against each other in the darkness in the distance. Even though the world today is full of dangers that cannot be described in words, Chung Tingyu never thought that one day she would be chased by a mantis, a black beetle, and a grasshopper. While running at high speed, she clenched the insect repellent in her hand. Chung Tingyu had not used this item because she felt that she was still far away from 6 at the moment, considering that the insect repellent had a limit on the number of times it could be used. She planned to save a few more insects and use them together. Chung Tingyu pressed the nozzle, and an irritating gas that made people's eyes tear up quickly spread out. The mantis let out a twisted and angry cry that was completely inconsistent with the physiological structure of an insect, spread its transparent wings, and flew up with a flap. After flying to the wall, the black beetle also flew up. But both it and the grasshopper were a little afraid of the mantis, and finally disappeared behind the wall of the maze on the other side. At the same time, the sound of dice rolling continued, and a child's voice said happily, "This round, 2 points. The 1 point from the first time plus the 4 points from the second time, plus the 2 points from this time. The total exceeded 6. Chung Tingyu ran to the end of the vertical axis, and there was a smooth wall in front of her. Because the road was interrupted, she got a brief respite and could choose a direction again. The darkness behind her had never dissipated. Chung Tingyu turned around abruptly, but she felt that the creepy chill was still sticking to her back. She suddenly remembered a pantomime she had seen before, in which a person realized that there was someone behind him. But every time he turned his head, that person would tiptoe and quickly slip to the opposite side of the back of that person's head. Chung Tingyu had the same feeling now. When she turned her head, the darkness had already hidden behind her again. Even if she reached the end of the road, she couldn't stay there for long. With a quick glance, she turned around and rushed quickly in the direction of 1-6. Chapter 105. Although Chung Tingyu was still running at high speed, once she was no longer under the pressure of the bugs, she immediately felt a little more relaxed. The muscles and bones were stretched by the exercise, and the breath she exhaled melted in the wind. The fatigue of the body was suppressed by the heat. After another 10 minutes, Chung Tingyu successfully arrived at 1-6. Even if she could only stay for a short 10 seconds after each throw, it was still a good rest for the player. Chung Tingyu did not choose to stop. She blew quickly through the fork in the road like a gust of wind. This was certainly not because Chung Tingyu needed to maintain her persona as a flesh-and-blood player during this period. She kept her attention on the sky, and the rolling sound of the dice did not come. The huge 6-sided dice, as white as human bones, was still quietly above. After leaving 1-6, the fork in the road, she did not start throwing points again. "You noticed it?" The child's voice came again, with infinite regret in the voice. Chung Tingyu responded briefly. After all, she had read the instructions before setting off. The maze instructions reminded guests to pay attention to the dice points, and each action must go in the same direction to complete the number of squares thrown. Since the points are something that you need to pay attention to, and can be confirmed by looking up, the child's report seems a bit considerate and redundant. After experiencing the maliciousness of countless copies, Chung Tingyu has reason to believe that the motive of the child's doing this is definitely not to provide convenience for players, but more likely to be thinking of digging a pit for her to fall into. Chung Tingyu raised her head and quickly glanced at the sky. She clearly saw that the points for this round were not 2 points reported by the child, but 3 points. Just now, Chung Tingyu was in a hurry to get rid of the bugs, and she couldn't be affected by the darkness behind her. She really didn't have a moment to look up. And the child told her the false points. If Chung Tingyu chose to believe the answer of this round, because the results of the child's previous 2 broadcasts were correct, and stopped at 1-6, she would have been swallowed up by the darkness from head to toe at this moment. Chung Tingyu ran quickly. She felt as if she was running long distances at the speed of a sprinter. She didn't know when she would run out of energy. She exhaled deeply and said intermittently, "It's so tiring." She was not eager to express her true feelings at the moment. But because the power of the spell she got from the disposable ability vehicle had not expired. After adding the buff of saying the opposite, the feeling of fatigue was indeed relieved a lot. Chung Tingyu felt it, and felt that the physical strength that had already bottomed out had recovered about 20%. It does look very hard. But you can't feel tired now. The child's voice became happy again. You are a powerful person. You can hold 3 bugs at the same time. What if there are more? Chung Tingyu's eyes were slightly fixed. Although the points were just given false content, the child's voice was honest enough in announcing the bad news. Chung Tingyu looked forward and saw a series of giant bugs flying towards him. If these insects are reduced to the size of rice grains, and the mucus and fangs on the surface are removed, they should be something called moth midges. Chung Tingyu used to occasionally see them in the sink in the bathroom. This kind of insect has a decent ability to dodge, but its health bar is very thin, so it is very easy to get rid of, if it had not been specially enlarged and strengthened by this maze. Those moth midges have completely blocked Chung Tingyu's way forward. Even if she wanted to crawl under the tentacles of the other party, she would definitely be caught. Chung Tingyu had to press the spray again. The unpleasant irritating smell sprayed out quickly, and the moth midges really retreated. About half of the insects reluctantly flapped their wings and flew away, that is to say. The other half still blocked Chung Tingyu's way. The child's voice smiled and said, "The insect repellent also has a range of use. The farther away the insects are, the weaker the repellent effect will be. You have to work hard. Otherwise you will really be eaten." Chung Tingyu said in a short voice, "You work hard too." After a pause, he said sincerely, "I wish you success." Child's voice. With the pursuit and interception of the moth midge, Chung Tingyu felt that the darkness on the back of his neck was getting closer. Soon, the remaining number of uses of the insect repellent spray became 7. At this moment, the child's voice seemed to have recovered from the blessing, and continued, "The number of insects will only increase. Don't think that it's okay to be driven away. Since they can leave, they can certainly come back." In fact, without its reminder, Chung Tingyu had already heard the familiar flapping of the fang mantis wings. And if her hearing was fine, there should be more than one mantis blocking the way ahead. Chung Tingyu stood breathlessly at the 2-6 fork in the road. She felt that as long as she continued to move forward in the direction of the x-axis, she would collide with the waiting mantis. As for the road leading to 2-5, it was blocked by a black boulder. She nodded. Indeed, there are more and more insects around. After saying this, Chung Tingyu turned around and looked in the direction she came from. She actually prepared to go back without hesitation. Child's voice, "Have you decided to go back?" "Unfortunately, once you enter the maze, you can't leave from the entrance. Or try other forks." The voice was still chattering, but Chung Tingyu ignored it. After leaving the fork in the road, the sound of the dice rang, and the number this time was 4. She ran at full speed, and every breath seemed to bring a string of flames in her trachea. The mushrooms in the grass lit up one by one, and then were swallowed by the darkness one by one. The creepy twisted feeling kept clinging to the back of her neck, and it seemed to be constantly shortening the distance between the two of them. 20 minutes later, after running 2 squares, Chung Tingyu saw the 0-6 fork in the road again, and also saw the smooth wall at the end of the corridor. She did not stop, but kept running at a high speed and hit it hard. The distance she jumped was very far. When Chung Tingyu fell sideways to the ground, she felt like she was awakened from a dream. The child's voice disappeared. The mushrooms disappeared. The maze disappeared. And the snow-white 6-sided dice above her head also disappeared. Not far ahead, there was a small shed made of wooden boards, with a wooden sign hanging on the door that read Underground Trading Market. Chung Tingyu exhaled lightly. After she successfully left the maze, the insect repellent spray disappeared. But Chung Tingyu still clearly remembered that the description of this prop was an insect repellent spray specially prepared for guests, which can be used 10 times. However, when she reached 2-6, Chung Tingyu had already realized that even if she did not take a detour throughout the journey, it would be difficult to safely reach 6, with a limited number of uses of 10 times. But looking at the text in the description, the word full was specially added before 10 times. The maze believed that this was enough for the guests to use, and there would even be some left. There are 2 ways to reach 6. The first is to find the right path in the maze, and the second is to leave the maze and go around to 6 from the outside. After realizing that the number of insects was abnormal, she began to lean towards the second possibility. Chung Tingyu recalled the rule she had seen before and immediately noticed something unusual. There is a rule in the maze instructions that when you reach the end of the road, you can stop and choose a new direction. This rule does not require customers to stop, but gives participants the freedom to actively hit the maze wall. In addition, the rules also mention that places blocked by black boulders are not passable, and the starting point, 0, is blocked by a black boulder. But there was no boulder at the 0-6 fork in the road, and Chung Tingyu saw only a smooth wall at the time. By comparing the situations at the 2 forks, Chung Tingyu had a guess in her mind that it was useless to hit the black boulder, and if it was just a wall, she could try to force it through. Anyway, hitting the wall is not climbing over the wall, and it does not violate the rules of the copy. Her attempt was finally successful. Chung Tingyu shook off the dirt on her clothes, rested for a while, and after recovering 1/3 of her physical strength, she walked towards the underground trading market. Chapter 106. What is more shameful than the nature of the underground market itself is the decoration level here. When carefully pushing open the old door that had been in disrepair for a long time, Chung Tingyu always suspected that the roof of the wooden shed would fall on her head. The person in charge of watching the store was also a rubber man. Compared with the employees on the first and second floors, its body looked more twisted, with one leg dragging on the ground, and it looked like it was unable to walk. Chung Tingyu intuitively thought that the other party was not very happy to see her. The rubber man looked up. Welcome guests. Chung Tingyu, your voice sounds familiar. Isn't this the child's voice that just broadcast the dice points for her in the maze? She lowered her eyes and asked, what's wrong with your leg? The rubber man watching the store did not answer, but it did not affect Chung Tingyu's answer. A broken leg, a leg that was broken because he failed to evacuate in time when the maze disappeared. Chung Tingyu retracted her gaze and said slowly, I now feel that good neighborly relations are very necessary. She tapped the counter lightly and asked, what are the things here? The rubber man could not refuse service just because he had a bad impression of the customer. He opened his mouth weakly and began to introduce the commodity information of the underground market. Compared with the exchange office, the underground market seemed more metaphysical, including brain cola that can improve short-term memory, lucky clover that slightly increases luck for 24 hours, and wish coins that may not be useful but are cheap and can win by quantity. Chung Tingyu, I want to buy props with stronger effects. Rubber man, the effective time of powerful props will be shorter, such as you can do it at any time, which can only last for half an hour, and 20 seconds of wish come true, limited to casinos. Chung Tingyu interrupted, I want the latter one. She had inquired before coming here. The prices of goods in the underground market are generally between 200 chips and 300 chips. Chung Tingyu paid most of her savings, and finally got the item she wanted. Rubber man, actually, this is not the most suitable prop for you. Chung Tingyu smiled, probably. Customers who have completed their consumption will be sent back to the first floor of the casino by the employees of the underground market. Chung Tingyu returned to the lobby and first paid back the 10 chips he had borrowed before, then grabbed a passing waiter and said, I'm going to the turntable to draw a lottery now. The waiter didn't mind his work being interrupted. He put down the tray and very attentively led the guest to the Hope lottery pool. You just need to press the switch, the waiter introduced in a friendly voice. The rewards on the turntable are varied, most of which can satisfy the guests, and some guests even directly draw 10,000 chips. Chung Tingyu ignored the waiter's words. After starting the lottery, she used the 20-second wish come true, casino only, bought from the underground market. The turntable stopped, and the pointer finally pointed to a grid that was rarely drawn by people. Thank you for coming. The waiter's throat seemed to be strangled, and he was completely speechless. After a while, he stammered, This is a rare situation. It reached out and wiped the non-existent cold sweat on its forehead, and said apologetically, Generally, guests will not turn to this grid. I can report it for you and try again. Maybe you can get other rewards. Chung Tingyu, no. This is what I need. She smiled slightly and said slowly, You can thank me for coming now. The waiter turned his empty face to Chung Tingyu. as if he was staring at the ladder. After a long time, he slowly said, "Will you really not consider it again?" Chung Ting-yu shook his head and said in a gentle tone, "Not every guest will stay. You have to learn to accept unexpected situations." The waiter's attitude at this moment made Chung Ting-yu realize that his guess was correct. "Thank you for coming" is the permission to leave the casino copy. There are hundreds of grids on the turntable, and there is only one "thank you for coming." This grid usually has a very high chance of being drawn, and is specially used to whet the appetite of customers. However, when she first saw this turntable, the casino specifically reminded customers that few people could turn to the "thank you for coming" grid. This is really confusing. If this is because Billion Casino is kind-hearted and wants to provide as many rewards as possible to customers, then instead of having such a non-reward grid, it is better to design a grid that only rewards one chip, at least according to the latter model. When promoting, you can use the slogan 100% winning. Chung Ting-yu guessed that the reason why "thank you for coming" must exist is because it has a special purpose. Billion Casino is actually quite cunning. It seems that it gives customers the opportunity to draw a lottery at the beginning. But even if the people who just came in draw "thank you for coming," they can't leave because they still owe the casino a chip. Once the lottery opportunity they just came in is used up, it will not be easy to get a new opportunity. I hope that the lottery pool stipulates that customers are only eligible to come to draw a lottery when they owe the casino 100 chips and 1,000 chips. Billion is trying to avoid people meeting the two conditions of no chips owed and "thank you for coming." At the same time, the scratch representing the mouth appeared on the waiter's face again. But before he could say anything, a broadcast announcement sounded. "Please ask the customer Chung Ting-yu to come to the bare turntable box on the second floor as soon as possible. I will notify you again. Please ask the customer Chung Ting-yu to come to the bare turntable box on the second floor as soon as possible." Chung Ting-yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was obvious that the roll call at this time was not well-intentioned. The waiter's subsequent behavior was exactly what Chung Ting-yu expected. He bent down and said politely, "I'm very sorry that you can't go through the procedures to leave the casino when you are an invited customer of a box. Don't worry. If the customer interrupts the business because of the casino's roll call, you can continue after the gambling game is over." He spoke softly, and many waiters wearing the same vests around him were like ants who sensed the presence of syrup. They approached her and surrounded her in the middle, looking like they would not be refused. The leading waiter said, "Please follow us to the second floor box. Of course you can attack, but if you behave inappropriately in the casino, you will be deducted the corresponding number of chips." 10 minutes later, all the boxes here are very careful to show the rich temperament of Billion Casino. Chung Ting-yu's eyes told her that the tables and chairs here are made of pure gold. Although they are not particularly comfortable, sitting on them is more or less a rare experience. When she came recently, someone was already waiting in the box. "I am the dealer in charge of the bare turntable, and also the casino manager. Compared with its peers, this rubber man looks more like a living person." It smiled at Chung Ting-yu and said, "Don't worry too much. There are also limits to the actions we can take. If you really pass this game smoothly, you will never be named by the casino again. I can guarantee this with my position." It is indeed qualified to say this. In Chung Ting-yu's eyes, the information of this rubber man is shown as administrator of Billion Casino. After having enough service personnel, they must be assigned a manager so that the casino can operate in an orderly manner. This administrator has the highest authority in the current casino and can trust its guarantee. The dealer smiled. "If you think I'm a trustworthy person, then come and take a look at this game." It introduced seriously. "There is a revolver on the table with a bullet in it. We need to take turns to shoot our temples with it. Friendly reminder, although you and I have different physiological structures, the bullet in this revolver can guarantee that no matter who passes through the temple of one of us, the other can be successfully killed." Chung Ting-yu's eyes stopped at the gun on the table. This gun has no precautions, and it is easy to identify. Chung Ting-yu is very sure that there is a bullet in the first slot. "Chung Ting-yu, then you decide who will fire the first shot?" The dealer smiled. "No. Since I am the one who proposed the game, it should be up to you, the guest, to decide who will fire first. Isn't this fair? Considering that the guest in front of him is a close pupil, the conditions given by the dealer are a bit too fair. Chung Ting-yu, if the gun is stuck, the dealer, prepare the props again. Start from choosing the order, and play the game again." The other party's answer almost eliminated all doubts in Chung Ting-yu's heart. She slowly said, "I'll be the second one." The dealer showed a bright smile. He picked up the revolver, pointed it at his temple, and pulled the trigger. In an instant, a bullet passed through his head, bringing out a string of gray-green plasticine. Chung Tingyu saw clearly that the dealer's empty face had a moment of liveliness. The manager of the Billion Casino actually showed a happy smile from the heart. Bang! The rubber man fell heavily in front of Chung Tingyu, as if he had turned into a pool of mud and completely lost the ability to move. Chung Tingyu did not feel safe because of this. Instead, the thread hidden in her heart became more and more tense. After the dealer fell, the place where she was, as if she had lost balance, swayed left and right. The pure gold chair, the decorative paintings on the wall, and the chandelier above her head all fell down one after another because of losing balance. Chung Tingyu supported herself on the wall, then stood up, quickly left the box, and returned to the first floor. The originally crowded hall was now empty. Chung Tingyu completely understood the truth of the game. No wonder the dealer didn't care about the result. If Chung Tingyu was unlucky enough to commit suicide, it would be a good result. If the dealer was shot dead, it would also be a good thing in this way. The casino would fall into a state of stagnation without management. No one told Chung Tingyu where those rubber men and casino customers went. Maybe those people were just illusions created by Billy. The only one who really had the ability to interact was the dealer just now. The other staff were just tentacles extending from it. The hall also began to shake. With Chung Tingyu's physical fitness, she couldn't stand still. She felt like she was placed in a pirate ship or a big pendulum in an amusement park without a seat belt, and was constantly swung around. Although the waiters, customers, chips and props around her disappeared, all the casino equipment was preserved. Those dice, dominoes, and even tables, chairs and benches all flew up and hit the walls, floors and Chung Tingyu like raindrops. She took advantage of the casino tilting to one side and slid down. When she got close to the wall, she smashed the relief on it and made a hole in the wall that could be grasped to fix herself. Perhaps because she was too close to the wall, Chung Tingyu felt that she heard a slight sound of water flowing from outside. She suddenly understood. No wonder she suddenly appeared in this place when she was dreaming. No wonder the waiter and other customers disappeared inexplicably. No wonder she had not seen a normal door, since she came in this casino is actually a submarine sailing in the sea of spirit. With the disappearance of the control personnel, the casino has shown signs of collapse. On the exquisitely carved walls, cracks as thin as hair first appeared. And soon, those cracks expanded to the size of a marker. This submarine casino will soon be destroyed by the sea water outside. Although players can enter the spiritual world, Chung Tingyu's intuition tells her that it is better not to be thrown into the sea water. Every ability user has his own position and needs to climb towards his own goal. Now, who knows where the submarine has taken him? Chung Tingyu's body was thrown up and fell, and continued to hit the wall of the hall. In fact, she was quite used to the destruction of the copy. But under normal circumstances, she had either left the copy or was on the way out of the copy. Sure enough, if you do too much demolition, you will always encounter some retribution. At this moment, there was a strange cool feeling at the location of the lucky decision coin. Chung Tingyu loosened one hand and pressed the mountaineering bag. The lucky decision coin does not always show its presence. It always chooses the right time to lure the owner to use it. Chung Tingyu thought about it and thought that the original intention of the decision coin was definitely not to be used by her to plug the hole in the wall, but to mean that she still had the possibility of making a choice at this moment. Perhaps she could use the resources around or on her body to leave the copy. Chung Tingyu closed her eyes. If she had any props that could be linked to another area, it would only be the inspection-free pass, the Immortal Golden Theater leaflet, or the Endless City resume and the Endless City resume envelope. When the copy was already running, the inspection-free pass lost its function. As for the Immortal Golden Theater leaflet, considering what she did in the hypermarket copy last time, it was not easy to leave a good impression on the playwright. The only thing she could try now was the Endless City resume set. At the moment when Chung Tingyu decided to make up her mind, her personal photo appeared on the resume. As for the envelope, the effect of its use was completely worthy of its introduction. After only 5 seconds, the resume disappeared smoothly, and a ticket appeared instead. A ticket to Endless City. Endless City attaches great importance to the two-way selection between job seekers and job seekers. Please take your sightseeing ticket and tear off the edge of the ticket along the dotted line when you decide to use it. Note, the train group is an independent operation department. During the sightseeing process, passengers may encounter life-threatening situations. The relevant disclaimer is printed on the back of the ticket. Once you decide to use this item, you will be deemed to have agreed to all the terms of the ride. The shaking of the casino became more and more intense, and Chang Tingyu could already feel the seawater pouring back into the hull. It's not that she didn't want to hurry up and get out. It's really that the Endless City train group chose very small print fonts in order to cover all the problems in the train operation as comprehensively as possible. Chang Tingyu only glanced at it and saw the train roll over. The train explosion. The train being hit by a meteorite. The train mistakenly entering an abnormal track. The train being swallowed by a space crack. And other natural and man-made disasters. As for the front of the ticket, the information is much simpler. With the words Departure Station - Block Area 3rd Class Carriage C0761 seat in the middle. Chapter 107 Train Arrival. The train is about to depart. Please prepare yourselves. Chang Tingyu sat in her seat, feeling a little dazed for a moment. The ticket is indeed a prop produced by Endless City. It is not scientific, but very mysterious. The moment she tore off the dotted part, Chang Tingyu teleported from the Billion Casino to the train compartment. Switched the map in 1 second. Players deserve it. Chang Tingyu looked around. Although C0761 is a third-class compartment, the overall area is only 1/3 smaller than a rental house in F0631 City. Moreover, it is simply divided into a living room, a bathroom, and a single bedroom according to the function. It is more like a hotel suite than a train. Are the living conditions in Endless City so superior? Or do you not need a reason to dream? However, unlike the hotel suite, there are no windows in the entire compartment, and passengers cannot see any scenery outside. On the wall behind the sofa hangs an oil painting of a destroyed casino hall. The originally magnificent wall has been completely shattered and swallowed by the dark sea water. The wooden table legs and broken chairs float on the water, and the overall tone is gray and desperate. Chang Tingyu stood up to admire the oil painting for a while, and then sat back on the sofa. The ticket already said that her destination this time was the building block area, and she should be able to rest for a while before reaching the end, unless she really encountered force majeure. When Chang Tingyu was thinking that she should not be so unlucky, she took out a small round mirror from her backpack and scanned the image inside. The moment her fingertips touched the small round mirror, a thought came to her mind in the last copy. She had never made a similar move from beginning to end. This question was soon answered. Chang Tingyu found that she had two more special states: the disappearing addiction and the continuous recovery. The addiction that is about to disappear. People who enter the Billion Casino will always be unconsciously fascinated by the atmosphere here and lose their due vigilance. Fortunately, you have left. Continuous recovery. This is a very suitable carriage for rest. Passengers can take the opportunity to replenish their spirit and physical strength. And replenish some food by the way. Mental and physical strength are understandable. But where should food be obtained? Just as Chang Tingyu began to search for a refrigerator in the carriage, the sound of a cart came from the corridor outside. The sound of the cart stopped at the door, and someone gently knocked on the carriage door. It is now ticket inspection time. Passengers, please remove the iron slide inside the door, but do not open the door. Passengers are prohibited from leaving the carriage area during the train. No wonder there is a bathroom inside the carriage. There is a square air vent in the upper middle position of the carriage door. From the time Chang Tingyu came into now, it has been blocked by the iron slide. Only after it is removed can the scene outside be seen. Through the air vent, Chang Tingyu met a smiling face wearing a mask. The conductor was obviously a lantern bearer. You don't need to hand over your ticket. The smiling conductor saw the passenger hesitate and reminded him. Take your ticket and put it into the ticket inspection groove on the right side of the door for inspection. You must not have read the terms and conditions carefully. During the sightseeing period, you cannot hand over your ticket to anyone other than yourself. Otherwise you will lose your passenger qualification. Chang Tingyu, it's not that I didn't read it at all. At least she remembered that there was a line on it that said there is a conductor on the train. The conductor is trustworthy, and the conductor will help passengers complete their sightseeing trip. Chang Tingyu lowered her head and glanced at the ant-like small words on the ticket. She felt that she had not been able to read the instructions on it in the moment of life and death. But it was not entirely due to lack of vigilance. After all, she had good eyesight and quickly found the relevant instructions on it. When checking the ticket, the passenger needs to put the ticket in the inspection slot and cooperate with the conductor to complete the inspection work. Note: please always ensure that the ticket will not be taken away by others. Chang Tingyu heard a beep, which meant that the verification of her identity had ended. The conductor handed in a food list through the air window. During the journey, we will provide some free food, and passengers in the third-class carriage can choose from the first two columns. The font on the food list was not much bigger than the one on the ticket, and the variety was richer and more special than Chang Tingyu had imagined. in addition to easy-to-understand foods such as rice and stir-fried vegetables. It also included dream fragments, lamp oil, number 237, special nutrient soil for seeds, and copies of books open today, etc. However, the latter ones were all in the 5th and 6th columns, and could not be selected by Chung Ting-yu. Chung Ting-yu, I want a bowl of chili fried pork rice, plus a bowl of tomato egg soup. The air window opening on the carriage door was quite limited, but the conductor had the ability to successfully pass a fully loaded food tray through the opening that was only 5 centimeters wide and 15 centimeters long, without even a drop of soup or a grain of rice being spilled outside. Of course, there will be unscientific situations on the train. Facing a possible collie, the smiling conductor showed sufficient patience. This is already a dream world. In 30 minutes, we will officially enter the city of Endless City. Once we arrive at the tourist attraction, the train broadcast will inform you of the next direction of action. Chung Ting-yu wanted to ask a few more questions about the interview, but the air window was suddenly closed from the outside. The sound of the cart moved away from the C0761 carriage. Chung Ting-yu wanted to open the air window again to see the situation in the corridor. She had raised her hand, but finally paused and took out the ticket and advanced to take a look. The relevant regulations were indeed written in the pile of, and like small words, the air window is a channel for communication with the conductor. If there is no conductor outside, do not open the air window. If the air window has been opened, please lower your head and hold the ticket in your hand, and press the emergency contact button behind the sofa as quickly as possible. Chung Ting-yu took a look and put the ticket away. The train is indeed very suitable for rest in the appraisal. After eating fried rice, Chung Ting-yu lazily lay on the sofa, clearly feeling that her physical and mental strength were gradually recovering. The only thing she felt sorry about now was that there were no books to kill time in the carriage, and there was no mobile phone signal. Chung Ting-yu regretted it a little. If she had known that there was a mutual destruction interruption in Billion Casino, she should have accumulated more chips at that time and exchanged the Endless City guidebook worth 500 points on the list. Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at the station. There is a building block area ahead. Passengers who are getting off in the building block area, please be prepared. Chung Ting-yu turned over and sat up, although there was a reminder printed on the ticket that passengers were not allowed to open the door. They had to get off when they arrived at the station. Right? While she was thinking, the carriage began to shake slightly. This experience was very familiar. Chung Ting-yu had experienced it once in Billion Casino not long ago. Her judgment was correct. As the shaking became more and more intense, the entire carriage suddenly broke away from the train, and then fell straight down, and finally fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. When Chung Ting-yu felt the vibration of the carriage falling to the ground, the first reaction in her mind was that it was no wonder that the conductor told her that there would be unscientific situations. Under normal circumstances, if there was any unbroken bone in her body, it would be because the flesh and blood power of this body was too strong. Chung Ting-yu had just squatted down cleverly to lower her body's center of gravity. After she felt that the carriage had landed successfully, she took out a mirror to confirm her condition. The attribute values did not change. Whether it was health, physical strength, or mental value, they were all full. The free fall that was very dreamlike just now should only test the psychological endurance of the passengers. Chung Ting-yu silently got up and tried to press the emergency contact button in the carriage. As expected, there was no response. Judging from the train broadcast just now, unless she encountered some natural disaster or man-made disaster, she should have arrived at the destination at this moment. And Chung Ting-yu also heard the sound of human activities outside the carriage. After she confirmed the clause on the ticket that she had to stay in the carriage and not go out after reaching the destination, she finally reached out and pushed the carriage door open. Chung Ting-yu raised her head and looked at the surrounding scene without blinking. She now understood a little bit why this place was called the building block area. The disappearance of the neighbor was not something that was difficult to realize. Wei Shugue was able to confirm that something was really wrong because the downstairs tenant finally called her mobile phone to discuss rent reduction. She went out and took a look. There was no household garbage placed next to the door opposite, although it could not be ruled out that Chung Ting-yu had diligently thrown away the garbage by himself. Wei Shugue still had a bad feeling. Wei Shugue returned to the room, looked at the balcony next door that was not sealed, and sighed heavily. I hope no one is looking at the 5th floor now. 10 minutes later, after confirming that no one had lived next door for nearly 2 days, Wei Shugue immediately called Bu Wushang. There is something wrong with Chung Ting-yu's situation. When reporting the bad news, Wei Shugue was finally able to speak normally, No one lives in the room. I think she must have encountered an accident, and her life is very likely in danger. Bu's supervisor was in a meeting, and Yu, who was responsible for answering the phone, said, maybe Miss Chung just went out for a stroll. Wei Shigui said coldly, well, she stepped directly into the dungeon while taking a walk last time. Yu Sheng. He felt that the life trajectory of this visitor from the outer city was indeed a bit unpredictable. Just going out for a walk to enter the dungeon. If it was put on the forum, it would be a bad deed that could be spread for many years. Wei Shigui's personality tends to be calm. Since she chose to contact the inspection team, Yu Sheng also did some investigation. Soon, some information was directly handed over to the inspector's office. Zhou Jianyan, who is on duty in the information room today, this is the file that was just retrieved. Name, Murder Casino. Number, F0631H0767. Danger level, horrible. Status, unrealistic. Confidential. Description, usually appears when the player's strength meets the conditions for entering the sea of spirituality. There are multiple backup venues. After being destroyed for a period of time, new murder casinos will appear. It is suspected that the small bubbles constructed by the realm ability, players attracted by the casino will gradually become addicted and eventually die. Zhou Jianyan, at the beginning, the players captured by Billion Casino did not choose to report the case. They seemed to think that this was their own adventure. These people can also wake up again after entering the casino. Only after they are completely corrupted will they completely integrate into the murderous casino. If the customers who enter the casino are determined, it will be difficult to leave. The Central District suspects that 431 missing cases are related to this casino. After a pause, he said, most of the protagonists of these 431 missing cases have experience working in the inspection team. So the information department named that copy murderous casino. General copies will target all players fairly. Inspectors, at most, often take the initiative to contact copies because of the nature of their work, and are more likely to encounter danger. But they are not unlucky to this extent, considering that the staff of Screwdriver also often come into contact with dangerous events. But few people disappear in the casino copy. The answer is particularly obvious. This copy is selective in capturing people. Yu Sheng was silent for a moment. Let Zhou Jianyan leave, and then contacted the inspector on the intercom. In fact, it is not certain that it is related to the murderous casino, Yu Sheng said. Inspector Li has been sent over, but her plague insects have not fed back any information. So there is also the possibility that she is simply missing, not being involved in the dungeon. Li Yatai's ability is Disaster Insect Fearless, which can capture the player's memory by devouring the fear emotion. For some reason, while Yu Sheng was reporting, a guess came to his mind. Maybe the disaster insects were ineffective. Not because Chung Tingyu was not involved in the dungeon, but because she was already used to it when she was involved in the dungeon, and the corresponding fear emotion was not strong enough. Bu Wushang did not draw a conclusion immediately. Let's contact Screwdriver first and ask about the situation. Screwdriver is a company that is easy to contact, and the customer service hotline is open 24 hours a day. Not here. When Xinxing Liu communicates with people, his voice always carries the unique intimacy of a salesperson. Please rest assured, she is an important customer of Screwdriver. If we know her whereabouts, we will definitely contact the inspection team. Dreams are always easily associated with chaos and disorder. Of course, Chung Tingyu has played with building blocks. The most common way to play is to stack various blocks together high. Chapter 108 Building Blocks Area. In front of Chung Tingyu, there stood an endless jungle-style building block tower. Each tower was a building. These buildings were of different heights. Each floor was made up of a building block. The higher it was, the steeper it was. It had a unique temperament that seemed to be scattered all over the ground if it was pushed. Suddenly, Chung Tingyu seemed to realize something and turned her head with interest. Behind her, there was also a building block, which was the fallen carriage. The square carriage lay on the ground weakly, as if it had been a part of this place for a long time. Are you a newcomer? Just when Chung Tingyu was thinking about what kind of fork in his life journey, a voice came out, and a middle-aged man wearing orange slippers, bright red shorts, and a bright blue t-shirt walked towards Chung Tingyu. There was a small yellow triangular flag on his back, with the word welcome in cursive in the middle. The hair on his legs fluttered in the wind, and his appearance was enough to scare people. Before Chung Tingyu answered, the middle-aged man had already shouted behind him, "Here! There is another unemployed person in the building block area." The description of the employment situation in the other party's words evoked Chung Tingyu's infinite memories of his life before the time travel. Hello. My name is Wang Qianzhuang. The middle-aged man turned his head back, introduced himself, and then said happily, "It's been a long time, and I finally met a newcomer. Do you have any acquaintances in Endless City? If not, you can go with me to apply for a temporary residence permit." Cheng Tingyu's eyes moved away from Wang Qianzhuang and fell on the triangular flag behind him. Building Block Area Tour Guide flag. This is the certificate of the Building Block Area Tour Guide. Every time you successfully guide a newcomer to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment, you can get a commission. Cheng Tingyu said tentatively, "I'll just go sightseeing and leave. I don't need to go through the trouble of applying for a residence permit." Wang Qianzhuang smiled. "You are also the one who came in with a job application resume. In fact, I am the same." He pointed at himself. "When I first came, I was thinking about leaving quickly, but I still live here now." Looking at Cheng Tingyu, "I have been in the building block area for 5 years. Cheng Tingyu pressed her forehead. She actually had no intention of coming to Endless City to apply for a job. But she had to use the ticket because she needed to get out of the Sea of Spirit. If she couldn't leave at will, it would be a real hassle. Cheng Tingyu thought that if she couldn't get out for a while, she didn't know if she could collect the rent of those houses. The only thing to be thankful for was that when she bought those houses, the original owners had taken the initiative to invest in Screwdriver to buy an insurance policy to determine the rights and interests of both parties. Now she can only hope that the business capabilities of this insurance company are strong enough." As his thoughts fluctuated, Cheng Tingyu considered, since job seekers can take the train in, they should be able to take the train out. Wang Qianzhuang shook his head and explained, "Endless City certainly has an external passage, and people with lanterns often go out on business. But you see," he pointed to the sky, and Cheng Tingyu looked up along the direction of Wang Qianzhuang's finger. Red, yellow, and blue paper airplanes hovered in the sky, each of which was at least 2 meters long and large enough for an adult to ride. Wang Qianzhuang, paper airplanes will only stop at high floors, and most of the time, they only appear on the 100th floor and above. If you stack your building block tower high enough, you can naturally take the city transportation. At that time, you can go to other areas or leave Endless City." Cheng Tingyu said implicitly, "Can I ask how many layers of building blocks you have now?" Wang Qianzhuang understood what she meant, only 10 layers. "In fact, after a few months, I didn't want to leave." "If you really want to leave, you must have stacked the layers faster than me." Cheng Tingyu's eyes moved slightly. Since the other party has changed his mind about leaving, it can at least prove one thing. That is, the building block area can fully meet his daily needs. "Sure enough," Wang Qianzhuang said excitedly, "I've thought about it carefully. Although the building block area is a bit remote and the welfare is a bit low, fortunately, everyone who comes here has their own property and doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. Anyway, you live outside and in Endless City, so why not choose a more stable place?" While Wang Qianzhuang was talking, he had already brought Cheng Tingyu to the side of the business office. This is also a building made of a pile of building blocks, with a height of 4 floors, about 1,000 meters away from the place where Cheng Tingyu fell. The light in the building block area is very bright, but there is no sun in the sky, and it is impossible to determine the time. Cheng Tingyu noticed that there were few pedestrians around. At a glance, there were only 7 or 8 people strolling between the building block towers, even less than the number of paper planes hovering above the sky. The world is separated from each other by the height of the building blocks. The bustle of the upper floors does not flow down along the tower. Wang Qianzhuang noticed the sight of the newcomers and introduced, "People like us who have a relatively low number of building blocks will come down to move around. But those who have 50, 60, or even 100 layers don't need to come down at all." The 4 outer sides of the building block of the business office that was close to the ground looked complete and smooth, without a single crack. Wang Qianzhuang stood patiently by the wall for a while, and a crack that was only wide enough for one person to pass through appeared on it. "Be careful." Cheng Tingyu lowered his head and followed the tour guide into the building block. There was no light on the first floor of the office, only a very narrow vertical ladder. Following the opening that accommodated the ladder, people's voices could be heard from above. Wang Qianzhuang climbed up with his hands and feet, and at the same time, he did not forget to greet Cheng Tingyu. "Just go to the 3rd floor to apply for a residence permit." Cheng Tingyu sighed in his heart and climbed up as well. There are 2 rows of vending machines on the 2nd floor. A young girl wearing glasses is standing in front of the vending machine, patiently thinking about what kind of product she should choose. She heard some movement behind her, looked back, and greeted Wang Qianzhuang without any emotion. "Brother Zhuang, Then she moved her eyes back, looking like she was not interested in anything. E-type city vending machine, pay money, then get the product. From the functional point of view, it is no different from other vending machines. But as a typical dream world creation, it does not need to be restocked. And there is no worry about being robbed. If someone really breaks the SHL of this vending machine, they will find that there is nothing inside. After all, you haven't paid yet. Chung Ting-yu occasionally felt that the content she identified was inherently sarcastic. She was not prepared to smash the machine. At most, she was curious about the internal structure of these machines, with the intention of understanding the electronic machinery of the Dream City. Wang Qianzhuang, food and some daily necessities are sold on the second floor. When you have income, you can come and have a look often. The third floor is more crowded than the second floor. There are multiple different business windows. Wang Qianzhuang found an empty position and asked Chung Ting-yu to stand there. Jimu District, J8769, Temporary Identity Business Office. Please stand in front of the window and wait for a photo. Wang Qianzhuang was enthusiastic after checking the ticket on the train. Endless City will have your information. As long as you confirm it once, you can get a temporary residence certificate. He spoke quickly, but not as fast as the business processing. When he just said the word every time, the machine at the business processing office spit out a temporary residence certificate. Most people on the third floor had a lazy look on their faces. A young man with red hair came over in slippers, tapped his temporary residence certificate on the machine next to him, and then yawned and walked away, revealing a kind of leisurely temperament that only people living in a stable world can have. Wang Qianzhuang was still introducing. The payment point for water and electricity bills is also here. Don't worry. The basic prices in Endless City are not expensive. You can afford it by just walking around a few times when you go out. Chung Ting-yu nodded. Since Wang Qianzhuang's attitude is so relaxed, maybe it's not difficult to do odd jobs here. At the same time, the introduction of several other types of machines on the third floor also appeared in Chung Ting-yu's eyes. Building block area, J8769, Temporary Water and Electricity Payment Office. Please place the temporary residence certificate in the sensing area, and the relevant fees will be automatically deducted. Building block area, J8769, Temporary Housing Repair Office. If the place of residence urgently needs repair, please register here first and wait for processing, and pay the relevant fees. Chung Ting-yu, many things here have the word temporary in them. Wang Qianzhuang shrugged. After all, we are not formal residents. Then he sighed again. Even those small cities outside are hard to get formal resident status, let alone Endless City. The business processing point is a rare densely populated place in the building block area. Residents come from time to time. While the two were talking, a middle-aged woman in a sky blue coat climbed up from the stairs. She happened to hear Wang Qianzhuang's last words and interjected, and the building block area is too desolate. There are not many permanent residents. It is not qualified to be considered a formal urban area. Of course, it is not worth the management team to send service personnel here. Chung Ting-yu suddenly thought of the development zone of F0631 City. The development zone belongs to the city, but it has not been incorporated into the city's territory. Wang Qianzhuang, since you are here, why don't you go to the fourth floor? You can get a job there. He added. You just got your residence permit, so you can get a benefit. The third floor didn't seem to have anything she needed for the sky blue coat. She took a few glances and climbed back to the second floor. The vertical stairs connecting the floors were actually quite narrow, and the width seemed to be difficult for even one person to hang on. But at this moment, there were two people crawling in opposite directions at the same time, and it didn't seem crowded at all. Chung Ting-yu felt that the Endless City was filled with rich dream power, allowing people inside to dance on the coffin of science. She followed Wang Qianzhuang to the fourth floor and asked casually, are there any copies in the building block area? Wang Qianzhuang, of course. But most of them are in the cultivation area. Anyway, I haven't encountered one in my 5 years. The third floor is more lively than the second floor, and the fourth floor can be described as crowded. Fortunately, Wang Qianzhuang is a respectable person. When others saw him coming, they automatically made way for Chung Ting-yu to use a machine. After Chung Ting-yu swiped the temporary residence permit in the sensing area, a line of words appeared on the machine. Today's available positions: cleaner, patrolman, tour guide. Although 3 positions are displayed in Chung Ting-yu's interface, the tour guide column is in gray and cannot be selected. Under today's available positions, it is available to receive salary/benefits. Wang Qianzhuang, You just arrived. You don't know enough about the building block area. And you haven't met the requirements to become a tour guide. He smiled again. If you want to earn a living, I suggest you start as a cleaner. The salary is not bad. And you can get garbage for free. His tone was full of genuine happiness. Chung Tingyu blinked, feeling that he needed to adjust his judgment of the local customs and people. Is the garbage in the building block area also a resource? Wang Qinzhuang said, as a matter of course, we can't always spend money to buy food and drinks. He reminded Chung Tingyu. Hurry up and collect the benefits. And you will get an extra layer of building blocks immediately. The method of collecting benefits is not complicated. Just click the button on the interface. Free building block gift package. Don't worry too much about your own residence. The management team provides a building block gift package for all temporary residents in the building block area, which includes non-shedding glue times, strong demolition agent ×1, and design drawing ×1. All the tools in the building block gift pack come with instructions. But even if the management team of Endless City has not considered the temporary residents so carefully, Chung Tingyu, as an appraiser, has no difficulty understanding the functions of each item. The building blocks need to be stacked one on top of another, in order to prevent the upper blocks from falling off. They need to be glued together tightly. As for the strong demolition agent, its function is exactly the opposite of the anti-falling glue. If anyone is dissatisfied with their building blocks, they can be disassembled and rebuilt. As for the final design drawings, the residents' building block houses can be instantly transformed into the appearance on the drawings, which is very efficient. Adding layers to your own building blocks is not difficult to do, and no help from others is needed. In just a blink of an eye, the original lonely single-layer building blocks have become a two-story building. The design drawings that Chung Tingyu got are the most common ones, and the structure of the residence is relatively simple. After the transformation, the structure of the original carriage on the second floor has basically not changed. It is considered her main living area. The first floor is the newly acquired building blocks, and only an iron ladder is placed inside. Chapter 109. Half a bowl of soup. Although the vertical ladder is a little inconvenient to climb, it also has its advantages. At least it doesn't take up much space. After Chung Tingyu went up to the second floor, she stared at the vertical ladder shaft without a fence for a while, and then walked over and silently lowered the lid on it. She had similar concerns before she crossed over. Once she saw the fence without protection, she would always worry that she would accidentally fall down. Now she has really lived in the building block area. But Chung Tingyu still feels unreal. According to Wang Qinzhuang, the building block area is very stable and peaceful, and there are few opportunities to enter the dungeon. It is a place where you can live normally. And here, Chung Tingyu really feels calm. On the first day she came, she lay on the bed very relaxedly, thinking about nothing. During this period, she only went downstairs a few times to feel the environment of the building block area. The brightness of the surrounding light has never changed, as if it has always been daytime. After finally resting well, Chung Tingyu slowly lifted a silver box beside the bed to her legs and opened it. She just took a job as a cleaner at the business office and got a cleaning kit, which included a garbage detector, a garbage shovel, and a roll of garbage bags. Wang Qinzhuang once introduced that most of the domestic garbage of high-rise residents will be properly handled, so only a small part needs to be picked up by temporary residents. According to the speculation of the residents on the lower floors, the garbage will be buried directly underground after falling from the sky. We all think that the reason for such an unscientific situation is that the city owner has specially customized the rules to avoid falling objects from high altitudes hitting people living below, Wang Qinzhuang told Chung Tingyu at the time. So we have to find a way to dig out the garbage and reprocess it afterwards. Temporary residents can earn 1 yuan for each piece of garbage they handle. For only 3 yuan, they can buy a basic energy package in the building block area, which is enough for ordinary people to consume in a day. Considering that the player's demand for food is less than half of the people, buying one every 2 or 3 days can ensure that they are energetic. No wonder Wang Qinzhuang, as a tour guide, told her that it was not difficult to survive in the building block area. F0631 City. Outer City District Inspection Team. Nie Yuxing, with a dark eye, tilted his head back and drank a cup of strong coffee. The inspector was busy with work, and the task of confirming Chung Tingyu's whereabouts was handed over to him. Nie Yuxing had to squeeze out some extra time to deal with it in his already full schedule. Moreover, it was difficult for him to discuss this matter with Wei Shigui, who reported the case. Every time the girl opened her mouth, it seemed like she was reading an obituary for her missing neighbor. Chung Tingyu should not have bought life insurance at Screwdriver, and was not a formal resident of the city. Ye Yusheng could not be sure whether the other party was still alive, and finally decided to cooperate with Luo Zigui. Grandma Qin of the Qin family had the ability to spy on fate, but unfortunately, she has passed away now. Ye Yusheng could only try his luck with a colleague in the security department to see if this person had issued an identity certificate of Qin Jihong before. In the ward, Ye Yusheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you didn't leave. Luo Zigui touched his head and said honestly, I haven't lived here for a few days. Ye Yusheng was a little stuck. The work of the inspection team was so rich that he forgot for a moment that this person was hit by the memory gun only last week, compared with the rich life experience of others. Luo Zigui, who was recuperating, was like a vacation, so leisurely that the inspectors from the outer city district were jealous. Ye Yusheng got straight to the point. Do you have the identity certificate of Grandma Qin? Luo Zigui looked at him and asked instead, public affairs or private affairs? Ye Yusheng pondered. Luo Zigui understood. Your Excellency, the inspector's private affairs are also public affairs. Then he shook his head. If you don't follow the procedures, I can't give you Qin Jinhong's identity certificate. Ye Yusheng was hesitant to speak. He heard Bu Wushang mention his Luo Zigui in the mouth of the inspector. Her old classmate didn't seem to be so obedient to the rules of the team. Soon, Luo Zigui's attitude proved Bu Wushang's accurate judgment of acquaintances. Of course, it's not impossible to make concessions. You can go to the Screwdriver to get a disposable ability carrier and try to copy the ability in the ID card. Ye Yusheng, can the disposable ability carrier copy the power of the secret pupil? Luo Zigui, it's not possible. But I believe they must have a more advanced version. The work efficiency of Screwdriver is no worse than that of the inspection team. After only a quarter of an hour, Ye Yusheng got the reply from there, left Luo Zigui, who was bored, and hurried back to the team to report to his superiors. Ye Yusheng knocked on the door 3 times, then pushed the door open and bowed slightly to the inspector. The people from the Screwdriver replied, if we just want to know whether Chung Tingyu is alive. Their answer is still alive. Building block area. The color of the sky turned into a rich and gloomy golden red. Chung Tingyu, who went out for a walk, discovered another feature of Endless City. Most of the time here is in daylight. There is no night, but there is dusk. At a certain time, the sky would be covered by the color representing dusk, and everything around became silent and quiet. Even the paper airplanes temporarily disappeared. Chung Tingyu looked up at the sky, and the golden red fell into her bottomless black pupils. Dusk means that night is coming, but the night of Endless City has never really reached the residents. Just 2 hours later, a new day came. Chung Tingyu took her garbage detector and strolled under the building block towers, cooperating with the ability of her pupils to carefully search for possible garbage around. She soon found a target. Chung Tingyu had never dug the soil, but fortunately the shovel in the suit was not difficult to operate. She only gently pushed down, and the sharp end inserted into the black and red ground under her feet. She dug down half a meter before she saw the edge of the garbage. However, just when Chung Tingyu was about to dig out the target, the thing suddenly disappeared. She blinked and subconsciously said, huh? Are you also digging garbage? A round-faced girl noticed that something was wrong with Chung Tingyu and greeted him from a distance. Chung Tingyu, I just dug up a piece of garbage, but it's gone now. As long as she stared for a while, she could see the names of other people. The round-faced girl was called Zhao Song Lu. After hearing this, she nodded in understanding and answered, such a situation does happen. Garbage does not necessarily have to wait for a cleaner to deal with it. If no one cares, they have to move to another place. Zhao Songlu's tone was full of the certainty of someone who has lived in the building block area for a long time. And this is the edge of the building block area after all. And many situations are not very stable. I heard that other places in the area are much better, she suggested. Otherwise, you can go dig somewhere else. I heard that this will be better. Chung Tingyu followed her advice and found a more open place to work. Finally, 10 minutes later, she got the first result since she started working in Endless City. She stared at the half bowl of soup dug out from the ground, and felt that she was dreaming at the moment. Half a bowl of soup dug out from the ground, soup that was left over halfway through. It was a bit too old, and the taste was not very good, with negligible dream power. Although it was garbage, the soup looked like it had just been taken off the table when it was dug out. The soup was still clear, slightly fragrant, and even exuded a bright luster like gem fragments. I want to buy this bowl of soup. A head wearing glasses poked out from behind the 6-story building block tower nearby and shouted at Chung Ting-yu. It was the girl she had seen on the second floor of the business office yesterday. The girl with glasses glanced at her and said frankly, $5. Sell the soup to me. But to be honest, if you ask people to bid, you may make an extra $2 or $3. But if you sell it directly to me, it will save you a trip. Chung Ting-yu did not comment. Only said, for the power of dreams? From the appraisal results of the half bowl of soup she saw, it can be judged that this girl wanted to buy the soup. Most likely not for the taste and freshness. The girl with glasses said yo, because she had been looking at him long enough. Chung Ting-yu had seen that her name was Li Xiangli and said to the person in the distance, you already know the power of dreams. Chung Ting-yu smiled and said, I don't know much. Li Xiangli said without hesitation, $4. Sell me the soup, and I will give you a message. Chung Ting-yu was not dissatisfied with this transaction at all. Her sand value was still full. So even if she learned from the people who came here before that residents could eat garbage, she had not overcome the psychological barrier. Li Xiangli, come closer. This news is not easy to tell others casually. Chung Ting-yu was naturally willing to cooperate with the other party. But the girl spoke loudly. And if she really wanted to keep it secret, there would be some technical difficulties. Li Xiangli also noticed this, lowered her voice, and muttered yes. It's here. She took the initiative to walk 2 steps in the direction of Chung Ting-yu and said, you also came in with a job application resume. And you must have been charged with the power of dreaming. Right? Many people speculate that dreams are the source of the power of the dream maker. There are too many unreasonable places in the city built by him. Because this place is not for humans to live in, but a place to accommodate his relatives and messengers. If outsiders like us want to live comfortably in Endless City, we have to find a way to replenish the power of dreams. Chung Ting-yu looked at Li Xiangli and said gently, thank you for telling me. Then he said, don't worry. Others will not sell things to you after knowing this. Li Xiangli obviously remembered the scene when Chung Ting-yu came to apply for a temporary residence permit yesterday. And didn't care, you just came in. Even if the soup is placed in front of you, you probably can't eat it. And it's not good for newcomers to offend an old man in the building block area. She gave the money to Chung Ting-yu, took the soup, drank it happily, and finally returned the bowl. The garbage that no one wants needs to be put into the garbage bag and finally stored in a place called a recycling station. Chung Ting-yu kept shoveling the surface and searching for the items below, since these garbage didn't look or smell too disgusting, and they were even worth some money. She occasionally felt that she was actually digging for treasure. She met Wang Qianzhuan once. Today, this person didn't put a tour guide flag behind him, but just wandered around casually. The one wearing the tour guide flag became a woman she had never seen before. Wang Qianzhuan, there are too few newcomers, and it takes a long time for one to appear. Since I was lucky this time and earned some tour guide fees, I will give the opportunity to others next time. We all live in the building block area, so we are neighbors, and we have to help each other on weekdays. Although he is no longer a tour guide, Wang Qianzhuang's attitude is still as polite. Have you found a bag of garbage? You are so efficient at work. You can rent a mobile service, so you don't have to go to the business office again and again. The mobile service is similar to the client of the business office, which can be installed on the temporary residence permit. The rental fee can be calculated on a per-time basis. 1 yuan per time. Chung Ting-yu thought that the technology tree of Endless City was indeed very fantasy. She put the garbage in the recycling station first. The recycling station is not a separate building block tower, but attached to each residence. As long as the cleaner puts the garbage bag against the wall of the building block, a window for throwing garbage will soon crack on it. Chapter 110. The hymn being sung. In addition to half a bowl of soup, Chung Ting-yu actually found a rolled-up food wrapper, a disposable lunchbox lid, half a bottle of mineral water with a label of Endless City Management Group, and a page of newspaper. The mineral water, like the soup before, was quickly bought by the residents nearby, and the newspaper was left alone by Chung Ting-yu. Today, she only wandered around for less than an hour outside and earned 12 yuan. The amount is small, but it is enough to use. After all, there is no need to worry about rent in the building block area. Although Chung Ting-yu has not paid the water and electricity bills yet, she has heard from others that the prices in this area are also very low. Although there are no wires or water pipes outside these building blocks, it does not affect the residents in the building blocks to have enough resources to use every day. It turns out that anyone with a dream is amazing. Chung Ting-yu calculated that she can rest for 3 to 5 days after working for 1 hour. Such a work rhythm really makes it easy for people to feel the inner peace. And sincerely hope that other areas can also catch up with Endless City in terms of combining work and rest. When people have no pressure in life, they will think about finding something to kill time. Chung Ting-yu took out the page of newspaper that she left behind. Newspaper with vivid content. One-page Endless City residents certainly have their own entertainment activities. Please spread this page of newspaper. Put it on the table. And then read it carefully. This will be the most vivid newspaper serial you have ever read. Perhaps because the resources in the dream world are rich enough. Only a few sentences are printed on the newspaper. And there are large blanks in other places. Chung Ting-yu started reading from the first word. This should be a few sentences in a long record. All the instruments sang. She sat on the sofa on the second floor of the building block building. The sofa became softer and softer. Like jelly. Flowing down slowly. And the people on it fell down. At the same time, the sounds of various violins, long and short flutes, and oboes sounded one after another. And the melodious music filled the square. Endless City has its own festival. At the celebration, the instruments played hymns for the dusk. The knights turned the clock to synchronize the time in each area. The structure of Endless City is very much like a bunch of grapes, with different areas being fruits, connected by branches and stems. The pious hymns resounded throughout the city, drifting all the way to the dreamer's location. As the owner of the city, his fortress is located in the deepest part of the dream. A sharp sting suddenly came from the right eye. Chung Ting-yu felt that he was looking at something, where something like black mud was flowing out. Cracks appeared in the walls of the fortress, and a twisted, crazy, and indescribable breath was about to leak out. A thought flashed through Chung Ting-yu's mind. The dreamer was definitely not looking out at this moment. If he lowered his head to look at his city, something terrible would definitely happen. In the sky, the color of dusk became more and more intense, and the color was so mellow that it seemed to be flowing down. In the end, dusk really seemed to flow, like a bucket of honey, poured on the SHL of the fortress without reservation. In the dreamy sweetness, the breath that made her shudder slowly shrank back. No one noticed what was unusual just now. The celebration continued normally and joyfully. The singing became louder and louder. The lantern bearers raised their hands high in a gesture of releasing the birds. Countless white doves flapped their wings and flew up from every corner, lightly flying into the fluffy clouds. The clouds were also completely in line with children's imagination. They were not tiny water bottoms or ice crystals suspended in the air, but a large mass of white objects like cotton candy, soft and soft to an incredible degree. The pigeons flew into the clouds and flew out of the clouds. Their white feathers grew longer and longer, swaying in the air, with thick and short black bristles growing at the ends. Countless tumors bulged from the surface, and red eyes flowed from the eye sockets. The music stopped abruptly. Chung Ting-yu only picked up a newspaper. The content on it was not complete. Judging from the description, it should be the Dusk Festival, an important celebration in Endless City. She reached out and wiped her eyes. Chung Ting-yu felt a slightly cool wetness. Her right eye began to bleed, and the red liquid wet her fingertips. It was indeed the most vivid newspaper serialization. She just read the text and felt immersive. She even peeked at the dreamer's location from a distance without fear of death. She took out the round mirror and checked her condition. As expected, she found that her mental value had dropped by 30 points without her noticing. She didn't fall directly to severe madness, probably because these were just texts, not a live broadcast of the celebration. Chung Ting-yu threw the newspaper on the sofa and lay back on the bed peacefully. She was still thinking about whether to continue working later, but now her mental value helped her make the choice to rest directly. Chung Ting-yu was finally awakened by a knock on the door downstairs. The person knocking on the door was Li Xiangli. Li Xiangli, tomorrow afternoon, there will be a dinner party at Zhuang's house. Please let me give you an invitation. How about it? Do you want to go? Chung Ting-yu, the neighborhood activities in the building block area are richer than I thought. Li Xiangli shrugged, because we have enough free time. We often find some fun. He said, I have been here for 3 years. My family is full of board games. If you are free next time, let's go play together. Hearing the word board games, Chung Ting-yu sighed in his heart since they are all built by the power of dreams. Why are online games not popular even in Endless City? Chung Ting-yu, you don't want to leave the building block area either? Li Xiangli looked Chung Ting-yu up and down and said, what's there to leave? They are all people who come in with resumes. You should have felt that the situation outside has become more and more wrong in recent years. Chung Ting-yu smiled without comment. She felt that what Li Xiangli said was right. But she did not have the memory of these years for comparison. After waking up from the hotel in the deserted area, Chung Tingyu's memory has always stayed on finding a job after graduation. But even if she had the memory, Chung Tingyu might not choose to stay in the building block area for a long time. It was dangerous outside. But she clearly felt from the glimpse, just now, that the dreamer himself did not seem to be a safe enough factor. Danger? All danger. Chung Tingyu, even if you are not a player, you should have some feeling. When I went to F0631 City, I always heard people there talking about the peak season. Li Xiangli made a meaningless syllable in her throat and seemed a little irritated. She scratched her untidy hair. The hairstyles of the residents here are generally messy, and frowned. I heard it when I was outside that a big man called the Great Sage once predicted that our world would be destroyed sooner or later. When she spoke, there was a trace of confusion in her eyes. The world will be destroyed. Is Endless City a part of this world? Can I avoid the storm by staying here? Chung Tingyu nodded and pulled the topic back. Since it's a dinner party, I will go there too. As the first neighbor residence that Chung Tingyu visited, Wang Qianzhuang's house was surprisingly large. The area of this floor alone is equivalent to 3 times that of Chung Tingyu's building block. However, the 2 building blocks are no different in appearance. Chung Tingyu thought that the staff responsible for house repairs and renovations in Endless City may have the ability of space magicians. Because Chung Tingyu came early, Wang Qianzhuang took her for a stroll and introduced, everyone has different needs for their own house. I like to entertain friends. So the living room and reception room are quite large. He pointed to the ceiling. But people who live in high-rise buildings are not like me. As long as the house can be used, they will feel satisfied. He was too modest. At least Chung Tingyu felt that her life was far worse than his. Wang Qianzhuang. Even with the capsule hotel at the beginning, she was not too dissatisfied after all. It was a place to sleep. Thinking of this, she was suddenly stunned again. After Chung Tingyu, Li Xiangli and others also came one after another. These people could barely be regarded as neighbors, who had known each other for a long time. When they met each other, they started chatting enthusiastically. Everyone's expression revealed a similar temperament, stable to the point of laziness. Since Wang Qianzhuang invited the neighbors in the name of a dinner party, after the guests arrived one after another, the owner of the building block building served the meals that had been prepared long ago. The portion of each dish was not large, but the shape was quite delicate. In the white porcelain plate, there was a little milky fish soup, dotted with 2 slices of red tomatoes, a quarter of a piece of freshly baked soft bread, and a small piece of bacon. Chung Tingyu was very interested in food, but she couldn't determine the source of these foods for a while. Suspicious about the sanitation of the garbage dug out from the ground, she resolutely put down the soup spoon. Wang Qianzhuang didn't care whether the guests had a meal or not. He smiled and said, "Today, a courier passed by here. I called everyone here just to ask you to see if there is anything you want to buy privately." Being able to mix well is also a skill. Wang Qianzhuang is not a staff member of Endless City, but in the building block area, he has already had some posture of a person in charge. After announcing his purpose, Wang Qianzhuang opened the door of his bedroom directly. Chung Tingyu saw that a huge jelly was sitting on a chair and reading a book seriously. Gem Jelly, because of its basic thinking and language abilities, it has become one of the few dream creatures allowed to work in Endless City. It has a gentle personality and a transparent gelatinous appearance. It is currently a courier in the building block area. Perhaps considering that Chung Tingyu is a newcomer, Wang Qianzhuang introduced an extra sentence. There are not many goods that can be bought at the business office. Fortunately, there will be couriers coming every once in a while, and they can always find some good goods. Chung Tingyu believes this. The book that Gem Jelly is reading is called White Rose Crown, which tells a fairy tale about how a little girl like a rose wears the crown of victory on herself. She can understand what the other party is reading when she sees Gem Jelly, not only because she has the ability of dense pupils, but also because every time Gem Jelly turns a page, the content on that page will come alive, and the exquisite background will appear on the page. All the characters interpret the plot seriously in a Q-shaped posture. The expressions of the Gem Jellies were a little dull. They only had basic language and thinking abilities, and their reading preferences were similar to those of children. When they saw someone coming in, they patted their transparent bodies, and waves of light flashed. The shapes of many commodities emerged from their originally transparent bodies. Chapter 111. A good place. The bodies of these gemstones are their storage space. As couriers, gemstones have the ability to ensure the safety of goods. It patted its body gently so that others could see the appearance of the goods, but did not take out the goods. Instead, it turned around and sat blankly facing the guests. The books it had just read, and the laptop, that was obviously a work device, were placed behind it. Chung Tingyu couldn't help but linger on the electronic device for a while. As expected of a place full of dream power, Endless City is still quite interesting. If games can be installed on this computer, I believe that the attraction of this city to outsiders can definitely double. Many guests who gathered together in the name of dinner have squeezed over. Of course, they all politely gave up the middle position so that Wang Qianzhuang, who was in charge of this party, could come first to sell goods. Wang Qianzhuang had a plan in advance. He walked in front of the gemstone and bought a training area experience voucher from him. Chung Tingyu still remembered that the other party had mentioned that the training area was the location of most copies. Li Xiangli seemed to remember that there were new people in this party, and explained casually, although we can't live in the high-rise, it's not impossible to go to other areas. As long as we choose to use the experience coupon, we can directly appear at the target location. After the experience is over, we will return to the building block area. This reminded Chung Tingyu of the ticket when he came in. Wang Qianzhuang raised the experience coupon in his hand and said with a smile, although we live in a remote place, it's not impossible to experience life in other areas, live safely, and go out for fun occasionally. Isn't such a life also very beautiful? As soon as the voice fell, the people who were crowded in the house preparing to buy things from Bao Sherdong, and the people who were still eating in the living room with plates raised their heads silently and looked in the direction of Chung Tingyu. That was the only newcomer in this party. Wang Qianzhuang gently stroked the experience coupon in his hand. It is not polite to stare at guests for a long time, but he did it. After a moment, the new young man's black eyes turned slightly, and he seemed to agree with Wang Qianzhuang's statement. He smiled at him and said slowly, I am also very happy to know that you are so satisfied with your life. The gem jelly had stopped reading a book a long time ago. It closed the book Crown of the White Rose. The little figure standing on the book seemed to scream, gave up the interpretation of the plot, and rolled and crawled into the pages of the book. Wang Qianzhuang stood close to the dream creature with poor speech ability, helping others communicate with the courier. It is obvious that Wang Qianzhuang is very familiar with the other party. In the center of the crowd, the transparent gem jelly took out things one by one, and the action seemed a little slow. The existence of Wang Qianzhuang filled its shortcomings in communicating with people. Chung Tingyu watched quietly from the side. The other party has basic language and thinking ability, and can undertake mechanical work. But trading with people is obviously beyond the ability of Gem Jelly. So how do they do this? While thinking, a line of information appeared. Detected things to be identified. Do you want to identify? Yes/no. Supplementary information about Gem Jelly. Dream creatures have good memory and intuitive discrimination ability, and can act according to past experience. They can recognize who is their own kind, who is a city resident, and who is an outsider. Just as she was busy identifying, a middle-aged man with gray hair walked towards the Gem Jelly. Chung Tingyu could see that the other party's name was Shiji. This man didn't seem to be very rich, and he was bargaining with Wang Qianzhuang. Shiji said humbly, Thank you. Thank you. I really want to buy a temporary library card, which is really important to me. Although Shiji looked at his limited money and kept nagging, Wang Qianzhuang didn't have any impatience on his face, and suggested, otherwise, save a few more days. Anyway, there is no rush at this moment. Otherwise I will lend you one. Before the word a little was spoken, the transparent body of the Gem Jelly seemed to melt, extending outward and wrapping Shiji's right hand. And this right hand was pressing on the laptop of Gem Frozen. Some of the guests gasped. The blood on Shiji's face completely faded. He desperately pulled his hand out, but the whole person was still irresistibly moving closer to Gem Frozen. He began to use props, but it had no effect at all. After only 30 seconds, Shiji was completely swallowed by Gem Frozen. No matter how gentle the dream creature is, it is still not a human. Gem Frozen's body was as transparent as before, and its size did not change. It was impossible to tell that there was a whole human inside. No one asked what would happen to Shiji. The guests just stared blankly at the scene with pale faces. Wang Qianzhuang also seemed to be frightened. His face twisted slightly, and then he explained loudly, Attacking city staff will be punished. This is the rule of the city. People without authority will become attackable once they touch office supplies. The other guests listened to Wang Qianzhuang's words quietly. No one had any objections. If they wanted to live in the city for a long time, they had to abide by the basic rules. Moreover, Endless City was the property of the Dream Maker. No one thought that they had the ability to resist the big man known as the Lord of Dreams. Wang Qianzhuang glanced at Chung Tingyu. The young man was particularly quiet, standing against the wall, looking like a cold-eyed bystander. Because of what happened to Shiji just now, many people slightly distanced themselves from this gentle dream creature. Chung Tingyu stared at Wang Qinzhuang beside him, and then looked at his hands. The real curtain is really a very useful prop. Neither Wang Qinzhuang nor the gem jelly found that Chung Tingyu had quietly opened the laptop on the table. For some reason, Chung Tingyu always felt that this office supply looked very familiar, and it had an unusual attraction to her. Hesitation would lead to failure. Chung Tingyu followed the guidance of her heart, and came over decisively. Fortunately, the gemstone didn't suddenly turn around and wrap her up. The fan of the computer was spinning, and it was obviously turned on. There was a flying bird outline printed on the SHL where the brand icon should be. Chung Tingyu quietly turned on the computer. The interface was very clean, without any messy fancy icons. There was only a software shortcut drawn in the style of a package, which seemed to be obviously related to the profession of this gem frozen. After all, it was software on the courier's computer, and the function was nothing unexpected. It could query the detailed location of a package according to the name of the sender/recipient, the city resident code, and the courier number. The endless city courier rules were scrolling on the bottom bar of the software. Chung Tingyu glanced, and saw a message that unclaimed ordinary mail that exceeds a certain time limit can be handled by the courier. No wonder the gem frozen had enough goods to trade privately with the people in the building block area. When Chung Tingyu was about to continue reading, the text in the scrolling bar suddenly turned red. An urgent message was inserted. There was a change in the train group management personnel. The original train conductor Zhuang Jiozha resigned from his position. People who bought tickets recently should pay attention to the changes in the train number, perhaps to ensure that the user would not miss important information. The scroll bar began to play the urgent message repeatedly. Chung Tingyu shook her head, clicked on the query interface, and entered her name in the query bar. Ever since she came to the building block area, she has been filled with a sense of peace and tranquility. And unlike entering the Billion Casino, Chung Tingyu did not feel nervous subconsciously. Since entering F0631 City, in just a few months, Chung Tingyu has experienced multiple copies related to the Dream Maker. And she also realized that she had lost part of her memory. Chung Tingyu had to think about where she lived before entering F0631 City, and what kind of experience she had. She had a face-to-face conversation with Bu Wushang, who was a well-informed inspector, but obviously did not know Chung Tingyu. Due to the special form of existence of Endless City, residents in the city rarely had the opportunity to communicate with outsiders. If Chung Tingyu really lived here for a period of time, it would explain why she could easily connect with the Dream Maker after losing her memory. Based on her understanding of her own abilities and personality, Chung Tingyu had reason to believe that if she had really stayed in Endless City, it would be difficult for her not to become a resident who had purchased express delivery. A moment later, a line of prompts appeared on the software. The content you entered contains characters that violate the city rules. Please re-enter. The cold light of the computer screen reflected on Chung Tingyu's face. Her expression did not change at all, as if she was a lifeless statue. When the light shone on her black eyes, it was like a stone thrown into a whirlpool, and was swallowed up completely. Chung Tingyu slowly exhaled. She thought for a moment, and entered Bu Wushang's name again. This time, the software responded that the corresponding information could not be found. Please confirm that the input content is correct. After the guests with extra money finished the transaction, Wang Qinzhuang saw that the young man finally moved. She seemed to put a scarf or handkerchief in her pocket, and then nodded to herself. Chung Tingyu said sincerely, "It's a really novel experience, and it made me understand a lot of things. It is very civilized to carry office supplies with you." Chung Tingyu confirmed that he had nothing to do with Endless City before, so he asked the dreamer to write his name upside down. Wang Qinzhuang seemed to be relieved when he heard this, and his whole body relaxed. "As long as you are happy." He showed a bright smile on his face. "Don't worry. Laoxi's things will not always happen. If you can live here for a long time, you will know how good this place is. Live here for a long time." Chung Tingyu chewed on the other party's words and smiled lightly. "Then I have to work harder." Recently, Li Xiangli often saw the new young man digging garbage, and the surrounding area seemed a lot more lively. Neighbors often went to chat with him. The other party was also very gentle, and could say a few words to anyone. Chapter 112 Leaving. Chung Tingyu has become familiar with many people. When she was digging holes seriously, she could always see Wang Qinzhuang. Even though he was no longer a tour guide, he would go out from time to time to care about the living conditions of his neighbors. Today, Chung Tingyu's work progress was obviously not as good as before. She walked around for a long time before she dug out an empty plastic food bag from the ground. From the remaining residue, it should be potato chips. Wang Qianzhuang, who was walking outside the business office, came over and greeted Chung Tingyu warmly as soon as he saw him. He was very talkative, and a few words could arouse the interest of others to chat. I can't tell you how interesting those places are. If you have the chance, you really should go to other areas. It's a pity that there is no experience ticket for the factory area. Otherwise, I would go to visit it anyway. The name of the area in Endless City is closely related to the content of the area. The building block area is because most of the buildings here are in a similar state. And the factory area should be the location of various factories. Chung Tingyu also became interested. What kind of factories are there? Wang Qianzhuang began to give examples. It is mainly the clock knights who repair clocks for the dream makers. Although the building block area and the factory area belong to the Endless City, the time between them is different, and they are more like independent small worlds. In the newspaper that Chung Tingyu had read, there was a description that the knights turn the clocks to synchronize the time in each area. It is obvious that the managers of this city have the ability to master the timeline of the dream world. Seeing that no new garbage could be detected around, Chung Tingyu simply went to the business processing center to collect her salary. Wang Qianzhuang was afraid that she would be bored, so he chatted with her all the way. She saw on the machine interface that she was now qualified to receive the job of a tour guide. But the boss also reminded that if no new people came to visit the building block area, the tour guide could not collect wages. Wang Qianzhuang comforted. It will take a long time for someone to come. Don't worry. If you live here for a long time, you will experience all the positions sooner or later. Chung Tingyu, I am not that passionate about work. She worked hard these 2 days, and saved enough money to buy 2 strong demolition agents and 1 non-falling glue on the machine. Wang Qianzhuang was puzzled. You haven't used the strong demolition agent before. Why do you want to buy a new one? Chung Tingyu said seriously, since I will live here for a long time, I want to redesign it and add some artistry to the house. Wang Qianzhuang was quite confused by the other party's words. Chung Tingyu packed up the cleaning suit and nodded to Wang Qianzhuang. I will go back first. Wang Qianzhuang's eyes quickly swept over the garbage bag in the other party's hand and nodded repeatedly. Goodbye. Goodbye. On the way back to the residence, Chung Tingyu looked up and looked at the paper plane hovering in the sky. The high floors were too far from the lower floors. The blue, almost transparent sky, fluffy white clouds, colorful airplanes. The upper and lower floors were completely 2 different worlds. She didn't know what the people living in the high altitudes were doing, and the people there probably couldn't feel her presence. Chung Tingyu had lived here for several days. She stepped lightly on the vertical ladder and exerted force with her arms at the same time, and returned to the room effortlessly. The initial furniture setting of the carriage included a desk. Chung Tingyu opened the drawer and took out all the useful information she had collected recently. She got another yellowed newspaper. The most important news on it was the population growth in the building block area showed a clear downward trend. The person who wrote this report did not make any detailed analysis of the reasons for the population decline. But Chung Tingyu could roughly guess that she had mistakenly entered a storybook copy and learned from Xujia, who pretended to be an NPC, that the dream maker was now crazy. Under the dreamy appearance of the endless city, there is an endless twisted breath. It should be difficult for a crazy existence to continue to control his own city. Because of this, the dream maker suspended the construction of the city. Fortunately, he also set up subordinate institutions. As long as those lantern bearers are not too seriously polluted, they should be able to maintain the management of the city. Chung Tingyu put down the newspaper and leaned on the bed in a daze. It has been a month since she moved into the building block area, and she has not been captured by any copy. Therefore, the information provided by Wang Qianzhuang and others is still somewhat reliable. Although life in the building block area is a bit boring, it is still safe. But this is not the daily life that Chung Tingyu wants. Although the life here makes her feel very at ease, as if there is nothing wrong with living here, she still has things to do now. And she can't, and has no way to stop. Chung Tingyu turned over and sat up from the bed. She had a rough guess about the situation of the entire building block area. The cleaning suit has always been placed next to the desk. Chung Tingyu took out the shovel in the suit and walked to the door lightly without making any sound. The front of the residential floor is a section of a carriage. Even if there is a layer of building blocks underneath, there is still a carriage door with a wind window on the wall. I am a law-abiding resident. Why do I always do such dangerous things? Chung Tingyu muttered to himself silently. raised the shovel with his right hand, quickly opened the window door with his left hand, and poked the shovel out through the window without hesitation. Normally, a shovel obviously couldn't pass through the narrow window. But Chung Ting-yu didn't forget the meal tray handed to her by the conductor. The meal tray can be used. And of course, the shovel can be used as well. When swinging forward vigorously, Chung Ting-yu could clearly feel that the end of the tool hit something. At the same time, she clearly heard a cry that was not human from outside. The deep black meaning in Chung Ting-yu's eyes seemed to be flowing. She turned the handle and pushed the door of the carriage outward. The scene outside the door was indeed almost the same as what Chung Ting-yu saw when she just arrived. The second floor was not high in the sky, but flat ground. She had obviously obtained a building block grid. But when she walked out through the door of the carriage, she found that the ground was less than 10 centimeters away from her feet, as if this carriage was directly placed on the ground. And Chung Ting-yu could not see or feel the existence of the floor below. It's only been a few days since you discovered the characteristics of the building block area. Your luck. I can't say whether it's good or bad. A familiar and enthusiastic voice came from a place very close to Chung Ting-yu. A body like wet mud slid down softly from the outside of the gate. Its head still retained the appearance of Wang Qinzhuang, but below the neck it was completely unlike a human. Wang Qinzhuang crawled towards the young man, but the latter clearly saw it. But he just raised his eyebrows and did not seem surprised. The other party's appearance made Wang Qinzhuang feel a little bad. Normally, when it appears, it can severely reduce the sand value of others. But now it seems that this young man's mentality is as stable as an old dog. Chung Ting-yu smiled and said gently, "This has nothing to do with luck. I can discover this thanks to your immaturity in hiding the truth." On the day she arrived, as soon as she walked out of the carriage, Wang Qinzhuang rushed forward to introduce Chung Ting-yu to the situation in the building block area. Chung Ting-yu quickly realized that there were very few people around. She only saw 7 or 8 people from her residence to the business office. Compared to the number of residents outside, there are too many people in the business office. Chung Ting-yu recalled the scene at that time and said slowly, "The second floor is okay. The third floor is quite crowded. And the fourth floor can be described as crowded." However, when she was at the door of the business office, she did not see anyone except herself coming in and out. A more reasonable explanation is that the machines handle business slowly, and people take a long time to get things done after they come in. But Chung Ting-yu operated it and found that this was not the case. The machines handle business very quickly, and Wang Qinzhuang had not finished his introduction, and the things had been done. Chung Ting-yu was thinking at the time that perhaps other people entered the business office in some way that she did not understand. And when she just arrived, Wang Qinzhuang specifically shouted to the back to tell others that there was another unemployed newcomer in the building block area. Who was Wang Qinzhuang notifying at that time? Chung Ting-yu said slowly, "The neighborhood in the building block area has a good relationship. Every time I go out, I can meet people. The old residents are on guard, just to prevent Chung Ting-yu from discovering the truth." While she was talking, she took out the anti-falling glue she had just bought today. This thing is used to stick building blocks together, but no one stipulates that it cannot be used in other places. Normally, Wang Qinzhuang is not that weak, but it was just poked by Chung Ting-yu with a shovel. It is currently in a state of residual blood, and its movement speed has dropped significantly. It was stepped on by someone and slowly drenched with glue. Chung Ting-yu comforted, "Relax. Don't be sad anyway. I'm leaving today, and there's no point in you being sad." As she said, she chose the strong demolition agent and started using it. With a bang, a layer of building blocks below was pulled out. Chung Ting-yu blinked and repeated the previous action again. The same sound rang out, and another layer of building blocks was pulled out from under the carriage layer. Sure enough, when she first arrived at the building block area, the number of floors of the house was not 1, but 2. It's just that the characteristics of the building block area itself are different from those of the outside world. Each floor has its corresponding flat ground, but people below cannot see the flat ground above, and people on the flat ground above cannot see the building blocks on the lower floor. Therefore, residents living on the upper floors do not need to come down at all. They can move on the flat ground of the corresponding floor as long as they open the door. This is why she saw so many residents doing business on the 4th floor of the temporary business office. But she could not see anyone coming in and out below, because those people did not come in from the 1st floor and then go to the 4th floor, but went directly to the target location from the 4th floor. In the eyes of newcomers, there are building block towers standing in the building block area, and there is only air between the towers. But in fact, This can be regarded as a huge high-rise building. And the building block tower is the stairwell in this high-rise building. If a resident lives in a 3-story building block tower, then this person can move on the first, second, and third floors. When moving on the second floor, because the floor is opaque, the residents cannot see the first floor. And the third floor and above are designed to be transparent air. When the residents look up, they will think that what they see is directly the sky. The walls of the business office are also very special. There are no doors. As long as the visitors stand outside for a while, a gap will appear on the top to allow people to enter and exit. Therefore, even if Chung Ting-yu reaches the 4th floor, he can't see anything special about the outer wall. There were no lights or equipment on the 1st floor of the business office, which was a hint to the newcomers that not all floors in the public facilities would be used. But there were empty floors with nothing. There was also a negative 1st floor under the 1st floor, because there were no machines there. So there was naturally no sense of existence. As long as the cover on the ladder shaft was put down, it would not be noticed. At that time, Wang Qianzhuang shouted that he was telling others that there was a newcomer in the building block area, and asked those residents who knew the characteristics of the area to be careful not to expose the characteristics of the residential area. During this period, a man in a sky blue coat climbed up the ladder, which also gave Chung Ting-yu the impression that if he wanted to go to other areas, he had to take the ladder. However, that person did not do any business, and all his actions were just climbing the ladder in front of the newcomer. After dismantling 2 layers of building blocks, Chung Ting-yu found that the movement outside had changed. She heard the sound of the train again. Chapter 113 Diary. Chung Ting-yu put the ticket in the ticket inspection groove on the right, and soon, the beeping sound indicating that the ticket inspection was passed sounded. The carriage finally returned to the train, accompanied by a pleasant music that can relax people's mood. The familiar train broadcast sounded. Welcome passengers to take this return train. During the sightseeing, passengers have experienced the customs of the building block area. There are unique architectural structures and various interesting dream creatures here. When Chung Ting-yu heard unique architectural structures and various interesting dream creatures, he raised his eyebrows. The architectural structure is indeed quite interesting. As for the dream creatures, if the danger is excluded, they can also be said to be interesting. It is worthy of being the broadcast of the Endless City train. It is so honest that it makes people cry. Chung Ting-yu thought that the gem jelly he had seen was of course a dream creature. And as for Wang Qianzhuang, it was probably also a kind of dream creature. So the residents around him would be interested in the leftovers containing the power of dreams. The dream creatures disguised as ordinary people have been surrounding her to ensure that Chung Ting-yu cannot detect the structural characteristics of the building block area from the business office. Chung Ting-yu has never given up the idea of leaving. And Wang Qianzhuang and others probably noticed this. After all, dream creatures can sense who is their own kind. And Chung Ting-yu has not shown any signs of transformation. So they gradually became anxious. Whenever there is a chance, they will talk about the benefits of the building block area to the newcomers. The dream creatures don't want to let people leave, and naturally don't want Chung Ting-yu to discover the characteristics of the building block area before he settles down completely. So once the ladder goes out, he will be under close surveillance. This also means that they will definitely send some companions to linger around the building block tower where Chung Ting-yu lives, in order to ensure that there is no risk. The dream creatures need to monitor not only the 1st floor entrance, but also the 2nd floor entrance. Chung Ting-yu just poked out a shovel with a try-and-see mentality, and the result was quite gratifying. Although it is impossible to kill the squatting monitor, it is also a good thing to seriously injure the other party. As for why those dream creatures insisted on keeping people, Chung Ting-yu also had some vague ideas. The newspaper mentioned that the growth rate of the population in the building block area is constantly decreasing, which is definitely not a happy thing for both Endless City and Wang Qianzhuang and others. And Chung Ting-yu also noticed that most of the machines in the business office have the word temporary, compared with formal. The disadvantage of temporary is that the latter may be suddenly cancelled one day. The man in the sky blue coat also mentioned that there are not many permanent residents here, and it is not qualified to be counted as a formal urban area. Lack of permanent residents is the key point in the words. In order to solve the problem of the number of residents, those dream creatures decided not to let go of every tourist who came here. Endless City arranged a tour guide for tourists coming to the building block area, and the latter naturally needed to introduce the basic situation to the visitors. However, in order to achieve his goal, Wang Qianzhuang concealed and induced many contents. For example, the new member benefits clearly included 3 things. But Wang Qinzhuang only emphasized to Cheng Tingyu that after receiving the things, you would immediately have an extra layer of building blocks. And he never mentioned the strong demolition agent during the whole process. Cheng Tingyu was a person who was prone to thinking about things. When she realized that Wang Qinzhuang's attitude to keep people was too enthusiastic, she began to think about the meaning of adding the strong demolition agent to the novice gift package. On the first day, she had already vaguely realized the real structure of the building block area, and also realized that there might be other building block layers under the carriage layer. Since the newcomer benefits only gave tourists one strong demolition agent, the number of building block layers under the carriage layer at that time was probably 1. So the newcomers who arrived at the building block area as sightseeing passengers actually have 2 routes to choose from: stay for a long time or leave directly. Passengers who take the first route can use the non-shedding glue and design drawings in the novice gift package to make their stay more comfortable. Passengers who take the second route can rely on the effect of the strong demolition agent to remove the binding between the carriage layer and the negative layer and leave easily. Wang Qinzhuang probably didn't expect to be discovered so quickly until now. He thought he had excellent acting skills. His words and deeds were full of confusing effects, and he had the cooperation of other residents. But in fact, on the first day, Cheng Tingyu had guessed the situation in the building block area. Cheng Tingyu chose to stay for a few more days. On the one hand, she needed to confirm her guess, and on the other hand, she also wanted to collect more information about Endless City. That's why she went out every day to dig garbage seriously. The types of garbage collected by Cheng Tingyu indirectly confirmed her previous guess. Half-drunk soup, food wrappers, potato chip bags, disposable lunchbox lids, mineral water bottles, and newspapers are all things that can be provided by the train or convenient to carry when going out. If it is really garbage that fell from the high-rise, the type should not be so single. At least there should be some items that are more in line with the daily home life atmosphere. And Cheng Tingyu once encountered a situation where the target suddenly disappeared while digging garbage. If the train floor below is really a train floor, then the conductor can certainly deal with it when he sees the garbage, because the same item can be picked up by people on both sides at the same time. So Cheng Tingyu, who was half a beat slower, suddenly didn't see the garbage. Cheng Tingyu recalled the previous experiences in his mind. In the corridor outside, the sound of a cart was approaching this place. The conductor's voice sounded from outside the door. "Excuse me. Do you want to order food?" Cheng Tingyu stretched out his hand to open the windshield, but did not rush to answer the conductor's question. Instead, he took the opportunity to ask, "Where will this train send the passengers back?" The conductor, "Generally speaking, it will be sent back to the departure point." Cheng Tingyu's eyes froze. For her, returning to the departure point is obviously not good news. If all visitors have to be sent back to their original locations after leaving, it is no wonder that so many temporary residents are eager to stay. Just like Cheng Tingyu, she certainly doesn't plan to stay in the building block area for a long time. Nor is she very happy to be thrown back into the sea of spirituality. But soon, the conductor added something, however. Some passengers spend too much time sightseeing, and the initial location is no longer suitable for stopping. So the train will send them to the edge of the nearby town. Cheng Tingyu, the building block area is full of attraction, and it is inevitable that visitors will want to stay for a long time. Her words seemed to make the conductor happy. From the content of the previous newspapers, it can be judged that the residents of Endless City are generally proud of their identity. The conductor smiled. Many people want to live in the city, but the recruitment of Endless City is a two-way choice. Not everyone will be accepted by us. From Wang Qinzhuang and others, Cheng Tingyu can roughly imagine the fate of those who are not accepted. They did not pass the interview, which is equivalent to people who have been rejected but are unwilling to leave. So they will gradually become dream creatures. Conductor, but it is not irreversible. People with a low degree of alienation can gradually recover after leaving Endless City. Cheng Tingyu. It's quite exciting. Conductor, for the safety of the train team has made full and detailed notes on the ticket. Cheng Tingyu nodded. After all, the ticket stated at the beginning that passengers may encounter life-threatening situations during sightseeing. Even though they knew they would lose their lives, there were still so many people flocking to Endless City. It can be seen that even in the era when people with superpowers are everywhere, finding a job is still not an easy thing. Endless City probably knows the morals of dream creatures, so it gives tourists various tips, but it will not say it clearly. After all, seeing through the disguises of those temporary residents is also part of the interview content. The train broadcast sounded again. This train is about to arrive at the destination. The specific information of the second interview will be notified separately. Please ensure smooth communication. Chung Tingyu shook her head at the conductor, indicating that she did not need to order food, then stretched her limbs and lay comfortably on the sofa. She never expected that the interview content of Endless City was quite mild. Although there are a group of dream creatures who work hard to show their acting skills, compared with the billion casino where she needs to sprint, the days in the building block area are simply a vacation. Now that the vacation is about to end, Chung Tingyu still misses it a little. Half an hour later, the speed of the train slowly slowed down. Chung Tingyu, who was originally sitting on the sofa, suddenly seemed to be pushed from behind by someone, and stood outside in a trance. This is a room with a cold white tone and a very modern and even technological style. There are no facilities related to rails or trains around. Obviously, the way to leave the station arranged by the Endless City train group for passengers is also very fantasy. Chung Tingyu slowly looked around and immediately confirmed that she had never been to a similar place. There were no people around, and any tiny sound would be particularly clear. She keenly heard footsteps approaching her. Even if it was not intentional, it is easy to cause disputes to enter someone else's room by mistake. Chung Tingyu was ready to cover herself with a real curtain, but found that the person who came was actually an acquaintance. Xinxingliu, who had not seen for a long time, was walking towards Chung Tingyu in a light gray long employee uniform with a screwdriver. Trademark. He also wore a hat and gloves today, and he looked like he was going to spend the winter. Xinxingliu looked Chung Tingyu up and down, as if to confirm her mental state. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. You finally came out. Glancing at the props in the other party's hand. Although playwrights often make enemies with people, his things are still useful. Chung Tingyu, I have always been very grateful to the playwright for his generosity in the dungeon rewards. Xinxingliu introduced her. This is the office building of Screwdriver. Chung Tingyu, I thought I would be sent to the edge of a city. Xinxingliu, this is almost the edge. The manufacturer also has an invitation letter from the city council, so our company can also be regarded as a city. Chung Tingyu heard what he meant and obviously knew that the place where he was before was Endless City. The train will stop here because I have a temporary employee identity in Screwdriver? Xinxingliu coughed twice. In fact, our company has also communicated with Endless City. Chung Tingyu interrupted, to be honest, I have seen in a magazine before that your employees had conflicts with the subordinates of Dream Maker when they were out. After a pause, he said, but strictly speaking, conflict is also a kind of communication. Please continue. Xinxingliu was silent for a moment, consciously skipped the previous topic, half turned around, led Chung Tingyu out, and introduced, it happens that I am on duty today. You take a rest first. I will contact the inspection team. He pulled out a chair and let Chung Tingyu sit next to his desk, and poured him a glass of water. On the desk, there was a notebook that looked like a diary. Chung Tingyu stared at the diary for a while, but no identification results emerged. Xinxingliu noticed the other party's sight. This is a prop. If you are curious, you can also open it and take a look. Hearing this, Chung Tingyu moved his eyes away from the diary and fell on Xinxingliu. The body she was using now had quite good combat capabilities. Chung Tingyu's body bounced up like a cheetah, and then gently landed behind Xinxingliu. Before the insurance company salesman turned around, Chung Tingyu locked the other's arm first, pressed him down on the table with his elbow, and pulled off a part of his sleeve. Xinxingliu heard Chung Tingyu's gentle and smiling voice ringing in his ears. You were dealing with such props before. After noticing the train arrival, you hurried to see me, and you didn't even have time to take off your gloves, so this diary can really be touched with bare hands? Chung Tingyu was not prepared to wait for Xinxingliu to answer. She could get the answer through experiments. She held Xinxingliu's wrist and accurately pressed the other's exposed skin onto the diary. Although he was pressed on the desk, Xinxingliu was still able to speak. Until this moment, his voice still had a bit of casualness. Just now you asked whether the train would stop at Screwdriver because you are a temporary employee here. He shook his head slightly and said, not like that. The train will send you here because you are a customer of Screwdriver. As a salesperson who signed a contract with you, I have to find a way to complete the stipulated items of the contract. The person who was pressed on the desk did not turn around, but Chung Tingyu felt that the other party looked at him. Xinxingliu's voice continued, the disaster insect is actually a very special power. Chapter 114 Searching for the Diary. If Xinxingliu could have told the news earlier, Chung Tingyu would have had a friendly chat with him before considering taking action. However, at this moment, Chung Tingyu had already put the skin of Xinxingliu's wrist on the diary with great initiative. And her guess was very accurate. This diary does need to be isolated when in contact. Otherwise it will trigger the mechanism of this item. At the same time, Chung Tingyu also understood the characteristics of the disaster insect a little bit. The power of this ability user is like a fish swimming in water. Extremely flexible. Xinxing Liu seemed to have become a conductor, making the power of the diary spread upward until Chung Tingyu was also involved. May 7th, 2166. Sunny. The school courses this semester are basically over, and the other people in the dormitory are still doing internships outside and have not returned. Staying up late to finish my paper is not a pleasant experience. My head hurts. I wanted to sleep until noon, but I woke up from hunger. There are many snack stalls in the alley behind the dormitory building. The noise often reaches the dormitory, making it extremely noisy. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, not wanting to move at all. I hope lunch will fall from the ceiling. This is an ordinary 4-person dormitory, except for the bed on the right side of the balcony, which is covered with bedding. The other 3 beds are only left with bedboards. Obviously no one has slept in them for a long time. The group of people who are promoted to senior year, who do not need to take makeup exams, and do not plan to go to graduate school, have always lived a leisurely and anxious life. After all, they are about to say goodbye to the familiar university and devote themselves to the unknown work life or job hunting life. It is now 9:30 in the morning. A few hours ago, the sound of washing and footsteps came from far away downstairs. But now it has become completely quiet. The people on the same floor are as quiet as corpses buried in a grave. After half a morning, they are unwilling to make any sound. The seniors cherished their last moments and slept in. The not-so-bright sunlight shone in through the gaps in the dormitory curtains. Chung Tingyu, who had woken up for most of the time because of hunger, put her hands on her face and slowly turned over. After a long time, she sat up reluctantly. For prospective graduates, getting up before lunch is an unnecessary thing. If she could sleep for another 2 hours, she could go directly to the cafeteria for lunch. But at this time, the cafeteria was obviously not open yet, so she had to go to the alley behind to find food. Chung Tingyu walked downstairs, and the sound of her soles hitting the stairs was crisp and crisp, with a little echo. The dormitory was so quiet at this time. Students from freshmen to juniors were busy preparing for final exams, and seniors were probably still struggling with getting up. Without roommates, Chung Tingyu had to leave the dormitory alone and walk out of the school through the small door on the wall. In early summer, the green shade on both sides of the path was so thick that it seemed to overflow, drowning all the passers-by. Chung Tingyu walked quietly in the shadow of the trees on the roadside, with no light above his head. The alley at the back door of the campus had the unique liveliness and antiquity of old-fashioned buildings. Perhaps because it was not too early or too late, there were not many people in the food alley. So Chung Tingyu found a stall nearby and sat down, and ordered a bowl of wontons as usual. After hearing the customer's request, the boss skillfully grabbed a handful of raw wontons and put them into the iron mesh spoon in hot water, waiting for them to boil. In the past, if Chung Tingyu got up early, she would always come here for breakfast. While she was waiting, she turned her head leisurely and looked at the other end of the alley. There are many narrow forks in the food alley. Although she has lived here for 4 years, Chung Tingyu still doesn't know where the forks lead to. Basically, every time she comes here, she just eats a simple meal and returns to the campus. During this period, she has never walked to other areas of the alley to see what is there. Soon, Chung Tingyu retracted her gaze. She is used to living a routine life. Although she is not opposed to change, she has no intention of actively trying adventures. Since she has not been to other places in the food alley before, she has no intention of exploring the details now. The hot wontons came out of the pot. The boss added a spoonful of hot soup to the bowl with seasoning, then poured the wontons into it, sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions on the soup, and placed it in front of the guests. The white water vapor hit people's faces, bringing the unique warmth of the worldly fireworks. Chung Tingyu picked up the spoon happily. Her eyes were still on the wontons in the bowl, and the next moment, she couldn't help squinting. The sunlight shone on her face through the gap in the curtains. Chung Tingyu raised her hand to cover her face, turned over, and sat up expressionlessly after a while. What's going on? Wasn't I eating wontons just now? As a materialistic college student, Chung Tingyu felt that the more reasonable explanation was that because she stayed up late for several days to write a paper, her brain finally had some hallucinations. She sighed and felt that this hallucination was not very good. It didn't last until she finished her meal. Chung Tingyu glanced at the watch on her wrist. It was exactly 9:30 in the morning. She got up from the bed, with a slight sense of uneasiness. When she went out to wash, she took 2 steps back and stood in front of the mirror in the dormitory. She carefully looked at the image in the mirror: frizzy hair, mismatched pajamas, black and white eyes, which seemed to be no different from before. When she was in her sophomore year, Chung Tingyu read an argument on the internet, saying that people sometimes feel unfamiliar with things they are familiar with. She suddenly remembered this sentence at this moment, and took a step closer to the mirror and looked carefully. Young people have good recovery ability. They have been staying up late for the past few days, but the bloodshot in their eyes is not obvious now. Chung Tingyu grabbed her hair and frowned. If everything just now was a dream, how could her feelings be so real? Her thoughts were floating, and when she touched on some disturbing conclusions, she suddenly shrank back. A kind of fine chill rose along her spine, and the dormitory with limited area suddenly became cold. Chung Tingyu opened the curtains a little, and the morning mist outside had not yet dispersed. Sometimes, the sounds of other people's lives can also make people feel at ease. She got up at a very inopportune time, and the dormitory building was so quiet at the moment that it was almost eerie. Chung Tingyu pulled out a chair and sat down. He no longer had the idea of going out to find food. Instead, he stared at the watch on his wrist without blinking. The pointer turned a little bit, and when it was 9:48, Chung Tingyu blinked gently. A ray of sunlight shone in from the gap in the curtains, and shone on Chung Tingyu's face lying on the bed. The diary is gone. You have to find it quickly. The influx of information and the switching of the environment always make people confused for a moment. Chung Tingyu supported the wall beside him, and stood up slowly. The walls on both sides of the body were too close, as if they were going to crush the people inside, causing the middle corridor to be dim and lightless, and the overall color tone showed a hazy and blurred gray. At this moment, she could step on the ground and touch the walls on both sides, but she still felt that everything around her had an abnormal sense of illusion. Chung Tingyu pressed her forehead. Just now, she should have pressed Xinxingliu on the diary. And then she appeared here, as a person who can step into a copy when walking on the road. Chung Tingyu is very accustomed to similar situations. She adjusted her state on the spot, and then walked towards the side with light. The further she walked, the more she could hear the sounds of human life. Opposite Chung Tingyu at the intersection was a stall selling steamed buns. But strangely, the lines on one side of the stall were very clear, while the colors on the other side seemed to be scattered, smudged with a hazy tone. She was a person who was used to observing the surrounding situation. Her dark eyes quickly glanced at the people and objects around her. This place seemed like a snack alley, and there were not many people coming and going. Chung Tingyu's sight stopped at the passerby closest to her. The man was wearing a great coat, and there was nothing worth paying attention to in terms of clothing or height. However, the base tone of his face was a vague white, and as for his facial features, it seemed that the painter had ignored them all, without even a trace. When she saw this passerby without facial features, Chung Tingyu suddenly felt a heavy drowsiness attack her heart. Her expression became relaxed, and then she closed her eyes very slowly. The diary is gone. You have to find it quickly. Chung Tingyu opened her eyes, then subconsciously covered her head, as if trying to drive away the abnormal drowsiness. Just now, she pressed Xinxingliu on the diary, but she didn't expect that after the effect of the prop took effect, Chung Tingyu herself was dragged into a copy. Chung Tingyu glanced at the details of the surrounding environment, and then walked towards the light side of the path. It seemed to be a food alley outside. Chung Tingyu casually looked around. Suddenly, her eyes suddenly froze. Since awakening her ability, Chung Tingyu rarely felt such a strong sleepiness. She seemed to sway, and then slowly but irresistibly closed her eyes. The diary is gone. You have to find it quickly. In the dim alley, Chung Tingyu staggered and stood still. She pressed her forehead, and after a long time, she recovered from the dizziness. Chung Tingyu leaned against the wall and took out the small round mirror she carried with her. As a player, she had a very accurate understanding of her physical condition, and it was no surprise that her mental value was only 92 to 150 at this moment. The health value is 120/140, and the physical value is 140 to 145. The train in Inla City is a very suitable place for recuperation. Chung Tingyu is very sure that when she got off the train, all her values were full. So the answer is already obvious. She did not just enter the dungeon, but had been in the dungeon for a while. But for some reason, she had no memory of the dungeon before. Chung Tingyu remembered that she had just heard a prompt sentence. Generally speaking, Similar situations will occur when she just enters the dungeon. She raised her eyes and looked at the lighted end of the alley. The spirit value and health value decreased a lot, but the physical value dropped very little. So she should have had an accident not long after she walked out. Chung Tingyu brought paper and pen in her mountaineering bag. She tore off a piece of paper, hurriedly wrote down her speculation on the current situation, and then clipped it in the small round mirror. Since the reset after amnesia will retain the current state of the player, the note may not be refreshed. In this way, she is very likely to get the prompt directly at the beginning of the next time. Chapter 115. Chung Tingyu began to think about what kind of action mode she would take when she entered the dungeon under normal circumstances. According to her personality, when she first came in, she would definitely use the advantage of her pupil's vision to carefully observe the surrounding links. Judging from the degree of her physical strength decline, she should have encountered problems not long before. So the answer is already obvious. After leaving the alley, she was accidentally bumped into while observing the outside world. At this moment, a cool feeling came from the position of the lucky decision coin. This prop always seizes every opportunity to remind Chung Tingyu of its existence. Chung Tingyu patted the backpack to quiet the lucky decision coin, then pulled the collar a little higher, and grabbed a few handfuls of hair forward, so that her eyebrows and eyes were blocked by the bangs, as if she was going to the haunted house to find another job, and then lowered her head and walked out of the alley quickly. Outside the alley is a food alley running east-west. The further east you go, the blurrier the scenery becomes, and the clearer it becomes as you go west. But there was a subtle sense of familiarity hidden in that vague feeling. Chung Tingyu turned around and walked towards the more normal west side. There were more than one pedestrians on the road. According to her previous habits, Chung Tingyu would have carefully observed the appearance of these people. But now she forced her eyes to look away and pretended that she was just an ordinary passerby. When Chung Tingyu moved, she only used the corner of her eyes to pay attention to the situation nearby. But she walked more and more smoothly. The old memories in her mind were like an ancient city buried under a pile of sand, and a familiar corner was blown out by the wind. So that's it. No wonder she only saw a stall. But her first reaction was food alley. She had not only seen this place before, but was even quite familiar with it. Chung Tingyu closed her eyes. There was such a food alley behind her dormitory building in college. She recalled the memories in her mind, and her emotions were trance. It was only a few months since she woke up from the hotel, but the time in college seemed to have passed a long time, as if it was a thing of the last life. As Chung Tingyu moved, the scene in front of her became clearer and clearer, and gradually became the same as reality. She even saw the breakfast stall she used to frequent. The wontons here were cheap and plentiful, and there was a lot of chopped green onions, which was very popular among students. If her memory was correct, turning right behind the breakfast stall was a road leading to the side door of the university. The side door was closed less often and open more often, so it was very easy to sneak in, of course. Even if Chung Tingyu was really stopped outside the door, she was not afraid. With her current physical fitness, she could just run over the wall with a run-up and a jump. To get to the side door of the campus, you need to pass a small path blocked by the shade of trees. From morning to 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening, there were students coming and going on this road. But now it was terrifyingly quiet. The shade of the trees on both sides was so dense that it blocked the vision of pedestrians on the road. Chung Tingyu half lowered her head, trying to ignore everything as much as possible, and passed through the road like a gust of wind. In the 4-person dormitory. It is now 10 o'clock in 1 minute. Chung Tingyu felt incredible. This time, she did nothing just like last time. She just stayed in the dormitory and looked at her watch obediently the whole time. But time went back almost a quarter of an hour. In other words, reset itself has nothing to do with me? Chung Tingyu murmured softly. My current role is just an ordinary passerby who has strayed into a cycle. The question now is, besides me, are there other people who are also trapped in it? She frowned in distress, and felt that the accident was a bit picky in the choice of target. Unfortunately, there was no one else in her dormitory. Even if there was only one companion, Chung Tingyu could determine the scope of the strange reset more quickly. It would be great if someone familiar could come over. Before she finished thinking, Chung Tingyu suddenly heard light footsteps coming from the corridor outside. As an ordinary university dormitory, in addition to the feature of just enough area, this room also has indispensable classic elements such as completely non-soundproof wooden door and iron bed that often squeaks. As for Chung Tingyu himself, he had already honed the ability to identify the identity of the visitor by listening to the footsteps in the day-to-day surprise dormitory inspections. The footsteps of the dormitory manager are heavier than those of the students who check the dormitory. And the footsteps of the dormitory classmates are mostly as lively as their personalities. As for the person who came now had very light footsteps. But there was a sense of firmness and calmness. As comfortable as going home. Chung Tingyu stood up quietly, seeing that danger was about to come. She had lived in the dormitory for 4 years, and was very familiar with the environment here, which was equivalent to occupying the geographical advantage. In addition, the other party was not clear about the situation in the room. If a conflict really occurred, she would also have an unexpected advantage. After preparing herself mentally, Chung Tingyu picked up the paper cutter on the table, and then hid on the balcony without hesitation. All the roommates in this dormitory knew that there was a very small gap on the balcony door, and Chung Tingyu was going to observe the situation in the dormitory through this gap. The footsteps finally stopped at the door of the dormitory. Although the dormitory door was not open, this kind of simple door lock could hardly have any defensive effect on people other than ordinary classmates. With a crisp sound of clicking, the old lock that had persisted for 4 years was pulled off the door by someone. A figure walking slowly into the room against the light. Chung Tingyu, who was hiding behind the balcony, had her pupils shrink suddenly. She had prepared herself mentally, and she could remain calm even if a monster came in. However, Chung Tingyu never expected that what she saw was such a familiar face. It was her own face. When she realized that this copy was actually constructed based on her university, Chung Tingyu decided to go back to the dormitory to take a look. The prompt she heard clearly said that she had to find the diary herself. The map of the entire copy was too wide. A blanket search is definitely not an efficient tactic, if the diary you are looking for is also related to yourself. The dormitory is a very reasonable place to collect it. Chung Tingyu's movements were very neat. She was originally a student of this school, and was very familiar with the dormitory building structure. She stepped on the iron railings on the balcony on the first floor, and climbed to the second floor with great ease. The building was unusually quiet today, as if there were no students at all. Chung Tingyu stood in the corridor and looked out. The entire campus was shrouded in a vast white mist. With her eyesight, she could only see the outlines of other buildings. She kept in mind the rule that seeing something you shouldn't see may cause the dungeon to reset. Quickly retracted her gaze, and walked quickly to her dormitory. It shouldn't be an excessive act to twist the door lock of your own room. Chung Tingyu muttered to herself silently, and her hands exerted force, and easily opened the door. With just a glance, she determined the time of the dungeon. Among the 4 beds in the dormitory, only hers was covered with a quilt. Now it was the senior year. The other 3 were still interning outside, and she was the only one in the dormitory. Chung Tingyu reached out and touched the quilt that was not folded at all. The heat inside had not dissipated yet. And then she took out her mobile phone from the pillow and unlocked it with the password. As expected, the mobile phone had no signal and no Wi-Fi. But it was hard to say that it was because of the dungeon. After all, she was staying in the new campus. The address was remote, and the dormitory building she lived in was outside. It was true that similar situations would happen from time to time, and the situation in the teaching building was more stable. It was discussed on the campus forum that this might be a means for the school to encourage students to go out for self-study. Then, Chung Tingyu opened the phone settings, and the record showed that the number of times the phone was unlocked today was 1, which was the one she just unlocked. Chung Tingyu smiled a little. She still knew herself. The probability of going out without a phone was too low. Not to mention, Chung Tingyu remembered that there was a narrow gap on the balcony door. She leaned down slowly and approached the gap. At the same time, she curved her lips to the person behind the balcony door. Don't be nervous. If you make a move, I can stop it. After a few seconds of silence, the balcony door creaked open. Chung Tingyu stared at the person standing behind her. Her hair was messy. She was wearing an unmatched cotton pajamas, and her face was young and energetic. Senior Chung put the paper cutter back into his pocket with a bit of embarrassment, and left the balcony hesitantly, looking at the face of the person who came. Are you my relative? Chung Tingyu heard this, looked at her, and said in a gentle tone, this is definitely not the guess that just came up in your mind. Senior Chung was silent for a moment, as if he realized that he could not fool the person in front of him, and said frankly, so you are really myself in a parallel universe? Chung Tingyu did not comment, took out a bag of soft candy from the bookshelf, found a grape-flavored one, and threw it into his mouth. Senior Chung reminded, I have already opened that bag of candy. Chung Tingyu was very calm. It doesn't matter. We are not outsiders. Senior Chung. Reasonable and convincing. Chung Tingyu gestured to Senior Chung to sit opposite him, and asked in a friendly manner, "How did you find that something was wrong?" Hearing this, Senior Cheng's eyes flashed slightly, and then he said slowly, "Today." Chung Tingyu couldn't help laughing. She knows herself very well. The other party's reaction means that there is a loophole in the question that can be discovered immediately. How did you find out that something is wrong? It is not a problem for Senior Chung. She has always known that something is wrong, judging from the temperature of the quilt. When she found someone twisting the door lock, Senior Chung had been up for a while. Her choice was to hide directly in the balcony without taking her mobile phone. This means that she has long realized that something is wrong and cannot use the method of contacting others to escape. However, judging from the unlocking of the mobile phone, Senior Chung should not have left the dormitory once since she woke up. The situation inside the dormitory is normal. It is difficult to realize that there is a problem with the surrounding situation in time when you are alone. Therefore, Senior Chung did not find something strange in the dormitory. She had left the dormitory before, but she was not in this cycle. Then it is very likely that she has a reset memory, which is why she behaved strangely when she asked the question. Chung Tingyu said softly, "Let me change the way of asking questions. How many cycles are you in?" Chapter 116. Senior Chung said without hesitation, the second time. Chung Tingyu spoke in a friendly manner. "We don't know if there will be other situations later. In order to save time, we might as well skip some temptations and tell the truth directly." Senior Chung frowned briefly and suggested after a moment, "In this case, why don't we take turns asking questions?" Chung Tingyu nodded, took out a piece of paper and wrote a few words, then extended his hand to the young man opposite. "You go first." Senior Chung, "What is your identity?" Chung Tingyu after graduation. Senior Chung glanced at the dormitory door of 514 and raised his eyebrows. What did Chung Tingyu encounter after graduation that he was equipped with the skill of twisting the door lock with his bare hands? Chung Tingyu, there are always some problems at work that require physical strength to solve. Her story was completely from the heart, whether it was hiking parkour in the dungeon or beating other players. They were events that could not be completed without physical strength. Senior Chung murmured, "It seems that the competition in society is more intense than I thought." Chung Tingyu, of course. This is also related to my awakening of superpowers. She did not remind the other party that she had asked more than one question at this moment. Chung Tingyu still has a certain understanding of herself. The reason why she suggested that Senior Chung come first was to tell the other party some useful information and arouse her interest. Only when you are interested will you want to communicate and take out valuable things in your hands for exchange. Senior Chung did not speak, as if thinking about whether the sentence "awakening superpowers" is true or false. In order to strengthen the credibility of her own words, Chung Tingyu took off the jewelry on her mobile phone that had no sense of existence. People with abilities often reveal some noticeable abnormalities, especially dense pupils. Chung Tingyu used to cover them with props. Now, after taking away the props, it was like a blurred figure, becoming clear again. Senior Chung already felt that the color of the visitor's eyes was very dark. At this moment, he felt that the black in the other person's eyes was as thick as the night that could not be dissolved. And it was like a living swamp flowing faintly, as if it would flow out of the eye sockets in the next moment. Don't look directly for too long. It's easy to lose sanity. Chung Tingyu reminded the other party. Put the accessories back, and then asked in a gentle voice, "What did you do in your first round?" Senior Cheng's personal quality is obviously very human. If it can be displayed in the form of a numerical value, her spirit value should have dropped by 5 or 6 points. This is not a serious impact, but it can effectively help Chung Tingyu distinguish the compilation of the words of the graduates in front of him. Senior Chung frowned, rubbed his temples, and recalled, "I got up early today. Got up at more than 9:30, and then ran to the back of the school to drink wontons. Unfortunately, before I could drink it, I went back to bed. And then I met you." She was obviously still completing the setting that had only been cycled twice before. Chung Tingyu glanced at her, picked up the phone of senior student Chung, and turned it on. The time displayed on it was May 7th. She lowered her eyes and said slowly, "Do you have the habit of keeping a diary on weekdays?" The graduate opposite raised his head and did not answer directly, but complained first, "You lowered your head when you asked me. Do you think the answer was in a bag of soft candy?" Chung Tingyu raised his eyes slightly and looked at the person opposite, with a flash of nostalgia in his eyes. "I almost forgot that I was still very lively when I was young." Senior Chung replied, "I don't have this habit." Shrugged again. "Since you have superpowers, you can consider asking other people in the parallel world." Paused. Asked. For you? What month and date is it now? Chung Tingyu raised the corner of his lips. It's 3796. She took out her mobile phone. And the time displayed on it was December 22nd. But because she had just come out of Endless City, this was not necessarily the date in reality. Senior Chung waited for a while, but never heard Chung Tingyu say the month and date, and his expression was slightly confused. Chung Tingyu looked at her for a moment and smiled. In fact, our ideas are somewhat different. Then, around 3155, a large-scale strange natural phenomenon appeared on the planet. She told the senior student in front of her the description of 100 Years of Silence in the book Modern History Development. After a moment of silence, the senior student Chung said, "This is of course a very important matter. But don't you have an accident closer to me to warn?" She complained. "Even if I am willing to believe it and publish it to tell others, it will not be of any use. There is a small probability that it will be ignored as a middle school attack." Chung Tingyu took over the conversation. "It is likely that no one will read your post seriously. After all, the disasters that have been imagined so far that can destroy human civilization within 1,000 years are really numerous. And I am an optimist as a senior student. I should not think that the whole society will eventually be reloaded by the disaster after 1,000 years after all. Before that, human beings have thousands of ways to kill themselves. Other roommates have not returned. The life is very monotonous. I sleep naturally every day and take time to repair the papers. In addition, I have basically done it." The chair seemed to be so strong that the other party had a strong sense of existence. The eye, as dark as the night, moved slightly, although he felt that the other party's question was a bit unrealistic. Senior Chung still answered seriously, "It should be okay. When I woke up, I felt that the sunlight was a bit dazzling." Chung Tingyu stood up, like a big shadow standing in the dormitory, making the space that Senior Chung was used to look extremely narrow. This dormitory is like countless university dormitories. The furniture is in the style of a bed above and a table below, and the bookshelf is embedded on the side of the table. Senior Cheng's bookshelf is filled with his own textbooks. This is also the only place in the entire dormitory with traces of life. The other 3 beds are particularly empty and clean. Chung Tingyu slightly raised his chin towards the prospective graduate in front of him, indicating that he should go to the balcony with him. Chung Tingyu put one hand on the balcony railing, looked at the fog covering the scenery near and far, and smiled slightly. "You say, today's weather is okay?" The climate where Senior Cheng's campus is located has always been mild, so it is not surprising to have some fog in the morning. However, now that it is almost noon, the white fog seems to be thicker. Senior Chung stared at the gauze-like mist slowly flowing in the air, and his expression was also fixed. Chung Tingyu slowly said, "You may not know that after awakening my ability, I have a problem. The balcony of the student dormitory is naturally not very big, so the two had to stand together." Chung Tingyu turned her head and whispered to the person next to her, many times, "I don't trust myself easily." At some point, she had already raised her hand quietly and gently placed it on the other person's back. As the voice fell, Chung Tingyu increased the strength of her hand, and 2 figures fell rapidly from the balcony on the 5th floor. The wind whistled, the hair was lifted up, and the scenery slid back quickly. In a flash, Chung Tingyu stretched out his hand and grabbed the other person tightly, grabbing the childish self. Bang! A diary fell from the dormitory table. Xinxing Liu immediately realized what happened. He stepped back at the first time, but the next moment, he was strangled by the person who fell out of the diary. He was pressed to the ground, and the man pressed his knee against his throat, and then reached out to pick up the diary on the ground. Xinxing Liu raised his head and squeezed out the voice from his throat, his face still showing the enthusiasm and kindness of a salesperson. "So you guessed it?" Chung Tingyu's voice was gentle with a coolness. As if broken ice fell into the flowing water, it wasn't too difficult to guess. She knew herself very well, so she could feel the shadow of the past from the senior student in front of her. And she could also perceive that there was a clear difference between the other party and herself. The senior student obviously understood that Chung Tingyu herself would be reserved when encountering abnormal situations. However, even if she didn't tell the whole truth, she would not tell a lie that could be immediately exposed. The other party mentioned that he had only experienced 2 cycles. In the first cycle, she obviously didn't find anything wrong. After getting up, she ran to the alley to eat wontons according to her normal habit. In the second cycle, she met Chung Tingyu. If that was really the second cycle, the other party would have just sensed that supernatural power and would most likely be a little surprised. and would definitely try to get in touch with people they knew. Based on Chung Tingyu's understanding of herself, she would take her cell phone, run to the vicinity of the teaching building, and try to contact her relatives and friends. However, the senior's phone showed no signs of being used. Normally, I would not make up such a lie that was so easily exposed. But the prospective graduate in front of me did not feel anything wrong at all. Chung Tingyu thought that this might be because, in the other party's mind, that was the most reasonable behavior pattern. She wakes up at 9:30, which is exactly when the whole dormitory building is the quietest. Chung Tingyu said slowly. So even if you can't see other students, it's not surprising. Except for going to the alley to eat. She rarely goes out. It's normal that she can't meet acquaintances. Or in other words, in this behavior pattern, she deliberately avoids meeting familiar people. What kind of existence would have enough understanding of my past behavior habits, but be affected by its own settings and unable to accurately simulate my thoughts? Chung Tingyu lowered her head. She gently reached out her hand, grabbed a paper cutter from the paper page, and stabbed it against the cheek of the person under her knees. It's a diary, that's the I written in the diary. Chapter 117, A Normal Day. What I saw before me was a dormitory that was so old that it should have decayed. The iron bed frame was covered with mottled rust, and some of the chairs beside it were missing a leg, while others were simply broken, thrown crookedly on the ground like garbage. And the professional books on the shelf had already turned yellow, and looked as if they would break if touched lightly. Chung Tingyu believed that as she went to the door, she should be able to see the words 514. Where she was at the moment was the dormitory where she lived during college. The remains of the parentheses, however, unlike the friendly, familiar, and brightly decorated room she had just seen in the copy, the dormitory in front of her was full of desolate and dilapidated feeling that the owner had long left. Chung Tingyu could tell from a rough look that it had not been used for at least several years or even decades, or even longer. The pastime, unknowingly, had decayed to the point of being difficult to distinguish. The sense of separation between fantasy and reality made some thoughts hidden deep in Chung Tingyu's mind gradually become clear. She did not come to another world. Instead, she came to the world where she originally lived more than 1,000 years later. As for why she could still jump around strongly until 3796, and even jump more and more happily, there are two possibilities now. The first is that Chung Tingyu accidentally switched the timeline in her normal life, jumping from 2166 to around 3796. As for the second possibility, just a related thought flashed through her mind, and Chung Tingyu's face seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow that could not be dissolved. It was as if an invisible boulder fell from the sky and happened to press on her neck. Chung Tingyu slowly lowered her head, and then reached out and covered her right eye with force. The thoughts in her mind were like waves, hitting the dam again and again, going back and forth, endlessly. The foreignness on her body was so strong that it almost solidified into a solid. Just like the rain clouds in the summer evening were getting lower and lower. And it seemed that in the next moment, there would be a bang and pour down uncontrollably. Since losing her memory, Chung Tingyu has encountered many questions that are temporarily difficult to answer. She temporarily suppressed all the puzzles and hid them in the small box in her spiritual world. At this moment, those questions were like boiling water, gurgling and surging, and finally pushed open a narrow gap in the lid of the box. She said nothing, and the shadow shrouding her body was so thick that it seemed to overflow. All the light around her seemed to be swallowed up by the dark right eye on Chung Tingyu's face. As her power became unstable, the whole dormitory began to shake slightly, and pieces of wall powder fell from the ceiling. If you are not in a hurry to solve the current problem with a paper cutter, why not let me stand up first? Xinxingliu, whose throat was suppressed, tried his best to make his voice smooth, and then added in time, although according to the previous agreement, the diary will not be handed over to you. But since I have been operating according to the requirements throughout the process, even if the situation is different from what was expected, it is not considered a violation of the contract. At this moment, because he was forced to look up, he could not see Chung Tingyu's face at all. However, Xinxingliu could clearly feel that the man standing next to him was attracted by his voice and cast his eyes on him. The other person's eyes were not only heavy, but also warm. Just a glance at him for a moment, and most of the heat on his body evaporated. After a long time, Xinxingliu finally felt that the force pressing on his throat was slightly loosened. He immediately turned over and stood up neatly, and stepped back 2 steps. He stretched out his hand to rub his neck, and in his heart, he felt the degree of stimulation of his working environment. The expression on his face was still quite enthusiastic. As the executor of the contract, Xinxingliu certainly understood what the current situation was. As for the person in front of him, he should have known it almost clearly at this moment. Xinxingliu's idea was right. Cheng Tingyu had indeed reached a conclusion in his heart. The previous copy was a virtual scene with Cheng Tingyu as the core of his dormitory life. The closer the scene was to the plot point, such as the wonton stall, the clearer and more normal it was in all aspects. As for the bun stall in the distance, it was just an embellishment in the background. At that time, the pedestrians who passed by her were also blurred as smoke. If she hadn't covered her face with hair, such a clear character image as her should not have appeared at the end of the plot. If the bug is too obvious, it is easy to be beaten back. As for Cheng Tingyu, who came out to eat, she naturally didn't care whether the scenery at the end of the alley was distorted, because in her mind, there was no intention to go far away. First, eat wontons at the most familiar stall, then take some food back, and then stay in the dormitory to kill time for a day. May 7th, 2166. Should have been spent so plainly, and without waves. At that time, Cheng Tingyu had finished all her classes. As a leisurely and lazy senior, she didn't need to go to the teaching building, so other areas in the school were shrouded in a fog that could not be dissolved from beginning to end. The fog blocked Cheng Tingyu's sight, but it was not thick enough to arouse her vigilance. All the backgrounds of the copy are around the only remaining resident of 514. Trying to create a normal state of school life for her, Cheng Tingyu gently put down his hand and leaned over to pick up the diary that fell on the ground. The cover of the book is made of leather. It may have been gray-blue originally, but now it has become a black and yellow and stiff appearance, which looks very old. Cheng Tingyu opened the diary and turned the pages one by one. Since this diary should not fall into her hands according to the plan, it naturally means that there are some secret information in it. She turned over page after page. The actual number of pages in the diary is much more than it seems, and it is completely unreasonable. Cheng Tingyu estimated that there must be at least tens of thousands of sheets of paper in it. This is obviously a prop. The pages at the beginning of the diary are all glued together, and the middle part is soaked with a lot of black and red ink. Not only can it not be opened, but it is also completely unclear what is written on it. Cheng Tingyu held up the diary and brought it close to his face. Judging from her posture, she was almost stuffing the diary into her right eye. Cheng Tingyu's eyesight is excellent, except for those places on the diary that are forcibly blocked by black and red ink. Other subtle traces cannot escape her observation. Every page in the front of the diary has the same May 7th, 2166. Sunny weather. Cheng Tingyu read the words on it softly. This semester's courses are basically over, and the other people in the dormitory are still doing internships outside and have not returned. The handwriting on the paper obviously belongs to her. However, in all the memories that can be traced back, Cheng Tingyu can be sure that she did not have the habit of writing a diary when she was in college. After all, her senior year was as ordinary as others, the kind that could not stir up any waves when thrown into a crowd. If she really wrote it down, in addition to boosting the sales of diaries, it would probably only be a negative example of wasting time to educate later generations. Cheng Tingyu directly skipped the unreadable part in the middle, and followed closely behind it, with a blank page with only 3,796 written on it. She looked up at Xinxingliu, who immediately lowered his head and began to carefully study the direction of the lines on the floor. Cheng Tingyu, if I had just told myself in the diary the current specific year and even the events I had experienced, then what would be written on the page would probably be more than just these 5 words. Right? As a salesperson who cherishes his life, Xinxingliu quickly made the least likely response to be beaten. In the contract, the diary belongs to the props brought by the customer. We just use the props to perform an operation according to the requirements. Cheng Tingyu was not too surprised. It was obviously my past self who made me lose my memory now. The diary in my hand is probably an item for correcting memory. Cheng Tingyu's recent behavior probably touched some warning lines, causing the screwdriver man to come as agreed and start to adjust her memory. Cheng Tingyu closed her eyes. Just after leaving Endless City, I met Xinxingliu. What did my past self care about? The answer is already very obvious. She closed the diary and looked up in the direction of the balcony. Outside, it was not the sky, but a twilight as rich as amber. Dormitory 514 was like a lonely island, hanging in the endless dusk. The rest of the building, the food alley outside, and the teaching building in the distance were all gone. She glanced at the screwdriver salesman, who was installing a statue next to her. Xinxingliu hesitated Generally speaking, it is not convenient for us to disclose some information. Feeling that the other party's eyes had obviously turned cold, he changed his words very smoothly. But it is not impossible to be flexible. The currently recognized view is that the distance between the world of the ancient source and our world has been constantly shortening. Sooner or later, the two worlds will completely merge together and usher in the end of all things. Most people believe that the emergence of the 100 years of silence and the approach of the ancient source to the present world are synchronized. But there are also scholars in the White Tower who believe that as early as 1,000 years ago, the erosion of the ancient source to the present world had already begun. Some areas showed signs of slight collapse, and some space fragments fell into what was later called the gap between reality and illusion. Chung Tingyu looked at him sideways, revealing a smile that matched her gaze. When she spoke, her voice was gentle enough to chill one's heart. The scholars of the White Tower are so sure. Of course they have found the key evidence. Xinxing Liu took a step forward and bowed. I once studied in the White Tower, and I was lucky to be your classmate at that time. After the words fell, Chung Tingyu stood in silence, and did not speak for a long time. But Xinxing Liu always felt that a very light sigh escaped from the other party's lips. She stared at the old bed that once belonged to her, and her dark eyes were as quiet as the night. In fact, it should be noticed that there are some problems with the initial memory. After all, the earlier school recruitment has already started in the 3rd year of college. By the 4th year, most students have already got the offer, either going out for internships or spending the last time in school. With Chung Tingyu's grades at the time, a graduate looking for a job was just a false setting she constructed for herself. If nothing unexpected happened, Chung Tingyu would eventually enter the society normally with her classmates, work diligently, and move bricks honestly. But just when she returned to school to prepare for the defense, the whole dormitory fell into the gap between reality and illusion without any warning. She was thrown away from reality. Her roommate who went to internship would never come back, and she could not hear the sound of her classmates washing downstairs. All traces of human existence disappeared, as if Chung Tingyu was the only one left in the world. At that time, she was not clear why she could survive in such a strange state. Gradually, she deliberately ignored her mobile phone with no signal, and contacting others became an option that was crossed out in her mind. Chung Tingyu drew the curtains and adjusted her watch to ensure that when she opened her eyes, she would see 9:30. So Chung Tingyu had enough reason to explain to herself why the room was too quiet at 9 or 10 o'clock. Not too early or too late. Her roommate had not returned yet, and other students in school had already gone to class. When the concept of time gradually became blurred, Chung Tingyu began to write a diary from the time she opened her eyes. May 7th, 2166. Weather: sunny. In the diary, all May 7ths were normal. Chung Tingyu told herself that what she experienced was just one of the countless ordinary and lazy days before graduation. Chapter 118: Great Existence. Chung Tingyu smiled silently. Her fingers stroked the diary, and the young and energetic face appeared in front of her again. The disguised normality is full of flaws after all. So it's not that she is not like herself, but that she is no longer like her. Too much silence inevitably makes people feel uneasy. Xinxing Liu cleared his throat and said seriously, you should know now that you have lost part of your memory. And before you lost your memory, you came here specially and signed a contract with Screwdriver. Chung Tingyu, it seems that I used to trust Screwdriver's business ability. Xinxing Liu, in fact, there are many forces in the world, but there are not many like us who are credible enough and willing to deal with all parties and maintain good relations. Chung Tingyu glanced at him. So you stayed in apartment number 6 at that time to deal with unexpected situations after I went there? Xinxing Liu, according to the requirements of the contract, Screwdriver needs to ensure that you can also learn some basic common sense in the world in time after losing your memory. After a pause, he sighed. Although according to the current situation, the content you rely on yourself to learn is much more than expected. It is obvious that the SHL used for camouflage has been nearly torn apart. But the communication between the two sides is superficial, only turning around the surface of the problem, and then drifting to other places. They knew what was the most critical issue at the moment, but no one took the initiative to reveal the answer. Chung Tingyu knew that she should confirm it, but even if she just kept knowing it, she felt a little heavy. She looked at Xinxing Liu, as if she had just met him for the first day, and re-examined the person in front of her. This person who always regarded himself as a Screwdriver salesman. All the emotions on his face were like duckweed on the water, which looked rich and bright at first glance, but in essence was only a shallow layer. Xinxing Liu smiled a little shyly. Maybe because we are old classmates. You came directly to me when you came to sign the contract. And I will be responsible for handling related matters later. Chung Tingyu still remembered that in apartment number 6, Shin Xingliu mentioned that it was not only money that could be used as a transaction fee, but also certain things in the future. She asked with a little curiosity, so what did I pay as a reward? My own body? Shin Xingliu hesitated, and finally said, you may not understand your previous personality well now. It's not about what I paid, but what I took away. You said at the time that a screwdriver didn't intend to sign the contract. It didn't matter. You could make other arrangements. As long as I could accept the result that I couldn't get the lost things back. Chung Tingyu. She pressed her forehead and asked seriously, I had a bad relationship with you at that time? Shin Xingliu's tone was actually a kind of casualness of letting go. Don't take it to heart. You are not targeting me. Chung Tingyu heard the meaning of the other party's words. Since it is not targeting Shin Xingliu, it means that he is arrogant to everyone. If I maintain a similar style when I contact anyone, I should have a lot of enemies. Shin Xingliu, actually. No. After all, you can prevent problems before they happen. Chung Tingyu nodded suddenly. I understand. As long as she eliminates all the possible enemies in advance, she can maintain good social relationships with the outside world. Chung Tingyu is curious. So what did I take away in the end? Shin Xingliu showed a strange look in his eyes, and shook his head gently after a moment. It's not certain now. Your taking away is more like a conceptual deprivation. The target can only feel that something very important has been taken away, but it is impossible to judge what has been lost, he said. But from the current situation, at least it will not be my enthusiasm for work. Chung Tingyu reminded, although you did not actively violate the contract. Judging from the results, it is not a successful fulfillment of the contract. Shin Xingliu sighed. So I think what was taken away from me may be the ability to complete the work. Chung Tingyu glanced at the old classmate in front of him, and for a moment felt that the experience of both parties was a bit tragic. She thought carelessly, and the unavoidable question reappeared in her mind. People who can deprive concepts are obviously not ordinary people with special abilities. Combined with past experiences and Shin Xingliu's subtle attitude, Chung Tingyu was almost 80% sure of her previous identity. Then, in contrast, Shin Xingliu's actual position in Screwdriver Insurance Company. Chung Tingyu asked, can you always stay in the outer city as an ordinary salesperson? Shin Xingliu, when people with special abilities do not want to expose their identities, they will adjust their appearance to conceal their whereabouts, he said. And I have also run to the outer city to set up roadside stalls before. Even if the people in the company found out about these things, they would not take it too seriously since even you can run. It seems appropriate for me to stay anywhere. Chung Tingyu nodded gently. Up to now, she has basically determined the content of the answer, and the remaining question is how to leave the dormitory. Chung Tingyu was about to put the notebook back into the backpack. After realizing her past experience, she looked at the item again, and the information displayed on it was different. An old diary, a leather-covered thick book with free shipping for 7 yuan. Due to its long-term immersion in special power, it finally became a special item that can record, modify, and seal certain memories of the owner of the notebook. The middle part has been unable to display. Chung Tingyu paused slightly, and then said to Shin Xingliu, is there a suitable space item over there with the screwdriver? The space in the cheap and beautiful backpack is limited. As the number of items on Chung Tingyu increases, it is gradually not enough to use. When she realized this, Chung Tingyu vaguely felt that she didn't carry any items with her before. Maybe because she had a full understanding of her own abilities, and was confident that she could complete the supply of equipment under the challenges of a group of copies. Shin Xingliu showed the bargaining look of a salesman for rare items. Screwdriver does not accept cash transactions. Chung Tingyu said simply, then put it on my account first. Shin Xingliu smiled when he heard her words. When signing the contract, I asked you if you needed any help after losing your memory. Chung Tingyu. It seems that I didn't agree. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a hard time. When she first entered the city, she would have included the park lounge chair in her consideration of housing. Shin Xingliu nodded, affirmed Chung Tingyu's statement, and sighed, when you realize that your subordinates are ruthless not only to others, but also to yourself. It really makes people psychologically balanced. Chung Tingyu pulled the corner of his mouth expressionlessly. Is she the kind of person who doesn't care about her life or death? Chung Tingyu thought for 2 seconds, and then sighed deeply in his heart. She really is. Recalling her previous experience of digging garbage in the building block area, Chung Tingyu suddenly had a feeling of sooner or later you will have to pay for what you have done. The surface of the dressing mirror in the dormitory was so dark that it could not be used normally. Chung Tingyu glanced at it with his peripheral vision, and saw that his figure inside had turned into a gray line, as if he was a ghost lingering in the dormitory. It seemed that every time she stayed in the room for a moment longer, the sense of oppression on her body would increase. Chung Tingyu, so how can we leave now? Xin Xingliu said in embarrassment, but this is your bubble. It's difficult for others. Chung Tingyu narrowed his eyes threateningly, as if telling him that if she could still use her original power, she would have to use the same payment method and talk to Screwdriver about the renewal of the contract. Xin Xingliu, under normal circumstances, it is certainly not easy to get out of it, but I used a disposable ability vehicle to save some of your past abilities. He took out a prop similar to a small square plastic box. After deciding to keep an account, Chung Tingyu was much more straightforward when he asked, if you have more of these little gadgets on you. Xin Xingliu, there are indeed 2 that have not been used now. If you need them, I can give them to you. You probably don't remember it now. Disposable ability vehicle is my real name in the early stage. He revealed another message in his words, that the name of the player's ability may change. Chung Tingyu did not ask Xin Xingliu's current real name. The insurance agent opened the vehicle box with a light movement. The ability that was saved had no entity. But at the moment when the lid was opened, Chung Tingyu felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. The dusk outside the window was instantly frozen, and the surrounding scene solidified, as if someone had taken a photo with a camera, making all the scenes frozen. And then those frozen scenes collapsed bit by bit, and turned into countless tiny dust. The dreamlike light dust dissipated, and the place where the 2 stood was still the original office. Xin Xingliu, staying there for a long time is easy to cause mental damage. This is the night soup of Endless City. Drinking it can help sleep and promote mental recovery. He eagerly poured a bowl of soup for Chung Tingyu and asked the customer to taste it. But in Chung Tingyu's opinion, the liquid in the bowl was more like black magma than food, and it was even bubbling at this moment. Chung Tingyu wanted to refuse to believe that this was Endless City's food, but her eyes revealed the answer: night soup, a specialty of Endless City's food district. It carries the power of dreams, and drinking it helps to calm the mind. It is a common food for entertaining guests. As expected of Endless City, night soup leaves a deep impression in terms of color and aroma. Chung Tingyu, do the residents of Endless City have completely different food preferences from normal humans? Xin Xingliu said implicitly, based on my position, it is actually difficult to judge whether the emergence of night soup depends on the city management team's care for the lives of residents, or your special concern for acquaintances. Pushing the soup forward a little, his tone was sincere. Now it is considered to be returned to its original owner. Chung Tingyu leaned back. She stared at the food on the table, and slowly pushed the bowl of black soup away. I am a normal human now. Hearing the 3 words now is, Xin Xingliu's eyes flickered slightly. At this point, although he has not violated the contract and truly said the answer hidden in the diary, the other party still knows the information she wants to know. The person standing next to the white table at this moment is a familiar and unfamiliar existence to Xin Xingliu. He hasn't seen Chung Tingyu like this for too many years. After this old classmate left the White Tower and built a dreamland and founded his own city. Just like he had deceived himself in the gap between reality and illusion. Those who had contact with Endless City began to call him the monarch of the dream world and the great dream maker. He walked into the dreamland deeper than the night without any regrets. As he sank deeper and deeper, all the characteristics of human beings began to melt and fade. Even now, with a body made of flesh and blood, he was still full of characteristics that were opposite to vitality. The little consciousness that belonged to Chung Tingyu quietly emerged from the dreamland and fell into the world. However, like a glacier on the sea, in the eternal dusk of Endless City, another part of him was still hidden. Chapter 119 Return. After Nya, Yusheng worked overtime for almost a week because of the disappearance of a temporary resident in the outer city. His work finally made a breakthrough. In the middle of the night, the screwdriver called him, as if he knew he was still awake. The crisp phone rang, and the voice of a screwdriver salesman came from inside. Xin Xingliu, the person involved has escaped from danger. The screwdriver did a preliminary examination and was in good spirits. He added, she entered a casino in her sleep before and successfully left a few days ago. She should not be affected. Nya Yusheng had many questions in his mind. He investigated the situation of the nameless casino. Even if the ability people involved in it could leave at the time, they would be attracted to return there in the future. As for some players, who were determined and would never be deceived, they would be completely blocked and disappear. Nie Yusheng originally thought that Chung Tingyu would be the first case. But the screwdriver salesman on the other side emphasized that she was not affected. He was silent for a moment, and asked with concern, "Is everything okay over there?" Shin Xingliu's answer was very lifelike. "It should be okay. She is preparing to go home and cook a hot pot for herself," he said. "The problem with the nameless casino is not that big. This copy should have multiple backup areas. Even if one is demolished, it can still be open for business in the future." When he heard even if one is demolished, Nie Yusheng thought that he probably understood how the person involved got rid of the influence of the casino. Nie Yusheng, if the copy can successfully capture the target once, it may be able to capture it a second time. Shin Xingliu on the other end of the phone said, "I will pass on Inspector Nie's reminder to her. The employees of Screwdriver have never shown any special emotions. If they use camps as an analogy, their reputation in any force should have reached the friendly level. Except for occasional conflicts with Endless City, they can get along peacefully with everyone." However, Nie Yusheng still felt that Shin Xingliu was quite confident in the temporary resident who had just come to the outer city, as if he did not think that the casino copy could bring her any danger. Nie Yusheng, after leaving the casino, did Miss Chung appear directly in the screwdriver? Shin Xingliu did not say directly. The relevant information involves customer privacy and is not convenient to disclose at present. In fact, after leaving the casino, Chung Tingyu first went to the building block area to recuperate, and then was sent to the stop near the screwdriver by the train. However, since the inspection team has not yet obtained the information about her going to the Endless City, Shin Xingliu naturally does not intend to mention it. Anyway, Chung Tingyu is unlikely to do anything to the Dream City. Of course, even if she really accidentally caused some negative impact on the construction of the urban area, the Lantern people of the Urban Management Group should understand it after knowing it. After all, can the city owner's affairs be called messing up? He believed that even if Chung Tingyu tore the entire building block area into pieces, the Lantern people in charge of management would polish this incident as the Dream Maker personally visited the marginal urban area and made constructive corrections to the urban planning after understanding the whole story. Nie Yusheng sighed in his heart. The other party got away smoothly without any help from the inspection team. He recalled the hours he had worked in the past week and suddenly had an urgent desire for retirement life. He said a few polite words to Shin Xingliu again. Just when he was about to put down the phone, he was stopped by the other party. In the Qin's house incident, including Inspector Luo from the security department, several inspectors were attacked, including 4 customers of Screwdriver. Screwdriver hopes that the inspection team can provide medical certificates in time. The company needs to go through the claims process. Nie Yusheng recalled and said, "I remember that the insurance they bought already includes the direct compensation clause for Chung?" Shin Xingliu explained, "Generally speaking, this is the case. But the last accident may be related to the Dream Maker. You know, this is a deductible regulation." Nie Yusheng remembered something. In order to avoid bankruptcy due to capital turnover failure, Screwdriver agreed on some deductible items in the insurance policy, and encountering the Dream Maker was one of them. Nie Yusheng, "I'll confirm it first. But you don't have to worry about Inspector Luo. The conclusion in the report has been made. It was done by the Dream Maker." When he answered, he actually felt a little guilty. Nie Yusheng had long known that when colleagues in the Central District were dealing with some unresolved cases, they would easily come up with an answer that was not convenient to get to the bottom of. Anyway, the Dream Maker was a big shot who was quite a homebody, and usually did not have any communication with the outside world. But as an inspector in the outer city, he rarely did such things. Shin Xingliu smiled. This is indeed a very convincing conclusion. The 5th floor of the residential building. Wei Shugui did not expect to see his neighbor come back today. And he did not expect that when he asked, "Where did you go?" the other party's reply would be, "I went to the nearby market to buy some hot pot ingredients." When Chung Tingyu said this, his expression was very calm, as if he was not the person involved in the disappearance at all. At this moment, in room 502, there was also the inspector team intern Hong Yuaning who was seen in the store dungeon last time. Because Wei Shugui and Chung Tingyu had accidents one after another, Nie Yusheng specially sent someone to guard for 2 days. Chung Tingyu smiled. "If you don't mind, do you want to come with us?" Hong Yuaning didn't know how to answer. Wei Shugui was silent for a while, and then he seemed to have finally found his voice. Do you have kitchen utensils over there?" She had been to the next door, and remembered that the neighbor's kitchen was empty and tidy. Chung Tingyu, "No. But I asked someone to prepare one." Wei Shugui soon found out who Chung Tingyu asked to prepare it 5 minutes later. The sound of an old bicycle dingling came from downstairs. And then Xinxingliu, carrying an induction cooker and a stainless steel pot, appeared on the 5th floor of the residential building. Hong Yuaning thought the man looked familiar and hesitated. You are not. Xinxingliu introduced himself skillfully. Screwdriver salesman. He glanced at the black inspection team uniform under Hong Yuaning's coat and suggested enthusiastically. Our company provides various insurances for frontline staff of the dungeon. Would you like to consider it? Hong Yuaning choked up and looked at Xinxingliu. You are really passionate about work. Xinxingliu shrugged. Life is forced. I have to ask for a living. Wei Shigui obviously didn't believe it. Begging for a living also includes sending induction cookers? Xinxingliu, our company has a wide range of business categories. And occasionally, we also provide delivery. Hong Yuaning was puzzled. And generally you don't ask insurance salesmen to deliver goods. Right? How do you charge for this? Screwdriver is indeed willing to get involved in any profitable business. But the formal employees in it usually don't run errands for trivial things. But thinking that Xinxingliu has to ride a rusty old bicycle to get around on weekdays, Hong Yuaning thought that the other party's life burden is probably not light. So he can't miss any opportunity to make extra money. His thoughts didn't last long. Zhang Tingyu replied, because I'm short of money now. I'll put it in the account first. She smiled. Anyway, we've known each other for a long time. So he agreed. After hearing Zhang Tingyu's words, not only the young interns of the inspection team, but even Wei Shigui was a little puzzled. Screwdriver is a well-known large company, although there are occasionally a few orders that can't recover the cost. In most cases, the employees inside will choose the most profitable path. If Xinxingliu agrees to put it in the account first, it is probably because he sees greater benefits in it. Thinking of this, Wei Shigui's expression became subtle again. She really couldn't figure out what greater benefits could be hidden in a hot pot. Xinxingliu noticed the expression of the person next to him and explained, although there is a risk of not receiving the payment for the goods if the payment is delayed, it is not the most unacceptable option for me. Hong Yuaning complained, can I ask, is there any more unacceptable option? Xinxingliu thought for a while and replied, for example, beat me up first, then confiscate the bicycle, and threaten me to exchange it for the induction cooker. Hong Yuaning showed sympathy. Although I don't know what you have experienced. If you encounter a dangerous incident, you can consider seeking help from the Public Security Bureau and the inspection team. The person who may cause a dangerous incident heard Hong Yuaning's words, took the kitchen utensils, and glanced at the intern of the inspection team in front of him. Xinxingliu felt that the inspection team was indeed an organization that could bring a sense of security to urban residents. The last time, he saw someone firmly saying that he would stand on the side of the screwdriver even under the pressure of endless city was hundreds of years ago. However, even at that time, the person involved did not say anything harsh in front of the dream maker. Zhang Tingyu cooked a shuangyang hot pot. In winter, a group of people gathered together to eat hot pot, which was not a particularly unpleasant feeling. After a gust of wind, Hong Yuaning, who was full, showed a happy expression of slacking off at public expense. After helping to clean up the dishes, he reluctantly said goodbye. Hong Yuaning, since Miss Chung is back, I have to go back and report. Remind, because the missing time exceeds 3 days, the team may notify you later. Go and make a record. Normally, when you find a trace, you have to take the person over for black coffee. But since the boss did not issue an order, Hong Yuaning certainly would not take the initiative to add work content to himself. After eating, he returned to his work alone. It was not until the inspection team left that Wei Shigui found an opportunity to ask the question with additional conditions. Where did you go when you disappeared before? Zhang Tingyu replied, I was captured by the dungeon in my dream. It was a very interesting casino. She still remembered that the casino exchange list she saw at that time included currencies and specialties from other cities. The billion casinos seemed to be a giant beast floating in the sea of spirit, quietly extending long tentacles to the surroundings. Those tentacles were so weak that they could not alert the surrounding bubbles. The two sides had a deep connection without knowing it. Zhang Tingyu asked, by the way, have you seen residents of the inner city before? Just talking about the dungeon. The next moment the question about F0631 city was raised. Wei Shigui noticed something wrong. She recalled the past and replied, although we don't know the situation in the inner city, we can sometimes see residents coming out. If people in the middle city can basically live a comfortable and affluent life, then the residents of the inner city can be described as high above and luxurious. Chapter 120 version. Xinxingliu had not left yet. Hearing this, he interrupted and said, every year, The Central City District submits a large number of household registration transfer applications in the hope of obtaining the residency qualification of the Inner City District. Residents with relevant intentions need to accumulate enough credit points first. However, even if the credit requirements are met, only a few people can get approval. Chung Tingyu, has anyone from the Screwdriver entered the Inner City District to take a look? Xinxingliu said implicitly. Because of work, some people have indeed visited the Inner City District. But it is nothing special. Maybe those things that are really worth noting have been hidden one step ahead of time. Wei Shugui certainly didn't think that the employee who went to the Inner City District of the Screwdriver was Xinxingliu himself. But Chung Tingyu knew it well. Even if he himself had not been to the central area of the city, he must have obtained enough information from his subordinates afterwards. She now knows that she has switched to the ordinary person version of the Dream Maker. Then, in the entire Screwdriver Insurance Company, the one who might be named by the Lord of Dreams to sign the contract is naturally the manufacturer himself. The smell of hot pot lingered in the room, and Chung Tingyu opened the window for ventilation. It was evening at this moment. The setting sun dyed the clouds red, and the sky seemed to be burning with a thrilling fire. The dusk reflected on Chung Tingyu's face, making her seem to burn. Wei Shugui was changing shoes at the door. Before leaving, he turned his head back and said reluctantly, "You have always been prone to danger. Staying at home will cause trouble, and going out will also cause trouble." She accurately described Chung Tingyu's daily life, then waved her hand and returned to room 502 opposite. As for Xinxingliu, he was still dawdling by the kitchen, when he was the only guest in the room. Xinxingliu finally said, "I thought about it. Now that things have come to this, I should give you some props." Chung Tingyu glanced at him. She still remembered that Xinxingliu once said that the Dream Maker rejected the suggestion of offering help. Xinxingliu said politely, "Under normal circumstances, of course no one would defy the will of the Dream Maker. So I don't intend to actively provide some help." He emphasized the word actively, and then sighed. "But now you have finally realized that you can keep accounts with a screwdriver." Chung Tingyu understood the implication of the salesperson. So, he is not actively providing help now, but to avoid the tragic experience that may happen to him, he decided to take out the props in advance and send them to the Dream Maker first. Bubble Chat Box for chat software. The bubble box is a common text background. Put the text you want to convey in the bubble box, and you can convey the information to the communication object. P.S. This product is produced by the Endless City Management Group. Considering that many software have the function of blocking stranger information, the chat box can only be effective for targets who have had enough contact with the owner before. Chung Tingyu, is it the props of Endless City? She suddenly remembered what she saw in the building block area. There is even a factory area in the Dream City that specializes in making items for the city owner. However, no matter how rich the Dream Maker is, it does not affect the fact that when I first lost my memory, I could not find a single suitable prop on my body. Chung Tingyu thought that although according to rumors, the Dream Maker was not very polite to others, he was not very friendly when facing his own people. Xinxingliu smiled. Even people who don't like to go out need to keep in touch with the outside world. Chung Tingyu looked at him thoughtfully. Since a contact prop was given, it seemed that the other party felt that she would be trapped somewhere. Xinxingliu, it's just a hunch. Chung Tingyu, so why did I come to F0631 City? Xinxingliu shook his head. I don't know what your plan is. Chung Tingyu glanced at him. Old classmate? Xinxingliu shrugged. It can be seen that you are not a person who likes to exchange ideas with old classmates. After he finished speaking, he took 2 steps back from the heart and leaned against the living room wall like a wallflower. Noticing Xinxingliu's overly friendly attitude, Chung Tingyu had some vague guesses. With her current strength, it is obviously not suitable to fight the manufacturer alone. But Chung Tingyu has obtained props from the relevant copies of Endless City, and even obtained a special state called Dream Maker's attention in apartment number 6, the power of the Lord of Dreams, which did not disappear due to the update of its own version. Chung Tingyu suddenly said, the item exchange list provided by the casino I went to before includes not only the currency of F0631 City, but also Endless City and Screwdriver. Screwdriver. Although it is named after a company, it is also regarded as a city. Xinxingliu, I'm still investigating this matter. Of course, all city owners will pay attention to collecting information about other cities. Chung Tingyu obviously didn't know much about the details of the city owners, so she had to ask, in your opinion, who can extend their tentacles without alerting other cities? Xinxingliu looked back at the wall that was already attached to his back, and seemed to regret the narrow area of room 501. He considered the wording and then replied, "The great dream master can definitely do it." Chung Tingyu raised an eyebrow and wanted to say something, but stopped talking, considering that she has no previous memories now. It is really an option that cannot be ruled out. She sat back in the chair, supporting her chin with one hand, and her right eye seemed to have black mud flowing. Chung Tingyu stretched out her hand to press the corner of her forehead, feeling some pain in her temples due to excessive brain use. In fact, the problem she was thinking about at the moment was not complicated, but the content involved was more likely to cause sanity. For Chung Tingyu, the Dream Maker was no outsider, but too much concentration on recalling the possible operations of the previous version still affected Chung Tingyu's current mental value. Xinxing Liu smiled. "You really should have let me bring that bowl of night soup," he said. "The previous idea still had loopholes. Seeing that you are having a headache now, the food may also be made by the city management team to please the monarch of the dream." Room 501 is an old house. The surface of the chandelier in the living room has long turned yellow. When it is turned on, it also has a drowsy and dim feeling. At this moment, the filament suddenly crackled and a spark jumped out. In an instant, the light in the living room, which was not bright to begin with, was more like a dark shadow. Xinxing Liu's eyes were attracted by the chandelier. Since he named his company Screwdriver, he would naturally be good at repairing things. The insurance salesman walked towards the chandelier and took out a screwdriver from the space items on his body. However, the closer Xinxing Liu got, the more subtle the light on the chandelier became. In the end, it was like the embers that had not been extinguished in the furnace, with only a very weak point left. Dark places always make people feel cold. Xinxing Liu is not an ordinary person. Even if he walks in the cemetery at midnight, it is difficult to have a similar psychological feeling. So the chill on his back at this moment must come from things that really exist in the room. He stopped the action in his hand. The dim light in the chandelier seemed to be the remaining rationality of a certain existence, hovering on the edge of annihilation. If Wei Shigue had a sudden idea and turned from the balcony to the next room, she would find that she could not see where her neighbor was at all. It should be where the other party was sitting. At this moment, a group of slowly flowing thick shadows were staying. Fortunately, you are the boundary. After a long time, Xinxing Liu finally succeeded in saying a sentence. It is an extremely correct choice for the big man to hide his existence in the depths of the city. Even the manufacturer himself only lets the manufactured human SHL move outside. Even the city owner, who can still maintain his own rationality, will inadvertently cause great harm to nearby creatures. If the dreamer did not use the power of the boundary to limit his existence to this room, and let his chaotic and crazy breath leak out, it might immediately cause consequences similar to the advent of the ancient source in the outer city area of F0631. The indescribable sense of terror behind him had not subsided for a long time. The coldness in the air almost solidified into a solid. Xinxing Liu was completely unable to turn around. This body used to carry part of his strength was gradually losing its perception of the outside world. The light was a little glaring. Chung Tingyu closed her eyes and rubbed her temples hard. After a long time, she finally felt that the pain was slightly relieved. She seemed to fall asleep for a moment, and when she woke up, she felt much calmer. Chung Tingyu opened her eyes and was about to say something, but found that the insurance salesman was sitting far away against the wall with a pale face, as if something had pulled him to the other end of the room. "What are you doing?" Xinxing Liu dusted himself off, stood up with the help of the wall, and looked peaceful. "I am thankful for my foresight in house maintenance." Chung Tingyu realized something. She turned her eyes away from Xinxing Liu and looked at the wall behind him. Soon, a line of appraisal information about the house building appeared in front of her. The wall of an ordinary residential building was reinforced by unable to display when it was first rented by unable to display. So it wasn't like being pulled to the other end of the room by something, but it was really pulled to the other end of the room. Fortunately, the manufacturer came secretly to repair the house. Otherwise, what Chung Tingyu saw now was probably not Xinxing Liu, but a hole in the shape of Xinxing Liu. Chung Tingyu stood up. Still a little unbelievable. "I just fell asleep?" Said again. "When I was asleep," Xinxing Liu said slowly, "you may not know now. At that time the playwright once sent a puppet to the Qin's house copy, and then met the dream master who happened to pass by." Chung Tingyu. She understood. Although the Qin's house copy incident is a thing of the past, Chung Tingyu still remembers that she slept for a while when she entered that copy. The power of the dream maker has indeed not been lost. And in some cases, it can spread out from the small box in her spiritual world. Xinxing Liu suggested, Why don't we call the inspector later? With her overtime work rhythm, she might have some tricks to stay awake when she is sleepy. The body he created is naturally strong. But the reason why he can still stand in the living room intact at this moment is somewhat thanks to the mercy of his old classmate. If you rise too high in the sea of spirit, rationality will gradually be replaced by instinct. Chung Tingyu pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. I think I can bring some sleep aids with me. It is not good to rely too much on the previous version of yourself. But when it comes to life and death, Chung Tingyu thinks that she can take a nap first. Maybe when she wakes up, everything that needs to be done will be done. Chapter 121 Laurel Art Museum. Xin Xingliu imagined the scene and suddenly found it quite interesting. He also made a suggestion. I remember that there is a music box that can help you sleep in the dungeon of apartment number 6. Chung Tingyu shook his head. The music box will put everyone except the holder into a sleeping state. The two chatted casually, and the strange atmosphere in the room just now seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Chung Tingyu glanced at Xin Xingliu. Although the other party was pale, he was in good spirits and did not look like he had been attacked fatally. This also means that she did not suddenly switch versions because she felt threatened by the existence of the manufacturer. The previous version of herself sealed all her memories and abilities as a dreamer, and did not even leave much change, so that every time she entered the dungeon, she had to spend a lot of effort to pass the level, and even asked the manufacturer to maintain her amnesia. Once it was discovered that she knew too much about the Endless City, she had to come in time and use the diary to clear the relevant content. Chung Tingyu was a little suspicious that knowing too much about the past would affect her stability. Thinking in this way, the manufacturer was not wrong for the beating he had just received after all. It was because he failed to seal Chung Tingyu's memory with the diary in time that she beat the servant while taking a nap. Xin Xingliu, by the way, you mentioned before that you wanted a space item with a larger capacity, he said, and put a familiar bag on the table. Chung Tingyu glanced at it and directly identified the name of the prop, a mountaineering bag with good quality and low price. She suspected that Xin Xingliu did it on purpose. The new mountaineering bag was worthy of the description of good quality and low price. The space inside was about 10 cubic meters, and the notes also had the description of anti-extreme climate and anti-collision. Chung Tingyu took out the original props and put them into the new bag one by one. Xin Xingliu, who had fulfilled his duty of supplying props, was a little bored, so he simply picked up his mobile phone and took a picture of the living room. Chung Tingyu looked up and glanced at the other party, expressing his doubts with his eyes. Xin Xingliu, after all, it is your old house. I always think it will have some commemorative value in the future. Chung Tingyu felt that Xin Xingliu was indeed a businessman after hearing this. At the same time, she was also prepared in her heart. If the other party planned to publish the photo in a magazine or newspaper later, she must. Before she finished thinking, Chung Tingyu suddenly remembered that Endless City also had newspapers. Her eyes moved slightly, and then she stood up, pressed Xin Xingliu's head on the table, and took a close-up photo. Perhaps because he had just been beaten once, Xin Xingliu behaved very easygoing from beginning to end. He just reminded her, everyone's image is not very different, and the information related to me is not very precious. Not to mention you. Even the inspection team has photos of my stall. Chung Tingyu, you are quite active. Then he loosened his hand, and Xin Xingliu slid away from her palm very flexibly, and sat up from the table. But at this moment, his movement suddenly stopped, and his eyes were fixed on the pile of props on the table. That curtain. Chung Tingyu, it's a reward from the store copy. She was not surprised that Xin Xingliu would be a little concerned, because Chung Tingyu herself also felt that something was wrong with the real curtain. Props are not unlimited. The music box lullaby obtained from the number 6 apartment copy has a cooling time. Why can the real curtain not only be used whenever you want, but also be particularly satisfactory when used? Xin Xingliu, even if he really has such a good thing, there is no need to put it in a copy and give it to a stranger as a reward. This curtain should not have such a strong power at the beginning. Judging from the traces on it, it is indeed related to the playwright, but not only to him. Xin Xingliu studied it for a while and said, I always feel that this curtain is stained with a little power of the Endless City. Chung Tingyu sighed in her heart. She is really a self-reliant person. Does the dream maker have similar power? Xin Xingliu's expression was a little strange, and he said at the end, no matter how many times, it is really a special experience to hear the dream maker's questions from your mouth. Chung Tingyu pressed her forehead and looked out the window. It's quite late now. Then, there was a hint of meaning in her tone that both of them understood. It's almost time to go to bed. although she was not sure if she could switch versions freely when she was asleep. She didn't mind doing an experiment with the manufacturer. Xinxingliu coughed twice and explained, "It is difficult for the dreamer to leave the dusk zone. But the power he possesses is very complex. He can infiltrate his power into another space through pictures or things similar to pictures." Cheng Tingyu suddenly thought of the memory of Qin Jihong that he saw in the copy at that time. Xinxingliu, this is the newspaper sold on the platform of the Endless City train. The Laurel Art Museum in the White Swan district was temporarily closed because of thieves. A similar situation has also happened in the Green Library. Cheng Tingyu, it seems that the White Swan district is the name of the literary and artistic district in Endless City. Xinxingliu nodded, "You can understand it this way. And this is also the place where the city owner stores his collections. So it is inevitable that it will be disturbed by thieves. The curtain is a product of the dramatist's copy. The power of Endless City is too strong on it, which may mean that the power related to the picture mastered by the Lord of Dreams has been stolen by the guy who tours around the world." Cheng Tingyu thought of his abnormality again. It is probably not an easy thing for the dreamer, who is in a crazy state, to switch to a new version that is no different from ordinary people. It doesn't sound like a good thing to have your power taken away. But the rumored Lord of Dreams is at the top of the ability users. Even if he has fallen into madness now, he should not be without any backup. Cheng Tingyu thought about it from another perspective and felt that even if he were to change to the current self, he would not be completely unprepared. Welcome to the Laurel Art Museum. Since the White Swan district is currently under martial law, guests are requested to follow the following temporary regulations during the visit. First, since the museum has been frequently visited by thieves recently, most areas are temporarily closed. Currently, only the portrait area is open. Second, the overall tone of the building in the portrait area is white. Third, in order to ensure the viewing experience of the guests, a certain distance needs to be maintained between each portrait. Fourth, in order to avoid the infiltration of suspicious elements, the museum has changed the self-purchase ticket system to an invitation system. Invited guests can visit the portrait area freely. Fifth, guests need to abide by the order in the museum. When viewing portraits, please ensure that there is only one guest in front of the portrait. Sixth, pay attention to keeping the museum clean and tidy. Do not lose any garbage during the visit. If you violate this regulation, the museum will not be responsible for any consequences encountered by the guests. Seventh, there are unfinished portraits in the museum. Do not touch the portraits. Touching will cause damage. Guests who abide by the rules will not touch the portraits. Eighth, it cannot be ruled out that there are thieves among the visitors. After completing all the visiting matters, all guests will leave collectively and orderly under the arrangement of the staff in the museum. Ninth, the exit is closed. Before completing the visit, guests cannot find the exit of the portrait area. 10th, the act of helping to complete the portrait is well-intentioned, and the object of goodwill can leave early. For all those who know a little about the inside story of Endless City, the White Swan District is not a strange name. Most of the buildings here are related to literature and art, such as the Green Library. It is said that every book in it is precious enough and full of magical power, but it is rarely open to people who have not obtained formal resident qualifications. Bu Xianglue, who left F0631 City and appeared in a strange place, sat on the ground blankly at this moment, feeling the information emerging in his mind, and suddenly realized that the reason why he was infused with a head full of strange rules was that he entered a copy. And it was a copy of Endless City. He couldn't help but tremble. The information of Endless City was rarely circulated outside. Not because few people had entered that city, but because most people who had entered that city could not return to the world again. Bu Xianglue knew that even if all the big figures could be described as terrifying, the Dream Maker was definitely the most terrifying one among them, which could be called Terrifying Plus. His title is Monarch of the Dream World. Here, no one can resist the power of the Dream Maker. He may not intentionally hurt an ordinary human. Just like an adult rarely lowers his head and deliberately crushes a passing ant with his feet, humans just walk by normally and step on those small insects to death normally and carelessly. Except for the insects themselves. No one will notice this. The human in front of the Dream Maker is like an ant in front of humans. However, if the rumors about the Endless City were not too terrible, this art gallery would give him a feeling of being more weird than dangerous. White walls, white floors, white ceilings. There is not even a crack on the surface of those buildings, so smooth that it is disturbing. In the middle of the wall, there is a huge portrait. The background of the portrait is also white, as if the decorator of the art gallery has reached a demanding level of neatness. The content of the portrait is also disturbing. The protagonist in it is a young girl like a flower. The other party has flower-like skin, flower-like limbs, and even her fingernails are full of blue-black protrusions commonly seen on flower stems. And there are spikes. Bu Xianglu immediately looked away, muttering, "It's okay. It's just a copy. It's just a copy." He didn't dare to look at the portrait in front of him again. But he couldn't help but glance at it with his peripheral vision. The protagonist of the portrait was so vivid, as if he was a living creature. "Are you okay?" A voice came from the right. And Bu Xianglu shuddered. If he hadn't been sitting on the ground, he would have fallen hard. "I don't mean to scare you, but since you are a guest here, you'd better be careful," the voice said weakly, and then gradually approached Bu Xianglu's location. The speed was not fast, as if it deliberately left a certain amount of time for the other party to prepare. Bu Xianglu turned his head with a stiff neck, and then saw a very vivid face. The reason why Bu Xianglu noticed the face of the visitor at the first time was that the other party's body was wrapped in a white coat like him. "When are you thinking about putting on these things?" "Probably when you first enter the dungeon. The initial settings for the guests were made. Didn't the rules mention that we should keep the museum clean? This should be a special coat for visiting. You see, our hands, feet and hair are all put into the coat, so that there will be no pollution to the museum when visiting. By the way, my name is Zhao Luoxia. What's your name?" Bu Xiangluo looked at Zhao Luoxia for a long time. The other person's face was too special. His skin was heavily powdered. His eyebrows were thick and black, and his lips were bright red, as if bleeding. "My last name is Bu, and my name is Bu Xiangluo," he said in a trance. "What's going on?" Zhao Luoxia said kindly, "I will explain it later. After all, the role I am assigned in the dungeon is an employee of the museum. The sooner you finish your visit, the sooner I can leave the dungeon." She took off her gloves and stretched out her right hand to Bu Xiangluo. "Happy cooperation," Bu Xiangluo said. Quickly took off his gloves, and shook hands with the other party. "Then thank you for your help. There are actually quite a few people who were swept into the Laurel Art Museum. They also made sounds. But as long as they were a little far away, those sounds would be swallowed up by the entire space, and could no longer spread far away." Zhao Luoxia clapped her hands. She was the only one left in this corridor again. She no longer doubted the truth of the rumor the Lord of Dreams must have had some problems. So the frequency of the museum bringing people in would become more and more difficult to estimate. Sometimes there would be no new visitors for a long time, and sometimes there would be several in a row. Zhao Luoxia walked to the end of the corridor and turned the corner. The next moment, she stopped without any warning. She saw another strange young man. The other party stood in front of the portrait, with a focused and calm expression. Zhao Luoxia was not sure whether the other party heard her footsteps, but she realized that the young man had noticed her presence. The other party's black right eye was clearly looking at the portrait on the wall, but it squirmed for no reason and turned slightly towards Zhao Luoxia. Chapter 122. Zhao Luoxia had never seen the exit of the Laurel Art Museum. All the guests appeared out of thin air. They might have been carefree in their homes the last second, and the next moment, they appeared in the White Swan district of Endless City for no reason. She slowed down her pace, walked towards the young man with a harmless look, and took off the glove on her right hand, wanting to shake hands with him. "Hello. I am an employee of the art museum now, and I have to guide guests like you to complete the tour." Before Zhao Luoxia finished speaking, she was interrupted by the other party. Cheng Tingyu moved her eyes away from the portrait in front of her, which was relatively ordinary except for the mangosteen head, and looked at the person next to her. "Curious, how do you know that you are an employee of the art museum?" Zhao Luoxia paused and said, "When entering the dungeon, participants will receive a string of information." Before she finished speaking, the new young man had already laughed. The other party did not refute, but made Zhao Luoxia clearly realize that she did not believe this statement at all. Zhao Luoxia shut up. The instance does not discriminate in terms of information infusion. All participants get the same clues when they first enter, which are the 10 rules of the museum. Zhao Luoxia thought that she should have said that she obtained the identity of a museum employee while exploring the instance. And maybe she could really convince the other party. When she met that participant before, she was able to fool him, which was actually a pleasant surprise. Zhao Luoxia felt that she really shouldn't be so reckless, because she succeeded last time. So she was thinking about fooling a newcomer again. Zhao Luoxia stopped. "Since you don't believe me, then I can't do anything," she sighed, as if she was really regretful. "The portrait area is very dangerous. I wish you all the best in the future. The other party hasn't figured out the situation yet, And it's a single-player instance. There is no cannon fodder on hand to try and error. So usually he won't choose to attack actively. As long as she retreats in time, she will be safe. Zhao Lu's idea is correct. The new young man really didn't take action, but just asked a question. Cheng Tingyu, how long have you been here? Zhao Luxia stared at her for a while, then slowly said, maybe 10 days, maybe 1 or 2 months, or even longer. Now that I've come to Endless City, how can I remember that kind of thing? As she spoke, she calmly left Cheng Tingyu's sight with a backwards posture. Cheng Tingyu continued to admire the portraits on the wall. Now she has some understanding of the power of the realm. The area ruled by the city owner is a big bubble, so the art gallery is part of the bubble. The reason why this place has become a copy is that the manager has closed the museum and temporarily cut off the connection between the art gallery and other places in the White Swan district. Cheng Tingyu had previously guessed that there would be some way to prevent the playwright from stealing, so she was not too surprised that she appeared in the art gallery after she closed her eyes and opened them again. The last version of herself was quite good at ordering people around. The details of the portrait were already reflected in Cheng Tingyu's eyes. Even though the Laurel Art Museum is a building in Endless City, she doesn't think that these paintings exist to please the city owner. She can't imagine why the dreamer would think that a mangosteen head fits his aesthetic. 2 holes were dug out of the mangosteen's head, and each hole contained a human eye. Unlike its weird appearance, the eyes were very normal, and even had pure white and clear eyes. Carefully, she looked at the corners countless times, but still no big holes suddenly appeared. When she was released from the art museum, she should not have met the 9th requirement. Cheng Tingyu walked around the corner. The structure of the art museum is a nested square shape. When you walk to the end of the last horizontal line, you will see a space open on the wall, which leads to a new corridor embedded inside. In the middle of each corridor, there is at most a portrait. The images of the characters in the paintings are different. Some look like ordinary humans, while others are full of unique styles that make visitors lose their sanity. However, no matter what the image of the protagonist is, all the portraits have very similar eyes. Cheng Tingyu walked and looked, and when she was 3 steps away from the end of the corridor, she suddenly stopped. She looked at the wall of the corridor and smiled. Do you think I can't see you hiding there? The ball of air made a fearful gasp, and after about 5 seconds, a pale face finally emerged. Bu Xiangluo's voice trembled. I'm almost out of color now. Don't rob me. Cheng Tingyu listened to the other party's words. Her expression did not fluctuate at all, and a thought that had nothing to do with clearing the copy quickly passed through her mind in the eyes of others. The current scene should be quite strange. Both of them were wrapped in white robes, wearing gloves on their hands and foot covers on their feet. Even their hair was all covered in the hats connected to their clothes. Except for their faces, nothing was exposed, and they looked a bit like astronauts. Her eyes swept over Bu Xiangluo's face. The abnormality of the person in front of her was particularly obvious. If Zhao Luxia's makeup was too heavy, which was a bit worrying, then Bu Xiangluo was like an albino, with even the color of his eyebrows and eyelashes extremely light. Cheng Tingyu's reaction was not too slow, since the person in front of him claimed that he had no color, and his skin was so abnormally white. It proved one thing. In the art gallery copy, people's colors can be taken away. Cheng Tingyu noticed that the other party's facial features were vaguely familiar, so he replied, I cannot take it away from you, he said, but you have to tell me who you are, and who took your color away. The fear of the young man in front of him was very real. In comparison, the first reaction of the thick-faced person when he saw her was to step forward and fool her, while the first reaction of the young man in front of him was to fear and avoid. This at least proves that the other party did not know that Cheng Tingyu was a new participant, and had not yet mastered the method of taking away color. Bu Xiangluo said tremblingly, My last name is Bu. Bu Xiangluo. The first person who took away my color was that Zhao Luxia. I had just entered the dungeon at that time. She took off her gloves when she greeted me, and then tricked me into taking off my gloves and shaking hands with her. He did not explain further, apparently thinking that he had described it clearly enough. Cheng Tingyu guessed that if Zhao Luxia did not have any special abilities, it meant that the person who took the initiative to make skin contact with the target could take away the latter's color. She thought about the rules and said kindly, So your last name is Bu. Bu Xiangluo probably often encountered similar situations, and immediately replied, Yes. It seems that you are also from F0631 City? Cheng Tingyu, what does Bu Wuxiang call you? When he heard the familiar name, the fear on Bu Xiangluo's face finally dissipated a little. She is the daughter of an aunt in my family, so she is my sister. But after my aunt died, she ran to the outer city to be an inspector. We are not very familiar with each other. She sighed again. The inner city is the best place. Why did she want to leave? Chung Tingyu, if there is a chance. I also want to go to the inner city to have a look. Bu Xianglue, this, I can't guarantee it. He hurriedly said. I am also a marginal person in my family. I am just lucky. I have been living in the city center since I was born. There is nothing special about me. From the young man in front of him, Chung Tingyu quickly figured out the basic situation of the Bu family. With the maverick Bu Wushang, the members of their family are distributed directly across 3 urban areas, and most of them have gradually moved to the central city, with only 30% staying in the city center. Most of the residents in the inner city are from the founding families who built F0631 city, such as Bu Xianglue. Occasionally, outstanding talents from the central city will be eligible to move in after accumulating enough credit points. Bu Xianglue, but our family doesn't live together, and our relationship is not close on weekdays. The technology level of the inner city is much more advanced than that of the outer city, so one person can live comfortably. Like Bu Xianglue, his family may live near certain streets in the inner city, but the distance between each family is far enough to ensure the connection and independence between family members. Moreover, these residents who were born in the inner city since childhood, due to the lack of external pressure, most of them live a casual life. Bu Xianglue was probably worried that Chung Tingyu would abandon him, so he quickly added a few more sentences. But we have all received general education about players and dungeons since childhood, and I also have the ability of a player. Chung Tingyu, you are? Bu Xianglue, I am a realm. And the awakening of ability types should also be related to blood. So more than half of the ability users in our family are realm. But there are many exceptions. The more powerful the big shot, the easier it is for the offspring to keep the same ability type as themselves. For example, the Kong family is mostly flesh and blood. If the Dream Maker can have a niece or something, it is estimated that it must be a realm. Chung Tingyu was silent for a moment. This joke can't be passed, right? She was curious. So does the Dream Maker really have a niece? Mentioning a lot of past, and the two sides of common acquaintances, Bu Xianglue's mentality is more relaxed, and answered, how can I know about the big shot? Of course, I have to ask the Dream Maker himself. Chung Tingyu. Sorry. The Dream Maker is also very puzzled. Chung Tingyu knew that Bu Xianglue was not lying. With the enrichment of the preconditions, the other party's information has been clearly displayed in his eyes. His real name is Boundary Ghost Wall. No wonder the other party was tricked as soon as he came in. This kind of ability can affect the sense of direction of others. Unfortunately, the corridor of the art gallery has only 2 directions, leaving Bu Xianglue's opponent with little room to get lost. While talking, Chung Tingyu found that the color on Bu Xianglue seemed to have faded a little. The young man in front of him quietly lifted a slit in his gloves, and the previous sense of ease was replaced by fear again. He stammered, am I about to disappear? Chung Tingyu raised his eyes and looked at the portrait next to him. The color of the character in the painting is becoming more and more vivid, and the bright red lips seem to be smiling at Bu Xianglue. Chung Tingyu glanced at Bu Xianglue and took out a prop from her backpack. Do you want to read a storybook? The owner of an ordinary storybook can specify a role for the target of the prop. Chung Tingyu specified the role of sister for Bu Xianglue. And Su? The color on his body recovered a little. This is the effect of curse escape and temporary regeneration. Bu Xianglue, thank you. Thank you. If I can leave the dungeon alive, I will find a way to return a prop to you. Chung Tingyu nodded at him and signaled Bu Xianglue to move forward with her eyes. In order to break through the dungeon, she always had to collect as much information about the art gallery as possible. Bu Xianglue understood why the other party asked him to lead the way. If there was danger ahead, Chung Tingyu was behind. Maybe he could help him. If Chung Tingyu was accidentally tricked, Bu Xianglue would definitely not be able to run away. I was afraid of being discovered, so I put on a chameleon suit. The corridor was too empty, with nothing but a huge portrait hanging on the wall. Bu Xianglue couldn't get too close to Chung Tingyu, lest he violate the rule that there could only be one visitor in front of the portrait. So he had to keep talking to give himself courage. This prop can reduce my presence, but it will be useless once I'm discovered. I didn't expect you to see it, Chung Tingyu said casually, because I'm a dense pupil. Even though Bu Xianglue was facing away from Chung Tingyu, she could sense that the other person was emitting a kind of panic. The central city area really didn't relax in educating players about their ability types. Even though he lived in a stable core area, Bu Xianglue was still wary of people with dense pupil abilities. Chung Tingyu said gently, I'm fooling you. It must be said that the inner city is indeed a stable place. Bu Xianglue was relieved after hearing this. So, he said again. No wonder. I see that you are not only strong, but also rational. Chung Tingyu smiled silently. It is indeed fooling the other party. She is not just a close pupil. At least the dreamer must have a very strong domain power. He and Endless City have stood in the dream world for at least hundreds of years. During this period, I don't know how many props he has collected. The power that the previous version of himself can use must be so complex and powerful that she can't imagine it now. However, even such a dreamer has to suppress his own existence now. Chung Tingyu looked at everything in the art gallery. Of course, she could feel the danger of the copy in front of her. If she didn't recognize who she was, the dream world would not show mercy to her. However, every time she returned to the field of Endless City, Chung Tingyu still felt a real sense of security. Chapter 123. Other participants trapped in the dungeon probably won't have the same feelings as Chung Tingyu. After all, Endless City is an existence that makes people pay extra attention just by hearing the name. Bu Xianglue walked forward seriously and attentively, and after turning a corner, he finally saw someone he had never seen before. All the participants in the dungeon were dressed in the same uniform. The other party had a clear outline and looked quite far away from dying of ecstasy. The most noteworthy feature of his appearance was probably the frameless glasses on his face. He noticed Bu Xianglue's gaze and nodded politely to the latter. Bu Xianglue, aren't you leaving? The man with glasses, I'm not in a hurry to leave. Bu Xianglue was a little embarrassed. The man with glasses was standing right in front of the portrait. If he refused to give way, others would not be able to walk over without violating the rule that there is only one guest in front of the portrait. The man with glasses, if you really want to go to the next level, there is a way. Turn around and walk back. When you reach the fourth corner after walking 3 corners, you can see the intersection. Bu Xianglue, I came here this way before. If you walk back, you can only return to the previous level. Right? The man with glasses smiled. Perhaps he realized from the words of the newcomer that Bu Xianglue was just a newcomer who was not threatening at all. He replied, it's not so absolute. This is the realm of dreams and cannot be measured by common sense from the outside world. If you think you will return to the previous level when you return to the intersection will lead to the previous level. If you think you will enter the next level, you will enter the next level. Where it will lead to depends on people's cognition. If the participants who walk to the intersection at the same time have different ideas, the direction will be random. This makes sense, because no matter who you think, Endless City is not a scientific place. Bu Xianglue was not used to arguing, and had planned to turn back when he heard the words. But when he turned around, he found that Chung Tingyu had no intention of turning back. Chung Tingyu's attitude was kind, but there was no intention of concession in his words. Don't bother so much. Just move aside a few steps. Let us pass by the portrait, and then come back to see it. Since she had the ability of appraiser, Chung Tingyu no longer needed to remember other people's names. Her eyes swept over the head of the man wearing glasses, and a line of description appeared with it. Name, a Lian Han. After 100 years of silence, the naming style of human beings has obviously become more arbitrary. A Lian Han did not move away, but just stared at Chung Tingyu quietly. After a moment, he said, you chose to deliver yourself to the door. His voice did not reveal too much emotion. If it were someone who was a little dull, such as some residents who lived in the inner city all year round and had a rich life, they would not have noticed that the two sides had already planned to fight. A Lian Han gently raised his right hand and walked towards Luo, who was 2 meters away from him, and suddenly felt a strong sense of suffocation. It was as if a large invisible sponge appeared out of thin air in the corridor, slapping him hard to the other end. At the moment when the abnormality appeared, a thought flashed through Chung Tingyu's mind that the other party was probably controlling a force such as air pressure. She could have relied on her physical fitness to resist. But now she took out a transparent square plastic box. A Lian Han only saw the other party open the lid, and the power that he originally controlled disappeared without any warning. A glimmer of astonishment flashed under a Lian Han's glasses. His ability seemed to be swallowed by something, and he also had a sense of weakness that could not be ignored. As if he had just run 10 kilometers at full speed, and even his hands and feet were unconsciously weak. What Chung Tingyu was holding in his hand was naturally the ability vehicle that he had obtained from the manufacturer in the form of bookkeeping. She looked down at the plastic box, and a line of words appeared on it. Disaster insect bag compressed air. Disaster insect team deducted 1 point. A Lian Han's expression seemed to solidify, and he said with difficulty, you affected my ability. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Are you also a disaster insect?" He stared at the other party. The young man was clearly a newcomer who had just entered the dungeon. But his expression was extremely calm and gentle. He was leisurely throughout the whole process, as if the place where he was standing was not the endless city dungeon, but the living room of her home. Chung Tingyu smiled without comment. Now she still feels that she is a flesh and blood person, which is becoming less and less. She lowered her eyes again and glanced at the transparent plastic box in her hand. She clearly felt the difference between it and the previous similar product. When Wei Shigue used the disposable ability carrier to store the power of the spell, the impact on himself was very slight, and he would recover soon. However, judging from a Lianghan's appearance, he might not be able to use the power just now in a short time. A Lianghan, who suffered a great loss in a short test, had an unpredictable expression. But from beginning to end, his feet were firmly on the ground, and he refused to leave the front of the portrait. Chung Tingyu glanced at him and signaled Bu Xianglua to retreat to the side. But she herself walked forward without caring, and was about to enter the same portrait with a Lianghan. "Stop!" A gloomy look flashed in A Lianghan's eyes, and he whispered, "I can tell you what I'm trying, and then you two can go another way." Chung Tingyu's expression did not move, and even the flow in his black right eye seemed to stagnate. Not everyone can find a suitable opportunity to talk. You really should change your communication ideas earlier. She didn't know the other party's ability yet, but just from the fact that A Lianghan could survive in the endless city dungeon until now, it can be seen that his ability is not too bad. Experienced players can save some props on their bodies. Even Chung Tingyu, who has only awakened for a few months, can have a real curtain in his left hand and an ordinary storybook in his right hand. However, A Lianghan has only used his ability to hinder Chung Tingyu and Bu Xianglua for a while, and has not revealed his real killer moves throughout the whole process. It is the instinct of players to be wary of other participants. The possibility of encountering goodwill out of thin air is too low. A Lianghan did not use props with too much lethality, mostly not because he was unwilling, but because the conditions did not allow it. Chung Tingyu thought of Articles 5 and 6 of the museum's rules, which required visitors to observe order within the museum and maintain cleanliness. If they accidentally caused damage to the museum, it would be considered a violation of the rules, and they would have to pay a price. Bu Xianglua clearly felt the tense atmosphere on both sides and raised his hand. "Well, if you are worried that he will lie, I have a suggestion." Although he lacks practical experience in the dungeon, he has a rich family. Bu Xianglua has a space item on him, and he took out a prop that looks like a pendulum from it. Chung Tingyu had seen a similar pendulum when he was questioned by the inspection team. This item has no attack effect, but it has another particularly precious function. It can judge the truth of words. Bu Xianglua, this is the witch's truth pendulum. You should all know it. A Lianghan nodded. He is a real senior ability user, and of course, he has seen such props. Chung Tingyu did not deny it. As a senior ability user with amnesia, although she can remember little common sense, she has rich experience in being invited to drink juice by the inspection team. Bu Xianglua lowered his voice. "As long as you hold the pendulum, he won't be able to deceive people. He has lived in the inner city since he was a child, and he also has many problems of ordinary residents in the inner city who live a wealthy life. He is easy to trust others, and once he trusts others, he is easy to develop a sense of dependence." Bu Xianglua felt that Chung Tingyu was a powerful person from the beginning. After accidentally reaching the correct conclusion, he has been holding on to his thigh honestly, although he gradually realized that Chung Tingyu might be like himself. He had just entered the dungeon not long ago, and still did not change his subconscious positioning of his Pathfinder cane and auxiliary toolkit. A Lianghan's face looked worse and worse. After a long while, he said, "I didn't intend to tell a lie." He brought the topic back. "I have been here for too long. I have visited almost all places, but I have not been able to leave. In this case, visiting one painting at a time in the usual way is definitely not the right way to leave, because portraits will change. Old paintings will disappear, and new paintings will appear." A Lianghan's voice became lower and lower. "For example, now, there may be 100 paintings in all the corridors, but in an hour, there may be only 99, and in another hour, it may become 101. At this point, his tone became extremely firm. "The paintings are changing. We can't see all the portraits, and the museum doesn't want tourists to leave at all." Bu Xianglua was a little confused, but heard Chung Tingyu say, "It's not impossible. After all, the Laurel Museum is a building in Endless City. Its existence value is obviously not focused on giving visitors a good sightseeing experience. In addition, there are frequent thefts in the White Swan district, in order to ensure that the thieves will not leave among the guests. Trapping everyone in the art gallery seems to be more in line with the interests of Endless City. Chung Tingyu used the Witch's Truth Pendulum. This prop is relatively rigid in judging the truth and falsehood. It is not only idealistic, but also can only choose between yes and no. If a person sincerely believes that the sun is revolving around the moon, the pendulum is willing to certify the other party's honesty. Judging from the current results, at least Aliangan believes in the results of his investigation. Aliangan, but since it is a copy, there is always a way to get out. As long as you stayed long enough, you will find that if the visitor is still, the color on his body will disappear. Taking off the outer robe, gloves or foot covers, and violating the museum rules will also accelerate this process. After a pause, the voice became deeper. Standing in front of the portrait will also accelerate the loss of color. Before Bu Xianglue could react, Chung Tingyu had already noticed something wrong. It is in line with the museum rules for a person to stand in front of a portrait. If accelerating the loss of color is a punishment for violators, then why do visitors who abide by the rules have the same experience? Chung Tingyu, Rule 10. The act of helping the portrait to be completed is goodwill, and the object of goodwill can leave early. Aliangan nodded slowly. The longer I stand here, the brighter the color of the portrait, he said. In fact, these are just guesses. I personally speculate that the portrait will be hung up because it does not have enough color and needs further supplementation. If I stand here and continue to transfer my own color to the portrait, maybe I can leave. As long as the participants eliminate their guesses one by one, they will get the correct answer sooner or later. While the three chatted, except for Bu Xianglue whose buff had not expired, the colors of the other two people became lighter. Chung Tingyu nodded, as if he had been convinced by the other party, and then asked gently and casually, by the way, I have another question. Who is your companion? Aliangan was silent for a long time before he said word by word, You have actually seen her. If he was alone, he would not be able to stay in front of the portrait without moving. Otherwise, he would die sooner or later because of losing all the colors. Aliangan had the conditions to verify his idea because he had a companion who was continuously supplying him with colors. Chapter 124. Aliangan and Zhao Luoxia entered the Endless City together, and were eventually dragged into the art gallery dungeon together. This was not the first time he had encountered an accident. After he had basically understood the rules of the dungeon, he began to actively try, hoping to get out as soon as possible. Aliangan, we are not residents of the dream world, and the Lantern Man will not be soft on outsiders. Bu Xianglue felt a little aggrieved when he heard this. After all, he was not willing to come to the art gallery. While the three were talking, Aliangan always stood in front of the portrait, and looked at Chung Tingyu vigilantly from time to time, as if he was worried that she would suddenly run over and snatch his place. Aliangan said, Since the portrait will appear and disappear, I think I have to stay in front of it when it just appears and continue to inject color into the portrait, so that it can be considered as helping to complete a portrait. Even if you come over now, at most you can only interrupt my process, which will not do you any good. After a moment, he hesitated slightly. Why don't you leave? Chung Tingyu simply leaned against the wall and said, No hurry. I'm waiting to see the results of your experiment. Although he knew that the other party was using him as a guinea pig, Aliangan had to acquiesce to the two people's observation when his ability was severely weakened, and it was inconvenient to take action. During the injection of color, Zhao Luoxia came over 3 times to help his companion add color. Aliangan stretched his right arm out of the frame every time, took the initiative to shake the other party's hand, and then let go. Chung Tingyu raised his eyes and stared at the portrait. I don't know how much of a dreamer the current version of myself is. If I continue to watch, can I add a dreamer's note to the portrait? Chung Tingyu thought about it, and felt that it shouldn't be the case. Otherwise, according to his habit of observing suspicious objects all over the world, the outer city of F0631 City is probably full of job seekers waiting for the offer of Endless City. After a long silence, Aliangan suddenly said, Where are you from? The person he asked was Bu Xianglue. Bu Xianglue answered honestly, F0631 City. Of course, he didn't say that he was from the inner city, but an old player like Aliangan could see a clue from Bu Xianglue's temperament. Aliangan showed a complicated look, which seemed to be envy and jealousy. He suddenly said, A long time ago, my family was also in a city. Bu Xianglue, that city now. Aliangan's expression returned to indifference. Since the generation of my mother's mother's mother, It no longer exists. Since losing their own city, Lianghan's family has been tossed around and finally came to the vicinity of Endless City. This dream city controlled by the Dream Maker also has a corresponding gathering area in the real world. Many people will choose to stay here for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to officially enter the city. All those born after 100 years of silence know that cities are more stable, and places near cities are relatively stable. People cannot be on high alert for danger 24 hours a day. They always need to stay in a place with order to rest and recuperate. Chang Tingyu was a little puzzled. The ticket to F0631 city is not difficult to get. Lianghan sneered. You don't understand. Only the city of the Lord of Dreams is the safest. Chang Tingyu. Amnesia affected her performance in the conversation. Bu Xianglue was very curious. Why do you say that? Lianghan whispered, originally, the number of cities suitable for living was not as small as it is now. And they were all destroyed by the peak season. A trace of sarcasm appeared on his face. This is probably why the Dream Maker wanted to build a city in the dream world. After all, there is also a Lord of the Dream World in the title of him. For the realm of dreams, he has a powerful control power beyond people's imagination. Perhaps to regain his place for himself, who was at a disadvantage before. Lianghan said again, in fact, there is an unverified method of leaving the Endless City dungeon circulating in private. Bu Xianglue said with doubt. It is true that he lacks practical experience. But he is not so gullible about everything. Unverified. This description sounds far from reliable. Lianghan, if you can't leave the Endless City dungeon no matter what, you can consider speaking ill of the owner of this city loudly. Maybe the lantern bearer will take you to justice. Looking at Bu Xianglue. Do you dare to verify? Bu Xianglue shook his head honestly. I dare not. I follow my heart. Lianghan glanced at Chang Tingyu, who was leaning against the wall without saying a word, and automatically understood her silence as not daring to do it either. And then snorted coldly. Chang Tingyu sighed in her heart. There is a difference between not saying bad things and not saying bad things. She was not following her heart, but respecting herself. Time passed by minute. Suddenly, the portrait hanging on the wall finally moved. And Chang Tingyu also saw the process of the portrait disappearing. For the first time, the originally white wall seemed to have turned into mud, starting from the frame, swallowing up the portrait little by little, until there was no trace left. Chang Tingyu estimated in her heart that she had been watching on the side for about 5 or 6 hours. It was impossible to tell the exact time. Since entering the Endless City, her heartbeat had become less regular, and her perception of time had changed slightly. However, until the portrait completely disappeared, Lianghan remained where he was. His face was not only ugly, but also full of confusion and bewilderment. In silence, Chang Tingyu directly pulled Bu Xianglue's arm, and the latter had to walk a few steps faster. Then, he felt a huge force pushing his back up, like a kite blown up by the wind. Bu Xianglue floated up involuntarily, directly over Lianghan's back, and flew to the other end of the corridor. While flying forward, Bu Xianglue heard Chang Tingyu say beside him, there are more than 3 people here. Almost as soon as he turned the corner, a shadow emerged from behind where Bu Xianglue was standing. It was Zhao Luoxia. She seemed to want to catch Chang Tingyu or Bu Xianglue, but she didn't know that her companion's ability had been taken away by the disposable ability vehicle. Lianghan was affected by the props, and could no longer control the bag of compressed air. At the same time, Chang Tingyu released 2 bags of air in succession. One bag pushed Zhao Luoxia and Lianghan away, and the other bag directly sent her out of the corridor. Bu Xianglue looked back subconsciously. Lianghan stood staggering, unable to keep his balance no matter what. He waved his hands and feet at an unusually slow speed, and Zhao Luoxia quickly experienced the same situation. He couldn't understand what he saw for a while, and then he realized that Zhao Luoxia was not the only one secretly squatting nearby. Many participants hiding in the art gallery made the same choice. He was not the only participant who had props similar to the chameleon suit. After discovering that Lianghan's attempt failed, those people could no longer bear it, and all emerged from their hiding places, trying to take advantage of others' unpreparedness and snatch the colors of others. Many of these people's primary target was Chang Tingyu, who seemed to have no sense of defense at all, and whose attitude was more natural than staying in his own backyard. But he failed. It was hard to say whose luck it was. After the others ran away at the right time, Lianghan and the other 2 became the unlucky objects chosen. They might be able to break free, or they might not. Those were all things that happened after Bu Xianglue left. After running for a while, Bu Xianglue murmured, there is someone beside. Chang Tingyu glanced at him. Bu Xianglue. The other person's eyes reminded him of his school days. Whenever he made a mistake in the basic knowledge that he should have mastered, the teacher would look at him like this. Is there something wrong with what I said? Chung Tingyu replied, although the presence of other people is not easy to feel. Zhao Luoxia is obviously always there. The colors on her are too rich. Zhao Luoxia has accumulated too many colors. So rich that people would think she has painted her facial features with various colors. There is no need to run out to collect them. And in order to ensure that the experimental results are not missed, squatting on the side is a more reasonable choice. Zhao Luoxia may go around to see the situation, but she will not go too far each time. Chung Tingyu estimated that he had opened up a little distance and finally slowed down his pace. Bu Xianglue noticed that although they had run such a long distance, the expressions of the people around him did not show any sign of fatigue. For a moment, he suspected that he had met a flesh-and-blood player known for his physical fitness. It was not until this moment that Bu Xianglue's excitement of escaping from danger slowly subsided. A Lianghan's attempt failed, and the participants were still confused about how to leave the dungeon. Chung Tingyu did not speak, and Bu Xianglue did not know why he did not dare to make a sound. He walked in front honestly, fulfilling his duties as a pathfinder, and suddenly heard the sobbing of a young woman. Bu Xianglue whispered, "It seems that someone is crying." The dungeon, the female voice, and crying. Although he did not join the inspection team like his cousin, he had also heard countless horror stories containing related elements from his childhood. Bu Xianglue's legs were a little weak for a while. He had heard about Bu Wushang's deeds, and originally he only admired him. But now he respected him. Although she was born in the Bu family, Bu Wushang, who ran to the outer city area, obviously did not receive too many resources from her family. She was able to become an inspector at such a young age, which obviously showed that she had struggled in the dungeon countless times. In comparison, residents like herself in the inner city area were simply flowers in a greenhouse. Among his peers, there were others who chose to join the inspection team after graduation, but the number of times they entered the dungeon was probably less than a fraction of Bu Wushang. Bu Xianglue suppressed the thoughts in his mind, looked around, and finally found the source of the sound by observing the sight of the young men next to him. There was a little girl who was less than 10 years old squatting in the corner. The color on her body had faded to the point of being almost non-existent. Even without using items such as the chameleon set, it was difficult for people to notice her. Just when Bu Xianglue was hesitating whether to teach the other party a lesson, he heard someone next to him walk up and gently said, "Who are you?" The little girl sobbed and said, "I am Alice." Bu Xianglue whispered, "Her situation." "Chung Tingyu, don't worry. I may have guessed how to leave." The little girl's sobbing stopped for a moment, and Bu Xianglue was surprised and asked, "Have we finished looking at all the portraits in the museum?" Chung Tingyu said slowly, "Actually, some of Aliangan's guesses are correct. Following the normal process of visiting is indeed not the way to leave the dungeon." Bu Xianglue was still a little hesitant. Maybe this is because he missed a few. "I didn't finish looking at the painting. Chung Tingyu, visiting is the easiest way to pass the level. And there were many people waiting for the experimental results next to Aliangan, which means that among so many people, no one successfully completed the visit to the portrait area and obtained the qualification to leave." Her voice was very kind. "Think about it carefully. Although the rules mention tourists, there is no notice to tell the participants that we are visitors. So who else can we be?" The little girl said softly, "So we are thieves?" Chung Tingyu smiled, and then said patiently, "Why must it be a thief? We can also be portraits." Chapter 125. Hearing Chung Tingyu's words, Bu Xianglue showed a puzzled look. Alice beside him also stopped sobbing. She looked less than 10 years old, with clear black and white eyes, like two crystal clear glass beads. "Chung Tingyu, even if it is to keep clean, visitors only need to wear hats and shoe covers. The existence of outer robes and gloves is more like preventing participants from being touched by others, rather than preventing participants from touching other areas of the museum. The setting that color can be taken away by touch should also imply this point." Bu Xianglue tried his best to think about it, although he could not guess the result. When the answer was put on the table, he still found some clues. The third rule of the museum stipulates that each portrait must be separated by a certain distance. He originally thought that this was the reason why there was only one painting hanging in each corridor. However, once he accepted the setting that the participants were portraits, it had a different meaning in the current copy. The participants were actually the portraits. Their bodies and hands and feet were wrapped with extra cloth. So even if they touched each other, it did not violate the setting of separating a certain distance. Bu Xianglue was puzzled. Then what is hanging on the wall? Chung Tingyu thought for a moment and replied, Rule 7. Do not touch the portrait. Touching will cause damage. So many participants did not find that there was a problem with their identity before, proving that even if they were brought into the role of guests, there was no flaw in the museum rules. So if I touch the portrait in front of me, I should have a change that can be identified as damage. That is, loss of color, he said. Guests and portraits cannot touch each other, which applies to both parties. If we are the portraits, then the portraits on the wall are the guests. In addition, there is another side evidence. So far, the portraits we have seen are all single-person portraits, which meet the rule requirement of when viewing portraits. Please ensure that there is only one guest in front of the portrait. Bu Xiangluo understood and murmured, so that's it. There was still a hint of trance in his tone. After hearing the other party's explanation, Bu Xiangluo suddenly felt that the idea of the current copy was not complicated, and most of the clues could be obtained from the rules. But if he were to study it alone, the only thing he could control was probably squatting at which intersection waiting for Gigi to be eliminated. Chung Tingyu smiled a little. In fact, she was mainly guessing now. At that moment, a not-so-serious idea floated through her mind. If she really guessed wrong, she could take a nap first, switch to the Dream Maker version, and let him adjust the mechanism of the current copy. But the success rate of doing so should not be high, not to mention that the success rate of switching is not high. Even if the version is successfully updated, the Dream Maker may not still have reason left. And even if he is still rational, he probably won't take the little thing of being trapped in the copy to heart. Thinking of this, Chung Tingyu looked at the ceiling and sighed with regret. Alice raised her face. Sister, what's wrong with you? Chung Tingyu said leisurely, I am reflecting on myself. Bu Xiangluo suddenly thought of something. If portraits touching each other is against the rules, then why can the previous people rob others of their colors? Chung Tingyu smiled. Is it really a good thing to take away other people's colors? He said again. Unfinished paintings touch each other, and the colors on both sides will be polluted. However, this copy still takes the personal consciousness of the participants into consideration. So the participants who actively touch other portraits will have their own colors polluted. Those who passively touch, although they lose their own colors, they are not stained with other people's colors. If the degree of pollution is too deep, you will probably lose the qualification to leave the painting. Alice was curious. If the participants are the portraits, how can we get out? The little girl looked at Bu Xiangluo, who also looked confused. Chung Tingyu gave the children a hint. Think about it. Even if we stand still, the colors on our bodies will fade over time, which is obviously inconsistent with the situation of normal paintings. The rules mention that there are unfinished portraits in the art gallery. We have not been completed yet, so our own colors have not been fixed. After analyzing to this point, the mechanism of the dungeon has gradually become clear, and it seems that only one step is left to break through. However, Bu Xiangluo just can't take this step. He now knows his true role positioning, and understands that completing the tour and leaving in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the museum staff is a completely impossible way to escape. The only possible effective way is the 10th rule, which is to escape by relying on goodwill. But Bu Xiangluo has read the rules over and over again dozens of times, and he can't figure out how to complete the painting. Sure enough, the combination of practice and theory is a very difficult thing. During school, Bu Xiangluo also watched some live records of the dungeon. At that time, he felt from the bottom of his heart that even if he went there, he could successfully leave. It's too naive. Bu Xiangluo looked at Alice. Fortunately, the expression of this 10-year-old girl was also very confused. He is not the only one who is at the bottom. Chung Tingyu took off his gloves. I actually have some guesses. After the paint is applied to the canvas, it should slowly solidify. The reason why the color on the participants is constantly lost is actually a hint that our portraits have not been painted on the canvas at all. They are still just a ball of paint. Alice, so what we need to do now is to find the canvas. Chung Tingyu nodded and glanced at the portraits on the wall. Looking at the paintings more is also helpful. The hint of the canvas is also there. Alice thought for a while and spoke first. When the guests visit, they should stand in front of the canvas. Right. So the position of the canvas is right in front of the guests? Chung Tingyu said gently, you are right. Bu Xiangluo. He lowered his head and carefully observed the white floor of the art gallery. I thought Alice would not be able to keep up with the discussion at the age of 10. And I was too optimistic. Chung Tingyu, but we have to figure out where the guests are in front. These people will look in the direction of the curtain. Pay attention to their eyes. The eyes are the only special thing in the corridor. No matter how arbitrary the portraits themselves look, their eyes must be clear and bright. and flashing pure white light. Bu Xianglue hesitated. It seems that there is nothing in their eyes? Zhang Tingyu, this is the problem. If there is paint on the curtain, they should see something in their eyes when they watch it. But now there is no color other than white. This means that all participants are not in the right position. So tourists can't see anything. As she spoke, she took off the white robe, gloves and shoe covers wrapped around her body. Zhang Tingyu said slowly, I was thinking before, why the art gallery is white. And the participants have to wear white anti-pollution robes. This is actually to ensure that if the position of the portrait is not right, the color in the guest's eyes must be pure white. After losing the color protection brought by the coat, Zhang Tingyu's color loss speed instantly accelerated. But she was not in a hurry at all, but began to explain patiently. A distant sense of familiarity also emerged in her mind, as if at some point, she had discussed the issue of copies with teachers and classmates in this way. Those feelings soon disappeared, like the ebb tide, leaving cleanly. Zhang Tingyu suppressed the complicated thoughts, and the small box hidden in the spiritual world was completely closed again. The guest's sight is not from the position of the walls on both sides. Otherwise, their eyes can probably reflect the faces of the participants. Now think about it from another perspective. Where is the angle in the entire art gallery that is least likely to see our faces? While telling the story, Zhang Tingyu had already laid on the ground neatly and gave the answer slowly. Of course, on the ceiling. The guest's sight came from the ceiling, because the portraits were wearing white robes, and even the hair on their heads was covered by hats. So all they could see was a blank. The act of helping the portrait to be completed is well-intentioned, and the act of hindering the completion of the portrait is naturally not well-intentioned. This is why the speed of color loss will increase when standing in front of the portrait. It is not because of looking at the painting, but because the participants remain still. What the visitors outside can see is only a white head, and there is still a whole face and torso away from a completed portrait. Bu Xianglue noticed that since lying on the ground, the speed of color loss on the young man's body has begun to slow down significantly. The more parts that the guests can see, the slower the color loss of the participants. This is the rule hidden in the art gallery. Obviously, she has found the right way to help the portrait to be completed. The Laurel Art Museum is a flawless white building. Its shape can be called beautiful even in the eyes of mentally normal people. There has been a rumor that the reason why the lantern bearers built the art museum into its current appearance was to commemorate the city owner's former place of study. Today, residents who look like humans or have already shown signs of dream creatures are following the guidance of the lantern bearers and entering the museum in an orderly manner. There are a lot of portraits in the art gallery, each of which is vivid, making people wonder if these paintings are fragments of the dream master's memory. There is even a feather, which is part of the remains of the great sage. Now it is also counted as a portrait and one of the dreamer's valuable collections. In the middle of the venue, there is a portrait of the city owner. In the deep dusk, there is a vague and blurred giant like a sea of clouds. All the residents who are qualified to visit are reluctant to come and see the market. Unfortunately, even if they are willing to risk their minds going crazy, they can't see the details in the painting clearly. Of course, in addition to those valuable portraits, there are also many unfinished blank canvases in the museum. At this moment, a gradually clear human figure suddenly appeared on one of the blank canvases. After about 3 or 4 seconds, the lifelike portrait in the painting moved, and then fell directly from the wall. Zhang Tingyu adjusted her body shape in time before landing, so that she could stand steadily. After all, according to the previous speculation, there were probably guests outside. She didn't mind falling in public. But if the news that the dream maker had a setback in its own art gallery spread, it would definitely not be beneficial to the city image of Endless City. Her appearance did not cause any commotion. Some residents noticed Zhang Tingyu, but did not show any surprise. They just walked away from the crowd and missed the precious opportunity to visit the current version of the dream maker. About a minute later, Bu Xianglue also fell out. He turned over and climbed up unsteadily, and moved 2 steps to the side with difficulty to leave space for the people behind. Alice was ranked 3rd at her own request. Although she was not very old, she was a very smart girl. After the people around her demonstrated one after another, she would definitely be able to leave the corridor in the same way. Sure enough, the figure of the little girl soon appeared on the canvas. When she fell, Zhang Tingyu caught her and gently put her on the ground. Bu Xianglue had been paying attention to the changes in the canvas. At this moment, he suddenly took 2 steps back, looking slightly shocked. Wait! That painting. Where Alice fell, a creeping shadow was left. Unlike the previous portrait that was so vivid that it turned into a real person, the shadow was always blurry. as if there was a force preventing it from becoming clear on the canvas. Chung Tingyu whispered, "The closure phenomenon has not been ended, which means that the thief has not been caught. The portraits in the corridor appear and disappear, which means that there are always guests entering and leaving the art gallery normally. Think about it. If the thief is not mixed in with the guests, then where would he be? The thief hid in the world of portraits and hid beside the participants." Chung Tingyu remembered that Rule 10 mentioned that helping to complete a portrait was a well-intentioned act. There was actually an unspoken message hidden in it if the person who came had malicious intent. Then the copy would not allow the portrait represented by the other party to be completed. Chapter 126. When Chung Tingyu saw Alice, she felt that this little girl was a little out of place. At first, she huddled in the corner and cried quietly. But after she spoke, she quickly showed her smart and calm side. The state switched too quickly, as if there were two personalities stored in her body at the same time. Chung Tingyu paid a little attention. She had basically figured out the operating mechanism of the copy at that time. If her idea was correct, when she came out of the painting, the problematic part of Alice would be stuck in the canvas. If her idea was wrong, that was also the last version of herself who was suffering from it. Chung Tingyu felt that her arrangement in the last version was very problematic, since she was going to throw her back to the White Swan area. She should unlock the memory of the relevant settings. Fortunately, the final result was as she expected. Chung Tingyu breathed a sigh of relief and felt that she still knew herself well. When the three people who left the canvas were planning to wander around the museum and see if they could find an employee to take them out, Alice, who had successfully escaped, suddenly twitched. Bu Xianglue rushed over quickly, looking anxious. He didn't understand why the little girl had a sudden illness. Chung Tingyu on the side could see clearly that Alice's limbs were tied with a thin silver line like spider silk. The other end of the line was connected to the shadow in the canvas. An emergency occurred in the art gallery. Guests staying in the portrait area, please pay attention to avoid it in time. I will report it again. An emergency occurred in the art gallery. Guests staying in the portrait area, please pay attention to avoid it in time. The abnormality of the canvas affected the entire portrait area. The cold notification sounded from above. At the same time, the shadow in the canvas, which had already solidified, actually moved again. Chung Tingyu couldn't see the details of the shadow clearly, but could only feel that it was a thick, sticky and malicious substance. Even though it was trapped in the portrait, the shadow still couldn't calm down completely. It kept twisting and wriggling, as if it was about to break through the blockade of the canvas and gradually flow out of the edge of the frame. Bu Xianglue, who was standing next to him, was also attracted by the abnormality of the portrait. He turned his head in a daze and just glanced at the portrait. Red blood burst out of his eyes. The next one, the boundary ability user from the F0631 Central City, fell on his back without any resistance, accompanied by the piercing alarm. Chung Tingyu took out the music box lullaby from his backpack. The function of this prop is to make people other than the holder fall into a state of sleep. Chung Tingyu still remembered the clues provided by Shinxing Liu. The playwright is likely to be stealing the power of the owner of Endless City. Then the thief in the canvas is probably related to the existence of this person, who tours around the world. The most senior ability users standing at the top of the world have long been out of the scope of human beings. Chung Tingyu estimated that it was still unknown how much effect the music box lullaby could play on the playwright. If she was sure that the items on hand were not enough to trap the playwright, she only hoped that Endless City had prepared an emergency plan in case the dream maker could not come to the rescue. The light in the portrait area suddenly dimmed. The overall color of the art gallery was a kind of pure white that was as cold as a coffin and flawless. But at this moment it suddenly became old and blurred, as if some power had stained the color of dusk. Chung Tingyu stared at everything in front of her. She was sure that she had not activated the music box and had not switched versions. But the people around her fell down one after another, as if they were trapped in a dream that was difficult to wake up. Is it a playwright? In the peaceful light, a figure took the initiative to approach the frame. Her shape was very strange. Half of her face was covered by a mask with exaggerated and grotesque lines. She was wearing a loose blue robe with a beautiful 9 embroidered on the chest. She sounded like she was in her 20s. But considering that the age of the lantern holder could not be measured by appearance, she might be an Endless City apostle in the SHL of a young human. When she noticed that Endless City staff came to help, Chung Tingyu, who remained awake, followed the steps of other visitors, who were passively unconscious and hid in a corner. She cast a glance, and soon, a name Zhuang Jiozha appeared on the person who came. Chung Tingyu's not-too-bad memory made her instantly recall where she had seen this name. The last time she went to the building block area, she saw an emergency message on Bao Sherdong's computer, which was about a train conductor named Zhuang Jiozha resigning from his position. Being able to reach the management level proves that the other party is an outstanding one even among the endless city apostles. The harsh sound of nails scratching glass came out intermittently from the canvas. Yes, the Lord of Dreams. After a moment, the sound that was so painful to hear changed the conclusion again, with a slight joy in the tone. No, it's not him who came. The luster of dusk slowed down the spread of the black shadow in the painting, but failed to completely curb the other party's ability to move. The black mist-like fingers stretched out and tore the canvas. Then, a puppet that was so broken that it was very suitable to appear in a trash can or a waste treatment center, dragged its body out of the crack of the canvas with difficulty. The light in the art gallery was still changing. Some vague and fantastic scenery, like a mirage, kept appearing and disappearing in the air, reminding Chang Tingyu of the feeling when she first saw the kaleidoscope when she was a child. Zhuang Jiozha stood in front of the puppet. The half of her face that was exposed did not show any nervousness. She did not make any movements, but just stood there, and her ability began to work. All the scenery brought by Zhuang Jiozha has both uncertainty and reality. Chang Tingyu seemed to be thrown on a roller coaster. She could only hold the handrail tightly and passively fly along with it, watching the scenes around her constantly changing. The color of dusk gradually faded, replaced by the deep chaos of the sea. When Chang Tingyu thought she was really trapped in the deep sea, she immediately felt that she was wrapped in suffocating water pressure. Her bones began to creak, and she was almost out of breath. Fortunately, her reason was always online, and she was not Zhuang Jiozha's current target. The awakened ability happened to add a full point of dense pupils to the observation ability. When she realized that the deep blue sea was just an illusory shadow, the suffocating feeling of being unable to breathe was immediately reduced by 80%. The impact of the seawater also bound the puppet's hands and feet. From its mouth and nose, bubbles similar to those of a living person emerged, as if even the last trace of air in the chest cavity had been squeezed out. The puppet's arms waved slowly, and the silver-thin lines connected to its body became straight, like a series of knife lights condensed in the field of vision. As the knife light flashed, the sea water that filled the entire portrait area suddenly broke, and the lifelike scene was ruthlessly cut off. The silver-thin lines continued to spread outward and stretch towards Alice. When the silver-thin lines were about to recapture the little girl, Chang Tingyu, who had been pretending to be a background board, immediately jumped up from the ground like lightning, stretched out his hand to catch the child neatly, and then rolled on the ground, far away from the control range of the puppet's silver line. The situation on the field also changed slightly because of her actions. The former train conductor Zhuang Jiozha looked in the direction of Chang Tingyu, with a little surprise in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that someone had not fallen asleep yet. Dreams are actually a kind of protection. For those who cannot perceive the illusion, the pressure of the seawater does not exist. On the contrary, those who are awake will be affected. Just like Chang Tingyu, she has clearly realized that the constantly changing scenes around her are not real. But she still choked on a mouthful of water while dodging the silver line. Chang Tingyu twisted her sleeves that were wet by the seawater. The next moment, she suddenly felt her skin become warm, and the temperature around her began to rise rapidly. Her steps became heavy and staggering, and every step she took more effort than before. The scene that appeared after the deep sea was the desert. Dust and sand fluttered in large pieces, and the hot wind blew on people's faces. Every time Chang Tingyu breathed, she felt that some of the water in her body was taken away. The silver-thin lines wandered in the air. When Alice could not be controlled again, the lines wrapped around the edge of the desert. Then, the scene in front of her began to flash irregularly like a screen with poor contact. The yellow sand in the sky went out quietly, and then gradually lost all its sense of reality, like a mask covered with oil paint, and all the paint attached to the surface was washed away. Chang Tingyu raised her head and saw the pure white ceiling and walls again. She seemed to be drawn back into the world of portraits. The white corridor at this moment seemed more solid and more difficult to break through than before. The puppet that was still confronting Zhuang Jiozha the moment before was already covered by a picture frame and fixed on the wall. Its body began to slowly fade away and turned back into the shadow at the beginning. However, just before it completely fell silent, a mouth with clear lines suddenly protruded from the blurred shadow. Her lips moved, explaining to the audience, "The next is the plot turning point." After Zhuang Jiozha thought she had successfully deceived the playwright's senses with immersiveness, she found that the other party was just performing a performance. At the same time, He had a prop in his hand that Zhuang Jiuzhe could not resist at all. Zhang Tingyu certainly remembered that in the White Swan district, the first place to suffer theft was not the Laurel Art Museum, but the library. The puppet on the wall, which had almost completely turned back into a shadow, had an extra book in its hand. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Jiuzhe's eyes shrank slightly. In Endless City, even the most ordinary newspapers can give people a completely different reading experience from the real world. Those books collected in the library are certainly not ordinary books. Zhang Tingyu still remembers the scene when Bao Shidong read the book. No matter which page he turned to, the plot on the page would automatically emerge and be performed on the spot for the reader. The current situation is very similar to that time. It was as if the gate blocking the river was quietly opened, and the contents recorded in the book poured down. In the rippling waves, lines of text condensed into entities. Under the grand dusk, the clock knights presented a clock to the great city owner. Chapter 127, Jumping into the hall. The puppet slowly stretched out its right arm, and 5 fingers spread out, reaching for the golden clock condensed from the book. The power of Endless City collided, exploded, and dissipated with each other. The scene created by immersion was forced to become virtual little by little. Zhuang Jiuzhe, who used to be a train conductor, felt as if his body was thrown into cold water, and his whole heart was frozen by the changes in front of him. What the other party stole was indeed one of the most precious record books in the Green Library, because those books were injected with power by the dreamer. They could temporarily restore the scenes recorded in the text. If there is anyone who has gone the furthest on the road of restoring illusion to reality, it must be the dreamer himself. As the pages of the book were turned, the golden clock gradually gained entity. The playwright held this precious clock, and then turned the pointer in a counterclockwise manner, one circle after another. Tick, tick, tick. Time began to go back. Zhuang Jiuzhe realized the playwright's plan. It wasn't long before she rose from dusk to dawn. Once she went back a few months, her strength would drop significantly. In contrast, the power of the playwright would rise. Immortal Golden Theater also had the qualifications of a city, so the playwright could naturally be considered a city owner. If he hadn't been severely injured by the Lord of Dreams, he would have escaped successfully long ago. Zhuang Jiuzhe raised her hand and tried to continue to summon new scenes. Her attempt lasted only 1 or 2 minutes before it was broken. The real name of the ability user could change as her strength increased. She was in the dusk stage and had not yet mastered the immersive experience. She closed her eyes, and the traces of the portrait corridor around her began to be gradually blown away like a weathered ancient city wall. Zhang Tingyu closed her eyes and leaned against the wall motionlessly, feeling her heart start to beat abnormally. It was a very strange feeling. She had very little control over herself. One foot was already on the edge of losing consciousness, and her thoughts became blurred. All kinds of messy thoughts rushed to the surface and were mixed up. Zhang Tingyu first thought of Zhuang Jiuzhe. The mechanism of this person's ability was not difficult to understand. She could create a scene that was almost lifelike. If the person trapped in the scene believed that the deep sea and desert they saw were real things, corresponding changes would occur in the body, such as drowning in the seawater or losing all water in the desert. Zhuang Jiuzhe did not expect that the playwright would be easily solved by her like an ordinary person with ability. The trap she prepared for him was actually the last pure white portrait corridor. If the playwright believed that he appeared in the portrait corridor, he would really be locked up again. Thinking about the current situation only lasted for a very short time. The string of reason was completely broken in the chaos. In the frantic beating of his heart, Zhang Tingyu finally experienced the feeling of blackness in front of his eyes. Every big man has his own personality. Just like the manufacturer was happy to pretend to be an ordinary employee in Screwdriver, and set up a stall in the outer city of F0631 City, so that he was invited to have tea by the inspection team. The playwright also has his own habits. For example, when he noticed that others had set a trap in front of him, he would deliberately step into it, and when others were ready to celebrate their victory, he would bring a dramatic turn to the other party. As the clock hands continued to move backwards, the puppet's sense of life became stronger and stronger. It bowed politely to Zhuang Jiuzhe. When watching a new episode, there should always be some previous events, although it is an uninvited guest. It was the Lord of Dreams himself who initially gave me the qualification to sneak into Endless City. After he took away a puppet body, I could sneak into Endless City along the connection on it. Unfortunately, when I was getting the book, I accidentally triggered the alarm system of the White Swan district. Time went back more and more, and the colors of the scenes created by Zhuang Jiuzhe had long since receded like the ebb tide. She felt that her ability was becoming dry. The former train conductor of Endless City raised his head and stared at the puppet with a cold expression. And then sneered, "No need to add. I know exactly what happened later after the alarm system was triggered. You were like a dead dog, and were locked up in the portrait gallery by adults. Looking at your current appearance, you should have been sucked away a lot of color." The puppet became quiet, and his expression showed a bit of distress that the audience was unwilling to cooperate. After the narrator and the audience refused to speak, the only sound that could be heard in the portrait area was the sound of the pointer turning. Although Zhuang Jiuzhe was harsh in her words, she knew very well in her heart how powerful the golden clock was in the dream world. It could rewind the time of the target, so that the injured could recover and the old could regain their youth. But it could also make the lantern bearer in his prime gradually become weaker. At the same time, the playwright gradually recovered to the moment when his strength had not been damaged because of the reversal of time. Zhuang Jiuzhe slowly raised his hand and gently pressed his mask. Until this moment, there was still no movement in the dusk area. Since the establishment of Endless City, the Lord of Dreams has never been as silent as it is now. The Dream Maker is not a city lord who likes to interfere in the real world. He stays quietly in the dream most of the time. He can have such a distinct presence in all major forces because his style of doing things is strong enough, and he never knows what it means to give in. The playwright knew that the other party was in a bad situation, but he never thought that the other party's situation was so bad that he could only avoid the enemy's attack when he came to provoke him. If the dreamer was relatively normal, he would have been made into a new portrait by now. Zhuang Jiuzhe, who also realized some answers, raised his head with a little sadness. As the apostles of the Lord of Dreams, all city employees have the obligation to maintain the order of Endless City. The power of time can only be offset by time itself. Few outsiders know that the Lantern Man has a certain time power because of the blurred timeline. In Zhuang Jiuzhe's concept, the employees of Endless City have a strong instrumentality. The Lantern Man's body has been fully designed to ensure that their abilities and lives can become important measures to deal with critical situations. In order to ensure that the apostles will not abuse their power, they all wear masks as seals on their faces. The rules of the realm are not indestructible. The playwright can completely use his strength to break through the constraints of the art gallery. If he really succeeds in escaping, the White Swan district will be about half destroyed. The state of the realm is closely related to the owner of the realm. If the Endless City is damaged, it will obviously not be good news for the Lord of Dreams. Zhuang Jiuzhe could no longer control the damage caused by the playwright to the minimum range. She planned to release the time power in her body to offset the impact of the fake golden clock. Once the state of time reversal was lifted, the apostles nearby who felt the abnormality would have a greater chance of controlling the situation. The hands of the clock turned very fast. The playwright, who used the puppet as a carrier, was happily experiencing the recovery of his own strength. That feeling was like drinking a large glass of water in the dog days of summer. All the colors absorbed by the portrait gallery began to return to him little by little. About half a minute later, the playwright, who had recovered 80% of his strength in his heyday, could easily deal with the former train conductor of the Endless City, who had retreated to the dusk stage in front of him, and then break the barrier between the White Swan district and the real world and leave the city calmly. He always paid attention to the surrounding situation. The one who fell faster than Zhuang Jiuzhe was the young man who had been unable to fall asleep before. The latter seemed to be a shallow player who had just awakened his ability for less than 2 months. After being affected by the time reversal, he quickly degenerated into an ordinary person. After a few seconds, Zhuang Jiuzhe finally couldn't hold on any longer. She used her last bit of strength to forcefully lift the mask. Her hand had actually lifted a quarter of the mask, but she couldn't continue the action. A thin silver line that was too faint to be noticed in the air was tied to Zhuang Jiuzhe's hand at the end. The puppet's face showed a vivid smile. What an interesting plot twist, isn't it? It even shrugged in a humane way. You have been comfortable under the protection of the dream for too long, and you don't know what the city master means at all, Zhuang Jiuzhe whispered. You are obviously just chintzy. The puppet patiently explained, I have already approached the sea surface, but I chose to stay in chintzy. And if you don't stay in the realm of the Lord of Dreams for a long time, you can't step over the threshold of chintzy at all. His tail tone was extremely long, and the malice hidden in it was dissipated for no reason. The whole body was softened by the sudden changes around it. At a moment when no one noticed, the pale golden twilight descended on the portrait area again. The color of dusk gradually became rich and thick, like a ball of sticky pine resin that had not yet solidified into amber, suffocatingly flowing down, wrapping up the entire portrait area. If the playwright had just seen the light representing dusk, he would have thought that it was Zhuang Jiuzhe struggling to death. when he realized that he himself was irreversibly trapped in the twilight. He had to believe that the situation he least wanted to see had happened. It turned out that since when the dreamer had quietly descended on the White Swan area, the playwright had actually never been able to figure out the true situation of the old acquaintance. Since the other party slid into the abyss of madness, he hid himself in the depths of dreams, and the apostles completed the operation of the city for him. Many people speculate that only under certain special circumstances can the dreamer temporarily regain some of his sanity. Perhaps people who love drama will have more exciting experiences. As a rare person who went to Endless City to perform, the drama writer used his own experience today to verify the correctness of the message above. Zhuang Jiozha held his breath. She clearly saw that the young man who fell before her stood up again leisurely and walked in front of the drama writer with a calm attitude, as if he was strolling in his own back garden. Chapter 128 Arrival. Whether it is for the playwright or Zhuang Jiozha, the situation in front of them is not so easy to understand. It is reasonable for the dream maker to appear anywhere in Endless City. What is unreasonable is the young man who is now walking in the thick dusk. Zhuang Jiozha can feel that although the other party is a player, his ability can only be said to be pretty good in the eyes of the former train conductor of Endless City, who is used to seeing strong people. It is impossible for him to move freely when the dream maker descends. Every time the other party gets closer to the playwright, the dusk around her becomes thicker. When she really stands in front of the puppet, the entire portrait area is shrouded in a strange haze. The playwright has stopped operating the clock. His vision is better than Zhuang Jiozha, and he has clearly noticed who the traces left on the young man in front of him belong to. If the person in front of him is not the Lord of Dreams himself, he is willing to crush the puppet he is in with his own hands and burn it in the furnace. The young man did not deliberately hide his facial features, but his face was still blurry and unrecognizable. Ordinary people naturally cannot block the gaze of the Lord of the City. The playwright has no heart installed in his body, but at this moment he still feels like his heart is falling into the abyss. He really shouldn't have done that just now. Big men habitually ignore ordinary people around them, just like humans rarely squat down and carefully observe ants passing by. Although the playwright targeted Zhuang Jiozha, he would not deliberately show mercy to the innocent people in the range of the props. So the time on the young man in front of him was indeed retraced by the clock. It is precisely because of this that the young man exudes a very familiar aura to the playwright. The power of dreams gradually becomes stronger as time goes by, and the flesh and blood belonging to humans becomes illusory little by little. All the situations show a fact. She a few months ago is the owner of this endless city. The young man walked in front of the playwright. Wherever she stood, it was like being cut off from the world, becoming an isolated island related only to her. The shadows cast around her were far larger than the size of normal humans. In the chaotic darkness, there seemed to be countless huge jellyfish, which were now extending their long and dangerous tentacles. One of the tentacles had already accurately wrapped around the puppet body that contained the playwright. At the moment when the power of the dream touched him, the playwright's mind suddenly fell into an uncontrollable interruption, as if he had suddenly dozed off. This puppet was like a rusty gear. When it was running, it would always encounter abnormal jams. You found reason and power. He did not successfully express his doubts. The tentacles floating in the air were pressing the playwright back into the frame little by little, starting from the fingers, and the whole body was gradually transformed into lines painted with oil paint. The latter could feel that he was passively transforming into a portrait. The collection of the dreamer was placed in the Laurel Art Museum. After today, there would definitely be another portrait here. Irresistible. Irresistible. The playwright can constantly transfer in the puppet body he made, but every abnormal movement will lose a lot of power. It is precisely because of his own ability that he successfully entered the Endless City. However, after triggering the warning effect of the White Swan district, his mobility became invalid. At first, the playwright did not dare to show too strong a sense of existence. When he realized that the Lord of Dreams seemed to be really wrong, he was trapped in the portrait corridor. Until today, a young man found a way to leave, followed him, and forcibly escaped from the copy. He did not pay special attention to the young man, only thinking that he was a somewhat alert and inexperienced ability user. When using the clock, he did not think of avoiding the humans around him. However, it was such a normal action that dragged the playwright, who had the advantage, into the abyss of failure. The young man seemed to smile, and his gentle voice sounded in the playwright's ears, bringing the horrible pain of a long needle piercing his brain when he was awake. I don't hate plot twists either. The boundary type ability user naturally has a huge advantage in the area controlled by himself. When this boundary type ability user happens to be a dream maker, The huge advantage directly becomes invincible. In the realm of dreams, it is normal to be unable to beat the dream maker. Of course, if the manufacturer happens to be next to him, he may casually say I can't beat him in other places. The only remaining thoughts were dragged down by fatigue, and the playwright slowly lowered his head. He saw that there was an extra play in his hand, which was full of familiar words. In the theater, soft music sounded, and the colorful costumes backstage stood up lively. The shoes kicked and stomped, and walked around. The armor put on boots and swords for himself. The tailcoat was trying to fix the wig in the air directly above him, and the long skirt made of dragonfly wings made a buzzing sound and fluttered in the air. The lights reflected on the sparkling sequins on the surface of the gorgeous clothes, interweaving into an intoxicating sea of stars. While the actors were busy performing, the audience began to enter in an orderly manner. Near the seats in most of the theater, pairs of shoes and gloves of different sizes and shapes were slowly placed. Some of the shoes were placed symmetrically on the ground, while others were one on the ground and one floating in the air, as if the people wearing the shoes were sitting comfortably in their seats with their legs crossed. The state of those gloves was much more lively than the shoes. They either crossed their fingers, or lay quietly on the side of the chair, and some would suddenly rise up and fiddle with the non-existent hair in the air. The only difference was the middle seat in the last row. A vague and young figure was sitting there leisurely, waiting to watch the performance in the theater, with a corner of the immortal Golden Theater leaflet in his pocket. The young man held a high-footed glass in his hand, which was filled with half a cup of twilight as rich as amber. The performance officially began. One by one, the costumes matched according to the characters floated onto the stage in a rotation. The light sometimes condensed, and sometimes moved away, moving with the development of the plot. The rhythm of this drama was fast and full of twists and turns. In a moment, the dignified black robe lay in the cold coffin. The silent armor pierced itself with a long sword, and flames ignited on the crazy long skirt. In the theater, the movement of shoes and gloves became lighter and lighter, as if all the minds were attracted by the performance on the stage. Forgetting everything that happened, the young man in the middle of the back row put down his glass after patiently appreciating all the performances on the stage. The performance was very good. He smiled and applauded, looking at the author who wrote the entire play in the corner of the theater kindly, and said in a gentle voice, "The outstanding should be praised." The playwright saw that the young man had a pair of eyes as dark as the eternal night on his face. He heard the other person's voice, and walked over in a trance like a sleepwalker, stopped one step away from the other person, then bent his right knee inch by inch, and bowed respectfully. "Sir." A mask fell into the playwright's raised hands, and his stiff face twitched several times, as if resisting something. After a few seconds, the playwright's eyes became wooden, and at the same time, he gently put the mask on his face. The young man opened an envelope marked with a letter from a citizen and glanced at it casually. The content inside was "Urban life is boring, and it is recommended that puppet theaters build large theaters for citizens to entertain themselves." At this moment, the letter paper was printed with the mark processed. In the portrait area of the Laurel Art Museum, the color of dusk finally began to fade. After carefully admiring the newly made portrait in his hand, the young man looked at Zhuang Jiozha's position again. In an instant, the vision of the former train conductor of Endless City had instantly turned black, as if a huge hammer was smashing towards her, and she could be smashed into pulp in an instant. Even the dawn could not resist the power of the Lord of Dreams. Fortunately, the eternal dusk in Endless City descended at the same time as him. The thick twilight was like sweet honey, gently wrapping Zhuang Jiozha in it. She only felt the familiar trembling from her soul, but was not seriously hurt by the dreamer's glance. The clock that fell into the hands of the playwright was just a fake thing condensed from the book. The effect of time reversal would not last too long. After about half a minute, Zhuang Jiozha gradually felt that he had recovered his strength. On the other side, the young man who had just completed a supply for the art museum also closed his eyes and lay down peacefully. Zhuang Jiozha fell into silence. She was at least a realm-type ability user who had joined the Dawn. After observing the whole process of the incident, she finally saw a clue. First, the playwright used the highest standard clock of time to successfully rewind the young man's time to several months ago. And then the dreamer came here. At this moment, even if the development of things far exceeded Zhuang Jiozha's imagination, the answer was already obvious. If a person was once a dreamer, then he is naturally a dreamer now. It's just that the city owner who created the Endless City with his own hands did something that made him lose his memory and power at the same time, and then strolled in his own art museum as an ordinary player from outside. Is very approachable. Zhuang Jiuzhe knew that the portrait corridor was essentially a copy used to trap suspicious elements. However, when the management team members were designing the security for the White Swan area, they never thought that one day they would be able to put the Dream Maker himself in it. And with the level of an ordinary ability user, they created a record that even playwrights could not accomplish. After realizing all this, Zhuang Jiuzhe's emotions suddenly became complicated. She was the apostle as the lantern bearer, but her boss was summoned by the enemy. She wondered if she had encountered a career setback, but soon adjusted her mentality with the previous experience of the playwright. Almost everyone can face their work situation calmly. What is a dramatic turn? This is a dramatic turn. The most exciting plays have to be created with their own ownership. Zhuang Jiuzhe felt that his trip to the art museum today was not in vain, and he deeply felt the influence of literary and artistic works. After regaining his mobility, Zhuang Jiuzhe did not forget to fulfill his apostle's responsibilities, and walked quickly towards Cheng Tingyu, the Dream Maker, who had just dealt with the city owner. Lying quietly on the floor of the portrait area, Zhuang Jiuzhe hesitated. Without permission, he really didn't know whether he should help the other person up. In the end, the feeling of not letting the boss lie on the cold floor prevailed, and he secretly planned to send a letter of opinion to the management team to add carpets to each building in the White Swan district. She had never seen such a down-to-earth dreamer. After watching for a while, Zhuang Jiuzhe suddenly felt guilty for some reason. The power of retrospection had faded. When Zhuang Jiuzhe helped Cheng Tingyu, she seemed to be about to wake up. She moved restlessly, and her hair just brushed the subordinate's hand. It was over. Zhuang Jiuzhe closed his eyes. What a rebellious act she had committed. She actually touched the head of the dreamer. Chapter 129, White Swan District. Being able to become the conductor of Endless City. Zhuang Jiuzhe's character certainly has a decisive side, but at this moment, he was in a state of hesitation for different reasons. Although she helped her boss up, she didn't know whether she should help him wake up quickly from his sleep to avoid being bumped into by other colleagues. Zhuang Jiuzhe vaguely realized that her boss seemed to be hiding his identity and going out now. But as the Lord of Dreams, no matter what situation he was in, there was no reason for him to avoid his lantern bearer. Right? For her, such thoughts, even if they were just thought about, were worth a serious punishment. The subsequent development of events avoided Zhuang Jiuzhe's embarrassment. The Dream Maker, who fell in his own art gallery, opened his eyes by himself. Cheng Tingyu was in a state of half-awake and half-asleep chaos. She vaguely felt that the consciousness in her mind seemed to have turned into a grass field that had been hit by a hurricane. The thriving plants were uprooted. Gravel and dust were flying everywhere, and every corner was in a mess. It was unknown how long it would take to truly recover. She also realized that, unlike the previous version switching, the power and memory of the dreamer were directly revived in this flesh and blood body. She could switch back to the current version at this moment, thanks to the fact that this body had been made with sufficient flesh and blood power. And now it was in the Endless City. Otherwise, it would be like a container carrying too many items, and would be torn into pieces by the impact. Cheng Tingyu was in a daze for an unknown period of time. Her intuition came back before her thoughts, and then her control of her limbs. She felt as if she was being supported by someone. Just as she was about to stand up to express her gratitude and ask about what had just happened, Zhuang Jiuzhe, who had been supporting his boss for half a day, immediately bowed his head and greeted, "Sir." Cheng Tingyu. She clearly heard the sound of her own exposure. In the mind of the previous version of herself, there was probably no concept of avoiding people when doing things. No wonder the Dream Maker would call the manufacturer over when updating the version. At least the latter has rich experience in hiding his identity. Noticing that the Lord of Dreams did not speak, Zhuang Jiuzhe apologized in a low voice. It was all my fault that I failed to solve the chaos in the museum in time. In the end, I had to ask the Lord to take action personally. And I was even disrespectful to the Lord. Please deal with it. Cheng Tingyu interrupted the other party. Although the version had been switched back, the remnants of the Dream Maker on her body did not seem to disappear completely. And there was still a little familiar afterimage left to Zhuang Jiuzhe. The thief who sneaked into the art gallery was a playwright. It is normal that you cannot solve him. Zhuang Jiuzhe heard this, and his voice became even lower. As a lantern bearer, we are inside the Endless City. We cannot let suspicious outsiders do whatever they want. Cheng Tingyu listened to the other party's words, and felt that Zhuang Jiuzhe was saying that even if he met another city owner head-on, he would bite the bullet and confront him. Although the art gallery was closed in time, the abnormal phenomenon inside still attracted many city employees to gather here. These lantern bearers did not seem to be too nervous since the Dream Maker had come in person. The consequences of the theft were obvious. Some new employees, who had not been working for long, had even begun discussing the golden theater that had just appeared in the puppet theater, and planned to go over to see the excitement after get-off work. Most of the lantern bearers were wearing certificates of management team members. The leader came over to discuss the situation with Zhuang Jiuzhe. Even with the mask on, he couldn't completely hide the confusion on his face. They noticed that there was an ordinary player who obviously didn't look like a resident of Endless City. He was standing next to Mr. Zhuang Jiuzhe, looking at the portraits around him, and looked like he had nothing to do. Mr. Zhuang Jiuzhe, today's matter involves the Dream Maker. The management team needs to confirm your experience. Zhuang Jiuzhe nodded, pretending as much as possible that he didn't notice that the leader was inspecting the work around him, and communicated with his colleagues in the same manner as before. I will submit a report on what I saw today. The thief has been successfully captured. The museum can be de-alerted later, and the original visiting mode can be restored. The lantern bearer next to him was a little confused, but he still didn't reject Zhuang Jiuzhe's proposal openly. He just said tactfully, "Please rest assured. We will complete the confirmation process as soon as possible." Without the identity of the Lord of Dreams, Zhuang Jiuzhe, who had resigned as the conductor a few days ago, could not use words to influence the work process of her colleagues. She wanted to abuse her power for personal gain, but she was worried that if she behaved more obviously, it would cause unnecessary suspicion. After all, as an employee of a big city with a lot of historical heritage, the members of the city management team had already developed a set of effective emergency affairs handling procedures approved by their immediate superiors. Before reopening the museum and releasing all suspicious persons, they had to confirm that the matter was really over safely. This is not to doubt the ability of the Dream Makers to solve problems, but big shots often miss some small hidden dangers that they themselves do not care about. The members of the management team are like toothpicks by the water, busy helping to pick out the residue in the crocodile's teeth. The staff of the management team came to count the identities of the people affected by this incident. Chung Tingyu is now a person without a city household registration. The temporary residence permit she applied for when she came last time has expired. Fortunately, she has an interview invitation from Endless City and has passed the portrait screening. The staff next to her did not make things difficult for her and only tied an electronic watch to her. Of course, even if it is difficult, Chung Tingyu is really inconvenient to argue with the other party. After all, it is extremely unlikely to find a rule in this city that has nothing to do with her. The rules were agreed to by her. The memories were lost by herself. And the incident in the art museum was also inseparable from her. The current situation is full of self-inflicted. Endless City Monitoring Watch, White Swan District. If you encounter a suspicious person who is inconvenient to detain on the spot, you can temporarily put a watch on the other party to limit the target's time to the current area. Seeing this scene in front of him, Zhuang Jiuzhe's face suddenly turned pale. She just couldn't stop him in time. And the dreamer took the monitoring watch very cooperatively and took the initiative. He looked like an excellent suspicious person and looked at it with interest for a long time. It seemed that he even wanted to take the prop apart to see the details. Management team staff, please don't damage the watch. And don't remove it by yourself after wearing it. If it causes an explosion in the city, you or your body will be prosecuted for affecting public safety. Zhuang Jiuzhe turned his head away quietly, as if he could pretend that this scene had never happened as long as he didn't look at it. She sighed in her heart. She never expected that the White Swan District, which was originally just a leisure place, had achieved an achievement that the factory district could not do, using a copy to lock up the Dream Maker and using props to limit the Dream Maker's range of action. Zhuang Jiuzhe thought that if the adults who had returned to normal wanted to clean up the lantern-carrying team in Endless City, he would probably not be the only one who would be thrown into the building block area as a floor filler. In addition to Chung Tingyu, Alice and Bu Xianglu, who had slept for most of the day, also fell into the hands of the management team. Among them, Alice needed to be temporarily watched over for a while because she had been used as a spare puppet by the playwright. After learning about her situation, the child did not cry, but greeted Chung Tingyu rationally, and then followed the staff of the management team naturally and left the portrait area. Chung Tingyu also found that calmness was the girl's original character. The previous crying was influenced by the playwright, and there was a lot of acting involved. Zhuang Jiuzhe explained, the city management regulations have a proper arrangement for intelligent creatures in their infancy. Her attitude was too patient, which attracted the attention of other lantern bearers. The former train conductor explained that to potential colleagues, you should show your friendliness. As for Bu Xianglu, he could have been free to move around just by wearing a watch like Chung Tingyu. But after being evaluated by the lantern bearers of the management team, He was also taken away directly, with the reason being due to the target's lack of independent action ability. 3-level supervision is required. Bu adult Xian Luo. Looking back on his own experience, he felt that it was indeed inconvenient to refute. And he also noticed that when those lantern bearers took Alice away, they did not cite the current management regulations. After registering his name and wearing the monitoring props, the only person who could move freely in the White Swan District was Chung Tingyu. Unlike the building block area, the White Swan District is obviously part of the formal urban area. In other words, there is no organization here to help outsiders integrate into urban life. Chung Tingyu flipped through his backpack and was glad that he had saved some city coins by digging garbage when he came here last time. Zhuang Jiuzha has not left, although he is not sure whether his boss wants to see him. When other colleagues are not aware of the inside story, the former train conductor believes that he needs to take on the responsibility of taking care of the Dream Maker to prevent the vicious incident of the Dream Lord wandering on the streets in the Endless City. Chung Tingyu turned her head and waved to Zhuang Jiuzha, curiously asking, "If I want to go for a walk around, what should I do now?" Zhuang Jiuzha solemnly said, "The Dream Maker can descend on any corner of the city at will." Chung Tingyu, if the examples you gave include methods that ordinary residents can also use, it will probably be more valuable for my reference. Zhuang Jiuzha immediately replied, "Many lantern bearers use shared bicycles when they go out on weekends." Chung Tingyu tilted her head unconsciously when she heard this. Of course she knew what shared bicycles were, but when she heard the word from Zhuang Jiuzha's mouth, she still had a strange feeling, as if she found that she had an old item that was quietly forgotten in the corner of the house, and now it had accumulated a thick layer of dust. But when she looked back, she found that the thing was still in its original place. Chung Tingyu followed behind Zhuang Jiuzha. The former conductor of Endless City was careful to slightly sideways when walking, so that he looked more like a tour guide. The lantern bearers have a rotation system. You can often meet non-working management team members and ordinary residents in the city on the road. Chung Tingyu listened to Zhuang Jiuzha's explanation casually, and her eyes gently slid across the nearby squares and streets. The sky was as clear as a whole piece of blue crystal. One oval pumpkin-shaped carriage after another passed by leisurely, forming a sharp color contrast. The designers of the city must have attached great importance to greening. Arch-like verdant trees stood on both sides of the street, and beautiful plants like water plants were planted in the flower beds. The color of the fountain at the fork in the road was not transparent, but flickered between light blue and light purple. Every spray of water seemed to be wrapped with countless fleeting stars. Zhuang Jiuzha took Chung Tingyu to the storage place for the bicycle. There are always vendors doing food business in the leisure area. A resident is making a thick soup of unknown composition. Thick white water vapor slowly emerges from the soup. The person next to him carefully collects it with a shuttle and weaves it into fluffy clouds. The lantern bearer wearing the management team employee ID card comes from time to time and stuffs those clouds into the wheels of the shared bicycles. A light breeze blows, and a few clouds fall to the ground and turn into white doves flapping their wings. Chung Tingyu, obviously, as public facilities in Endless City, even if the names of those vehicles are consistent with his impression. The actual use method is full of unscientific nature that can dance on the coffin board of current physical laws. Chapter 130 Golden Theater. The shared bicycles in the White Swan District have the function of floating in the air. As a general means of transportation, the speed of the bicycle is not too fast. Occasionally, residents who are not paying attention collide with each other in the air, and then the tires make a bang, and a fluffy cloud bursts out from it, catching the riders falling down. Zhuang Jiuzha, sir. Moving the handlebars up and down can increase and decrease the floating height, up to 200 meters above the ground. The red balloons on the clouds represent dense buildings around, and air vehicles are not allowed to enter. Chung Tingyu nodded. It is indeed a city in the dream realm. It really has a scenery that makes people feel like they are daydreaming at first glance. She paid attention to the time and found that the electronic display on her wrist began to change abnormally. Zhuang Jiuzha has the unique acumen of an old workplace person, because the arrival of the Lord of Dreams will bring dusk. So the time in the White Swan District will also be temporarily disordered. Chung Tingyu's eyes flickered slightly. As her thoughts fluctuated, a feeling of confusion and familiarity resurfaced. She didn't think for too long, and followed the previous method to lock the rich twilight and many previous unexplained questions into the small box in the sea of spirituality. Chung Tingyu lowered the handlebars and landed the bicycle next to the puppet theater. A familiar young man was sitting on the marble steps. Seeing her coming, he stood up and smiled. Do you want to buy scalper tickets? before Zhuang Jiuzhe had time to contact the management team to solve the problem of scalpers privately reselling tickets. Zhang Tingyu took the tickets calmly and said casually, just like before. It's still recorded in the account of the Dream Maker. Zhuang Jiuzhe held back for a while, and then swallowed back the reminder that you should call it Dream Maker, and suppressed his desire to rectify the city's atmosphere. As a lantern bearer, you should understand that although scalper tickets are unreasonable, it is reasonable for adults to buy scalper tickets. The young man gathered the hair on his cheeks and said with regret, I thought I could hide it for at least a few seconds. It is hard to see the trace of Xinxingliu on his face now. His facial features are softer and less noticeable. Zhang Tingyu habitually took the ticket, and the thought that this person may not be the manufacturer emerged in his mind a little bit late. Zhang Tingyu, you're not slow. Or have you always been in Endless City? She smiled a little while speaking, but Xinxingliu immediately took 2 steps back and said politely, it's mainly for the convenience of communication with Endless City. Now that the branch of Screwdriver in Endless City has been closed, there must be a way to keep in touch. Moreover, when I stayed in the city, I always abided by all the rules and regulations. I am definitely a good citizen. Zhuang Jiuzhe guessed Xinxingliu's identity from Zhang Tingyu's attitude. She lowered her voice and reported to her boss, you don't have to believe it. This person just hasn't registered in the management team with his current appearance. As she said, there was a bit of confusion in her tone. It was obvious that the manufacturer had not opened a company in Endless City for a long time. But he could buy tickets for the puppet theater earlier than herself. It was simply unreasonable. Xinxingliu raised the Endless City Daily in his hand. When I saw the newspaper, I thought you might come and take a look. Because of the dramatist's matter, the daily newspaper printed an additional issue. It did not elaborate on the process of the other party being beaten into a portrait by the Lord of Dreams, but spent a lot of space describing the newly added building in the White Swan district called Immortal Golden Theater, and welcomed citizens to watch the performance. The appeal of the newspaper is huge, and the residents of the White Swan district are leisurely. If Xinxingliu had not waited here in advance, the dream makers who came later might not have been able to get admission tickets. Zhang Tingyu remembered that in the Qin's house copy, she had seen a piece of news related to Endless City from the perspective of the lantern bearer, which said that the manufacturing industry in the city suddenly declined. She asked Zhuang Jiuzhe, has there been a conflict between the Screwdriver and Endless City? Although it was a question, Zhang Tingyu was now 70% sure. Zhuang Jiuzhe, who followed his immediate superior honestly, showed an expression of not knowing how to answer when he heard this. It was Xinxingliu who took the initiative to take over the conversation. The specific details have not been made public, and you are not a city owner who is used to communicating with subordinates about work ideas. At present, there are some rumors about this matter in the outside world. The mainstream view is that it is rumored that although the manufacturer and the dream maker are students of the same year in the White Tower, the Lord of Dreams is not friendly with either side, and the manufacturer has hurriedly left Endless City with his subordinates since he was severely injured by his old classmate. Zhang Tingyu glanced at Zhuang Jiuzhe, and the other's facial expression told her that at least in expressing the content of the rumor, Xinxingliu did tell the truth. Xinxingliu glanced at Zhang Tingyu and smiled. The severe injury is true, and leaving with subordinates in a hurry is not entirely a lie. Zhang Tingyu raised his eyebrows. Although the other party did not comment on the authenticity of Can't Say Good with any forces, she believed that this news should have a certain factual basis. Otherwise, the previous version of herself before losing her memory would not have ignored the risk and specially dragged the manufacturer she had beaten to discuss cooperation. So superpowers do affect personality. Otherwise, how could someone like her who abided by school rules and regulations when she was a student, and was cautious in words and deeds when she entered society, and paid attention to neighborly harmony, have her interpersonal relationships become like this? Zhang Tingyu pressed his forehead and smiled. So the decline of Endless City's manufacturing industry is also my problem. Zhuang Jiuzhe immediately stated, Your Excellency does not need to take this matter to heart. The Lantern Man has collected news about the Screwdriver. Their attitude towards Endless City is we cannot give up the possibility of future cooperation because of previous conflicts and contradictions. The implication is that even if the two had fought before, the Screwdriver would still choose to cooperate with Endless City when it was time to cooperate. And the dream makers did not need to put the blame on themselves. Xinxingliu couldn't help laughing. It's true that you don't need to take the damage to the manufacturer too seriously, he added. But if I remember correctly, that sentence is only in our internal training materials. He paused and confirmed. Dream collection? Zhuang Jiuzhe didn't refute it, which was considered as tacitly agreeing with the manufacturer's guess. Xin Xingliu immediately turned to look at Cheng Tingyu and said seriously, Master Dream Maker, do you care about this? Cheng Tingyu is easy to talk to, although it may not be successful. If you really want to communicate with the Dream Maker, I can fall asleep and try to switch versions. As they were talking, the three of them had already arrived at the theater ticket office. The playwright's body was naturally made into a portrait at this moment, hanging in the Laurel Art Museum to enhance the collection of the Lord of Dreams. As for the current Golden Theater, Zhuang Jiuzhe whispered, many people suspect that the playwright has hidden a resurrection after suffering a devastating blow in his city. This is probably because after killing his body, the master dragged the Golden Theater into the dream world. From the time they met until now, the former train conductor of Endless City has vaguely grasped the knowledge reserve of the Lord of Dreams at this moment, and knows very well when he should choose to open his mouth to explain to the other party, so as not to give the opportunity to solve the doubts for his boss to a certain friendly business hiding in the city. Cheng Tingyu was thoughtful for a while after hearing this. She didn't think that under normal circumstances, the Dream Maker had the ability to locate the playwright's lair. Even if he could, the playwright staying in the Golden Theater might not be easily killed by the Lord of Dreams. Cheng Tingyu took out a prop from his backpack. The immortal Golden Theater leaflet. Xin Xingliu, it's his thing. Once the person who gets the leaflet becomes interested in the content on it, it's easy to fall into the relevant copy of the Golden Theater, and this prop will be bound to the owner. The person who owns it cannot get rid of the copy by discarding it before death. It's also a very scary prop. But the person who got the list happened to be Cheng Tingyu. Xin Xingliu put himself in the position of the playwright. When he thought that he actually sent the advertisement to the Lord of Dreams, he couldn't help but light a candle for this younger generation of the White Tower. If the other party was not valuable enough, Xin Xingliu would have thought that the Dream Maker was using amnesia to add to his collection. The Golden Theater will make public the repertoire of today's performance. Zhuang Jiuzhe took the initiative to go over and get the repertoire list for his boss. The residents of Endless City came and went around, occasionally discussing the content of the performance with their companions. Cheng Tingyu suddenly turned his head, glanced at Xin Xingliu, and casually said, in addition to playwrights, there are ordinary people with abilities in the portrait area. After stealing the items, the playwright triggered the alarm in the White Swan area and was locked in the portrait corridor. As for Cheng Tingyu, he was probably thrown here by the dreamer version of himself to clean up the mess. Then why were the other participants captured by the copy? Xin Xingliu did not answer. He knew very well that the old classmate's words just now were not so much asking for his own opinions as just talking to himself when sorting out his thoughts. Zhuang Jiuzhe moved quickly and took the playlist and reported, Sir, today's performances are chatting about idle things, Rabbit Tea Party, and the Adventures of Cookies. Cheng Tingyu pressed a corner of the playlist and asked, Can you see the results of the investigation into the portrait area incident? Zhuang Jiuzhe, I will try to retrieve the file. Although I don't have a position now, my rank is still there. She looked at Cheng Tingyu, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. It was difficult for subordinates to speak, but Xin Xingliu did not hesitate. After all, he was not really worried that the Dream Maker would switch versions to beat him up. People have strong adaptability. As early as when he was studying in the White Tower, he always had the opportunity to compete with the Dream Maker. Xin Xingliu, even if the ability is sealed, some permissions will not be lost. Or you can try to see if you can retrieve the desired information as a Dream Maker. The play that Cheng Tingyu finally chose to watch was chatting about idle things. Since she had experienced the storybook copy, she always felt that the warmth of the name might be inversely proportional to the curiosity of the story. Chatting about idle things is good. At least it is more simple. However, after the performance began, Cheng Tingyu realized that her judgment was not accurate enough. The story with a warm name is not warm, which does not mean that the story with a simple name is not weird. Chapter 131 Old Bottles. New Wine. The stage of the Golden Theater has a kind of vastness that transcends limits. It seems that no matter how many audiences come in, they can be accommodated by this theater. This is not surprising. After all, as the former territory of playwrights, the Golden Theater is essentially a city. Outsiders can enter with tickets and enter their own section. The price of seats close to the stage is of course different from that of seats in the back row. As for box tickets, they are basically only sold to regular customers. However, no matter where they sit, when the play starts, the audience's eyes will be attracted by the performance on the stage at the first time. It is clear that those scenes are just false illusions. But when looking at them, it seems to see a whole real world. The lights dimmed. The sight was lowering, and the audience seemed to be riding on the wings of a flying bird. gently sliding into a city built of stone. The sky was covered with leaden clouds, and large flakes of snow fell down. When passing by the window, they were dyed with the color of candlelight. Citizens on the road have put on the thickest clothes, but the cold wind still keeps drilling into their clothes from their collars and sleeves, blowing away the remaining heat. The temperature is so cold that it can freeze a living person into an ice sculpture. Chung Tingyu glanced to her side and saw Shen Xingliu rubbing his hands, with white water vapor coming out of his nose. She didn't know what she should do now, but fortunately, she got a notice from the crowd around her. And Chung Tingyu walked with other residents and followed them to the city center. Zhuang Jiuzhe guarded diligently all the way, and refused to leave the side of the Dream Maker. During the action, Chung Tingyu didn't feel the real feeling of stepping on the snow, as if the chair she was sitting on suddenly had the function of sliding, bringing her all the way to the brightly lit central square. In the square, a dozen workers in sheepskin coats were pulling the statue with ropes. It was an octopus with a golden and magnificent surface, and on the top of the octopus's head, there was an exquisite crown. The tentacles of the octopus stretched out leisurely, as if it would move in the next second, completely throwing off the shackles of the stone statue and returning to flesh and blood. Witnessing the scene in front of them, the citizens exclaimed heartfelt admiration. This is the most beautiful octopus in the world. When it is made into a work of art, the octopus has an immortal life. It was not until late at night that the citizens who were admiring the new statue pulled themselves out of the intoxicating mood. The temperature around them became even lower. The citizens who were frozen to death left their cold bodies in the square, lying peacefully under the tentacles of the statue. A pigeon that had been frozen stiff shook its hard wings, landed next to the crown of the octopus, packed off the golden patch on the surface of the statue with its mouth, and then stuffed the patch into the citizens' home along the gap of the window. Those who received the patch soon lost their warmth in the winter, becoming pale and stiff. They no longer lacked winter clothes, because their gray skin could no longer feel the cold. The pigeon conscientiously conveyed the statue's kindness and helped the citizens escape from worldly troubles. When the snow was about to thaw, the tentacles of the octopus statue, which had been frozen for a whole winter, finally moved gently. It now had no precious golden patches, and looked twisted and terrifying. The citizens' dead gray eyes slid past the octopus and fell into the vast void. The octopus left the central square. After accompanying the citizens here for a whole winter, it planned to go somewhere else. The first act ended here. During the transition, the light in the theater suddenly dimmed. Zhuang Jiuzhe's eyes were still a little confused, as if she had just woken up. She turned her head reflexively, and finally felt relieved when she confirmed that the Dream Maker was still sitting next to her. Chung Tingyu reached out and pressed her forehead. She felt that this story should pay copyright fees to the Happy Prince, but she was worried that the original author would jump up and beat up the bad octopus with bad intentions. Perhaps because the main body had been made into a portrait, the happy octopus was not so attractive to the audience, and the sand value consumed each time it was watched was still within the tolerance range of most residents. After the transition period, about 1/5 of the audience chose to leave. Although the welfare of the residents in the White Swan district is good, the management team will finally deal with the madness caused by personal entertainment choices, as the person concerned deserves. The music sounded, and the second act began. The giant octopus with all its disguises stripped off entered a lush forest. The surrounding animals lived freely, completely unaware of the strange creatures that passed by and deserved garbage disposal measures. The huge tentacles carefully slid over the roots, stones, and moss, trying to avoid making a huge noise. Its body was obviously larger than the banyan tree next to it, and its presence was so strong that no one could ignore it. But it kept making funny and clumsy hiding movements. The small animals in the forest also cooperated and pretended that they knew nothing about the monsters around them. A fawn was tripped by the huge tentacles of the octopus, but stood up firmly and continued to run forward, without thinking of turning back to ask the party, who had just caused the accident, for an explanation. The creatures in the forest seemed to have deliberately covered their eyes, performing this strange drama for the audience. Zhuang Jiuzhe looked over from the squirrel's perspective. At this moment, it was happily holding the nuts in its arms, and squatting on the branches to rest. The temperature of the sun was very warm, and the squirrel was lazy all over. However, there are unexpected changes in the weather, and the mice are in danger at any time. The last moment it was still sunny, and the next second, the sun was blocked for no reason. The tree where the squirrel lived seemed to be hit by something, and it broke in the middle. The heavy crown fell on the surrounding plants, and grass, leaves, and bark flew everywhere. The nuts stored in the tree hole also rolled all over the ground. Zhuang Jiuzha was so anxious that he wanted to jump on the ground. But he could no longer collect his mouse food one by one, because a large part of those nuts had turned into powder. It was the octopus that crushed the nuts. A very light voice came from beside Zhuang Jiuzha, and it sounded like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, dragging her consciousness away from the performance on the stage. Yes, the giant octopus just passed by, knocking down the squirrel's tree and crushing the nuts on the ground. She is not a squirrel, but the former train conductor of Endless City. Zhang Tingyu watched the stage with interest, watching the big octopus sneaking into the depths of the forest. Its body was so huge that the small animals living there gradually felt something strange around them. The white pigeon began to scream. The feathers fell off the pigeons, and their bones began to grow wildly, piercing the skin. Blood flowed out of the wound, but it did not drip to the ground, but turned into crimson barbs. The hoarse cry came from the bird's beak, which could no longer be seen, completely tearing the tranquility in the forest. The flocks of blood pigeons followed closely behind, and the giant octopus sped up. It could no longer avoid attracting the attention of animals passing by along the way. Its long tentacles tumbled and squirmed, moving forward with all its strength, no slower than any creature living on land. The forest did not completely deny outsiders a chance. The octopus successfully found a cabin and went in without hesitation. Compared to the octopus's body, the cabin was particularly short. The octopus put all its tentacles into the house in a completely unscientific way. It was happy to realize that the table in the cabin had been set with food and tableware. A total of 7. And the small beds in the bedroom were also made. A total of 7. Zhang Tingyu covered her face, after confirming that she had not counted the number of furniture incorrectly. She thought that she probably knew the source of this story that was unfortunately chosen by the playwright. Zhang Tingyu closed her eyes silently, a little nostalgic for the hot spring villa that took away her eyes. Zhuang Jiuzha whispered, "My lord. You, Xin Xingliu, don't worry. She shouldn't be unable to bear the sand value now." Zhuang Jiuzha glanced at Xin Xingliu, the manufacturer of the screwdriver. At this moment, also made the same choice as the dream maker. Zhang Tingyu nodded. Today's play is more nostalgic, and it hurts the eyes. After hiding in the wooden house, the octopus temporarily escaped from the pursuit of forest animals. It tasted every meal, and after eating and drinking, it laid down on the small bed in the bedroom and fell asleep. Those wooden beds can actually bear the weight of the octopus without collapsing on the spot, which shows that the Golden Theater has done a good job in controlling the quality of stage props. In the evening, the 7 short dream creatures carrying axes returned to the wooden house. They are smarter than the small animals in the forest. At least they are more normal in perception and vision. They can realize that their food has been moved by others, and that the outsider who stole the food has not left the house. The short dream creatures searched everywhere in distress, but unfortunately they were not tall enough. When searching, no one thought of looking at the bed. But this does not mean that the octopus escaped, since the short dream creatures didn't notice the octopus nearby. They certainly wouldn't deliberately avoid it. They swung their axes around and hit the octopus's huge body, which had nowhere to hide. The nuts and dinner that the octopus had stolen before were beaten out and fell to the ground, where they were carefully collected by the short dream creatures, who were short of food. Zhuang Jiuzha heard the dream maker beside him muttering to himself, "It's getting more and more ridiculous. Xin Xingliu, he has almost no rationality left. Only the instinct to write a play. So he will use a familiar framework to build a new story." The big octopus is getting weaker and weaker. After being prepared, the 7 short dream creatures are not willing to leave food at home, and the entrance of the wooden house is too small, trapping the octopus in the house, making people want to complain about how this thing got in the first place. The weak octopus finally lost the ability to move. Until this moment, the dream creatures suddenly realized that they had lived with such an ugly and weird thing in the house for a period of time. After discussion, they decided to use a crystal coffin to put the octopus, which was still breathing, into the deep sea outside the forest. The dream creatures were too short, and the roads in the forest were narrow and rugged. They had to use vines to tie the crystal coffin firmly to the trailer to ensure that the octopus would not fall off. 7 dream creatures stumbled and tried to drag the coffin. The setting sun shone on them, casting long shadows. The second act ended here. During the intermission, the lantern bearer who was newly assigned to maintain order in the theater came to remind the audience that if they couldn't stand it, they could leave early. Zhang Tingyu supported her chin with one hand expressionlessly. She was reflecting on why the previous version of herself had to put the Golden Theater in the White Swan district, which led to the fact that when she traced the source, She had to attribute her current speechlessness to her own fault. Xinxingliu obviously knew his old classmate very well, and said seriously, in fact, I think the main responsibility still lies with the playwright. If he hadn't named this story Idle Talk, we could have gone to see Rabbit Tea Party. Chung Tingyu. My intuition tells me that it's not much better. Chapter 132 Seed Prototype. When she heard that the coffin was going to be sunk into the sea, her reason told Chung Tingyu that the situation was very bad, and the subsequent development of the plot also fully verified her thoughts. The short dream creature finally transported the coffin to the seaside. In the distant ocean, the black waves rolled up and down, and the wind howled. Just looking at it made people feel infinitely dangerous. When the crystal coffin was sunk into the sea, the octopus seemed to feel some ominous meaning and suddenly woke up from his slumber. The huge tentacles smashed on the coffin, and the transparent crystal was cracked. Just before it was about to escape, a soul-shaking sigh sounded from the depths of the ocean. The cold sea water seemed to spread to the viewing seats. There was a dark patch in front, behind, left and right. When the crystal coffin cracked, the small box in her spiritual sea seemed to have opened a gap. I don't know what factors drove it. Chung Tingyu turned her head silently at this moment and glanced in the direction of Xinxingliu. The audience was dark, and the audience could not see each other's expressions. The vivid plot performance made the observation ability of the pupils lose its original effect. Chung Tingyu could only see that the light on the stage was reflected in Xinxingliu's eyes, flickering. When the sigh sounded, he seemed to sigh silently. A pair of pale arms stretched out from the ocean, separating the heavy and ferocious waves. Compared with humans, these arms were more slender. The part that Chung Tingyu could see was about 50 meters. If the third act was really the daughter of the sea, Chung Tingyu thought that the protagonist in the story should not be consistent with her imagination. The pale arms dragged the octopus and the crystal coffin into the deep sea. The pressure of the seawater was like countless sharp knives, constantly squeezing the body of the octopus. The audience thought that the octopus was already huge, but the daughter of the sea only showed a little shadow, a little breath, and a little outline, which immediately made the octopus look small. The crystal coffin could not withstand the might of the deep sea and had already broken into countless pieces. The body of the octopus was also crushed, but what flowed out from the cross-section of its limbs was not blood, but bubbles. Finally, the ocean returned to calm, and the daughter of the sea disappeared into the sea again, along with the foam that the octopus turned into. After the stage curtain was lowered, it took a long time before the sound of the audience getting up and moving gradually rang out in the theater. This is also normal. When people find that the plot is difficult to describe, they always need a certain amount of time to recover themselves. Zhuang Jiuzhe did not rush to run away and use the sunlight in the White Swan district to wash away the shadow left by the drama just now. Instead, he sat in his original position and waited for the instructions of the dream maker to see where he would take the other party to go for a walk later, but found that his boss had not spoken at all, seemingly reviewing the plot just now. Even if he lost his memory, the Lord of Dreams is still so powerful in some aspects that it is still hard to compare with him. Chung Tingyu asked, "Do you think what he wrote is a magical documentary?" Xinxingliu, I am trying to avoid this conjecture. Chung Tingyu lowered her eyes and whispered to herself, that is the work created by his remaining instinct, most of which is closely related to his own storage. If the octopus represents the playwright himself, then the residents who got the golden patches on the statue. She felt that those golden patches might be a kind of erosion from the superiors. The portrait corridor will automatically select those suspicious elements and lock them in. The reason why so many people were inexplicably involved in the copy at that time was probably that the playwright wanted to hide himself among other suspects to delay the moment of being discovered. Chung Tingyu said to Zhuang Jiuzhe, when Alice and the others have surveillance results, let me know. After watching the drama, Chung Tingyu wandered around the White Swan district for half a day. Under Zhuang Jiuzhe's arrangement, she stayed in the Otter in that she was very interested in. This hotel is set up in most districts of Endless City. It is of moderate grade and cheaper. It is called Beehive, which is a bit like the youth hostel in the past. The address of the hotel is a lake with small houses floating on it. If the distance between any two houses is less than 10 meters, and the owners of the two houses do not express their intention to visit in time, they will drift away directly. In the living room of Chung Tingyu's boathouse, a hazy and dim gem was thrown up and down. At first glance, this gem looks a bit like solidified peach gum or pine resin, but the color is richer. It also contains a seed that gives people a moist feeling and seems to be still breathing. That is the prototype of the dream seed, and it is also the file used by Endless City to keep important records. Zhuang Jiuzha passed on the guidance of the dream maker to his colleagues in the management team. The lantern bearers, who were reminded soon, discovered that there was indeed a trace of the shadow left by the playwright in Alice's spirit. They carefully extracted the shadow and kept it in the form of dream seeds. What is more worrying is that when doing background investigations, the members of the management team found that Alice, like Bu Xianlua, was a resident of the inner city of F0631 city. The difference is that the former was not born in the inner city, but was adopted by her aunt in the inner city after her parents died. Zhuang Jiuzha relied on Cheng Tingyu's own partial access rights to obtain a replica of the seed. When the seed was handed over to Cheng Tingyu, she didn't feel anything wrong, as if flipping through the dream seeds was an instinct for her, just like breathing. However, when she calmed down and thought carefully about what to do, the previous familiarity was like a thin snow under the sun, sublimated instantly without a trace. A wet head emerged from the water. Black hair stuck to his cheeks. He stretched out his arms and gently knocked on Cheng Tingyu's window. That was Xinxingliu. When he realized that he couldn't attract the attention of his old classmate who was in a trance, he simply jumped off the houseboat and swam all the way to Cheng Tingyu's residence. Cheng Tingyu came to his senses, walked out the door, and pulled him to the open space in front of the houseboat. He was a little interested. Swimming is also a way of visiting? Xinxingliu shook the water off his hair. It's not a very formal way of visiting. If the Otter Hotel finds out, it will be fined twice the room rate. Noticing the eagerness in his old classmate's eyes, he said tactfully, I don't really want to register with the management team for this reason. Water drops kept falling from his body, so he simply sat down on the open space at the door to avoid being driven back into the water by the owner of the houseboat because of the pollution of the floor. Xinxingliu, didn't you think about how to use the dream seed before? I just remembered a prop that may help you. The name of that prop is the skull projector, which extracts part of the emotions and plays the experience of the owner of the emotions. Cheng Tingyu has forgotten the ability to watch the dream seeds, but Zhuang Jiuzha, as the lantern bearer, can. Xinxingliu smiled. The crushed plague insect powder is very suitable for starting the cranial projector. You have it now. Just when Cheng Tingyu was curious about how to make the crushed plague insect powder, Xinxingliu did not pull off a handful of hair or nails as she thought, but gently grabbed in the void, accompanied by a faint scream. And when he opened his palm again, there was a small pile of dust-like things in it. Zhuang Jiuzha, who came as soon as his boss called, reminded, I haven't entered the dream seed yet, so it's useless to crush the plague insects. Xinxingliu didn't care. It's not a big problem, these are not my disaster insects. This was not an unexpected answer for Zhuang Jiuzha. Any city organization will have a certain number of high-level defectors. For example, F0631 city is relatively mild, and is generally just shot directly. As for the screwdriver, they have made detailed provisions in the employment contract and employee insurance. Zhuang Jiuzha held the dream gem, sat on the sofa in the living room, flipped through a book, and then froze. About 10 seconds later, her eyes became active again, and she exhaled. Zhuang Jiuzha hesitated. The situation is a bit strange. She pinched the seed and said, maybe because of the remaining power of the playwright, Alice's memory has been distorted to a certain extent. After I went in, I was ejected quickly. Perhaps because he felt that it was difficult to explain it clearly by narration alone. Zhuang Jiuzha took the initiative to let Xinxingliu use the plague insect to extract the emotions just now and put them into the cranial scene projector. Cheng Tingyu's eyes stayed on the projector, and after observing it for a moment, he nodded. This prop is quite interesting. Zhuang Jiuzha immediately seconded, Your Excellency has a good idea. The attitude of the former train conductor in Endless City made Cheng Tingyu realize something. She glanced at her old classmate and heard the latter add a comment in time. Well, the skull scene projector was your final assignment when you were in the White Tower. Cheng Tingyu understood, so the setting of using the plague insect powder as the fuel for the machine was also added by me. Xinxingliu added, and the reason you used at the time was to allow other students in the group to have enough sense of participation. The plague insect powder put into the machine burned silently. The skull scene projector that Xinxingliu took out was different from the one on the side of the inspection team. It was obviously upgraded by the producer, making the effect more outstanding and giving the viewer a unique immersive feeling. The screen went dark for a short while, and as the vision became clear, a very thin child's voice sounded close to the ear. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are all wooden men. Welcome to Alice's Wooden Man game. Zhuang Jiuzha slowly opened his eyes and felt that he was waking up from a cold dream. She blinked a few times. Perhaps it was an illusion. Zhuang Jiuzhe just felt that the shadowy back of a little girl had been lingering on his retina. She was lying in soft bedding at the moment, and the bed curtains around her were very delicate and obviously prepared for children. They were a soft and bright sky blue. The warm and comfortable bedding could not drive away the chill left in Zhuang Jiuzhe's body. Generally speaking, a memory is extracted because it has special value to the owner. Chapter 133-1234. Click. This was not the first time that Zhuang Jiuzhe had entered the dream seed. She knew very well that no matter how peaceful and harmless the dream in front of her looked, she could not take it lightly. Even if she was in an ordinary bedroom, she could not rule out the possibility that she would die while lying there. In the dream seed, there were often all kinds of completely illogical ways of dying. Even the lantern bearer, who was an apostle, would go crazy because of it. Zhuang Jiuzhe raised her arm and looked at her wrist, which suddenly became extremely thin. In this seed, she used Alice's body, and she was wearing cotton pajamas embroidered with brown cartoon bears. The former train conductor of Endless City suddenly had a strange idea that he had never had before. The dream maker often reads various dream seeds, so the other party will also substitute into various different roles. I don't know if the dream master has worn bear pajamas. A little curious, the ups and downs of her thoughts did not affect Zhuang Jiuzhe's actions. She turned over in bed and was about to sit up when her movements suddenly paused. Click. For a child, the ceiling of this bedroom seemed too high. The overall decoration was very new, and there was a sense of emptiness without traces of life, as if it had just been moved in not long ago. Zhuang Jiuzhe immediately remembered Alice's information. She was adopted by her aunt after her parents died, and thus entered the inner city. The memory absorbed by this seed was about the time when Alice had just moved in. The decoration of the room did not make Zhuang Jiuzhe too concerned. What made her expression slightly stagnant was the huge crystal chandelier directly above the bed. The chandelier showed an abnormal sense of crookedness, and 4 of the 5 metal chains originally used to hang the lamp body had broken. It seemed that in the next second, it would fall vertically and smash Alice directly below into a meat paste, giving this dream journey a bright red bad ending. At the same time, she finally realized why after entering the dungeon, she could hear a strange click sound from time to time, because the only remaining chain of the chandelier could no longer support the heavy lamp. It was wailing at the moment. Zhuang Jiuzhe speculated that this might be the timing device in the dungeon. If she stayed at the refresh point and did not move, the crystal chandelier above her head would fall down soon, helping her to exit the dream after splashing to every corner of the room. Zhuang Jiuzhe turned over and sat up, struggling to uncover the thick quilt covering her, climbed down from the sky blue bed, and stepped barefoot on the soft and thick wool carpet. The orange curtains fluttered slightly, and Zhuang Jiuzhe immediately understood why he felt cold just now. Because during Alice's rest, the window of her bedroom was never closed tightly, and there was always wind blowing in. The child at this moment was younger than the one in the Endless City, and had an abnormal sense of weakness. Just by getting up, Zhuang Jiuzhe felt that his physical strength had dropped by 1%. According to past experience, this dungeon would not be dominated by fighting. Zhuang Jiuzhe guessed that perhaps the sudden death of her parents had traumatized Alice's mind and affected her physical health in her dream, or that she had indeed fallen ill after her parents' death and had not recovered. When she stood in front of the window, she suddenly felt abnormally cold again. Zhuang Jiuzhe clearly saw his dark reflection on the glass. It was a child wearing bear pajamas. But where the other person's face should be, only the back of the head could be seen. Zhuang Jiuzhe blinked slowly. The strange phenomenon just now lasted only for a moment. When she looked again, the shadow on the glass had become normal. Zhuang Jiuzhe closed the window, but the chill around him did not dissipate. She herself was a strong person who had just entered the dawn. But Alice was just a child. When entering the dream seed, the participants would be affected by the identity of the role. Zhuang Jiuzhe's reason told herself that there was nothing to be afraid of in those scenes. But her body could not stop getting cold. For a moment, it was difficult to tell whether it was her fear or Alice's fear. There were not many personal belongings and furniture in Alice's bedroom. Her daily clothes were hung on the racks against the wall. There was a recorder on the wooden coffee table next to the hangers. Near the bay window on the right side of the bed was a child's desk with a note on it. Come downstairs to the living room early today, in order for Alice to understand the content on the note. The Masager also thoughtfully marked the opinion on the words. Zhuang Jiuzhe was not in a hurry to leave the initial scene. She put the note aside first, carefully searched the desk, and opened every drawer to check it. Alice had very few things. All her belongings were a Walkman equipped with headphones, with a tape in it, The name of the tape was Fairy Tale Before Bed. Zhuang Jiujia's movements froze for a moment. She didn't think there was anything wrong with the tape, but mainly remembered the performance she had seen in the Golden Theater before. Zhuang Jiujia heard the adult say to an unimportant friend that it was also a fairy tale, worthy of being an adult. There weren't many things in Alice's room, so the hygiene was well maintained. The surface of the desk was wiped clean, and even a person's shadow could be seen. Zhuang Jiujia didn't deliberately observe it, but the corner of his eye successfully caught the strangeness around him. The back of the head on the glass window just now appeared on the desk again. But unlike last time, Zhuang Jiujia could see the side face of the image at this moment. The shadow that originally had its back to him was turning its head little by little. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are all wooden people. The small and weak voice sounded in Zhuang Jiujia's ears again, with a strange sense of erraticity. Her face turned pale, and her fingers became stiff and cold because of the current reaction of her body. When she just entered the dream seed, a little girl's dark back stayed on her retina. The other party kept turning back slowly. If 1, 2, 3, 4 means a countdown, then Zhuang Jiujia now only has one chance left. Generally speaking, there would be some obvious or obscure instructions in the dream seed. Zhuang Jiujia guessed that her next step should be to go to the living room according to the requirements on the note. Of course, she was not 100% sure of her guess, but the lantern bearer would usually use his face to explore the way when entering the dream seed for the first time. So even if he failed, it would not be a big problem. Considering the low temperature in Alice's weak body, it was not suitable for her to move around in pajamas. Zhuang Jiujia turned around and looked for a suitable coat on the hanger. Zhuang Jiujia was not sure whether the child had cleaned the room by himself, but he could see that the person in charge of sorting the clothes was very organized. The coats were hung together, and the pants were hung together, which made people with obsessive-compulsive disorder very happy. The materials of those clothes were very soft and comfortable, and the styles were similar. But according to children's aesthetics, some soft colors such as sky blue, pink green, and light yellow were selected. Time was limited, so Zhuang Jiujia took a low-key silver-gray suit and put on a pair of black boots. The moment he put on the boots, Zhuang Jiujia suddenly felt that he had become stronger. This seemed to be a prop that increased speed. The world in the dream seed is usually based on real memories and illusory imaginations. If Alice feels that she can have stronger mobility when wearing shoes, the relevant items will produce the effect of props in the dream. It took Zhuang Jiujia only 3 minutes from the third time she saw the back to putting on the coat. After all, it was winter clothes, and Alice was a weak child. She couldn't do it faster. Zhuang Jiujia hurried to the door. Although she didn't know what the request on the note was, she felt that it would not be a good thing to keep delaying. There were also apostles who died suddenly in their dreams because they did nothing. Put together, it was a collection of wailing "I'm dead. How did I die? Why did I die again?" She almost trotted to the bedroom door, then raised her hand and held the door handle. The metal door handle was a little cold. Zhuang Jiujia shuddered, and when she was about to open the door, her whole body froze again. The shadow of the little girl that had appeared on the retina, the glass window, and the table appeared on the bedroom door again. This time, Zhuang Jiujia saw her face directly. Pale cheeks, big black eyes. This is Alice's face. The moment their eyes met, Zhuang Jiujia lost all his ability to move. The abnormal numbness started from her fingertips and spread to her whole body little by little, and her vision became blurred, as if someone was slowly turning down the brightness of the lights in the room. The shadow of the little girl squirmed and finally poked her body out of the door. Alice's cold little face was pressed against Zhuang Jiujia's current face. At the moment when her vision was completely dark, a line of words flowed into the mind of this dream apostle. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are all wooden people. In the houseboat. Chung Tingyu pressed his forehead. As a Pathfinder participant, Zhuang Jiujia's performance was quite satisfactory. She did not rush to leave the bedroom, but collected as much information as possible in the room to prepare for the next public broadcast. However, this also restricted the other party from doing something too outrageous. Otherwise, the public broadcast would most likely become a public execution. Zhuang Jiujia sat next to him, waiting for the dream maker to give instructions. After a moment, Chung Tingyu really said, "I have an idea." Zhuang Jiujia was slightly excited, and then waited to listen to the other party's instructions. When she didn't understand the dream mechanism at all, the dream maker had already made a preliminary inference. He is worthy of being the great lord of dreams. Chung Tingyu smiled, Since the Lantern Man has the ability to enter the Dream Seed, why don't you find a few more colleagues to explore the way together? Maybe you can collect intelligence faster. In silence, Zhuang Jiuzha noticed a friend next to him. A subtle expression flashed across his face, as if saying I knew it. After sorting out his mood again, Zhuang Jiuzha decisively went into okay for a review and lowered his head. It was my fault for not considering it carefully. Rationalizing all the requirements of the Dream Maker is the quality that a Lantern Man should have. Zhuang Jiuzha thought that as the existence responsible for handling urban affairs, they can't just rely on the Dream Lord to solve the problem, but should work hard to solve the problem for the other party. The former train conductor of Endless City has a strong ability to act. Before going out, he contacted the investigation team under the train group and prepared to get a few people to come and enter the seed together. After being reminded by his immediate superior, Zhuang Jiuzha also realized that he didn't have to fight alone all the time. After all, Alice entered Endless City through an abnormal way, and outsiders had to take the train to enter and exit the city. So the train crew had some reason to interfere in this incident. Chapter 134 Walkman. Inside the boathouse, Zheng Tingyu carefully reviewed the contents of the projector again. She suddenly had a very subtle feeling. It seemed that after ignoring the thought of how to enter the Dream Seed, the almost instinctive familiarity returned again. Zheng Tingyu now knew that he had been trapped in the gap between reality and illusion, which was also an environment similar to a copy. If a person stays in a copy all the time, and is not dead or crazy, his own strength will continue to improve. It was probably there that the last version of himself gradually mastered the power of becoming a dreamer. The endless silence was enough for Zheng Tingyu to solidify the ability of the realm into instinct. She lowered her eyes, and was slightly absent-minded. Xinxing Liu had undried moisture on his hair. He sat cross-legged on the floor, not too far from the sofa, and Zheng Tingyu could reach him with a stretch of his hand. But this also meant that if there was any change in his old classmates, it would be difficult for him to get out in time. The coolness around him suddenly became heavier, and a palm was gently placed on his head. When the thin and cold child's voice sounded in his ears, Xinxing Liu realized that he was pushed into the Dream Seed. The ability to successfully make such a move proved that the power of the dreamer had awakened a little in Zheng Tingyu. When he was studying in the White Tower, the current dreamer often helped other students to reduce the quality of their dreams, and accumulated rich experience for the later establishment of the Endless City. It is the instinct of intelligent creatures to be unable to learn lessons from past experiences. Xinxing Liu really did not expect that after graduating from the White Tower, he would be caught without any preparation. Although it was not a real-time broadcast, Xinxing Liu still wanted to tell his old classmates, and explained, "This time I plan to listen to the contents of the tape first." Xinxing Liu's meaning was very simple. He had very limited interest in the laborious and limited return work of raiding the dungeon, so he chose a way to log out of the dungeon as soon as possible. Of course, Zheng Tingyu couldn't say that he was just slacking off. After all, it was not easy to judge whether there was any important information in the tape. He opened the drawer, picked up the Walkman, and sat back on the bed. Alice's bed was big enough, and the chandelier was located just above the center of the bed. Even if the metal chain suddenly broke, as long as it was not hit directly, it should leave a little blood. Xinxing Liu checked the equipment in his hand. This Walkman can use batteries. He wanted to play it loudly, but found that after taking off the headphones, he could only hear the rustling sound of electricity. No wonder the identity of the participants was directly fixed as Alice when entering the Dream Seed. Otherwise, with the ability of Xinxing Liu's Plague Insect Player, he could have corrected the function of the Walkman on the spot. Moreover, although the Dream Seed in front of him has a structure similar to a copy, it does not need to play the role of a copy, but is preserved as a file to be read. Since it is a file, the most important thing is of course the record of information. Let the player keep the role of Alice, which is more helpful to deepen the understanding of the target person. Xinxing Liu listened for a while and said, "There is music." A female voice, telling a story. The content is very ordinary. Roughly, a little rabbit grows cabbage. Another little rabbit steals cabbage. The rabbit who grows cabbage teaches the rabbit who steals cabbage to rely on labor to exchange for food. And finally, the two rabbits decide to grow cabbage together, which is very educational and very suitable for Alice's age. He wanted to make another comment, but his voice paused for a second. And then he said, "When I blinked just now, I saw Alice's back, in addition to the image that all participants saw when they first entered the dungeon. This was the second time Alice appeared in their field of vision." There are two main reasons why Xinxing Liu stayed in bed to listen to the tape, without spending time changing outer clothes. The quilt is the best for keeping warm. Secondly, the bed is also the farthest away from all reflective figures. He planned to try to see if he could avoid the triggering of the wooden man game if he was far enough away from all kinds of reflective surfaces. Xinxingliu, it seems that the appearance of the back has nothing to do with whether you stand next to the window or the table. As long as the time is up, the participants will definitely see Alice's back. While speaking, his right hand kept gently pressing on the headset. Now let's talk about the second story, which is about a puppy fishing for loaches. It is almost a variation of the story of a kitten fishing, which helps children understand that they should not be indecisive when doing things. After another half a minute, he said, Alice's back appears for the third time, at the same time as last time. While Xinxingliu was explaining, he also devoted some energy to observing the playback device in his hand. He used the manufacturer as a code name, so he was naturally a person who liked to study various tools. The Walkman that belonged to the child had some paint peeling off on the SHL, and there was no production code on the surface. It should be one of the countless 3 no products in F0631 City. When playing the tape content, it was always accompanied by a not very clear electric current sound. There are not many buttons on the Walkman. Only 3 types: play, record, and speed adjustment. In order to save time, Xinxingliu had been using fast playback, and now he adjusted it back to normal speed. After 2 seconds, he adjusted the playback speed to the lowest. Xinxingliu covered his ears and carefully identified it. Finally, he recognized another sound from the electric current sound that did not belong to the story. Put on earphones. Don't put on earphones. As the tape played, 2 completely opposite prompts appeared repeatedly. Xinxingliu failed to think deeply. He had been counting the time carefully when he realized that Zhuang Jiuzhe was about to be ejected from the copy. Xinxingliu deliberately did not blink, but his eyes still changed. The round eyeball swelled up, and thin, long things like children's hair kept growing out of the gap between the skin and the cornea. Blood flowed with the flesh, and before the vision turned black, Xinxingliu could not see because his eyeballs were crushed, since he was not standing in front of any plane that could serve as a mirror. The shadow of Alice poked its head out from the eyes of the participant. The pale little girl's lips moved slightly, as if she was whispering something. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are all wooden people. Xinxingliu on the floor shuddered. He could feel that the dreamer's hand had not left his head at this moment. Cheng Tingyu asked, have you entered the dream seed? Xinxingliu was silent for a moment, then raised his hand. I want to apply for a chance to complain. Cheng Tingyu understood. If you want to complain about who are you asking, then I choose to refuse. Xinxingliu was not too surprised by Cheng Tingyu's reply. After all, they were old classmates. Even if they had forgotten many things, they still retained the basic settings of their own personality. Xinxingliu stood up, moved around, and said, it can be said that I was pushed into the dungeon by your power. He crushed a handful of plague insect powder from somewhere as fuel and played the situation just now again. Cheng Tingyu watched it carefully and suddenly became curious. Are you Chenxi now? Xinxingliu coughed dryly. It has been upgraded to Qinzhou. Cheng Tingyu nodded and smiled. A Qinzhou. But he couldn't even walk out of the bedroom door. Xinxingliu looked up at Cheng Tingyu. Although he didn't apply for the opportunity to complain, he still used facial expressions to express his sincere reply that a dignified dream maker can't even enter and exit the dream seed freely now. And a Qinzhou can certainly be blocked at the refresh point. Cheng Tingyu pressed his old classmate's head down and carefully observed the situation in the dungeon again. Zhuang Jiuzhe stood in front of the window when he was waiting on the road. It can be seen that there is a large garden outside the room. The little girl should live in a villa or a manor. The scenery in the garden is relatively blurry, probably because Alice is not familiar with the surrounding situation. Cheng Tingyu has watched the dungeon replay many times. What surprised her was that the friendly merchant never raised any objections. When he noticed her gaze, he even smiled very easily. Since we are doing long-term business, we must always have some hope. What if the dream maker suddenly remembers to pay the bill in the future? Cheng Tingyu seemed to want to say something, but finally stopped talking. She was very curious whether she owed money to the screwdriver in the dream maker version. But after thinking about it carefully, she felt that there was no need to make the problem too clear. On the other hand, Zhuang Jiuzhe showed the initiative to take advantage of the position of train conductor. She used to get along very well with her colleagues. Even though she has resigned now, the investigation team on the train group is willing to accept the opinions of the old boss. About 4 lantern bearers took the initiative to give up their vacation and applied to explore the dungeon. In the twilight, a snow-white pigeon flew across the lake and landed at the door of Chung Tingyu's boathouse, turning into a courier box. Chung Tingyu looked at the scene outside the window and suddenly felt peaceful. Endless City only has dusk. Whenever she feels that night is about to fall, daylight reappears. Chung Tingyu retracted her gaze and opened the courier box. Sure enough, there were several translucent strange insects inside. Xinxingliu lit candles for those sleeping plague insects in his heart. Perhaps because of the mediocre strength of the current version, Chung Tingyu's perspective on the problem has become more down-to-earth. How often do lantern bearers usually take a vacation? They are willing to devote their free time to work. Apostles are worthy of being apostles. Their professionalism can compete with the inspection team. Xinxingliu, the benefits of employees in big cities are not bad. In Endless City, it should be 1 day of work and 2 days of rest, not including annual leave. Chung Tingyu. Although the previous version of myself always had some unexpected things, the holiday settings of Endless City still shock me. No wonder Zhuang Jiuzha has never been in a hurry to take up his new position, but accompanied his boss to stroll around, because she is really not busy. Chung Tingyu silently withdrew his evaluation of the dedication of the lantern bearer in his heart next time. If Endless City gives someone an offer, it can actually write down the frequency of vacations and benefits, which may fundamentally shake the foundation of other cities. Judging from the feedback from Zhuang Jiuzha, those investigation teams who took the initiative to work overtime did push the exploration progress of the dungeon forward. And some people have already left the room. But the result was not smooth. Chapter 135 Going Downstairs. Chung Tingyu looked at the screen in the projector carefully. After a member of the investigation team entered the dungeon, he put on his coat as quickly as possible, and then left the room without stopping. Outside the door was a dim corridor. Even though the ceiling light in the corridor was on, the investigator still felt a blurry feeling of walking through an old movie when he stepped over the threshold and walked into the corridor. The picture in the field of vision was turbid and distorted, making Alice a very small point, as if her whole person had become a thin shadow. The temperature in the corridor was lower than that in the bedroom. Fortunately, the investigator changed into a light yellow winter outfit when he went out, and his mobility was not impaired by the cold. Before leaving the room, the investigator looked out from the window in the bedroom. The scenery in the distance was a little blurry, and there was a bare flower bed below. Judging from the height of the room, Alice should live on the top floor of the manor. But there was no staircase leading to the lower floor in the corridor. Only an elevator room separated by a locked iron gate. There is a communicator installed on the wall on the right side of the elevator. The investigator pressed the only red button, and then a camera, like an eyeball, appeared in the wall and pointed at the location of the participant. 30 seconds later, the communicator light came on, and an old female voice came from inside. You finally left the room. Congratulations, Miss Alice. Perhaps because the equipment was old. The female voice, that should have been kind and friendly, seemed a little intermittent. The investigator said, I'm going out now. The old female voice, please wait where you are. The sound of the machine running came from the bottom of the elevator, and the investigator's expression suddenly changed, as if he was confused, and as if he suddenly realized. Chung Tingyu completely understood what the other party was thinking at the moment. The time for the little girl's back to appear should have come long ago, and the investigator happened to be in front of the elevator door that could reflect the image. But until this moment, the shadow reflected on the door was still normal. The little girl looked at the investigator calmly, without showing any intention of scaring people with the back of her head. The investigator moved his lips, but he was concerned about the camera next to him, and did not really make a sound. Along with the plague insects, there were also relevant written reports. Chung Tingyu had read them. The investigator speculated that as long as the player left the starting point, the triggering of the Wooden Man game could be delayed. The idea was very reasonable. Otherwise, such a short time would not be enough to experience the content of the entire dream seed. Chung Tingyu put his right hand on his chin. The scenes in the copy were based on Alice's real experience, but the relevant memories had been polluted and eroded by the playwright, so the person involved could not remember them, and could only interpret them through dreams. A moment later, the elevator went up to the top floor, and a person in maid clothes stepped out of the elevator and opened the iron door with a key. The investigator's pupil shrank sharply, and he quickly took a step back. However, it was too late. Alice was too weak, and the person who came was too tall. The moment the other party's shadow was cast on the participant's hands and feet seemed to be tied by invisible ropes. Chung Tingyu leaned on the sofa, staring at the picture in the projector without blinking. She didn't know much about maids, but she knew that a normal maid wouldn't have a vertical eye in the middle of her cheek that kept oozing mucus. Her eyes turned to an angle and stared at Alice. Her lips stretched behind her ears, and there was a red substance of unknown composition between her white teeth. The maid bowed slightly and showed a bloody smile to the child. When she spoke, her bones kept buzzing. "I'm here to pick you up, Miss Alice." The maid stretched out her heavy and cold right arm, tightly holding Alice, who was about to escape, in her arms, and then dragged the child into the elevator. The investigator felt the air in his lungs gradually become thinner, but he couldn't resist. Compared with monsters, children's bodies are too weak. Facing the maid with a hideous appearance, they have no possibility of escaping through fighting. The content in the projector ends here. So far, Chung Ting-yu has watched other people's strategy projections 3 times, and the protagonists of the 3 times died very inexplicably. Of course, the lantern bearer called by Zhuang Jiuzhe is indeed a professional investigation team. He has rich experience in Dream GG and is brave enough to exchange information by losing sand value. In the end, he figured out a clue through traversal search. If you don't want to see Alice look back 4 times in a row, you can't stay in the room all the time. And leading directly from the corridor is also a dead end. The later investigators chose not to actively press the button on the communicator. But when it was time for Alice to get up, the maid would still come and drag the child to the elevator mercilessly. The investigators who entered again simply decided to break the jar and get out of the window. In the end, because of the lack of strength and the lack of climbing points on the outer wall of the manor, they achieved the fastest failure after entering the dungeon in a very scientific way. Until the end, the investigators accidentally discovered the correct way to leave the room. An investigator blew the recorder on the table, although the person involved did not know how to play the recorder. Fortunately, the dungeon did not require the player to have a high level of musical attainments. The high-pitched flute sound came out smoothly through the window. 2 minutes later, Alice's door was knocked, and a maid who looked completely normal came in, took care of the child to get up and dress, and took the person to the 3rd floor of the manor. The corridor on the 3rd floor was still dim. On the walls with exquisite wallpaper, there were yellow oil paintings. Not letting go of any clues is a necessary quality for an investigator. The person involved quietly raised his head and carefully observed the oil painting, and then trembled subconsciously. From a distance, the content in the painting is just a normal scenery. Only when you get close can you notice that the shadow of the mountain serving as the background is a huge arched tumor. The walls of the hut are entangled intestines. The fields are peeled backs, and the plump ears of wheat have protruding human teeth, swaying in the wind. It is extremely filthy and extremely weird. The picture itself can shake the viewer's emotions. Even if you watch it through a projector, you still feel a sense of creepiness and foreboding. As for the investigators in the dungeon, they will be affected by their roles, and will experience violent emotional fluctuations when facing the terrifying things. The child in the scene showed an unconcealable look of horror and wanted to escape from the corridor. But the maid who had been gently holding her hand showed a completely abnormal reaction. The maid's facial features began to wriggle and twist into a ball. Her 2 eyes squeezed and devoured each other, turning into an ugly eyeball with bloodshot and mucus. The curve of her mouth corners became larger and larger, revealing her sharp teeth. Her bright red tongue became enlarged, almost filling her entire mouth. "Miss Alice, are you afraid of those lovely paintings?" The maid's originally gentle and normal voice became sticky and greasy, like a bucket of mashed fish eggs. She tightly held Alice in her arms and said vaguely, "In this case, I have to take you to the lady quickly." Chung Ting-yu, who was sitting on the sofa and watching the whole process, pressed his forehead, then took out a mirror and found that his spirit value had dropped by 3 points. No wonder she had a similar feeling to the last time she went to the Golden Theater to watch a drama. 2 weird pictures can really cause trauma to people's spirits. Those investigators who failed to pass the level probably had to take a break to recover their sanity. Fortunately, they were not fighting alone. There were enough investigation teams on vacation, and soon other people were sent to explore. The newcomer left the bedroom in the same way, and when he went down to the 3rd floor, he consciously did not look at the paintings. This person finally passed the corridor smoothly. The investigator wearing the SH.L of Alice had been led by the maid and walked forward slowly. She paused for a moment, broke free from the other party's hand, and before the maid felt strange, she stretched out her arms to the other party like a real child, motioning the maid to pick her up. "Investigator, you walk faster. I have to go to the living room early today." The maid had already picked up Alice, and her steps suddenly stopped when she heard the words. The investigator suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. In fact, when she tried, she knew that there was a high probability of failure. If going to the living room early was really a copy event that the participants needed to complete, the method would never be so simple. And it could be done simply by relying on the maid. The investigator did this just to test the maid's reaction. She had never expected that the plot would change so quickly after hearing her order. She had just asked to walk faster. And the maid, who had originally looked gentle, changed her face on the spot, and then used her arms to force and dragged Alice away fiercely. The investigator struggled only a few times before completely losing all his strength. Many lantern bearers felt that a big difference between the dream seed and other copies was that the death flags of the former would appear more and more densely. Participants might GG because of a wrong word, or GG because of no words. Xinxingliu, who watched the whole process, felt that his behavior of staying in the bedroom and not running around was extremely correct. Your dream seed has left many shadows of the copies before the Tower of Order split and fell. Cheng Tingyu had heard of the name Tower of Order. The other parties seemed to be two beech trees growing together. Because they mastered too many types of power, they eventually died. And the remains became the Rule Book and the White Tower. The Rule Book merged with the world, making the copies that appeared later begin to become normal. As for the Dream Maker, he lived long before the 100 years of silence. The past time had left an indelible mark on this Lord of Dreams. Cheng Tingyu, after reading so many guides, I planned to try it myself in the Dream Seed. Xinxingliu's eyes seemed to flicker, and asked, have you recalled? Without waiting for the other party to finish. Cheng Tingyu shook her head. Of course, I can't read it myself. Her eyes were fixed on Xinxingliu. After a while, the latter reluctantly spread his palm, revealing a disposable ability carrier that looked like a transparent plastic box inside. Xinxingliu, out of my own habit, when I was watching, I did store some abilities to read the Dream Seed. But the characteristics of the Lantern Man come from you, and you are one of the earliest realms in the world. Even if it is stored, there is no guarantee that it will be successfully activated. Cheng Tingyu picked up the plastic box. She believed that the attempt later would not fail after all. The dreamer version of herself should not want to be stopped outside the door when being watched by old classmates. Cheng Tingyu leaned on the sofa and then opened the lid of the plastic box. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are all wooden men. Welcome to Alice's Wooden Man game. A thin voice sounded close to the ear, as its sharp needles came alive and were drilling into the person's brain, causing the listener to feel an indescribable strange tingling sensation. When the confused consciousness gradually recovered, Cheng Tingyu first felt the weight of the quilt on his body. The material of this quilt seemed to be quite solid, but it was obviously not suitable for Alice. The child's body in the dream was indeed too thin, especially when Cheng Tingyu usually used a carefully crafted flesh and blood body. The contrast was even more obvious. Chapter 136 Juliet. Cheng Tingyu moved from the center of the quilt to the edge of the quilt, and then slid along the soft sheets to the carpet. From the sound of the recorder to the appearance of the maid, the whole process only takes 2 minutes. And the total time of the Wooden Man game is about 10 minutes. As long as the correct way to leave is mastered, the participants can have enough time to toss around in the room. Cheng Tingyu first stood in front of the window and looked out. For her, this is the most suitable way to figure out the map of the manor. The scenery in the distance is vague and unclear. There are only a few weeds in the flower bed directly below, and no flowers or trees can be seen. The gardener who is responsible for taking care of the garden is sitting on the side, lazily in a daze. There are people guarding below, which means that even if Alice is a healthy child with rich rock climbing experience, she can't run away through the window. Cheng Tingyu closed the window, while quickly observing the surrounding environment. The feeling of watching others go through the dungeon is still different from going through the dungeon yourself. This body has always been hiding a certain fear in its heart. Even if it is just standing safely in the room, it can still feel the disturbing sense of danger lurking around. Cheng Tingyu touched his right eye after entering the dungeon in the form of Alice. The visual bonus of the pupil also disappeared. The power of the dreamer did not show leniency just because the person entering the dungeon was himself. It is obvious that he is a city owner who is strict with others and stricter with himself. Cheng Tingyu took the Walkman from the drawer of the desk, ran back to the bed quickly, covered himself with a quilt, and then blew the recorder hard. Squeak. A strange sound that was completely unlike the sound of a flute came from this instrument. When watching through the projector before, Cheng Tingyu only thought that the investigator's performance was very average. Now that she had her own performance as a comparison, She realized that the other party's performance on the spot was already quite good. After Chung Ting-yu sent out the signal of "I'm up," she did not put down the recorder immediately, but continued to play casually and played at will. If someone were watching, they would probably think that she was testing whether there was a way of death in this dream seed of using noise to anger the NPC and thus failing to pass the level. 2 minutes later, the footsteps of the maid sounded from the bedroom door. Compared with the experience of the investigator's copy, there was obviously a little more haste, as if it was more important to quickly clean up the source of noise in Alice's room and restore the tranquility of the manor than to come to take care of the child, who had just woken up. "Miss Alice?" The maid bowed slightly, and before she could straighten up, she quickly took the recorder from Chung Ting-yu's hand, and then carried the person to the bedside and chose a warm winter outfit for her to change. Chung Ting-yu, who lost his recorder, felt a little regretful. "Do we have to go out?" From the content on the note, Alice was probably going to the living room. Chung Ting-yu wanted to confirm with the maid, but it was not easy to ask directly, "Where are we going?" What if this was an event that Alice had to experience every day? If she asked again, it would inevitably arouse the maid's suspicion. Although Chung Ting-yu thought that a minor OOC would not attract the attention of the NPC, the maid in front of him was obviously just a boss in the SHL of a maid, and she might go berserk at any time. The maid thought for a moment and explained gently, "Mr. She may come today, and the lady hopes that Miss Alice can entertain guests with her." From the maid's friendly attitude and tactful words, the other party did not say too much. If Alice got angry and refused to leave her bedroom, the maid might really choose to give in. However, Zhuang Jiozha and Xin Xingliu had already used their own personal experience to prove the fate of staying in the room. Chung Ting-yu thought for a while and decided to agree to the maid's request, then opened her arms to the other party and let the maid take her away. From the previous clearance records, simply letting the maid pick her up would not trigger the other party's mutation, and Alice's body was too weak. Chung Ting-yu had to save physical strength from the source. With the maid leading the way, Chung Ting-yu did not need to press the communicator by herself. When she was carried by someone, she kept her eyes down and motionless. The maid took Alice to the 3rd floor first. The elevator on the 4th floor seemed to only go to the 3rd floor. To go down, you had to go through the stairs. After the two of them successfully passed the corridor full of weird oil paintings, Chung Ting-yu suddenly heard a chaotic collision of dong dong dong. In addition to the collision, Chung Ting-yu also heard the cracking sound of the wall being smashed, and the harsh sound of sharp nails scratching the wall. Before Chung Ting-yu could react, the maid's footsteps had stopped. She put Alice in her arms on the sofa behind a well-built large orange bonsai and said gently, "Please rest here for a while. I need to leave for a while." Chung Ting-yu grabbed the corner of the maid's clothes. "What's that sound?" Her voice was very slow, and the muscles on her arms subconsciously tightened. The dream seed was full of various instant death traps that could not be guarded against. In the absence of sufficient information, it was difficult for Chung Ting-yu to judge whether the maid would directly kill him after hearing the question just now. However, unlike the previous times, the maid's expression was normal, and she even patiently explained the young lady's problem. "Miss Juliet, who lives on the 3rd floor, may be a little uncomfortable. I need to check on her." Chung Ting-yu lowered his eyes and looked at the carpet in front of him. Even a child could hear that the sound in Juliet's room was abnormal, but the maid's posture remained unchanged. This may mean that for the maid, the strange sound coming from Juliet's room was very common, and was not enough to trigger her own transformation mechanism. After the maid left, Chung Ting-yu thought for a moment and decided to follow the other party's request and sit on the sofa honestly, waiting for the maid to come back. Chung Ting-yu naturally did not think that staying in the same place was a suitable choice according to her previous experience of playing games. In a horror copy, NPCs like maids would most likely not return normally after leaving. If you are disobedient, you may fail to exit, but if you are too obedient, you will most likely not have a very beautiful death posture. However, the area of the manor is too large. Even if he chooses to run away, he lacks sufficient prior information. Chung Ting-yu doesn't even know where the stairwell on the 3rd floor is. Moreover, in the dream seed, failure itself is also a very important clue. Just like in the apartment number 6 instance, if the participants stayed in a room for too long, they would be killed by the door. Every seemingly bizarre death hides a hint of the real situation. Chung Ting-yu waited on the sofa, just to see what kind of ending Alice might have besides being turned into a wooden man and dragged away by the maid. 3 minutes after the maid left, a faint scream and the horrible sound of limbs breaking suddenly came from the direction of Juliet's room. Chung Ting-yu closed her eyes and restrain the instinct of this body to cover her ears with her hands. The maid should have been killed. Which was by no means good news for her since the other party could contact Juliet. It proved that he had the key to open the door. Soon Chung Tingyu clearly heard that something heavy, huge, and ominous was leaving the room. The sound of the other party's actions was getting closer and closer to Chung Tingyu, and the speed was getting faster and faster. She sighed in her heart and slowly turned around. Not looking back and not dying is just an unrealistic and beautiful expectation. Even if she is about to be eliminated, she wants to read as much information in this dream as possible. What came into the eyes of the participants was a creature that seemed to be stitched together by humans and monsters. The monster part of the other party looked like an insect and some kind of deep-sea creature that grew randomly. The monster lowered its head, and a buzzing sound came from its mouth parts. Alice. Chung Tingyu raised his head, and the two looked at each other. The monster's movement paused for a moment, and then a black and red claw quickly passed through Alice's body and nailed the child's body to the wall. Bright red blood flowed from the hole in his chest, and Chung Tingyu lost all his strength directly. In the current copy, meeting an enemy unit that wants to launch an attack means losing life, perhaps stimulated by death. Before exiting the dungeon, Chung Tingyu felt a sharp pain in his right eye, and the suppressed power of his pupils was briefly restored for a moment. Name, Juliet Kong. Real name, contaminated. Special status, completely deformed. The houseboat was swaying gently with the waves. Chung Tingyu's eyelashes moved slightly twice. After leaving the dungeon, she still felt a little dazed, as if she didn't know where she was. Although death in the dream seed is not really GG, it will also consume sand value, and the impact on people will be different depending on the way of failure. Compared with the previous investigators, Chung Tingyu's ending is obviously more tragic. After only one failure, one foot stood on the borderline of mild madness. It is said that those sand values, like the ability to dream, were taken away by the Dream Master as the ticket money to enter the dungeon. Based on his understanding of his old classmates, Xin Xingliu saw at a glance that Chung Tingyu was also halfway through the strategy and gave up his head. But before he could feel relieved, he noticed the change in his mood. A little cheerful. This is not good. Chung Tingyu lazily slumped on the sofa, letting the scene just now appear and disappear uncontrollably in her mind, forcing her to think about the situation in the copy. She seemed to have understood the true situation of Alice's dream, but there were still many places that needed to be verified. Xin Xingliu, who was already on guard, had been paying attention to the situation of his old classmate. He immediately noticed that the other party's expression was changing from thinking about the experience just now to finding another guinea pig to explore the dungeon. He immediately made a suggestion without hesitation. I think Zhuang Jiuzha will be back soon. She is a lantern bearer and should be good at dealing with the problem of dream seeds. Zhuang Jiuzha, who had just returned. She suddenly understood why the dream maker risked the decline of the city's manufacturing industry and ruthlessly drove away the friendly merchant from the screwdriver. Chung Tingyu, don't worry. You can take a look at my strategy experience first. Zhuang Jiuzha's eyes lit up. The Lord of Dreams has long reached the point where he can crush the dungeon with hard power. Even the experienced lantern bearer has no chance to witness the scene of the other party passing the dungeon. Zhuang Jiuzha thought that choosing to go to the art museum to cultivate her sentiments during her vacation was the most correct choice she had ever made. Chapter 137 How to Avoid. The projector with plague insect powder started to run. Zhuang Jiuzha straightened his back, put his hands on his knees, and sat upright to watch. The opportunity to watch the dream maker pass the level was too rare. She must cherish it. Zhuang Jiuzha, who was in a learning mentality, could not keep her serious state for long. When she heard the recorder, her body stiffened slightly. Zhuang Jiuzha was a little confused. Because of the existence of the White Swan District, the lantern bearers generally believed that the Lord of Dreams had a high level of artistic attainments. She was a little suspicious for a while. That was the special way that the Dream Maker used to attack the dungeon monsters. From the maid's later reaction, this was not completely impossible. Xin Xingliu was a little nostalgic. The last time he heard the other party's magic sound was at the end-of-term celebration party of Bida College. At that time, Chung Tingyu, whose real name was still Realm Dream Bubble Shadow, was used to sitting alone on the sofa in the room. The light and shadow around her would fade and become hazy and chaotic, as if she had been staying in another period of time. Wherever she stayed, the boundary between the dream and reality of that place would become blurred. Zhuang Jiuzha, Your Excellency is not good at recorder? Chung Tingyu felt that the other party had some kind of cognitive misunderstanding about her. I am not good at any musical instrument. Zhuang Jiuzha's figure swayed slightly, as if he was suffering from a shock. Xinxingliu thought for a while, and said, "It should be after becoming a dream maker that you gradually made up for your shortcomings in music and art." Zhuang Jiuzha suddenly remembered what he had talked about with his colleagues at a party before. Colleagues unanimously agreed that there was no field that the dream maker was not good at. At most, he just didn't have the energy to study for the time being. Their thoughts at that time were indeed very correct. However, apart from the fact that the music at the beginning easily left a deep impression on the listeners that they did not expect, the situation afterwards was quite smooth. Cheng Tingyu, wearing the SH.L of Alice, successfully left the room, went down to the third floor, and even obtained additional information from the maid. After seeing Miss Juliet, Zhuang Jiuzha seemed to have some guesses, but paused before he was about to speak, and then reluctantly said to Xinxingliu, "The judgment of the screwdriver should be more accurate." Xinxingliu said him, and smiled, "Okay. The consulting fee will still be recorded in the account of your dream maker." Without waiting for Zhuang Jiuzha to say anything else, he said, "This Miss Juliet has obvious signs of artificial transformation. The lowest level of players is Abyss. But when the ability users awaken, most of them start from Lightless, which is one level higher than Abyss. The ability users will continue to rise, but there is also a certain probability that they will fall deeper into the Sea of Spirit. Xinxingliu, players with low spirit values are more likely to get lost, or they may be contaminated by other types of abilities. The former is not likely to occur. Most players can find the correct direction of ascent, except for Mitong, who has excellent eyesight and is easily contaminated by the ancient source when looking for the light spot. The latter is more suitable for manual control." Cheng Tingyu thought, "I seem to have looked into the eyes of the ancient source. After losing her memory, she once entered the Sea of Spirit and saw a light spot that did not belong to the pupil." Xinxingliu was silent for a moment and sighed. If that light spot came from the ancient source, his luck should not be very good. He was not worried about his old classmate, but felt that the ancient source, who came into contact with the dream maker's eyes without any protection, would end up worse. Pollution and erosion are never one way. Zhuang Jiuzha suddenly remembered something. A few months ago, the twilight from the dusk zone spread abnormally outside. The management team specially strengthened the vigilance, and the train team also sent people from the investigation team to investigate the situation. During the period, there was a conflict with the members of the Screwdriver. Cheng Tingyu immediately recalled the magazine in apartment number 6, and suddenly felt the wonder of the world. Xinxingliu's action paused. So there is also something about him here. During the conversation, the plot in the projector has progressed to the point where Cheng Tingyu was pierced through by Juliet's claws. Zhuang Jiuzha. After a short silence, the look in her eyes became more determined. As expected of the dream maker, the dream seed he made can even kill himself. Judging from the current situation, the third floor is also a stuck point. Cheng Tingyu currently has 2 guesses about what to do next. There are 2 tools in the first refresh point: the recorder and the Walkman. Cheng Tingyu said, "The recorder can help participants leave the bedroom, and the Walkman may be used to pass the third floor. There must be more than just the maid serving the lady in the manor. When Juliet goes crazy, you can ask others for help or hide directly, listening to the instructions of the dream maker." Zhuang Jiuzha nodded slowly. She picked up the dream seed and flipped through it. With the past strategy tried by the predecessors, Zhuang Jiuzha had everything going smoothly at the beginning. Cheng Tingyu had to take the recorder from Miss Alice when the maid came because of the continuous noise of the blowing, and Zhuang Jiuzha successfully saved the prop. When leaving the room, Zhuang Jiuzha also put the Walkman and the instrument in his pocket. The maid did not interfere with her behavior in this copy, as long as the NPC's transformation state is not triggered. Some small willfulness is allowed. When Zhu was carried down to the third floor and passed the oil painting corridor smoothly, in Alice's room, there was another restless sound. Zhuang Jiuzha compared it in his mind, and felt that the sound from Juliet's side seemed to be quieter than last time. So this boss was also being tortured by the dreamer, which made him particularly restless. However, even if Juliet's condition was not that bad, the maid still put Zhuang Jiuzha down and asked him to sit there and wait for her to return. Zhuang Jiuzha took a deep breath. The copy roll has a huge impact on the participants themselves. After being confined in Alice's young body, her mentality has become particularly unstable. The fear and coldness in the air have always been following her side, like an invisible monster, waiting to swallow the participants in one gulp, before the screams from Juliet's room could be heard. Zhuang Jiuzha took out his Walkman, put on the headphones, and closed his eyes again. She huddled next to the orange tree bonsai, hugged her knees with her hands, huddled on the sofa, pretending to sleep. Zhuang Jiujia's body suddenly stiffened. They had always thought that as long as they left the room, they could break free from the wooden man game. But at this moment, Alice's back appeared in her vision again. The shadow of the wooden man game once again enveloped Zhuang Jiujia. She could not react to this. Juliet's body had once again approached here. Zhuang Jiujia did not actually close his eyes completely, but slightly opened a gap. She saw that a huge, grotesque shadow was cast above her head. The shadow stood motionless behind the child for a long time, as if thinking about whether to attack Alice. Under the strong emotional impact, the perception of time also became blurred. Perhaps it was a long time, or perhaps it was just a short moment. Just when Zhuang Jiujia could hardly control the trembling of this body, Juliet finally dragged her huge body away from Alice. The monster did not fail to notice the small Alice. However, when Alice closed her eyes and wore headphones, it had enough reason to think that the other party did not see it. The monster's body was so huge, but when it left, its speed was not slow at all. When Juliet's figure was completely out of sight, Zhuang Jiujia jumped off the sofa in a hurry, and he didn't even have time to put away his Walkman. He blew the recorder with all his strength. The sound of the flute was extremely bad. It was obvious that the lantern holder who played it was not a permanent resident of the White Swan district. Fortunately, the penetrating power was strong enough to quickly attract the attention of other NPCs in the manor. Less than a minute later, a serious-looking woman walked quickly towards Zhuang Jiujia. Her clothes were similar to those of the maid before, but more capable, and she seemed to be an assistant secretary. After confirming that the other person looked like a human, Zhuang Jiujia hurriedly ran towards the direction of the person. The woman also came forward. She clearly saw the blood and drag marks left by the monster, but a trace of joy appeared on her serious face. She squatted down, stretched out her hands, and hugged Zhuang Jiujia's shoulders. "Miss Alice, it is very dangerous here. Please leave with me." Zhuang Jiujia felt a sharp pain in his bones. The other person's hands seemed to no longer be hands, but two iron hoops that bound her in them. The woman's voice also became vague. She seemed to be trying her best to make her voice sound kind enough, but the facial features on her face had begun to twist and wriggle abnormally. She was clearly still a human being the last moment, and the next second, she irreversibly transformed into a monster. The woman's arms bound Alice and dragged the poor little girl into the depths of the manor. Zhuang Jiujia's vision dimmed. Just before she was taken away, a thought came to her mind. If the purpose of this dream seed was to tell the person who read it that not all creatures with human appearance have human inner qualities, then she had a very profound understanding of it. Zhuang Jiujia opened his eyes on the sofa. Because she suffered excessive shock in the dream seed, she lost a lot of mental energy this time. Cheng Tingyu poured her a glass of water, and after everyone calmed down, they watched Zhuang Jiujia's experience of clearing the level just now. Her previous guess about the function of the props was correct, but the result of using it was a little unsatisfactory. Zhuang Jiujia felt that his performance was very sorry for his boss's guidance, and stood up and said, "My lord, I'm almost done with my rest." Cheng Tingyu raised his hand and made a stop gesture. "I'll go in this time." Zhuang Jiujia, "My lord, do you have an idea?" Cheng Tingyu smiled, "A little bit. And if her guess is correct, her attempt this time should still fail." Chapter 138 Hidden Content. Cheng Tingyu successfully entered the dream seed. When she opened her eyes in bed, she felt some slight changes. Everything around her seemed more real than before. It is difficult for a person who has no knowledge of the Endless City dungeon mechanism to enter it and realize that he is actually dreaming. Cheng Tingyu sat up from the bed and pressed her temples habitually. If the birth of the dream seed all originated from that dream maker, she had to update her evaluation of the old version. Cheng Tingyu thought about the apartment number 6 she had experienced before, and the sentence, "If you are an idiot, go to the 100th floor," and felt that the other party was a person with a bad personality. She skillfully found the instrument and called the maid up with the recorder. Then, with the help of the maid, she successfully reached the 3rd floor. Then she watched the maid go to Juliet's room and was killed by the plot, and she sat behind the orange tree pot. Cheng Tingyu closed her eyes and counted patiently in her heart. Sure enough, the back of a little girl appeared again in her vision. Cheng Tingyu whispered, "Don't worry, Alice. This is just a dream." This time, the back figure stayed for a few extra seconds before slowly disappearing. There was a scream from Juliet's room, and the completely deformed monster rushed out of the room and walked to the location of the orange tree pot. At this time, Chung Tingyu had already put on the headphones. Just like last time, Juliet did not choose to take action, but left directly. After Juliet's back completely disappeared, Chung Tingyu called the serious woman who looked like a secretary through the recorder. But unlike the time with Zhuang Jiuzhe, Chung Tingyu sat on the sofa the whole time and ignored the other party. The colder she acted, the more polite the other party was, and picked up Alice in a human posture. Serious woman, Miss Alice. The manner is a little dangerous now. I have to take you to the lady. Chung Tingyu's head rested on the serious woman's shoulder. She saw that as the serious woman moved towards the first floor, the other party's fingertips began to melt a little bit. It was like a wax figure walking on the stairs where the temperature kept rising. The serious woman did not show the hideous posture of a monster, but she did not look like a normal living person. She hugged Chung Tingyu tightly, and the wax on her body slowly flowed onto the child's clothes. But strangely, she did not feel too hot. The closer to the owner of this manor, the more inhuman the servant NPC felt. That was a reflection of Alice's fear. 5 minutes later, Chung Tingyu was taken to the first floor of the manor. A woman with exquisite clothes was sitting in the middle of the living room. She was calm and composed, and it was obvious that she was the actual controller of the entire manor. Alice, how are you today? Chung Tingyu did not answer. The purpose of her coming to the first floor was to find an opportunity. If the previous guess was correct, as a secret pupil, she should also have such an opportunity. Chung Tingyu, who was wearing the SHL of Alice, asked, I seem to have forgotten something. What is the name of Mr. Shi? As she spoke, she pressed her right eye with more force. The woman with exquisite clothes answered casually, his name is Shisilu. A swan and a heron. They sound like a family. The external stimulation seemed to awaken Chung Tingyu's instinct as a close pupil. And rows of data appeared on the owner of the manor. Name, Kong Zhu. Real name, Flesh and Blood Life Cultivation. Level, Dawn. Normally, the identification results she saw should not be so detailed. But the current situation is very special. Alice. Kong Zhu called the child's name. Her voice was obviously very gentle. But in Chung Tingyu's ears, it was like a cold light cast on the water, swaying and floating coldly. Why are you looking at me? What are you looking at? Chung Tingyu closed his eyes. I'm going to start counting. Listen. A very thin female voice sounded next to Mrs. Kong Zhu's ear, and the childish voice was entangled with an indescribable sense of coldness. 1, 2, 3, 4. After the last number was spoken, Kong Zhu's body felt strangely stiff, as if someone had pressed the pause button, and it froze. Chung Tingyu raised the ladder without hesitation and stabbed the end of the blow into Kong Zhu's eye socket. It seemed that after becoming a secret pupil, her eyes became her first choice when attacking the enemy. The bright red and sticky blood flowed down, dyeing the carpet with a new color. The sound of water hit the side of the boat. It was not until a while after exiting the copy that Chung Tingyu suddenly realized that it was the entire houseboat that was still floating. Zhuang Jiuzhe, my lord. Chung Tingyu looked at the ceiling and suddenly smiled. Alice is really a very smart and calm little girl. She sat up straight and glanced at Zhuang Jiuzhe. The latter understood that her boss was asking her about her opinion on the dream seed, and replied, until entering the endless city, Alice was not dead. Considering her age, life in the city would not be as dangerous as in the dream. But she suffered serious mental damage, and her memory was distorted by pollution. Chung Tingyu did not deny Zhuang Jiuzhe's point of view, but her expression clearly said that Zhuang Jiuzhe had not yet discovered the most critical information of the copy. You can take a look at my experience before you comment. The cranial projector started to work, and Zhuang Jiuzhe sat upright and watched carefully. She did not expect that today she would not only learn the strategy experience of the Dream Maker, but also face the sudden spot check of the Dream Maker. This was not too uncommon when the Endless City was just built. But now that the Dream Lord hardly leaves the Dusk Zone, it has been too long since the Lantern Bearer can follow him and listen to his instructions. Zhuang Jiuzhe is not afraid of exams, but only worried about his poor performance. After watching the Lord of Dreams in the dungeon with full concentration, Zhuang Jiuzhe could feel that some thoughts had arisen in his mind, but he could not accurately capture them. Chung Tingyu smiled and reminded, Alice deliberately hides her true state. She doesn't want others to know that her eyesight has been restored. Zhuang Jiuzhe's thoughts were briefly blank, mainly because Chung Tingyu did not lay any groundwork when talking about the key points. So she didn't know whether she should be shocked or suddenly realized, or directly sighed, you are worthy of being the Dream Maker. Xinxing Liu, who was standing next to him, had a calm expression of "I knew it would be like this." It was unknown how much experience he had accumulated during his study in the White Tower. Lantern bearers are used to using human seed tactics to explore the seeds of dreams, which makes them not as sharp as single-handed ability users in dungeon speculation. With this thought, Zhuang Jiuzhe remembered another thing. At this moment, the Dream Maker was in a state of memory loss, and the memory related to the dungeon in his mind was only a few months. In other words, in a short period of less than a year, the other party showed a strong ability to pass the level that made the train team cry and the management team heartbroken. Sure enough, the other party could become a Dream Maker not only because she was born early and caught up with the pioneering period of ability users awakening, but also because her comprehensive qualities were too outstanding. She would rise to the top step by step in any era. Zhuang Jiuzhe knew that some people had always felt that the Dream Lord had a rather strict standard for selecting apostles, but now it seemed that he had actually relaxed a lot. After receiving his superior's advice, Zhuang Jiuzhe reviewed the clearance strategy he had seen before and gradually figured out many problems. The dream seed is full of metaphors for reality, and the maid is one of them. Cheng Tingyu said slowly, "Alice must not be discovered either. Once other people in the manor know about this, something bad will happen." This can also explain why the investigator directly triggered the instant death mechanism of the copy when he left the bedroom for the first time. Zhuang Jiuzhe subconsciously, "It's because of the clothes." Cheng Tingyu nodded. Blind people may be able to dress, but they cannot match colors. And the clothes in the bedroom are placed in categories. The person on the other end of the monitor will find that the little girl's eyesight has been restored as long as he sees that Alice's clothing matching does not look strange. And that is why the female voice congratulated Alice on leaving the room, when she knew that Alice could distinguish the colors of clothes. The malicious joy hidden in her heart emerged uncontrollably and strangled the child. Cheng Tingyu, the people in the manor have some arrangement for Alice's eyes, so the maid will drag Alice away as soon as she comes up. I think the transformation condition of the copy NPC is realizing that Alice can see. Looking back at the previous copy records, the bedroom is actually full of evidence that Alice was once blind. There is a bookshelf in the bedroom, but there are no books. The only entertainment instruments are a Walkman and a recorder, and both of these are related to sound rather than vision. As for the maid, every time she transforms from a human to a monster, she follows the same rules. The maid transformed for the second time when the investigator showed fear of the paintings in the corridor, although the maid helped choose the clothes she wore when she went out this time. The fact that the investigator trembled because of the content of the paintings also meant that she could see. Or perhaps, the paintings themselves were a test of Alice's vision. Reality is not a dream seed, and there is no chance to reopen. People in the manor do not think that Alice can stay calm when she suddenly sees such a terrifying portrait. Chapter 3. It's unlucky to encounter a transformed maid. The investigator just said that he had to go to the living room early, and the maid showed a ferocious face, because going to the living room early was a requirement written on a note. If the investigator could say this, it would arouse the suspicion of the NPC. After explaining this, everyone understood why Juliet let the child go. It has nothing to do with closing the eyes, but mainly because it saw Alice wearing headphones. A blind person who can't hear the sound can't detect what is happening around him. Cheng Tingyu, this is the true meaning of the reminder of put on headphones. If you see something you shouldn't see, just put on headphones, and the other party will treat Alice as if she doesn't exist. And the sentence "don't put on headphones" is a warning for the next situation. If you accurately locate the position of the person who comes to pick her up when Alice is wearing headphones, it is equivalent to telling the other party that you have restored your vision. Zhuang Jiuzhe was convinced. Your Excellency has a keen eye, and you have only watched a few copies. Cheng Tingyu showed a subtle smile on his face. Shen Xingliu looked at Cheng Tingyu, then at Zhuang Jiuzhe, and sighed. Your personality has changed a lot when you were studying in Baida. You would have already told other classmates the specific time when you realized the truth about the dungeon. Zhuang Jiuzhe instantly understood the key points of the other party's words. The first is that the adults treated the lantern bearers better than their classmates in Baida, and they were very concerned about their mental health. The second is that the adults did not discover the hidden clues in the dungeon later, but had doubts from the beginning. Chapter 139. Alice. The first thing that aroused Cheng Tingyu's suspicion was actually the lamp on top of the bed. A shaky chandelier would definitely not break to a metal chain in one day. Why did Alice lie under it every day? But she was reluctant to ask for help. Even her sleeping posture did not show any fear of the chandelier falling. At that moment, Cheng Tingyu realized that Alice had been abnormally silent about the danger around her. She was pretending that she didn't realize that the chandelier was about to fall. The child was very quiet on the surface, but her heart was always very tense. After realizing that Alice was pretending not to see, Chung Tingyu began to consider whether there was anything special about the other person's eyes. Among various abilities, the pupil is the organ most easily associated with the eyes. Although Alice is not old, no one stipulates that children cannot awaken abilities. In the subsequent dungeon records, Chung Tingyu identified that Miss Juliet's surname was Kong, and learned that a person named she was coming to visit, which reminded him of the experience in the hot spring villa. There were two people named Shi Sihu and Kong Yushu in the dungeon at that time, and the latter claimed to be the niece of the mayor of F0631 city. Chung Tingyu had a very high possibility in his mind. People living in the inner city were systematically collecting the power of the pupils and flesh, and conducting some splicing experiments that could not be told to others. Alice had been pretending that she had not recovered her eyesight, and often wore headphones and quietly huddled in a corner. The people in the manor did not avoid this little girl when they acted, but let her know many secrets. The more she knew, the more she dared not let others realize her true state. Zhuang Jiuzha analyzed, any contact with NPCs will cause the risk of exposure. Staying in the room is the safest approach, but this will involve the Wooden Man game. Chung Tingyu smiled. I think this is related to the personality of the dream maker himself. After thinking for a while, he said, his dream design style is quite bad. Xin Xingliu looked at the sky seriously. He actually wanted to agree, but he couldn't speak up, and he was more worried that his old classmate was stinging the law. Zhuang Jiuzha looked at the ground intently. She wanted to eject, but she couldn't veto her boss's judgment in person, especially since the boss's judgment at this moment was still her. Chung Tingyu, unlike other copies, the participants who enter this dream seed will act as Alice, so we will naturally think that we are playing Alice herself. But if we are Alice, what does the back we see mean? Zhuang Jiuzha also thought about this question at that time, but he regarded the back figure as a metaphor that she had not yet understood. Now it seems that the dreamer himself should have a more logical guess. Chung Tingyu, the following are mainly some assumptions. The mental value of adult ability users will be reduced due to various negative factors. Alice has lived in an overly dangerous environment for a long time. Her emotions are about to collapse and lose control. She can no longer control herself. What the participants play is actually the chaos and madness in her mind. So the scenes that appear in our eyes will become bizarre. Servants will become monsters, and humans will gradually melt. After all, we originally represent Alice's negative emotions. That back figure is Alice's rationality in struggling for survival. She is trying to control her behavior. As long as the back figure can be seen, it means that the player is still in a state where she can be saved. If she leaves the room, she will be taken to the lady by the maid. So Alice's instinct to ask for help will choose to give up directly. From Shisihu's professional judgment, Shisilu may also be a doctor. The maid did not force Alice to go downstairs, proving that the other party's main target today was not her. But she should not mind helping the child to check her eyes, as long as she is scared to the first floor and meets Mr. Shi under the arrangement of the lady. Alice's lie will be exposed. This can also explain why the participants saw Alice's back once in the corridor on the third floor. The maid has been killed by Juliet, and Alice can go back to rest on the grounds of being frightened. That is also her last chance to return to the bedroom. This dream seed is similar to the dungeon of apartment number 6. Almost all of them put the way to pass the level on the surface. The opening sentence "Welcome to Alice's Wooden Man game" is the key to the dungeon. Reason regains the upper hand. Chaos and madness are pushed back into the depths of the mind, and reason regains the upper hand. For Alice, this is the only good ending. As for other endings, there is only a difference between bad and worse. Xin Xingliu, it is really a very memorable dungeon. I have never achieved the achievement of passing the level on the first entry in your dream seed. Chung Tingyu nodded. The prototype of the seed has some defects. If I had the opportunity to switch versions later, I should make targeted improvements. Xin Xingliu, even if the memory is sealed, the dreamer is still a dreamer. Chung Tingyu looked at the dream seed in his hand. His eyes slightly condensed. In fact, in addition to continuing to hide, Alice has another way to go. That is to take the initiative to surrender to the lady. However, those monster-like servants met Alice's inner resistance, which was the ending she absolutely did not want to choose. The monitoring of suspicious persons involved in the Laurel Art Museum incident would not continue forever. After being brought out by the Lantern Man, Zhao Loxia lived in a place called Temporary Residential Community like other participants who survived by chance. Sometimes she couldn't believe that she could leave the portrait corridor. The Lantern Man found puppet lines that originally belonged to the playwright and many outsiders involved in the Laurel Art Museum. Those lines were not buried deep, so they had never been noticed by the host before. In addition, a large number of them came from F0631 City. That city lacked people with dense pupils who were good at seeing the essence through phenomena. So until now, people like Bu Xiangluo have only realized what they have experienced. After experiencing the initial fear, Zhao Luoxia quickly calmed down. The erosion from big people is always silent and irresistible. When she realized that struggling would not be useful, she decided to start playing badly. Anyway, in the end, wasn't the playwright made into a portrait by the Lord of Dreams? For a small character like me, all I can do is live well and wait for the big guys to decide the outcome, while deciding my own destiny at the same time. I didn't know how long I lay there. Maybe 1 or 2 weeks. Or maybe 1 or 2 months. Because Endless City would blur the perception of time for outsiders. Zhao Luoxia didn't know how long she had been in the White Swan district. When she got the ticket to leave the city, she felt as if she was in another world. She also got some information from the lantern bearer. The suspicious elements, who were monitored like her, were now arranged to leave one after another after the puppet line was cleared. There was only one exception. It seemed that because she was a minor and had a strong desire to stay in the White Swan district, she was finally left in the realm of dreams. Zhao Luoxia murmured, "I also want to stay." She would accept it even if she was thrown into the marginal city area or slowly transformed into a dream creature. The lantern bearer of the management team was somewhat familiar with Zhao Luoxia. Hearing this, he said sincerely, "Just think about it. You can have anything in your dreams." Bu Xiangluo, who was also going through the procedures for leaving the city, said, "I have always wanted to know the settlement conditions of Endless City." The lantern bearer, the content you are curious about has always been ranked in the top 10 of the most popular discussion topics in Endless City. Bu Xiangluo. Next time, just say you don't know either. The lantern bearer, but the internal employees have always had a guess. What the Lord is interested in is the kind of soul that will not wither even at the end. Zhao Luoxia and others did not say anything. But after the members of the management team showed their obvious intention to send them away, it was impossible for them to stay. Endless City does not protect the personal rights of outsiders. If you think you can stay just by rolling around and playing tricks, it is probably an illusion. The lantern bearer, take the number plate, and the person who is called will go into the office to register the information. And then, you can go to the waiting room to wait for the train to depart. Bu Xiangluo considered whether it would be dangerous if I went into the office alone, but soon calmed down with the strength of Endless City. If they really wanted to kill these outsiders, they didn't need to be so complicated. They could just do it directly. B136. Bu Xiangluo walked into the office with the number B136. The main color of the surrounding environment was white, which reminded him of the portrait corridor. The lantern bearer, now is the information verification time. Please carefully describe your experience since entering Endless City. Bu Xiangluo was a little puzzled, but he still started to tell the story, as the other party asked. He was not a person who was used to lying. And at this moment, he had a strange impulse that prompted him to remain honest. The information verification did not last too long. Bu Xiangluo found that the notebook used by the lantern man seemed to be voice-controlled. When he spoke, lines of corresponding text would appear on it. Bu Xiangluo observed carefully and felt that the notebook in front of him was not like office supplies, but a bit like a diary. The lantern man on duty noticed the other party's sight and said casually, "Work props." Because it is a replica, the appearance is consistent with the original style. He sighed again. Because the screwdriver branch evacuated from Endless City, the manufacturing industry in the city was greatly affected. And the manufacturer was a slippery person, and almost no one could find his original body. Then handed over the ticket. Take it. Turn right. While the two sides were talking, the notebook on the table remained open, as if the lantern bearer did not care about his work being seen by others. Bu Xiangluo noticed from the corner of his eye that the words were gradually blurring out and then becoming unclear. If this is really a diary, when it is opened again, there is no way to know what experiences you have had. Right? The lantern bearer said goodbye to the guest. The train will take the passengers to the departure point. If you have any special requests, you can also make them. We will consider them. Bu Xiangluo nodded and stood up in a daze. He still knew where he was and why he came here. However, all the experiences in the Endless City were like a dream after waking up, slowly drifting away from his thoughts. Chapter 140. Leaving. When other suspicious persons who were released from surveillance left one after another, Cheng Tingyu was recuperating in the Vanilla Spa store, which was 2 streets away from the Laurel Art Museum. The owner of the Vanilla Spa store was originally a member of the Lantern Man. Later, he felt that the job was too easy and could not reflect the value of life. So he simply resigned and went out to do business. When the Dream Lord recruited Lantern Man, although the players of the Realm type were mainly players, there were also many other types. It is said that the owner of the Vanilla Spa store is of flesh and blood. The recuperation methods provided in the store can not only effectively relieve physical fatigue, but also enhance physical fitness. Many stores in Endless City are not open to outsiders. Chung Tingyu used Shuang's 90% VIP card today. What surprised her even more was that Xinxing Liu actually had a membership card of Vanilla Spa. The explanation given by the other party was also very reasonable. The body he was using now originally had the legal resident status of Endless City, and it originally existed as a backup contact plan when he lost contact with the dream world. After the current treatment, a chestnut-haired clerk brought Chung Tingyu a homemade drink in the store, honey mint vanilla tea. Chung Tingyu tried to stretch his arms. The price of the Vanilla Spa service is quite expensive, but fortunately its therapeutic effect is also excellent, and it can indeed be called a good value for money. It was during the recuperation that Chung Tingyu realized that she really didn't pay much attention to healthcare these days, and she was a little sorry for the flesh and blood body provided by the old version. The chestnut-headed man's voice was kind and gentle. "How do you feel, sir? If you choose our rose bath package now, you can enjoy a 20% discount." Chung Tingyu hesitated a little, but finally chose to refuse. The previous version of himself showed enough ruthlessness in the economy, and did not leave the currency of Endless City for the current self. As a freeloader, Chung Tingyu cannot indulge in consumerism. The chestnut-headed man showed a little regretful look, and then gave Chung Tingyu a discount card. Chung Tingyu saw that there was a line of words printed on the card: the top 10 stores that dreamers are most likely to choose when going out incognito. She understood it, and realized that this was probably a voting activity organized by the residents of Endless City to enrich their spiritual life. Because the Dream Maker usually stayed in the Twilight Zone almost every step, as if he wanted to stay at home to the end. The residents could only rely on their imagination to imagine the details of the city owner going out for shopping. Chung Tingyu wanted to say that this thing was false propaganda, but he felt that he had lost his position at the moment. During the boss's recuperation, Zhuang Jiuzhe, as a subordinate, was doing voluntary labor. After she left the train group, she would join the guard group directly under the Dream Maker. Before she officially took up the post, she had 7.5 months of paid vacation left. Zhuang Jiuzhe was now connecting with the employees in the training area. The other party was her colleague, who entered the Lantern Man team at the same time. His name was Li Shangling. At that time, the senior who was responsible for leading the two to the dream field once thought that the Dream Maker was more interested in people with more distinctive names. Li Shangling. It can be basically confirmed now that the correct way to pass this dream seed is to stay in the room and let the real Alice complete the Wooden Man game. Zhuang Jiuzhe. It has been confirmed that Alice has awakened the ability of Dense Pupils. Her real name is Dense Pupils. Wooden Man. Li Shangling nodded. "I will take the seeds to the cultivation area later." Smiled. "Doing nothing can make you pass the level. The more you struggle, the uglier your death will be. This should be a dream favored by adults." Zhuang Jiuzhe was silent for a while. From the performance of the Dream Maker at that time, it was difficult for her to refute the sentence favored by adults. "Li Shangling, I have learned about the strategy records on your side. In the end, someone entered the first floor and injured the lady." Zhuang Jiuzhe nodded. In fact, Chung Tingyu did not kill Kong Zhu at that time, but because she and Alice happened to have the power of Dense Pupils. The two sides had a certain resonance, which strengthened the effect of the Wooden Man. Taking advantage of the opportunity that Kong Zhu in the dream was still shrouded in a state of stiffness, she pierced the other's eyes. Of course, the newly awakened Wooden Man could not last too long. When Kong Zhu recovered, the participants would inevitably face a bad ending with mental burning as the main and death as the auxiliary. However, before that, Alice in the dream kindly ejected Chung Tingyu from the copy. Zhuang Jiuzhe, who was watching the above scene, had only one thought in his mind: the kid named Alice really had the potential to become a Lantern Man. Li Shangling, who had completed the work docking, put down the file and started chatting. "Has the person mentioned in your report passed the first interview?" Zhuang Jiuzhe, indeed. She was actually very embarrassed when writing the file. She didn't know how to write it down so as to ensure the accuracy of the information, and not to make too many unnecessary descriptions of her superiors, so as not to cause the attention of other Lantern Men. But now it seems that Dream Makers will definitely shine. The eyes of colleagues at this moment clearly have the look of wanting to recruit new people. Li Shangling, when will she start the second interview? The work in the training area is actually very interesting. Can you help to convey it? Zhuang Jiuzhe was silent for a moment. I will try my best. How should she tell her colleagues that Cheng Tingyu does find the training area very interesting? Because that place was actually designed and built by her. Many players know that Endless City is a city located in the dream realm. The only way for residents in the city to go to the real world is to take the train. The employees of the train group are very good at locating the address. But for driving safety, not all places can be stopped. Usually only at a few fixed stations. Knowing that her boss was going to leave, Zhuang Jiuzhe went to buy a ticket after all. She had served as a train conductor. And even if she left, she could enjoy employee discounts when buying tickets. Xin Xingliu suggested, if you don't know where to get off, you can stop at the screwdriver platform, like last time. Zhuang Jiuzhe's expression became alert when he heard this. Although the manufacturer and the dreamer are classmates, many big figures have studied in the White Tower. When conflicts arise, no one cares about the friendship of the same school. Cheng Tingyu smiled. Since we went to the screwdriver last time, we will stop in the outer city this time. Zhuang Jiuzhe, if you need it, the train can locate the detailed address through the landmark. Xin Xingliu gave Zhuang Jiuzhe an extra look. As a monopoly organization, the train group has never provided such considerate service. Most of the time, the reply to passengers is you can get off wherever we stop. If you are unhappy, you can choose to jump out of the window. Cheng Tingyu, can you locate the person? Zhuang Jiuzhe hesitated. It will be easier if there are unique items. Of course, Cheng Tingyu wanted to locate her neighbor. As long as she knew where Wei Shigui was, and was sure that there was an empty room with a symmetrical structure next to the other party, she could just airdrop her over, and she would be back in 1 second, saving time to the greatest extent. Xin Xingliu, it's not impossible to rely on objects to locate. Remind, I have provided you with a muscle relaxation patch before. As long as she hasn't used it, handed it over to others, or blocked it through the power of the realm, she can find it by the number. Cheng Tingyu glanced at him. I have a copy of that prop. Xin Xingliu said seriously, it can be regarded as returning the item to its original owner. The positioning code inside was written by you when you were studying in Baida. Cheng Tingyu, is the positioning code also one of Baida's homework? She is now a little curious about what she did when she was studying. Xin Xingliu thought for a while, and said, it should be your personal interest. Because of the nature of your ability, your perception of space and time is different from others. So you designed some small props to facilitate the determination of the target location. Zhuang Jiuzhe suddenly remembered the textbook principles of train driving that he had read during employee training, which described in detail how to locate the location. Sure enough, the experience at school laid a solid foundation for the dream maker to build Endless City later. Cheng Tingyu stood up and made a summary speech. Then let's confirm first whether Wei Shigui is at the rental house. If he is, just throw me over there. It snowed a little this morning, and the accumulated snow melted quickly, bringing a biting cold. Wei Shigui could feel that the heat in her body was flowing away with her blood. Although she had registered with the inspection team, the other party could not always send people to protect Wei Shigui. The dangerous mask that had been dormant for a long time finally appeared again today. They found the gap when Wei Shigui was alone and intercepted her. There were 6 members sent to perform the mission. They should have completed the mission long ago. But Wei Shigui seized the opportunity and hid in an abandoned house. Wei Shigui was not a person with the ability to fight well, so he had to hide himself by the structure of the house, and kept dealing with the members of the dangerous mask. She had sent the information to the inspection team, but judging from the other party's appearance, they should have been prepared, and most likely used some means to intercept them, so that the inspection team would not come to rescue them. Time passed by. The strength of the pursuers far exceeded that of the pursued. Even if Wei Shigui had a lot of props on him, he could not hold on for too long. Under normal circumstances, the members of Dangerous Mask should have completed the task and cleaned up the battlefield an hour ago. But every time they were about to succeed, they would either fall asleep inexplicably or suddenly lose their focus and miss the opportunity to attack. A middle-aged man named Zhou, wearing a brown coat and with a gray face, seemed to have figured out something and showed a surprised expression. She subconsciously said, "You are also a running dog of the Dream Maker." The middle-aged man surnamed Zhou had heard that the Dream Maker would stamp the target he was interested in, and occasionally give him some protection. A trace of confusion appeared in Wei Shigui's eyes. She had heard from the inspection team that the Dream Maker had been to the Qin's house dungeon. except for that time when they passed by. She had never had any intersection with the owner of Endless City. It is not impossible that when the other party passed by, he thought that someone performed well in the dungeon and intentionally selected the other party as the lantern bearer. But Wei Shigue still remembered that he was just lying in bed in the room to rest and recuperate. No matter how special the Dream Maker's selection criteria are, it is difficult to make an offer without obtaining any information. It is not that the other party saw that she had a better ability to dream, so he became interested? Chapter 141, Villa number 467. The middle-aged Joe hesitated for only a moment, and then prepared to act according to the original plan. The Lord of Dreams is indeed terrible, but the other party will not suddenly refresh in the outer city area, and there is no evidence now to prove that Wei Shigue must be the lantern bearer that the other party has set his sights on. The Dream Maker has never lacked subordinates, and in recent years, they have not recruited new ones from outside. Even if they cut Wei Shigue, it can be regarded as helping the other party to take a round of assessment in advance. Just when the middle-aged Joe was ready to activate her ability, sleepiness came over her again. She was not affected by the negative state for too long and soon regained consciousness. However, at this moment, Wei Shigue was no longer in his original position. Wei Shigue, who seized the opportunity to run away, is now hiding behind a huge locker. This house has been abandoned for a long time. There is no lighting inside, and the surrounding light is dim, which is suitable for her to hide. She quietly touched the second floor, intending to drill out from the broken part of the wall. Those who were chasing her would definitely pay attention to the movement of the doors and windows. Fortunately, this was a dangerous building, and there were many gaps in the wall, and the wide places were enough for one person to pass through. The wind was howling outside, and the cold wind blew on Wei Shigue, gradually freezing her face and hands to numbness. Wei Shigue still had wounds on her body, and she would bleed if she moved, and there was only one healing item left. When she approached the broken wall, Wei Shigue stopped moving. She was a cautious person. Before getting out, she would definitely try it. But just as she was groping outside, she immediately found that her hand touched an invisible air wall. The position of the air wall completely overlapped with the wall, and it blocked the cracks, leaving no room for the people inside to escape. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to the intruder for discovering the secret of Villa number 467. This is a hospitable villa. It will not let anyone leave until the game is completed. A pleasant electronic broadcast sounded in the ears of everyone in the dangerous house at the same time. The middle-aged man surnamed Joe realized something, cursed, and shouted, "Go and see if the gate can be opened." A subordinate surnamed Zhu responded and walked quickly to the gate. As soon as he reached out to push the door, he felt the sound of wind above his head. He subconsciously raised his neck and saw the chandelier on the ceiling of the dangerous building falling down. Bang! Glass fragments and blood and flesh fragments flew out together. The player's physical fitness was stronger than that of ordinary people. After being hit, Zhu's subordinate did not die on the spot, but when his companion dragged him out, he was only half a breath away from death. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhou's face changed several times, and finally took out a healing item that looked like a meat dish. The smell of braised pork slowly drifted out, immediately arousing the appetite of others. Like cures like bran meal, eating this bowl of braised pork can repair the damaged body. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhou forcefully stuffed the braised pork into his subordinate's throat, while the other subordinates bypassed the chandelier and pushed the doors and windows of the dangerous building. Judging from the appearance, there were not many intact parts of the window glass, and it was easy to reach out with a hand. However, everyone seemed to be stopped by some force. No matter what they did, they could not extend their limbs outside the house. As for the gate, it looked like it would be damaged at any minute due to disrepair. But no matter whether it was directly hit or demolished with tools, it would not have any effect. Another person named Sun asked carefully, "Sister Zhou, the voice just now said Villa number 467? Sister Zhou, have you heard of it?" Little Sun looked very ugly, hesitated for a while, and finally said, "I have heard of it." His grandmother used to work in the inspection team. At that time, Bu Wushang had not yet arrived in the outer city area. Some information in the team was not strictly confidential, and family members like Xiao Sun heard some of it. No, F0631M0107. Danger level, menace. Status, realistic. Movable, with obvious boundaries. Description, a copy with strong boundary power. Usually appears in the form of an abandoned villa. After investigation, there is a game initiator in the villa. who will ask participants who enter the copy to play the game. Participants trapped in the copy cannot exit normally before completing the game. Note 1. The game cannot start before the number of players reaches 8. During the waiting period, the participants will have the same physiological state as those in the non-copy area. Note 2. Since F0631M0107 only appears in remote locations, participants who enter the copy will be affected by the name of no one's visit to the dangerous building and cannot send out a distress signal to the outside world. After Xiao Sun finished his story, the faces of the others were already very bad. When they went out, they brought props to block the signal, ready to cut off all the means of Wei Shigui's rescue. But now it seems that it was completely unnecessary. The copy is not a place that can reason with people, and it directly helps everyone get rid of internet addiction. Sister Zhou thought that the same physiological state would be specifically noted in the information, which means that people staying in the copy will also feel tired, sleepy and hungry. They are all people with space props, and they will not go out without any food and water. But even if they bring it, the quantity will not be that much, and it can only last for 3 to 5 days at most. The members of Danger Mask looked at each other, and they all became alert. Sister Zhou, don't be impulsive. The dungeon just started, and there was still Wei Shigui in the dangerous house. So it was not time to turn hostile. At this moment, the cheerful electronic broadcast sounded again. All the players present were senior players with certain experience in entering dungeons, but no one could judge where the source of the sound was. The game requires 8 people, and the number of people present, 7. Please all participants return to the room as soon as possible and wait patiently for the game to start. There are dungeons in the world that are vague and various clues are hidden for people to find. There are also dungeons like apartment number 6, where the wrong way to pass the level is covered behind the door and mocks people. And there are also dungeons like the abandoned house dungeon, which gives detailed instructions to participants. According to experience, when encountering similar situations, more than 60% of the participants may need to act according to the given rules. Xiao Sun, the first floor is a public area, and the room should be upstairs? They had been reluctant to go upstairs before, for no other reason than that the house was too rundown, and they were worried that if they stepped on it, it would damage the overall structure of the house. Even Wei Shigui had whispered several times before going to the second floor. There will definitely be problems with the stairs, as poisonous milk. But now the electronic sound has given clear instructions. They have to bite the bullet and go up one by one. Sister Zhou ordered, don't get too close. Xiaolin, you are light. Go and take Xiaozhu with you. Xiaolin didn't dare to object, and reached out to help Xiaozhu up. Second floor. It should be the floor where the bedroom is located. He hid in a nearby room and closed the doors of several surrounding rooms. While observing the surrounding environment, Wei Shigui whispered his inner thoughts. The environment is shabby. The furniture is rotten. The floor is aging, and it may crack at any time. At this point, the voice became cold. The structure of all rooms is similar, and the decoration of the rooms next to it should be much better than mine. It will never let people who go in step into the hole in the floor and break a leg by the way. Not long after, she heard the sound of other people going upstairs, and then quietly hid in the closet. Wei Shigui's movements were very light, but even so, the closet began to shake. If she hadn't insisted on poisoning herself since she came in, she would not be able to get close to any furniture in the house. After Zhou Jie and others went up to the second floor, they opened the doors of all the rooms one by one. But the room where Wei Shigui was located could not be opened no matter what. This is probably a hidden setting in the dungeon to prevent participants from being wiped out due to internal fighting before the game starts. The sound of kicking the door disappeared completely after more than 10 minutes. Zhou Jie waved her hand and asked Xiao Sun to retreat. She faced the bedroom door and said with a hint of danger, "It's okay if you don't come out. Anyway, we already know where you are now." After Zhou Jie finished speaking, she wanted to enter the room opposite. She stopped before entering the door and finally found another room. The man with the dangerous mask did not want to get too close to Wei Shigui, no matter which room. The room was full of unpleasant smells of mold and decay. Zhou Jie took out a candle. Electrical appliances often cannot be used in the dungeon, and experienced people will prepare more primitive lighting tools on their bodies. The bed, wardrobe, table, all the furniture have decayed, and the soft sheets have turned into a strange substance similar to mud. Sister Zhou sat on the edge of the bed with a gloomy face. Just as she was about to clear her mind, she heard a cracking sound from below, and the whole bed split directly from the middle. The dangerous building is indeed a dangerous building. However, She also suspected that the durability of the furniture in the room could be reduced to zero so quickly, which was also related to Wei Shigui's continuous blessings. At the same time, Sister Joe heard a young subordinate named Wang in the next room groaning in pain. She was a little girl with a punk flavor and good combat power. Sister Joe knocked on the wall. "What's wrong?" The punk girl gasped. "The floor broke and stuck my foot." The cross-section of the wooden board was uneven, and the sharp part was like a blade, piercing the punk girl's ankle. Zhou Mian's eyebrows were gloomy. This dangerous building is very strange. They are all players who have awakened their abilities. In most cases, they are not so easy to get hurt. Even if they really encounter unexpected situations, they can react in time. She remembered the phrase normal physiological state again. Sister Zhou wondered if the description in the material was implying that the participants trapped in the copy would have their reaction abilities reduced to a level similar to that of ordinary people. Xiao Sun's voice came from the opposite side. He shouted loudly, "Sister Zhou, I can't get out of the room now." Sister Zhou was slightly startled and immediately turned the door handle. No effect. The window in the room had been broken for a long time. Although the participants could not stretch their hands out, the cold wind could blow in unimpeded, blowing the candlelight to flicker. Sister Zhou took 2 steps back. A little dazed, she suddenly realized that at this moment, she could not remember when she closed the door. The candle was about to burn out. Sister Zhou and others had been in the room for a long time, but the sky outside had not shown any signs of getting brighter. Chapter 142. Looking for the same kind. At least 12 hours have passed since we were trapped in the dangerous building. The weather has been bad. It was dark outside the window, and the cold wind was howling. I don't know if it was the background color of the copy, or if there was really no daylight outside. Another worry arose in Sister Zhou's heart. No one could leave the room. When the food and water were consumed, they would starve to death. During this period, she tried to use props to contact the members of the organization, but the information she sent was like a stone sinking into the sea, and no response was received. Rather than sitting in the room waiting to die, she would rather meet another lackey of the Dream Maker. Wei Shigui in another room was in a calm mood. The worst result now is to perish together with the enemy. 1-6. It is really not a loss for me. I don't know how long it took. Just when the restless voices around her gradually subsided, she suddenly heard a sound from the opposite room. It was as if an adult fell from the sky, fell into the room opposite, and smashed the floor at the same time. Wei Shigui looked up, a little surprised, suspecting that the copy had begun to use improper means to force the addition of members. What was more surprising than her was Chung Tingyu herself, who felt that the landing location was not normal. Chung Tingyu. She felt that she was caught in philosophical thinking, and couldn't help but repeatedly confirm in her mind where she had just come from and where she was going now. Zhuang Jiuzhe replied at the time that the location she was locating was indeed an empty house, with the same structure next to Wei Shigui in a house. And the train group also guaranteed that it would definitely send people to the target location. Chung Tingyu intuitively believed that the Lantern Man's workability was still reliable, so it was probably that there was something wrong with the feng shui of F0631 city. Looking at the environment, she was now in a room in an abandoned dangerous building. The floor had a broken notch because of her landing. If Chung Tingyu had not just experienced a period of recuperation and was in good physical condition, she would have jumped out in time, and she would have been a little injured at this moment. Ding, ding, ding. New participants have arrived. The number of people required for the game, 8. The number of people present, 8. The current game is full. Please close the door. The official game will start in 1 hour. Chung Tingyu keenly noticed that the door of her room was slowly closing. Although the number of people was full, the game would not start until an hour later. As the last person to arrive at the game venue, Chung Tingyu suspected that that period of time was specially left for her to understand the situation. She did not hesitate and walked out of the wooden door that was not completely closed. The closing process of the door really stopped there. Outside the door was a corridor and 7 identical doors that had been closed. Her arrival made a lot of noise. As long as there were no unreasonable soundproofing methods in this house, it should have been transmitted to other rooms. However, the other 7 participants were very patient and had not made any sound until now. The 7 people were observing her. The corridor was empty, and there was no one except Chung Tingyu. She guessed that either there was danger outside the door and the participants could not move around in the corridor casually, or once the door was completely closed, it could not be reopened. Just as Chung Tingyu was observing the environment, she heard a mature female voice coming from the other side of the corridor. The 8th participant? The other party's voice was a little hoarse. The person who spoke was Sister Jo. She had been in the dangerous building for most of the day, and felt uncomfortable in her respiratory tract at the moment. The furniture smelled too musty, and it happened to be rainy and snowy, so the air was humid and uncomfortable. Chung Tingyu looked around and said perfunctorily, "I don't know. This place looks very abnormal. Is it a copy?" She deliberately made her voice sound hesitant when she spoke, so as to mislead other people who came first and make them think that the 8th participant was a newbie who was not worth paying attention to. In the room opposite, Wei Shigue showed a stunned expression. She was very familiar with her neighbor, and immediately heard that the person outside was Chung Tingyu. Wei Shigue didn't understand why someone would directly enter the remaining room in a similar way of airdrop. After knowing that it was Chung Tingyu, she immediately felt it was reasonable. After all, the other party was a special existence that could be captured by the copy directly when walking outside or sleeping at home. There was nothing wrong with appearing in any copy. Sister Jo slowed down her voice and began to show kindness to the newbie. "You may not know it yet since you just arrived, but in the room opposite you, there is a player wanted by the inspection team." Xiao Sun immediately agreed, "Yes. Our inspection team has been chasing her for a long time, and today she was tricked into this abandoned house, and then accidentally fell into the dungeon. In the outer city area, the inspection team has always had a good reputation, and humans have the habit of preconceived ideas. When they suddenly hear similar news, they are easy to believe it." Chung Tingyu said seriously, "So it's an inspector?" She made her voice more cheerful. "Great. I feel more relieved. I went to your place to report a case last week." Xiao Sun heard this, and immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to gain the trust of the other party. As long as she could tell some reliable details related to the inspection team, the newcomer would probably be fooled by their dangerous masks. "Everyone in our team is very serious. Did you get scared at that time? You don't need to go there again. Just wait for the return visit at home. There is only black coffee in the team. It's embarrassing to use it to entertain law-abiding citizens." Chung Tingyu smiled silently. She was sure that the other party's intelligence was out of date. After her friendly suggestion, the inspection team had purchased a batch of fruit juice to entertain guests. It was said that Nie Yusheng and others thought the effect was quite good and could deter suspicious people from "Is this my last drink?" Wei Shigue said hoarsely, "Don't believe these people. They are lying to you." It is not in Wei Shigue's character to let the other party slander without saying anything. She always has to refute at the right time. Chung Tingyu raised her eyebrows. As an ordinary citizen who pays attention to neighborhood relations and can get along with everyone, she certainly remembers Wei Shigue's voice. Sure enough, the train group actually located it seriously. But her neighbor suddenly changed his residence, and there happened to be an empty room opposite. Xiao Sun's voice was very tense. "Please don't provoke the relationship between the inspection team and law-abiding citizens. Then, it's normal to be wary of unknown situations. I believe you can make the right judgment," Chung Tingyu said sincerely. "Please rest assured. Although I lack social experience, I am an adult with basic judgment ability." Without mentioning the flaws in the other party's words, she knew which side was more reliable when she recognized the neighbor's voice. Listening to her words, both the dangerous masked members represented by Xiao Sun and Wei Shigue himself immediately put their minds at ease. Chung Tingyu continued to observe the environment. A strange sound came from the room of Zhu's subordinate, who was hit by the chandelier before. He had just been treated and his health was in a state of residual blood. He was originally sitting on a chair to rest, but perhaps because Wei Shigue kept muttering a few words to express his confidence in the quality of the furniture in the dangerous building, the chair he was sitting on fell apart and the tip pierced his thigh. Xiao Zhu's head was dizzy. If the time limit of the treatment item had not passed, he should have lost consciousness at this moment. The dangerous building is indeed a dangerous building. This copy seems to have been reducing the attributes of the participants. Compared with others, Wei Shigue has certain advantages. After all, her ability is mainly focused on refreshing status. Chung Tingyu turned around in the corridor, and the floor creaked under her feet. Wei Shigue thought of what she said before, and whispered, "Running around will break your legs." The members of Dangerous Mask sneered. According to Wei Shigue's tone, who would have thought that she was saying good things? Chung Tingyu was also very emotional. Paying attention to maintaining social relationships is still rewarding, and neighbors have begun to actively refresh their buffs for themselves. She now understands the basic situation of the dangerous building. Mi Tong's vision is not affected by light. Through the gaps between the wall and the wooden door, Chung Tingyu also roughly knows what kind of people are the participants trapped in the dungeon together. Most of the players have some injuries on their bodies, and those who are not injured are not in good condition. Two female members of Dangerous Mask put their hands on their throats. One of them is surnamed Joe, and the other surnamed Lou. Looking very uncomfortable. The only friendly unit, Wei Shigui, was not in good condition either. His coat was stained with blood, and the blood on his lower abdomen was the heaviest. He had probably prayed that his injury would be difficult to heal, and it seemed that the bleeding had stopped. 10 minutes later, Chung Tingyu returned to her room. The wooden door gradually closed. The 1-hour time was finally over, and everyone's eyes went dark at the same time, and they fell into the dungeon. Ding! 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 Now is the game preparation period. Please familiarize yourself with your items and master how to use them within 5 minutes. Items are a necessary guarantee for successful survival. Friendly reminder: don't let them find you a heretic. Find your kind as soon as possible. When the voice disappeared, a bright red 300-second countdown appeared in front of Chung Tingyu. No matter where she moved her eyes, the countdown would definitely appear in her sight. She lowered her head and saw two exquisitely crafted scarecrows and a fist-sized ball at her side. A vivid scarecrow, Screwdriver, produced by an insurance company. This scarecrow has excellent camouflage ability and can act according to the owner's wishes. Its combat power is about half that of a normal human. Same species capture ball, Screwdriver, produced by an insurance company. A disposable item. When you find the same species, you can use this product to capture it. The links in the capture ball are safe. Without the owner's consent, the creatures in the ball cannot leave the ball. Note: it is impossible to capture non-species. Chung Tingyu was a little confused at first, and after reading the prop introduction, she was even more confused for a while. The 5-minute countdown ended. The surrounding scene switched here. Chung Tingyu felt that something was wrong with her wrist. There was a pair of rusty shackles on it. The place where she was staying turned out to be a dirty cell. There were a total of 6 prisoners in the cell, 2 of whom were straw dummies, and they were sitting next to Chung Tingyu. She now seemed to understand what it meant to have excellent camouflage ability. Chapter 143. Each copy has its own personality. But for Chung Tingyu, it is the first time to be imprisoned at the beginning. There is more than one cell around, and each cell holds prisoners. What's worse is that in addition to the prisoners, there are jailers outside the cell. The sound of boots hitting the ground is getting closer and closer. A creature that seems to be made of black mud and dressed in jailer's clothes is patrolling in the corridor. After it walked around, it suddenly stopped and took a deep breath. I smell the smell of strangers. The other 3 prisoners in the same cell shrank for a while. Chung Tingyu controlled the 2 scarecrows and also shook her body, trying to keep consistent with her roommates in the style of painting. Since she herself is a stranger, the one who needs to be found should also be a stranger. Chung Tingyu remembered the warning in the voice prompt. Don't let them find out that you are a heretic. This is probably the meaning of the existence of scarecrows if you really encounter any uncertain situation. Let the props take over first. The jailer: someone sneaked in. This is against the prison rules. As a kind inspector, I am willing to give you 1 minute to surrender. It grinned, with bloody and greedy eyes. It doesn't matter if you don't want to surrender, I will catch you myself. As it walked, the keys on its waist began to ring. The jailer: 3, 2, 1, 0. I have counted 60 seconds. Poor little bugs. Believe me, you will no longer get mercy. It raised its hand and looked at the watch on its wrist. It's almost time for dinner. Next, I will take the people in each cell to the cafeteria. It looked around and enjoyed the prisoners' fearful expressions. After a long time, it pointed casually. Let's start with this cell. The monster raised its head and looked coldly at Chung Tingyu. Next door, there were also 6 prisoners there. When the jailer looked at them, their expressions were extremely terrified and almost fainted. Chung Tingyu blinked. She found that the situation at this moment was a little different. Normally, Chung Tingyu was the type with reliable vision but unreliable luck. She was ready to be picked on by the jailer first, but the jailer chose the person next to her. Her overall strength declined as her luck increased. Her ability as an appraiser was obviously curbed. She could not judge a person's identity based on her vision alone. The prison cafeteria was located in the center of the map. The jailer swaggered open the door of the cell and urged the prisoners to stand up. 6 prisoners stood up and walked out of the cell one after another, shrinking and lowering their heads, not even daring to breathe. The jailer drove them to the cafeteria like driving livestock. If anyone walked too slowly, they would be whipped or kicked. Prisoners should look like prisoners. And experience tells me that many bugs will not abide by the rules of the prison. Chung Tingyu's eyes flashed. The monster's words prisoners should look like prisoners sounded like a warning and a hint. Perhaps this is how the dungeon NPCs judge heretics. The monster will find the one whose behavior is different from that of the prisoner, and then pull that person out and deal with him or her cleanly. The prisoners entered the canteen one after another. There were no windows on the outer wall of the canteen, so no one could see what was going on inside. All the cells maintained the same silence. Chung Tingyu waited quietly. Her intuition told her that according to the normal copy process, an accident would soon occur. Sure enough, a minute later, an extremely piercing scream came from the canteen. Then came the roar of the jailer. The monster's roar almost shattered the canteen wall. Damn bugs! It strode out of the canteen angrily, and threw a tattered scarecrow to the ground. I know what you have in your hands. The monster grinned. Next time, I will definitely catch you and tear you apart bit by bit. In another room, Wei Shugui patiently fiddled with the vivid scarecrow, and the same kind of catching ball in his hand. She cleared her throat and said hoarsely, Chung Tingyu and I have always had bad luck. Worse than the other 6 participants. If something happens later, we will definitely be the first to suffer. Wei Shigui's voice was very sincere, revealing his distrust of his neighbor's luck. After a few simple words, she felt a rusty taste in her throat and her physical strength began to drain. Wei Shugui wanted to take water from the space prop she carried with her to moisten her throat, but found that the bag on her body could not be opened. Wei Shugui couldn't help but complain in her heart, thinking that it was probably because her space props were not produced by Screwdriver that she was rejected by the Monopoly Enterprise in the copy. The waiting time was over soon. The surrounding scene changed again, and the temperature began to rise, as if it had switched from cold winter to warm spring in an instant. The bright sunlight shone in from the car window and fell on the happy faces of the passengers in the car. The cheerful music sounded in the air, and even the breeze became fragrant and pleasant. Wei Shugui always felt that this was not the style of the copy. She didn't have enough experience in the dungeon, but she also learned from her aunt how malicious the dungeon was to the players. Everyone around was happy. Few people would start their amusement park trip with a sad face. The tour guide began to talk happily. The park bus will take us to various projects in the park. We will arrive at the first project point soon. After everyone has experienced it, the park bus can start again. Wei Shigui. The tour guide's tone was gentle and enthusiastic enough, but she still felt a hint of indispellable coldness, because the other party was not a person, but a human-shaped object made up of rag dolls, puppets, and ginger biscuits. When he spoke just now, the biscuit crumbs on his body kept falling down. As for the other tourists around, they looked normal at the moment. But Wei Shugui understood that 2 of the 5 people in the same carriage with him were actually her vivid scarecrows. The 6 tourists in the carriage, including herself, all wore a sign that read Team Building Meeting of the non-existent company, and they were obviously from the same group. A lively girl pushed Wei Shugui and said with a smile, after working overtime for so long, I can finally go out and have fun. I'm so happy. Wei Shugui responded without much enthusiasm. She was not a chatty person, and after awakening the ability of the spell, she habitually kept silent. Ding! The amusement car stopped, and everyone arrived at the first stop of this trip. It was a carousel, an entertainment project that was hard to dislike even if it was not popular. The tour guide said, Don't worry. I know you are all eager to go out, but you have to wait until the people in the car in front finish the game company team building. You can't act alone. The tour guide's words were seconded by everyone, and Wei Shugui said the words of not being in a hurry very sincerely. If she could choose, she didn't want to participate in the game of the dungeon at all. Perhaps the buff from the previous spell took effect, and the first person to be brought to the project point by the tour guide was not Wei Shigui and his 6 people, but the passengers in another car. It is better to have someone to help explore the way than to get there first. There are many tourists in the amusement park. Fortunately, the tourists in each car wear the company's logo, which is convenient for each other to identify each other, so as not to be dispersed by the crowd. The tour guide shouted, Act collectively. Don't walk around. The carousel is very interesting. Everyone is welcome to experience it seriously. The beautiful colored lights kept flashing, and the tour guide urged everyone to find a carousel to sit on. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A tourist fell to the ground and broke himself in half. The tour guide bent down to help him, but only got a handful of broken straw. The tour guide smiled with a bit of disappointment. Isn't it a real person? This is really a disgusting feeling. The dome of the theater seemed like a deep night, with shining broken stars on the surface. Xiao Wang, who preferred punk outfits, moved his lips, and couldn't understand why he appeared in a theater inexplicably after the preparation period ended, wearing a heavy and dull costume. The stage manager knocked on the door, attracting everyone's attention before comforting them. Don't be nervous. It's just a rehearsal now. And when it comes to the performance, the audience won't pay attention to the extras. You just need to play your roles well. Xiao Wang looked in the mirror, and his silver hair and mostly old-age makeup were clearly reflected in it. All the actors in this lounge seemed to be playing old people. As actors, they would have to go to the stage in turn later to get used to the positioning. The stage manager who explained to the actors looked like a slug in appearance. If you don't consider that it would leave trails of slime on the ground when it moved, it could be considered a reliable staff member. The people next door have to go over to perform first. Don't worry. Every batch of actors will have to try on the stage. And it will be your turn soon. Xiao Wang was of course not in a hurry. In her opinion, the other 5 people were not in a hurry either. Everyone was quietly following their hearts. Fortunately, as a stage manager, the other party had a soul that was good at helping him save face. Stage manager, don't be nervous. Relaxing will help your performance. The actors who had finished their makeup sat quietly, listening to the stage manager's instructions, waiting for the moment to be led to the stage. Each of them looked old, as if one foot had stepped over the threshold of death. The stage manager planned to take the people in the next room to test the situation. But not long after, a person with straw coming out of his body was taken down from the stage by the stage manager. Don't be nervous. This is not an actor. Just a little bad guy who sneaked into the theater. The stage manager was a dummy made of dead objects. When he smiled, he looked rigid and stiff, unable to bring any comfort to people. Don't worry. We will handle everything properly. Xiaolin, the lightest member of the dangerous mask, leaned against the wall with a pale and bluish face. A teacher with melting skin stood in front of him, with an uncontrollable excitement in his tone. I actually don't think highly of you students who need to make up the exam. The sound made by the monster was sharp and thin, as if long nails were constantly scratching Xiaolin's ears. Teacher, in order to prevent you from cheating, all the people in the classroom need to take turns to enter the makeup exam room. And the test papers for each exam are different. Its lips moved when it spoke, and Xiaolin could see a strand of black hair with bloody scalp stuck in its teeth. Teacher, this time, let's start with you. Stand up and follow me into the examination room. Xiaolin didn't dare to object. His steps were floating, and he felt his heart was beating wildly, as if it would jump out of his chest in the next second. There were 5 students with him, 2 of whom were fake students played by the vivid scarecrows. Each of them looked dejected, as if they had no confidence in the upcoming test. Xiaolin walked between the 2 scarecrows and lined up honestly to enter the examination room. He didn't go to school much, but the moment he saw the test paper, he felt the fear deep into his bones. Teacher, during the exam, please be sure to abide by the exam rules. When it spoke, a hissing sound came from its mouth, although it said that students were not allowed to violate the rules. Looking at its expression, it seemed that it was very much looking forward to seeing any student go against the rules, so that it would have the opportunity to personally perform the duties of an invigilator. After warning the students, the monster began to tear the papers apart, as if it really wanted to let the participants take the exam. Xiaolin watched his nose and his heart, and walked to a seat honestly. Out of caution, he controlled the scarecrow to sit down first, and he was about to sit down soon after. The 2 scarecrows fell to the ground almost at the same time. For the other 3 candidates, there were indeed tables and chairs in the room that could be used for the exam. But for Xiaolin and the scarecrow, those furniture were just a ball of air. Xiaolin remembered the reminder when he first entered the game: don't let them find out that you are a heretic. He took a breath of cold air. Was he exposed now? Teacher, it turns out that a non-candidate has sneaked into the examination room. It tried its best to make its tone look regretful, but its distorted face exposed the monster's true excitement and joy. It grabbed the scarecrow and tore its body apart directly. The scarecrow screamed in pain, just like a real human, struggling constantly. The monster teacher was very happy, but when he saw the straw exposed at the broken part of the body, his original happiness turned into anger. The teacher's voice was cold. Non-candidates do like to carry some weird things to mislead our judgment. Its sinister eyes swept over the other 5 people, and everyone was shocked. After a moment, it reluctantly said, an accident occurred during the exam. This exam is terminated. Please return in an orderly manner. When leaving the exam room, Xiaolin was still a little dazed. He was sure that his 2 scarecrows fell to the ground, But the teacher only killed one of them. Xiaolin was not a novice, and he immediately realized that the monster would not deliberately show mercy. It only killed one scarecrow, probably because the monster only had one attack power in an exam. Ding, ding, ding. This round of the game is over. Outsider achieved the achievement's Panic Dummy, non-violation death, and the character's death CG will be distributed to all participants. Manager camp score 0. Outsider camp score 0. Chapter 144. Inside the cell. Chung Tingyu heard the game prompt again, and there was an extra picture in her mind. She scanned the surroundings calmly, and no one looked any different from before. She lowered her eyes and began to think about the information she had just received. The ending CG was not a screenshot, but a simple drawing on a children's graffiti board. The content was a large scarecrow as tall as an adult. When sitting down, his body accidentally passed through the bench and fell heavily to the ground. Chung Tingyu showed a thoughtful expression. The picture seemed to imply that the participants might not be able to access the items in the copy, so they needed to be extra careful when taking action. Chung Tingyu gently touched the shackles on his hands. The items on his wrists were real. That is, some things in the copy were real, and some things were fake. The game prompt also told Chung Tingyu that the participant camp had achieved 2 achievements, and the death without violation reminded her of the sentence the jailer said when she first came here. Prisoners should look like prisoners. The scarecrow played the role of a prisoner perfectly. Although he accidentally exposed his abnormality during the action, he miraculously did not violate the rules. The game did not leave the players too much rest time. After a while, the jailer who finally recovered from his rage began to take the second group of prisoners to the cafeteria. The jailer, except for eating and drinking. Your life now has no value, it taunted. As a prisoner, your fate is to waste your life in endless terror. On the park bus, the tour guide waved his small flag happily at Wei Shigue and others, and said happily, "Now it's your turn to ride the carousel. Hurry up and catch up." After speaking, the tour guide immediately turned around and got off the bus, and Wei Shigue and others had to stand up and follow him closely. Colorful balloons floated in the air. Wanton laughter floated in the air, and people were everywhere, as if everyone in the world was enthusiastically devoted to this amusement park. The crowd density around was too high. Wei Shigue had just gotten off the car and walked 2 steps before being hit 3 times by passers-by. She was lucky. Although she was injured, she was not scattered by the crowd. The other 2 scarecrows were more unlucky. Although they had the same appearance as humans, their physical strength was terrible. At this moment, they were squeezed farther and farther away. The tour guide and the other 3 tourists seemed to be unaware of this. They kept walking forward without turning their heads all the way. The distance between the 2 sides was constantly widening. Wei Shigue felt a clear danger. The tour guide in front waved the flag and spoke again. "There are not many empty seats on the carousel. Everyone hurry up." Wei Shigue whispered, "There are too many people. We can't squeeze through it all. The other 3 people can get on the carousel smoothly. She can't actually make an event happen or not happen, but can only affect the probability of the event." Fortunately, there were enough tourists around, which increased the possibility of accidents. The new crowd rushed towards the carousel, and the other 3 tourists, who were about to reach their destination, were squeezed back one after another. One of them even fell, and was unable to get up. The buffed Wei Shigue and her 2 scarecrows successfully overtook them. Wei Shigue thought, "You will definitely be able to stand up successfully, and won't fall again." The man was knocked down again before he finished speaking. Wei Shigue recalled the clues in the copy. The scarecrow was naturally an item completely controlled by the participants in the same carriage as him. And the other 3 tourists might also have the effect of throwing a stone to test the water. With the blessing of the buff, Wei Shigue finally squeezed out of the crowd and successfully approached the tour guide, while the tourist who fell was left behind. Just when Wei Shigue was only 1 meter away from the tour guide, a scream suddenly came from the back. The sound caused a brief commotion among the crowd. At the same time, the tour guide who finally remembered his job turned around. Crumbs kept falling from his gingerbread body. After realizing the identity of the deceased, his eyes became extremely cold as he looked at the other 5 tourists. Such an accident actually happened. It stretched its head and looked at the NPC, who was trampled on the ground. It's really a troublesome thing. The tourists around were not frightened for too long by the sudden death. They quickly recovered and squeezed towards the carousel with great interest. Not taking other people's misfortunes to heart is probably the characteristic of this dungeon NPC. The death of tourists interrupted the tour guide's work process. It took Wei Shigue and others back to the park car. as if they had completed the carousel project. An idea flashed through Wei Shugoi's mind if someone died in the same car. The next activity would be cancelled. She pretended not to feel the tour guide's gaze, sat back in the car, and stayed quietly in her seat. Xiao Zhu, whose full name is Zhu Fengluan, reached out and touched his back. Although he had used healing props, he could still feel the pain from being hit by the chandelier and the stick piercing his thigh. He had no doubt that his ability to move would be greatly reduced. In fact, after entering the game, the wounds on his body could not be seen, and even his appearance had changed, looking as if he was just an ordinary tourist who was a little thin. But from the pain in his body, Zhu Fengluan could be sure that the wounds had not disappeared, but were just covered up by the power of the game. He had been observing the situation around him. The tour guide had taken people to ride the carousel twice in a row. And twice in a row, he failed because of the death of someone. Feeling the abnormally rich atmosphere of joy in the crowd, Xiao Zhu felt that it was a blessing from the copy that the amusement park had not closed down. Zhu Fengluan lowered his head. There were still too few clues at hand, and he hoped that the tour guide would remember him later and later. The lights in the theater seemed to be layers of veils, gently covering everyone in the middle. Sister Zhou's face was not looking good. Her costume was very heavy at the moment. She had been in the dangerous building for too long. She still felt sluggish when breathing, and everything was still blurry. She had to sit in front of the dressing table and wait for her turn on stage. This time, the actor in another room was taken away by the stage manager. Not long after, a burst of exclamations came from outside, which was mainly for notification and supplemented by perfunctory, announcing the occurrence of an accident. Those NPCs did not care about the life and death of the actors, but they wanted to create an appropriate atmosphere. Sure enough, something happened again. 2 times in a row, she took people to the stage for rehearsal. And 2 times in a row, someone died. Sister Zhou was eager to know the situation outside, but she couldn't leave without permission. She didn't know what kind of behavior would alert others in this game. 3 actors in the same dressing room with Sister Zhou. One had already leaned on the sofa and began to close his eyes to rest. One was concentrating on fiddling with the straps on his clothes, and the other was staring at the air in a daze, while she herself was constantly reaching out to fiddle with the gray powder on her hair. At the same time, a scarecrow, under the control of Sister Zhou, stretched his waist and stood up from his seat, then pushed open the door of the dressing room, while Sister Zhou herself was still sitting in front of the makeup mirror, able to observe the situation behind her through the image in the mirror. After the door was opened, the scarecrow suddenly stopped. The theater stage manager can be described as elusive. Just after an accident on the stage, its slug-like body quietly stood at the door of the dressing room, cutting off the actor's intention to go out from the source. Its slimy eyes seemed to be spinning around uncontrollably. But Sister Zhou somehow knew that the other party was bypassing the scarecrow and carefully observing the other actors in the dressing room. The intelligence of the copy NPC cannot be underestimated. Sister Zhou's intuition told her that the stage manager knew the situation of the participants very well, and they also knew that they had a scarecrow that could be used to test the copy situation. Scarecrow, what happened outside? As a prop, the scarecrow cannot complete too complicated action instructions, but some basic inquiries can still be done. The stage manager's eyes kept swinging, and a smile appeared on his face. Nothing happened. It repeated its words again. It's really nothing. Just an actor died. Sister Zhou heard this, and had a strange emotion of not knowing how to control the scarecrow for a while. Finally, the scarecrow nodded to the stage manager under her control and retreated step by step into the dressing room. The stage manager stood at the door, his sticky eyes never leaving the scarecrow. Sister Zhou suddenly felt that she, as a prop, might not be able to maintain it for too long. Among the 4 scenes, the atmosphere of the examination room is closest to that of the prison cell. Students waiting in the classroom will always tremble unconsciously. Xiao Sun felt his hands and feet begin to stiffen and become cold. It was not his group's turn to take the exam yet, and other students were seizing the last minute to read books. Cramming before the exam is bad civilization. Xiao Sun, who could not concentrate on reading, became more and more flustered. Xiao Sun did not spend much time with his grandmother, and he only listened to a few words about Villa number 467 at random. In fact, he did not know how to leave the copy. From this perspective, he hoped that the inspection team would notice Wei Shigui's disappearance, so that they could rush to rescue him and pull them out of the copy. While he was thinking, the familiar electronic announcement sounded again. Ding, ding, ding. This round of the game has ended. The outsider has achieved the achievement of cold-blooded bystander. And the manager has achieved the achievement of office workers' regret. The character's death CG will be distributed to all participants. Manager camp score, -1. Outsider camp score, 0. In the cell, the jailer took another group of people to the cafeteria for dinner. Just like last time, an unusual sound was heard in the cafeteria after only 1 or 2 minutes. However, unlike before, the jailer's roar was mixed with a little fear in addition to anger. At the same time, a new sketch appeared in Chung Tingyu's mind, showing a person lying on the ground. His body was tattered, and there were many bloody footprints around him. Chung Tingyu realized something. There are 4 groups in the game, such as participants like himself, props like scarecrows, ordinary passers-by represented by the other 3 prisoners, and boss-type NPCs like jailers, who can cause actual danger to everyone. Compared with prisoners, jailers are more in line with the identity of managers in the broadcast. The character in the sketch just now is not a scarecrow, but a person. If the death is a participant, there is no reason for the manager group to be deducted extra points. Then there is a great possibility that the character who died in this round is an ordinary passerby. The jailer's footsteps sounded again. His eyes were red, and he roughly drove the previous group of people back to the cell. His expression was extremely ferocious. Struggling is useless. Suddenly, the jailer's attitude returned to calm. He looked around at the prisoners around him, as if to announce something, and said to all the prisoners, "Since you come in, your chances will only continue to decrease, and victory will always be in our hands." Chung Tingyu glanced at the jailer, affected by the copy. Her appearance has also changed a little. The dark in her right eye seems to be buried by some power, reminiscent of the bottomless sea water at night. So far, the game has started 2 rounds, and the participants have gradually figured out some of the rules. However, Chung Tingyu is curious about how players can find their own kind. She has an idea in her mind. The number of prisoners in each cell at the beginning is 6. If the number of prisoners in some cells is reduced to a certain extent, the jailer may cancel that cell and transfer the remaining prisoners out. Chapter 145. On the amusement park bus, Wei Shigui, who had deducted points from the enemy camp with her sincere blessings, decided to continue to buff the next group of people. Anyway, there was no volume requirement when her ability was activated, so she could just whisper to herself beside them. Unless it was someone as unlucky as Chung Tingyu, there would be no accidents. Wei Shigui said it without any psychological burden. As the pursued, the 6 people from Dangerous Mask were all in hostile relations with her. The accident that just happened did not affect the guide's enthusiasm for work. Soon, it led another group of people to the carousel. Those people seemed to be in a good mood. I don't know if they really love going out to play, or their acting skills are excellent. The tour guide waved a small flag and said happily, "I will take everyone to experience various entertainment activities in the amusement park. This will definitely become a very precious memory." Inside the theater, Sister Joe carried a heavy cane and followed the stage manager, walking step by step to the stage. She is now playing an old man with limited mobility. Sister Joe thought that it didn't matter if her acting was bad. With the weight of the prop cane, it was not easy to walk fast. The stage was not far from the dressing room. The moment she saw the stage scenery, a vein popped out on Sister Joe's forehead. The area they could use for performances was quite large, but it was too casually arranged and had a natural style. Irregular large and small stones were stacked together, which looked particularly rugged. Compared to being used as a walking place by the elderly, it was obviously more suitable for adventurous parkour and rock climbing enthusiasts who put life and death aside to come and have activities. The stage manager smiled and said, "You are just background actors, without lines. Just play your role well and walk around on the stage." The costumes they wore were not suitable for activities. The prop cane provided had more negative effects on walking than help. Sister Joe had just taken a few steps when she felt the stones under her feet began to shake, and it was a bit difficult to keep balance for a while. Because of this, it became particularly difficult for her to operate the scarecrow. The other 3 actors did not care about the others and began to climb clumsily on the pile of stones. Sister Joe felt that something was wrong above her head and immediately raised her head, and found that the stone above her was shaking because of the actor's movements. She immediately stepped back, and at the critical moment, she manipulated the other 2 scarecrows to avoid the huge rock that fell on her head. As a member of Dangerous Mask, Sister Joe's reaction speed has always been good. The stage manager had been watching from the side of the stage, seeing the actor's crooked and embarrassed appearance. He laughed happily And his slug-like weird face kept shaking. Yes. That's it. Even if you are an extra, you have to work hard. The voice stopped abruptly, and the slug-faced stage manager cast a cold gaze on Sister Joe, who successfully avoided the stone. Sister Joe suddenly felt creepy. She immediately controlled a scarecrow and walked to the side of the stage manager, throwing away her prop cane, pretending to be an actor who was negligent and needed to be punished, in order to attract the other party's attention. Anyway, as long as one person died, the remaining actors could. The ugly and weird face of the stage manager suddenly grew bigger. A second later, Sister Joe realized belatedly that it was not the stage manager's body that had changed, but that its face was close to hers. The other party's slug-like body had occupied her entire field of vision. The stage manager showed a twisted and brilliant smile, and its hand seemed to have turned into a long knife, cold and sharp, and instantly pierced Sister Joe's heart. Bright red blood flowed down. Finally caught you. Ding. 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 This round of the game has ended. Outsider achieved the achievement marked Prey, and the manager achieved the achievement Patient Hunter. The character's death CG will be distributed to all participants. Manager camp score, 0. Outsider camp score, -2, plus -1. Kobayashi's hands trembled. Just now, he watched 6 candidates walk into the examination room. 3 candidates were carried out, and one of the 3 who left sideways was in a torn corpse state, and the other 2 had already revealed the characteristics of scarecrows. After the user dies, the scarecrow he controls will also lose the power of disguise. This time, the management camp successfully reset the score to 0, and the outsider camp was deducted a lot of points. At the same time, the game notification was very considerate to display the deduction points separately, as if to hint to the outsiders that there were 2 reasons for their deductions. Kobayashi's body trembled slightly. He knew very well that the dead person must be one of the 8 participants who entered the game. Kobayashi always felt that with the scarecrow as a confusing option, he and others would not be in danger of life for a while. But it was only the 3rd time a player has died. Maybe it was the newcomer who came last. She seems quite weak. Yes, it must be the newcomer, Shaolin muttered to himself, wiping the cold sweat from his face. He felt a heavy sense of urgency even if he could continue to survive. How could he find that companion? The death CG will appear directly in the participant's mind. Although it is a simple drawing, the general situation is still quite clear. The body of a gray-haired person is torn apart, and blood flows down from the broken part. Shaolin was in a trance for a while. He felt that he should grasp an important thing, but he couldn't tell what that thing was. In the cell, the jailer dragged the corpse in his hand around the corridor in a show-off manner, constantly saying threatening words like "damn little bug" and "little bug that can't escape." After everyone lowered their heads in silence, he happily took the corpse away. Chung Tingyu sat silently like other prisoners, thinking about the information in the electronic notification just now. What can be confirmed at present is that one participant in the copy has died. After calling the real target, the jailer's spirit became obviously more excited, and his voice was once again full of joy and malice. He knocked on the door of Chung Tingyu's cell and said impatiently, "It's your turn." Chung Tingyu stood up slowly. Although Mi Tong's identification ability was suppressed, her own vision was not affected. After leaving the door, she looked around with her peripheral vision and quickly confirmed that there were 8 cells here. The cell she was in was the 4th one from the positive number. The ending CG just now gave her a lot of information. The stick figure clearly depicted the state of the deceased when he died. His hair was gray, and his body was torn apart by external forces. However, when the jailer just showed off his achievements, she also paid attention to the appearance of the corpse. The hair color of the deceased had no memorable points. It can be said that it was a hot-selling prisoner in the current scene. Chung Tingyu felt that her guess was being realized little by little. The game scene in which the participants were located was not unique. She was in a cell, but others might not be. However, different scenes were overlapped to some extent. The events in all scenes were happening simultaneously. When the gray-haired man died, human bodies were also carried out in the prison cafeteria. There was a very obvious correspondence between the two. The prisoner who just died was the gray-haired man. It was just that in the prison scene, the gray-haired man had another appearance. While Chung Tingyu was thinking, the prisoners in cell number 4 had already entered the cafeteria. There were only tables in the cafeteria, and all prisoners had to eat standing up. Chung Tingyu understood. The first ending CG depicts a person who passes through a chair, thus exposing his identity. Combined with the information in the CG, she can be sure that there are at least 3 different scenes in the game. considering that 8 cannot be divided by 3. The most likely number of scenes should be 4. The one with the chair is scene 1. The gray hair is scene 2. And the prison is scene 3. The voice prompts to find the same kind of person should be to find the person who is experiencing the same scene as herself in the other 7 cells. While thinking, Chung Ting-yu did not ignore the surrounding situation. She carefully tried it, and found that her hand could pass through the tableware. So she controlled the scarecrow and stretched her legs across the path of a prisoner without leaving a trace. Bang! The prisoner fell on the spot and knocked over the table at the same time. And the porridge on it spilled all over the floor. After the NPC got up, he stood there blankly, staring at the food on the ground, looking at a loss. The jailer certainly didn't care whether the prisoners could eat smoothly. His face was extremely gloomy. But he didn't do anything. Instead, he said, "You have 5 minutes to eat. After 5 minutes, I will take you back to the cell." After giving instructions, the jailer turned around and left. Chung Ting-yu's eyes froze. Of course, she didn't want the enemy to be watching her all the time. But as the boss in the prison, the jailer would definitely try every means to induce the participants to violate the rules of the scene. The other party would choose to leave, perhaps hoping that someone would take the opportunity to violate the rules. When the monitor is not nearby, people will inevitably relax a little. So the violation point of the current scene should be emotional relaxation. In addition, she also confirmed one thing. In the cafeteria, spilling food is not a violation. Chung Ting-yu didn't speak, and the scarecrow controlled by her was silent. The other 3 prisoners had no intention of chatting with others. The jailer glared at the honest and quiet prisoners fiercely. Hateful little bugs. It cursed. You can hide as much as you can and see if you can delay the pace of death. It waved the whip in its hand to intimidate the prisoner in front of it, and then reluctantly took the person back to the cell. Ding. 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 This round of the game is over. The outsider has achieved the achievement. Hello. I am good. Everyone is good. And there is no death CG in this round. Manager camp score, 0. Outsider camp score, -2, plus -1. The jailer angrily took the prisoner back to the cell, and then stood in the corridor and announced loudly to everyone, "There are only 3 prisoners in cell number 3. I decided to arrange the rest to other cells." It grinned. "In order not to affect everyone's living quality, I will not arrange too many people in each cell." In the amusement park, the tour guide waved a small flag. Car number 3 is cancelled, and the remaining tourists will be arranged in other cars. The carriage where Wei Shugui was number 2. Because a tourist had died before, a new person was stuffed in. This was not a good thing. The participants in the number 3 carriage had already died, and the survivors assigned must be copy NPCs, which would not help her find the main task of the same kind. Wei Shugui raised his head, looked at the new tourist carefully, and began to think about the angle of attack later. The copy NPC naturally has basic intelligence and the ability to perceive danger. For example, now, the tourist obviously shrank, as if he felt the chill in the air. Chapter 146. After 4 rounds, the surviving participants gradually realized the correct action plan. To find the same kind, you must first find a way to reunite. And the premise of reunion is to kill the existence of the surrounding non-self camp, prompting the NPC to actively redistribute personnel. The tour guide continued to take people to the carousel. Wei Shugui looked at the NPC opposite and whispered, "Don't go out. It's safe outside." "NPC tourist?" Wei Shugui repeated, "Don't go out. It's safe outside." "NPC tourist?" Wei Shugui didn't care about the other party's confusion. She has now realized the essence of the ability of the spell to be an emotionless repeater. In the examination room, the teacher looked at the students waiting in the classroom with a cold gaze, and slowly said, "It's your turn." Xiao Sun suddenly shuddered. When it was his turn, the previous 4 rounds had ended, and he was the 5th group of students to be taken to the examination room. Xiao Sun stood up slowly. His steps were a little erratic, and his slow movements revealed his desire to delay the time as much as possible. On this point, he reached a subtle agreement with other candidates. The examination room was very quiet, and the students buried their heads in silence on the desks, as if they were just a group of background boards that could not speak. 3 of the 4 groups in front had problems, and the most serious one was the last time, when 3 students fell directly in classroom number 3. Because of this, classroom number 3 was completely cancelled, and 2 of the surviving students were assigned to classroom number 1, and the other was assigned to classroom number 2. Xiao Sun lowered his head and followed the teacher into the examination room, with a previous death CG as a hint. He did not sit directly on the seat, but controlled two scarecrows, suspended above the seat, seemingly sitting, but actually maintaining the posture of a horse stance throughout the whole process. The teacher stood on the podium and showed an inexplicable smile. Xiao Sun quietly looked up and looked at the monster in a melting state, and even saw the bright red blood between the other's teeth. I always feel that after 4 rounds, the teacher's state is more full. Teacher, although it is not easy, the exam will start anyway. It only said half of the words. The teacher on the podium no longer scanned the whole process, but stopped his eyes on Xiao Sun. When the two eyes met, Xiao Sun felt that the blood in his body rushed to his head at a high speed. In the process of rushing up, it became cold because of the strong fear. The other party is looking at him. Why is the other party looking at him? When the emotion of fear is strong to a certain extent, it will form an effect similar to physical attack. Xiao Sun's eyes turned black, and there was a buzzing sound in his ears, as if he was punched in the face. He clearly didn't have time to do anything, but he became prey unknowingly. Ding, ding, ding. This round of the game has ended. Outsider achieves the achievement of punishment for violation. The character's death CG will be distributed to all participants. Manager camp score, 1. Outsider camp score, -3, plus -2. Chung Tingyu supported his chin with one hand after hearing the electronic announcement of the 5th round. In the blink of an eye, one less participant was in the outsider camp. In terms of the player's death probability and death speed, the vivid scarecrow is indeed a very necessary prop. Participants who want to survive in the current copy and have not yet realized the essence of the scene should immediately control the prop dummy to violate the rules and actively give up a head to end the current round. The death CG transmitted is still a simple drawing. The participant's body was ruthlessly torn apart, and bright red blood flowed from the broken part, exuding a sense of danger. Compared with the previous CG, there is nothing worth paying attention to in the new CG. Instead, it is the change in numbers that caught Chung Tingyu's attention. The numbers in the 2 brackets have each decreased by 1. Chung Tingyu believes that the 2 brackets represent 2 deduction items, one of which is -1 every time, and the other is -1 once and -2 once. This means that certain behaviors of participants can increase the absolute value of the deducted points. Recalling the previous notification, Chung Tingyu guessed that the fixed -1 should represent the participants' head points, while the changing score values were related to the violations. She sat against the wall, silent, thinking about the specific meaning of the score. Since entering the dungeon, Chung Tingyu has been reminded more than once that as a prisoner, she needs to abide by certain rules in the prison. Considering that the dungeon in F0631 City will not give special treatment to the staff of Endless City, participants in other scenes should also have the same restrictions. In addition to the 2 scarecrows, there are also 3 other dungeon NPCs acting at the same time as the participants. As long as the other participants are not too slow, they will naturally take the initiative to imitate the other 3 to avoid violating the requirements when taking action. Under such conditions, the participants can still give heads again and again, which may prove one thing. As outsiders, Chung Tingyu and others have different rules from the dungeon NPCs. Chung Tingyu's fingertips moved, and she habitually wanted to rub her forehead, but she held back the action. If the assumptions of the 4 scenarios are correct, there is still 1 person in the prison as a prisoner. Considering that there were 6 members of Danger Mask now, there are only 4 left. The prisoner is most likely an enemy. Now the situation is unclear. Chung Tingyu doesn't really want the other party to find out which cell she is in through small movements. She closed her eyes and continued to think about the hidden restrictions in the copy. Chung Tingyu has been taken to the cafeteria once, where the prisoners can touch the table. And as an outsider, she and the 2 scarecrows can't touch the table. Now think about it. This is also a hint. The copy is euphemistically telling the participants that there are differences between their rules and restrictions and those of the NPC. There are 4 scenes in the game, and there are overlapping characters in the 4 scenes. Chung Tingyu lowered her eyes. Some ideas came to her mind. The characters in the 4 scenes overlap. Someone died in the game location where the gray-haired hair is, and someone also died in the prison. In other words, the participants are in the 4 scenes at the same time. In this case, as outsiders, are they also bound by the rules of the 4 scenes at the same time? The reason why the participants in the 5th round died was not because they violated the rules of the scene they were in, but because they violated the rules of other scenes. Following this line of thought, the change in the score can also be explained. Violating the rules in 1 scene will deduct 1 point, and violating the rules in 2 scenes will deduct 2 points. Chung Tingyu thought, No wonder the dangerous building has to gather 8 people to start the game. If the number of participants is too small, I am afraid that the hidden rules in the copy will not be tested. Of course, from this perspective, Chung Tingyu, who has entered the cafeteria once and survived to this day, is considered lucky. And the luck of the copy is not bad either. At least the organizer of the game did not suffer a beating from the old version of the opponent because of attacking an ordinary player with dense pupils. Suddenly, Chung Tingyu raised his head and looked at other cells. In cell number 2, 2 prisoners fell down one after another, and their bodies hit the ground with a dull sound. The 2 were separated from the other prisoners in the same room by a courtyard. With Chung Tingyu's eyesight, there was no trace of external injury, as if it was just a simple myocardial infarction. After the 2 died, the electronic announcement sounded. Manager camp score, -1. Outsider camp score, -3, plus -2. There was no announcement of the end of the round after the participants realized how to play the game. Deaths outside the round began to appear one after another. The angry roar of the jailer came from outside the cell. It was the monster's duty to guard the prisoners. It wanted to rush into cell number 2, ruthlessly pull out the bug that was doing tricks behind its back, and tear it to pieces in front of the other bugs. However, it couldn't do that. The rules not only constrain the participants, but also constrain the bosses in the game. On the garden car, Wei Shigui exhaled. She felt the burning pain in her throat, and felt that she needed to carry a few throat lozenges with her when she went out in the future. There were only 4 people left in the number 2 carriage where she was, a number that Wei Shigui had calculated. The number 3 carriage had been cancelled. Of the other 6 carriages, there were 7 people in the number 1 carriage, and 6 people in the number 4, number 6, number 7, and number 8 carriages. The number of people had not fallen to half of the initial number, so the carriage would not be cancelled immediately. However, the situation in the number 5 carriage disrupted Wei Shigui's plan. The participants in that carriage had died, and the 2 scarecrows had lost their camouflage effect. So there were only 3 people left. If those 3 people were added, she would have to start from the beginning. Wei Shigui felt that her throat was under undue pressure. The tour guide waving a small flag stared at the survivors in the number 2 carriage, with obvious inquiring eyes. According to the previous rules, the tour guide should have added the people in the number 5 carriage to the number 2 carriage, but it did not do so now. Wei Shigui was startled and roughly guessed the other party's thoughts. He showed that he could kill, and was brave enough to kill the dungeon NPC. Although the tour guide wanted to cancel the number 5 carriage, he did not dare to add people to the number 2 carriage, so as not to give Wei Shigui points. It stared at the number 2 carriage for a long time, and finally turned around slowly without any reaction. Maybe the dungeon boss also has procrastination. The participants could understand that the other party probably hoped to kill more participants later. If all the participants in 2 carriages died, the tour guide could merge a carriage with only the copy NPC to ensure that the management camp would not be deducted points. In the number 6 carriage, Zhu Fangluan felt his heartbeat getting more and more intense. According to the order, it would be his turn to be taken to the merry-go-round soon. The frequency of participants' accidents seemed to be increasing. There was no accident in the first and second rounds, and they even had a little advantage. But outsiders died in the third and fifth rounds. As the number of rounds increased, they should have mastered the rules of the game more. But according to the current situation, things were developing in a very unfavorable direction. Zhu Fangluan also noticed that the death outside the round began in the number 2 carriage. He was not a very smart person, but with the demonstration of his companions, he could still find some ideas for solving the problem. Actively kill NPCs to reduce the manager's score. Chapter 147. Although he had an idea, Zhu Fangluan didn't know how to act. The tour guide looked obviously abnormal. Experience told Zhu Fangluan that in a copy with a lot of battles, the result of beating monsters only depends on the strength comparison of both sides. However, in a copy with a weird atmosphere, casually attacking important NPCs may be forced to kill by the plot. As a normal tourist, Zhu Fangluan didn't dare to conflict with others in front of the tour guide. Who knows what methods the other party will take to maintain order? There are risks in continuing to go to the carousel. 2 people had been taken away and died directly. Zhu Fangluan didn't know what kind of traps there were on the carousel. But even if it was just a pure entertainment project, he was not very happy to experience it. To interrupt the current action, to kill other tourists to lower the score of the management camp, Zhu Fangluan thought. He knew what he should do. Zhu Fangluan decided to control the scarecrow to kill people. When he was familiar with the use of props, He learned about the situation of the scarecrow. Although this thing can imitate humans, its combat effectiveness is low, only half of that of a normal person, and it is not suitable for head-on confrontation. As a member of Dangerous Mask with rich fighting experience, Zhu Fengluan knows a saying well: no matter how good your kung fu is, you will be knocked down by a club. Backstab is the most suitable attack method for critical hits. On the way to the carousel, Zhu Fengluan has been observing the other three tourists. As an outfield member of Dangerous Mask, assassination is what Zhu Fengluan is best at. There are people around, there are enough cover, and the tour guide usually doesn't look back. Zhu Fengluan took the initiative to stand between the two copy tourists and secretly control the scarecrow to cover the rear. When they were about to enter the entertainment area, the scarecrow in the second-to-last position suddenly jumped up and pounced on the tourist in front, making the other party lose balance, and at the same time grabbed the tourist's head and smashed it hard on the ground. Red mincemeat suddenly splashed. The tour guide leading the team in front finally turned his head. The tour guide's body showed obvious signs of splicing, compared with the ordinary tourists around him. It highlighted his strong and human characteristics. Zhu Fengluan could feel the sense of danger emanating from the other party, but he stopped abruptly and stood between the boss and the scarecrow, blocking the tour guide's way. Zhu Fengluan felt that he should not have violated the rules. Since he did not violate the rules, he could not become the target of the dungeon boss, so he might take the opportunity to delay time. Behind Zhu Fengluan, the scarecrow who successfully backstabbed hugged the thigh of another tourist and overturned him on the spot. According to the combat power of the scarecrow, being able to complete a kill was already an unexpected good thing, and killing another person would only be a good thing that could only appear in dreams. So Zhu Fengluan's plan was just to let the second tourist suffer injuries that would affect his normal entertainment. 2 seconds later, the tour guide seemed to teleport, suddenly bypassed Zhu Fengluan, and lifted the scarecrow into the air. The lifted scarecrow made a miserable cry. The tour guide's voice seemed to be spliced together. Unclear. I really hate the scum who sneak into the tour group. As it spoke, it tore the body of the scarecrow apart, and countless straws fell from the broken ends and landed lightly on the ground. Ding, ding, ding. This round of the game is over. The outsider has achieved the achievement hand of conspiracy, and the character's death CG will be distributed to all participants. Manager camp score, -2. Outsider camp score, -3, plus -2. Theater. A punk girl named Wang Riyun was pretending to touch up her makeup in front of the mirror. She looked at her gray hair in the mirror, and also realized that there were different scenes in the game. One of the 2 dead participants died in the theater scene. Today's pursuit made Wang Riyun understand Wei Shigui's strength to some extent, although she also felt that the newcomer was weak. She didn't believe that Wei Shigui would be killed so early. What's more, this copy not only depends on the strength of the participants, but also on luck. So the 2 dead participants, at least, one person came from the Dangerous Mask. Wang Riyun's face was as dark as water. If only she had realized earlier that she could lower the score of the manager camp by killing other NPCs. She raised her hand and pulled the sleeve of her costume a little wider. Many copies will change the appearance of the participants to follow the costume, and some copies will ban the props on the participants. Today, as humans are more and more aware of copies, many large organizations have conducted research on the above issues and proposed solutions. Wang Riyun spent a lot of money to buy an emergency plan from the Screwdriver Insurance Company. A clever loophole. There is no absolutely strict ban in the world, and you are lucky to find a small loophole. Note, there is also no loophole in the world that can be used all the time. After using it once, the power of the copy will be patched in time. A clever loophole is hidden in the form of a transparent sticker on the inside of Wang Riyun's left wrist. After making up her mind, she no longer thinks about how much money she has invested in the screwdriver to buy such a plan, and how many contracts she has signed under the sweet talk of the insurance salesperson. She directly tore the sticker opened the space prop she carried with her, and took out a small piece of plasticine-like substance from it. Wang Riyun grabbed 3 small pieces of plasticine, covered them with clothes, and put them on the scarecrow's hand without leaving a trace, and then asked the scarecrow to put the piece of plasticine on the other 3 copy NPCs. Exploding plasticine. Not all plasticine is suitable for use as a toy, unless the user's goal is to blow up all the objects that he doesn't like. The plasticine will not explode immediately. It takes about 1 or 2 minutes from being pulled off to officially taking effect. Wang Riyun stood up and hid in the other side of the dressing room in advance. According to the pattern of the stage manager calling people, it should be her turn to perform on stage next. She estimated the time very accurately. Just when the door of the dressing room opened silently, the slug-like stage manager walked into the room and organized the actors to go out. The long-awaited sound finally sounded. Boom. The makeup mirror turned into fragments. The costumes turned into powder. And the 3 NPCs were torn into pieces on the spot. The huge explosion made Wang Riyun's ears tinnitus for a while. Even though she had pulled away in advance, she was still inevitably affected a little. Fortunately, neither she nor the scarecrow lost their ability to move. At most, the role they played was changed from an old man. Changed to an old man who looked embarrassed and had just rolled in the mud. As long as there is a death in the process of leading people, the scene activity will be forcibly terminated. The monster's expression is not easy to distinguish. But when the 3 NPCs died suddenly, Wang Riyun still felt the heavy murderous intent and hatred from the slug face of the stage manager. The part of the other person's face that might be the nose kept twitching, as if forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. From the previous report, Wang Riyun has learned that there are only 4 people in the number 2 dressing room and the number 6 dressing room. So even if the dressing room she is in is cancelled, she can guarantee that there is a scarecrow next to her. Moreover, after the participants meet up, it is easy to temporarily unite and attack the NPC together. Perhaps it is also because of this consideration that the stage manager did not cancel the number 7 dressing room immediately, but said, "There are not enough people here. I will come back later to see if I can help you make up." Wang Riyun doesn't care about the other party's arrangement. She has slowly realized that there are likely to be 4 different scenes in the entire game, considering that other scenes are unlikely to specifically adjust the participant's hair color like the theater. The person who just died should be the same kind that Wang Riyun needs to find. It is basically impossible to use the capture ball to find people. Wang Riyun thought that what she can do now is to reduce the score of the enemy camp as much as possible. In prison, Xiaolu didn't know whether her luck was good or bad. If she was lucky, she wouldn't have stepped on the floor and injured her foot as soon as she entered the room. But if she was unlucky, she was the last one in the 8 cells and obtained a lot of information from the death of her predecessors. Xiaolu was still thinking when she heard a new electronic announcement sound. Ding, ding, ding. This round of the game has ended. The outsider has achieved the achievement of knife falling, and the character's death CG will be distributed to all participants. Manager camp score, -5. Outsider camp score, -3, plus -2. Xiaolu's pupils shrank suddenly. The prison cell would not be built too airtight. She could see the situation in other rooms. Just now, the jailer was about to lead people to the cafeteria, but 3 prisoners exploded in front of the boss, and ended the meal of the remaining 3 people with their own death. Such a quick and accurate move is really quite in the style of Dangerous Mask. But it is also because of this that Xiaolu can cross the people in cell number 7 from her suspect list to probably her own kind. The dead people in the prison scene have no gray hair, which is completely opposite to the content in the stick drawing. Chung Tingyu naturally realized the problem that Xiaolu could realize. According to the information in the CG, cell number 3 and cell number 7 belong to the same scene. Considering that there are no chairs in the cafeteria, scene number 1 will not be a prison. The death CG corresponding to cell number 2 is an ordinary NPC who is trampled to death. The prison space is very wide, and the cafeteria is not crowded at all. So the person in cell number 2 will not be the target that Chung Tingyu needs to find. The participant in cell number 5 maintained a horror stance when he died, and his movements can easily be matched with cell number 1. Chung Tingyu sat against the wall with his eyes half closed. At this point, things were actually going very smoothly. The participants had gradually found a way to break the deadlock. All they had to do next was to keep attacking the NPCs in the room, forcing the boss to forcibly redistribute the room. If they were lucky, the 2 sides would recognize each other in one try. If they were unlucky, they would always have a chance to solve the problem after trying a few more times. And the 2 groups that had been determined at this moment were number 1 and number 5, and number 3 and number 7, according to the above rules. Number 2 and number 6, and number 4 and number 8 were very likely to have a corresponding relationship. The more she understood the dungeon, the stronger Chung Tingyu's ominous premonition became. She still remembered the reminder she saw on the bookmark when she had just lost her memory. The dungeon was not trustworthy. Even the dream seed of Endless City had not opened a back door for Chung Tingyu. She believed that other dungeons would not show mercy to her. Chapter 148. Xiaolu in cell number 8 stood up silently, followed the jailer, and went to the cafeteria. She could certainly cut off the process of this action from the source. But after thinking about it, She still felt that she needed to go to the place where the incident occurred to take a look and learn more about the situation. Xiaolu was not slow. When she found that there were only tables, but no stools in the cafeteria, she immediately realized that the person in cell number 1 was not the companion she needed to find. Combined with the previous death CG, she successfully associated the correspondence between the room number and the companion. So the person she needed to find was in cell number 4. Cell number 4 had been to the cafeteria before, and finally returned safely. Judging from the other party's experience, the danger of going out in the prison scene would not be too great. As long as the luck is not too bad, it should be possible to survive smoothly. As before, the jailer brought the prisoner to the cafeteria, looked at him for a few times, and then turned away, seemingly wanting to create a relaxed dining environment for the prisoners, not caring whether those people would take the opportunity to fight. Xiaolu took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall, clearing herself from the next accident in advance, and controlling the scarecrow to do something dirty. She not only wanted to kill the ordinary prisoners in the same cell, but also wanted to keep her own props as much as possible. Since the jailer was not watching, she just had to kill all the NPCs that should be killed before the other party came back. Who has evidence to prove that it was the dummy who did it just now? She won't report it herself. The scarecrow picked up the fork in the tableware like the participants. It could not touch the table, but could pick up the plate and tableware and then quietly approached a prisoner who was eating, and quickly stabbed the tip of the fork into the other's eyes. The sound of eyeballs bursting, blood flowing, and the miserable cries of prisoners sounded almost at the same time. After one person fell, the other 2 prisoners still stood there, as if they had not reacted. They seemed to be surprised by the change in front of them, which gave the scarecrow a chance to continue. Fighting is not only about combat power, but also about eyesight and reaction. The physical strength of those NPCs may not be too bad, but they have too little experience in life and death struggles. Xiaolu's spirit has been very tense. Once someone is found dead, the jailer will come to stop the activity. Time is limited, and she is really not sure whether she can succeed. When she saw that all 3 prisoners fell in a pool of blood, occasionally twitching weakly, and then the scarecrow who finished the knife in time extinguished all signs of life, she felt a little bit of relief. She exhaled, but her body trembled uncontrollably. Xiaolu still felt fear. The fear became more and more intense, like a layer of dark clouds that could not be dispelled. There was a heavy sound of the prison guard's saws hitting the floor outside the door, and the monster's breath was approaching the cafeteria. Xiaolu stood against the wall, her face pale, and she said nothing. She comforted herself in her heart. Even if the prison guard thought that the cause of death of the 3 bodies on the ground with shattered eyeballs and multiple wounds on the body was not suicide, there was no reason to do it to her, who was only remotely controlled from beginning to end. Xiaolu's thoughts only continued until the moment when the prison guard stood in front of her. The black mud-like monster was less than 2 centimeters away from Xiaolu's face. She could feel the inhuman horror emanating from it. Not many participants were willing to take the initiative to close the distance between themselves and the NPC. The more powerful the boss, the stronger the distortion on his body. Just a glance would cause mental damage. Xiaolu's breathing slowly stagnated. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but there was a solid wall behind her. The black mud spread and gradually occupied the entire vision of the participants. At the last moment, a vague thought flashed through her mind. Since there are multiple scenes in the game, does that mean that the participants need to follow more than one rule? Ding, ding, ding. This round of the game has ended. The outsider has achieved the achievement of annihilation. The character's death CG will be distributed to all participants. Manager camp score, -7. Outsider camp score, -4, plus, -3. In cell number 4. Chung Tingyu. Plans can never keep up with changes. Just when she thought the game process was too simple, reality took an emergency turn. The prisoner in cell number 8, who was suspected to be of the same kind as her, after successfully killing the other 3 normal prisoners in the same room, generously gave away a wave of heads, resulting in the management team successfully adding 1 point after deducting 3 points. And she herself contributed -1 violation points and -1 head points to the outsider camp. After the 8th round of the game, the scores of the 2 camps were strangely equal. Chung Tingyu closed his eyes. From the current situation, it is not too difficult to kill other NPCs in the same room, as long as they are not taken to the canteen or other places. There is basically no risk of violations for the participants, and the outsider camp can easily deduct the points of the management team. No. On the other hand, it was not difficult to deduct points from the outsider group. For example, Chung Tingyu, as a prisoner, could only grasp a few rules of the prison scene when entering the cafeteria. She should be a quiet and obedient prisoner. However, from all the known information, Chung Tingyu could at most find that there were other scenes, but she could not judge what the other scenes were, let alone guess the hidden rules. After solving the prisoners in cell number 8, the tall jailer like black mud appeared in the corridor again. Its extremely low-resolution face was in an extremely weird and distorted state. The act of pulling out the little bug just now made the prison manager a little happy, but he could not dispel the furious haze shrouding it. The jailer said coldly, "Cell number 8 has been cancelled, and there are only 6 cells left." It grinned. "Maybe it will become even less." Chung Tingyu leaned against the wall. Her expression did not change at all. She had been paying attention to the surrounding situation. And of course, she was very clear about the changes in the number of people in each cell. After a normal NPC died in cell number 1, 2 more NPCs were added, and the current number of survivors is 7. The situation in cell number 2 is similar to that in cell number 1. First, an NPC died, and then another NPC was added. Then, in a non-game state, 2 prisoners were successfully eliminated. So the current number of people is 4. In Chung Tingyu's opinion, the 2 prisoners in cell number 2 who died later stuck their heads out of the cell through the gaps in the iron bars one after another, and finally died on the spot because they could not breathe. From this point of view, the dungeon has the ability to distort the activities of characters in different scenes into scenes that are perhaps illogical, but absolutely flawless in style in the eyes of participants in other scenes. Cell number 3 is the first room to be cancelled in the game. The participants in cell number 5 have also died. And now there are only 3 normal NPCs, who are quiet and honest, and do not violate prison rules. The situation in cell number 6 is a little different. From the point of view of the deduction, 1 NPC and 1 scarecrow died. But there was another prisoner who was affected by the fight, and was too seriously injured. He is no longer in the room. So the remaining number of people is also 3. The performance of cell number 7 is as strong as that of cell number 2. The mysterious participant killed 3 NPCs in one go, and at the same time ensured that he and the scarecrow escaped unscathed. And the remaining number of people is also 3. Judging from the situation in room 3, when the number of people in a room becomes half of the initial value, the room can be cancelled. But the jailer has a certain degree of autonomy, and can postpone the timing of the room adjustment appropriately. At this moment, all rooms have carried out a round of activities. Chung Tingyu has a hunch that the jailer can no longer delay. Sure enough, the black mud-like monster stood in the corridor, and a strange laugh came from its throat. "I have considered it." The jailer paced in the corridor, and it was not known whether it was coincidental or deliberate. It finally stopped in front of the door of cell number 4, and looked at the prisoners inside with malice. Cell number 4 was unusually quiet. If there were no certain differences in the appearance and clothing of the 6 people, they would look like 6 copies of twins. After a long time, it seemed that the jailer realized that the target inside would not easily reveal flaws. He finally looked away and continued, "Many cells have insufficient personnel. Next, the prison will rearrange the personnel's residence." Chung Tingyu listened calmly. Cell number 8, which corresponds to cell number 4, has been completely wiped out, while her side is still fully occupied. No matter how the jailer adjusts it, it can't affect Chung Tingyu. "Jailer, the prisoners in cell number 7 will be merged into cell number 6. After the monster announced the adjustment of the rules, the response in the prison was dead silence. Chung Tingyu blinked slowly. There are participants surviving in cell number 7 and cell number 6. And these 2 people are obviously not the same kind. While she was still thinking, an electronic sound rang in her ears. Ding, ding, ding. The first round of the game has ended, and the rules of the second stage will be announced next. The second stage of the game process will no longer be carried out according to the room number, when the number of rooms is less than or equal to half of the original number of rooms. The liquidation rules are triggered. The liquidation rules are as follows. First, if the score of the outsider camp is lower than that of the manager camp, the outsider disguise will be cancelled. Second, if the score of the manager camp is lower than that of the outsider, the manager will be dismissed. Before leaving the post, the manager will be given 1 minute to pack his luggage. Third, if the scores of the management camp and the outsider camp are tied, the above 2 rules will take effect at the same time. Friendly reminder, don't let them find you as a heretic. Find your kind as soon as possible. On the tour bus, Wei Shugui heard the electronic prompt sound. The scene she was in was probably the most lively of all the scenes. The laughter and joy of the tourists were so loud that it made people's ears buzz. The tourists around, who were supposed to be colleagues from the same company, were chatting happily. Their interest in going out was not affected by the death incident just now. Those colleagues did not ignore Wei Shigue and the Scarecrow, and often pulled her to talk. Just looking at the scene in front of them, it was difficult to notice that 3 participants had been eliminated just now. There were only 8 people who entered the dungeon at the beginning. At this moment, the smiling gingerbread face of the tour guide appeared again in the second carriage. Chapter 149. As long as one more carriage is reduced, the liquidation process can be entered. The enemy camp's score must be deducted. And at the same time, the score of the own camp must be reversed. Wei Shigue recalled the rule she had just heard, and a strange and subtle intuition emerged in her mind. In the fourth cell, the light around seemed to be a little dimmer. The figure of the jailer wandered in the corridor, and from time to time he stayed at the door of a prison for a moment, as if he was considering whether to take people to the cafeteria. Chung Tingyu thought that there were 2 opposing camps in the game, and as of the last round, the scores of both sides were strangely tied. There were 3 ordinary NPCs in her cell. As long as she took advantage of the jailer's absence and killed those 3 people, reducing the number of people in the room to half of the original number, it was very likely to trigger the room cancellation event. When the number of rooms is less than or equal to half of the original number, the liquidation event will be triggered. If the score of the outsider camp is lower than that of the management group, everyone's disguise will be cancelled, and the existence of the jailer can easily find out who is the little bug hiding in the crowd. This is equivalent to a catastrophe for the participants. Chung Tingyu thought about it and remembered the hint given by the copy. Before the first round of the game, the electronic sound reminded them to find their own kind as soon as possible. Before the second round of the game, the electronic sound emphasized this sentence again. Chung Tingyu lowered her eyes. She had a guess in her mind. Find the same kind of bad thing about the copy is that the participants do not know the identity of the person hidden under the role. For example, Chung Tingyu. She can't confirm which prisoner is Wei Shigue himself. Out of some intuition, Chung Tingyu felt that the other party should not have been eliminated at this moment. According to the surface situation, only the group of Room 2 and Room 6 still has the possibility of finding their own kind. Her thoughts were interrupted for a moment, and then she shook her head in her heart. No. According to her speculation, Room 2 and Room 6 are the group farthest from passing the level. Room 2 gave Chung Tingyu a very special feeling. The other party was very lucky. The ordinary NPCs who died in the room almost offered their heads voluntarily. The whole process was full of metaphysical power. If Wei Shigue was really in Room 2, Chung Tingyu thought, she had to work hard to maintain the relationship with the neighbors and try to give the other party some hints. Although it is not 100% certain, according to the current situation, it is worth a gamble. If it really fails, then it will be the screwdriver's bad luck. Chung Tingyu looked at the corridor. The black mud-like jailer was wandering outside, occasionally scanning the prisoners in the room with an inquiring look. Its body was unusually tall, and just watching it could bring a strong sense of oppression to people. Ding, ding, ding. The first person to pass the level appeared in Room 4. In order to ensure the fairness of the game, the CG for passing the level will not be distributed. Manager camp score, -8. Outsider camp score, -4, plus -2. In Room 1, Kobayashi's face turned pale, and he felt that his brain, which was not very smart to begin with, had completely stopped working. The participants in Room 5 had been eliminated, and Room 1 was crammed with 7 more people. In a short period of time, the room cancellation event would not be triggered, and new people would not be assigned. Even if the unknown person was still there, Kobayashi didn't know how to meet him. He was originally thinking about whether to take advantage of the teacher's absence to attack the other NPCs, but he didn't find a suitable opportunity for a while. At this moment, he was directly shocked by the electronic broadcast sound and didn't know what to do. In Room 6, Wang Riyun, who originally belonged to Room 7, had just been transferred here. In her eyes, the other 3 were normal actors like herself. She was still thinking about how to connect with the other participant when she heard the electronic prompt sound. Wang Riyun's pupil shrank suddenly. Room 4 and Room 8 should be a group, and the people in Room 8 have been eliminated. In her judgment, there is still a chance to leave the game by finding similar methods in Rooms 2 and 6. The way to pass the game for players in other rooms is equivalent to being stuck in advance. Although Wang Riyun is still unable to determine what impact the resignation and the liquidation rules will have on the management group, past experience tells her that it may be a ray of hope for all players whose processes are stuck. Did she think wrong? Wang Riyun, who had guessed the corresponding relationship between the rooms, was confused. And Zhu Fangluan, who had not yet fully understood the idea of the game, was even more confused. If the electronic broadcast sound was not deceiving, there was indeed a correct way to pass the level in the game. Zhu Fangluan carefully recalled all the information related to room number 4. The player in that room was taken out once, and then returned safely, until the level was passed. There was no loss of personnel in the room. A guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that killing was not the right way, and the participants needed to experience the projects in the amusement park according to the requirements of the NPC before they could leave the room? Zhu Fangluan's mouth moved. He remembered that the electronic broadcast sound mentioned that after the second round of the game started, the game would no longer be carried out in the order of room numbers, since number 4 was able to complete the required project safely. If he was lucky, he might be able to. Zhu Fangluan made up his mind. If he tried, he might die. If he didn't try, he would probably wait for death. In this case, he might as well give it a try. He controlled the scarecrow and called the tour guide who was wandering outside. Can you adjust the order? We can't wait to get off the bus and continue playing. The tour guide turned his ginger biscuit face, and his face full of splicing marks showed a smile that didn't look like a living person. Of course. Of course. I am happy to serve tourists. In the theater scene, if Wang Riyun were to comment, the most unlucky thing today was, of course, accidentally falling into the dungeon while chasing the target. The second unlucky thing was that the participant in the same room with her was a fool who liked to act on his own. Before she could sort out her thoughts, she saw an actor take the initiative to open the door of the dressing room, call the stage manager, and convey to the latter his intention to perform on stage. Even the NPC probably didn't expect that there would be such a player who ignored Gigi in the dungeon. After a moment of stunned, he agreed to the other party's request. Wang Riyun stood up with a frosty face and followed the stage manager. Unlike last time, there were no ordinary NPCs in the room who could serve as cannon fodder. If she attacked the other 3 people, the other party might resist with all their might. Wang Riyun was not affected by negative emotions. Anyway, there were 6 people in the room. If one of them died, the current event would be interrupted. With a 1/6 probability, she didn't think that the unlucky spot would happen to fall on her. In the amusement park, the number of tourists around did not decrease because of the successive deaths. Although Zhu Fangluan was willing to experience the project, he still hoped that another player in the room would take the lead. So he slowed down a little. Another participant soon noticed his idea and slowed down his pace. In addition to cherishing their lives, both sides were willing to put the other's life and death aside, and the atmosphere was a bit stalemate for a while. Wang Riyun in the theater scene sneered in her heart. She saw that the distance between the stage manager and herself was already a bit far, so she stopped dawdling and speeded up to catch up. Zhu Fangluan in the amusement park scene breathed a sigh of relief. He also wanted to walk a few steps faster, but realized a problem. There were too many tourists around, and Zhu Fangluan couldn't squeeze to the front for a while. Instantly, his heart began to beat violently, because Zhu Fangluan suddenly realized something. In name, the people in the carriage were all members of the same company, and they were going out to play in the name of team building. If you stay too far away from others, before he had time to think about the result, the answer had already come quietly. There were more and more tourists around, like an out-of-control tide. Zhu Fangluan's bones and muscles began to make miserable cracking sounds, but his throat seemed to be blocked, and he couldn't even shout for help. Ding, ding, ding. This round of the game is over. Outsider achieved the achievement. Please pay attention to order when going out on holidays, and the character's death CG will be distributed to all participants. Manager camp score, -7. Outsider camp score, -5, plus -3. Wang Riyun looked stunned. She originally thought that the other party would make full use of the scarecrow to avoid danger, but she didn't expect that in the end. She would give up her head and lower the score of the outsider camp. It was just like the boss was lying in wait in the player queue. The stage manager seemed very regretful. His eyes swept back and forth between the 3 remaining people. After a moment, he said slowly, "It seems that something happened again." Wang Riyun heard a hint of undisguised gloating in the other party's voice. The stage manager was not happy for too long, because less than half a minute later, a new electronic announcement sounded in the copy manager camp score, -9. Outsider camp score, -5, plus -2. 5 minutes ago, in the amusement park scene, Wei Shigui, who had recovered some of her strength, looked at the empty space in the carriage calmly. Thanks to the copy, her skills in collecting heads have become more and more proficient. Unlike other participants who were in doubt, Wei Shigue realized who the participant in room 4 was when she heard the news that someone had passed the level. This is a hint. A hint telling her that even if the same people in the corresponding room have been declared eliminated, there is still a way to pass the level in the copy. Wei Shigue turned her head and looked at the tour guide who was walking towards her. She had just been paying attention to the situation outside. The participant, who was just eliminated, was separated from other colleagues because he was squeezed away by tourists. Combined with the achievements in the broadcast, it can be basically determined that the person is the same kind she needs to find. In the dangerous building, Chung Tingyu, who has already passed the level, carefully observed the surrounding environment. Before she found a suitable place to stay, a familiar cough came from the opposite room. She reached out and knocked on the door, saying, "You came out too?" Wei Shigue rubbed his throat, feeling that he had overdrawn his speaking quota for the next month today, and only hummed briefly when he heard it. Chung Tingyu continued to ask. There were 2 people in room 6 at that time, and it was not easy to distinguish. So you should have passed the level directly from the outsider camp. This time, there was not even a minute. Wei Shigue expressed his tacit agreement with the answer by not refuting. Chung Tingyu and Wei Shigue now understand that this is not a copy that relies on luck. Participants with room numbers at the back can certainly get information through their companions' fancy head sending. But participants with room numbers at the front also have ways to pass the level. 5 minutes ago, Chung Tingyu, who was still in the cell, looked up at the jailer who stopped at the door. In her hand, she was holding the same kind capture ball. When their eyes met, the jailer seemed to show a hint of joy on his face. But before he could react, he found that the entire prison began to twist and deform. In a flash, the jailer suddenly realized that it was not the prison that was deformed, but himself. The participant with the appearance of a prisoner looked at him calmly, and his seemingly normal eyes faintly exuded an indescribable dangerous aura. Congratulations to the player for passing the dungeon. In the corridor of the dangerous building, after passing the dungeon, the sealing effect of the door has been lifted. Wei Shigue opened the door. Her face was frighteningly pale, and it seemed that her physical strength had reached the bottom. Chapter 150. Chung Tingyu waved to the people in the room. The 2 sat down opposite each other. The fact that both of them could leave the game proved that the previous conjecture was completely correct. Through the electronic prompt sound, the participants knew that there were 2 camps in the game, outsiders and managers. As players, everyone would subconsciously think that they must belong to outsiders, and NPCs like jailers were managers. This idea was actually very reasonable. But if you think about it carefully, from the beginning of entering the game, there was no sentence that could indicate that the player's camp was fixed on the side of outsiders. After all, the appearance of the participants in the game is not consistent with reality, but will change into different appearances according to different scenes. It is not too strange that the appearance can be modified once and then modified a second time. Chung Tingyu, the deduction rules do not favor managers, and are even quite harsh. Each room has 3 ordinary NPCs. Killing an ordinary NPC will reduce the score of the manager's camp by 1. Moreover, through Wei Shigue's attempt, all participants realized that they can also kill people during non-game periods. The members of Dangerous Mask are not good at other things, but they are definitely experienced in killing people. Even if the manager group kills all 8 people, they can only add 8 points. But the maximum can be deducted by 24 points. And every time a member of the outsider group violates the rules, 1 point will be deducted. If the scarecrow is killed in the camp, no points will be deducted. But if you are killed, 1 head point will be deducted. The liquidation event will be triggered when there are only 4 people left in the room. The participants in the room can completely speed up this process by killing NPCs. As long as the players in the game are not too slow, they can understand their advantages. In this way, the second rule of the liquidation event is very likely to be put into practice. Chung Tingyu also had doubts because of this. She knew that the dungeon was not trustworthy. The more the liquidation rules seemed to have advantages for the players, the more likely they were to hide traps. Although she had not lost her memory for a long time, she had experienced many dungeons, and the rules in those dungeons would more or less deviate to the monsters. Since the managers were not treated at all, their identities were questionable, and the NPCs in the dungeon are too easy to kill. If the dungeon had the intention to make things difficult for outsiders, it would not have designed the passers-by in the same room to be so thin and fragile. The fairness revealed by the game makes people have to doubt the true identity of the members of the opposite camp. Chung Tingyu looked at Wei Shigue and asked, "Who do you think will be the next person to pass the level?" Wei Shigue, "I think." She thought for a while and replied, "I think maybe everyone will have a chance to come out." Chung Tingyu raised her eyebrows and then smiled. In the dungeon. After the people in room 2 and room 4 passed the dungeon, the scarecrows, they had also disappeared. All participants knew clearly that the current number of people remaining in room 4 was 3. And as for room 2, because Wei Shigue killed an NPC before leaving, all the remaining people were 0. Room 2 was therefore cancelled. Ding, ding, ding. Because the number of rooms is less than or equal to half of the original number of rooms, the second rule of liquidation is triggered. Slugface, who was wearing the uniform of a stage manager, had been standing at the door. At this moment, all his movements seemed to be paused, and he showed a panic for the first time. At the same time, a bright red 60-second countdown appeared above the head of the former stage manager. The score of the management camp was too low, and the staff was dismissed. The monsters only had 1 minute to pack their bags before leaving the corresponding scene. The slug man, who was no longer a stage manager, suddenly burst out with a strong murderous intent. Wang Riyun immediately realized that losing his position also meant that the stage manager had lost his original constraints when he was still a theater employee. Of course, he could not attack actors who had not violated the rules at will. But now, he did not have to continue to comply with the requirements. Slugface looked at the 3 surviving actors. The other party must know in his heart that there was a player and 2 scarecrows among the 3 people here, and he needed to seize the last time to distinguish who was his target. Wang Riyun looked into the other party's eyes, and suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. Sister Zhou had never thought that after her body as an actor was torn apart, she would become a monster in the dungeon. Outsider. Failed to pass the level, and automatically transferred to the manager camp. She looked down at her body. 10 seconds ago, it was this slug-like stage manager who tore her apart with her own hands. At that time, Sister Zhou thought from the bottom of her heart that she was going to die. But she didn't expect that she would turn around and become a manager who had the power of life and death over the violators. She felt a moment of fear and a burst of ecstasy of surviving from a desperate situation. Managers don't have to worry about breaking the rules. They just need to carefully supervise others not to break the rules. Friendly reminder: the change of camp does not affect the determination of the same identity. If you successfully find the same kind of participants, you can pass the game. Sister Zhou seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water on her head and quickly calmed down. Her reaction was not slow. Listening to the announcement sound one by one, she gradually understood the situation of the game. There are 4 scenes here, each corresponding to 2 players. Sister Zhou is a player in the theater scene. Now she only needs to find another player in the theater scene and catch him with the same kind of capture ball to pass the game. The same kind of capture ball is a one-time item, and she only has 1 chance. However, compared with the players who are still struggling in the outsider camp, the people in the manager camp have an advantage. After all, they know the essence of the whole game better, because the outsiders don't know that the same kind they are looking for is actually the manager who patrols back and forth in the scene. At the moment of the camp change, they are equivalent to stepping on the threshold of passing the level. Sister Zhou's mind suddenly emerged. No wonder. She thought that this game was extremely lucky. But now she found that no matter whether the room number is ranked first or last, it actually has its own advantages. Players ranked later can get sufficient information from the repeated deaths of their predecessors, while players ranked earlier are more likely to be transferred to the manager camp because of violations and learn the actual method of passing the level first. Sister Zhou began to patrol with confidence. Not long after, another participant was transferred to the manager group. This is not a good thing in order to avoid being discovered by the participants. The 2 have to keep pace as much as possible. Sister Zhou's mood inevitably became anxious. As the game rounds passed one after another, she gradually discovered that the manager's advantage was not that great. The outsiders gradually became low-key and cautious as a stage manager. Sister Zhou could only contact the actors in the room more conveniently during the game round. At other times, she could only stay at the door for a short while, and she had to be careful that the actors inside closed the door. And as long as there was a death, whether they were willing or not, they had to terminate the current action. The rules that could be used before now turned into shackles that shackled the action. However, it was precisely because of the switch of perspective that Sister Zhou finally understood why she was exposed at the beginning. Because she was the only person sitting in front of the mirror in the room at that time. The original stage manager obviously knew that the player would control the scarecrow to check the surrounding situation. And as the controller, they must stay in a place where they can see the scarecrow. Sister Joe used a mirror to observe the situation behind her. The original stage manager saw the scene clearly. When she and the scarecrow violated the rules at the same time, the other party immediately jumped out and killed her. The outsider had already understood how to deduct the manager's points. But Sister Joe and others could not stop it. When the second stage began, Sister Joe's heart suddenly cooled down. The copy was not on the side of the manager, as long as the outsider was not too slow. The second rule of the liquidation rule would be triggered in the end. However, this was not a good thing for the outsider after the manager was dismissed. Sister Joe would certainly not be able to pass the level, and her mission target would be stuck in the game because she could not find the same kind. It seemed to help the outsider, but in fact, it was trying to achieve a double lose achievement. This was the real purpose of the game. Their only chance to pass the level was the 1 minute they had to pack their luggage before being dismissed. Ding, ding, ding. Because the number of rooms is less than or equal to half of the original number of rooms. The second rule of the liquidation rule is triggered. Sister Joe's eyes were bloodshot. She no longer paid attention to the rules for the stage manager, and strode into room 6. Looking fiercely at the remaining 3 actors. The vivid scarecrow is indeed a product of Screwdriver. From the outside, it is no different from the participants. Anger rose in Sister Joe's heart after changing camps. The scarecrow is no longer a weapon to help players pass the level, but an obstacle that slows down their clearance speed. There is only 1 minute left, Sister Joe said in a hoarse voice of a monster. Before leaving, I think I can do something. Before she finished speaking, 2 actors rushed to Sister Joe at the same time, trying to stop her action, and the other rolled on the ground and quickly ran to the door of the dressing room. No one stipulates that actors cannot leave the dressing room, especially when the previous stage manager becomes crazy. In fact, when she lost her status as a stage manager, Sister Joe could no longer maintain her absolute combat power advantage. The powerful power brought by the copy roll had already left her body, but her own strength was retained. For a player with rich combat experience, 1 minute is not too short. Sensing that the people in the room wanted to escape, Sister Joe sneered, kicked the interceptor away, took out the same kind capture ball, and chose to use it. She didn't see that when an actor behind her saw the scene, he showed an extremely surprised look. Congratulations to the player for successfully capturing and achieving the achievement, I am a scarecrow. After the notification disappeared, time suddenly slowed down. Sister Joe's thoughts fell into some kind of indescribable chaos. Like a bucket of overcooked porridge. She could understand the first half of the notification, but she couldn't understand the second half. As her thoughts became slower and slower, her body became extremely light. Sister Joe's limbs were no longer like a slug-like monster, but turned into straws. The notes of the same kind capture ball said that such props could not capture non-same kinds. It was not until this moment that Sister Joe understood the true meaning of the note. The capture ball produced by Screwdriver will not fail to use. Once the possibility of failure occurs, the user will become the same as the target. In the theater, Wang Ruyun stood still. The theater scene game failed. The electronic broadcast sounded that only Wang Ruyun could hear. And in an instant, a thunder flashed through her mind. At this moment, Wang Ruyun completely understood why the person in room 4 was able to pass the level after the participant in room 8 died. That was because the other party had already noticed the nature of the manager. With the cover of ordinary NPCs and scarecrows, the manager could not identify who was the player. But outsiders would not mistake the identity of the manager. Wang Ruyun was on guard throughout the whole process. Although he deceived the other party at the last moment, both of them lost the possibility of passing the level. In the dangerous building, Chung Tingyu sat on the wooden bed in the room whose durability was about to return to 0. The game is quite interesting. Chung Tingyu was used to his neighbor's silence, so he calmly chatted with himself. It has been tempting us to dig a hole for ourselves.